Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. The guy, crossing his arms over his chest, asked people if they knew the place where they ended up, answering that his name was Carl and he was a mercenary. The man, lost in thought, said that his name was Riley, he was a carpenter from Adola and knew nothing about where they were. Frightened, almost crying, the guy closed his eyes and answered that his name was Grisha and he had his own stall in Halcyon and he did not know how he ended up. A girl named Jenna looked away with incomprehension, answering that she lived deep in the forest and as it turned out she did not know here at all. With a confident face, one of the guys answered that his name was Sean and he was a farmer and also added that he also did not remember anything. Throughout the territory there were voices of people who talked to each other about how this was a dream and they did not remember or know anything. The three guys looked at each other with displeasure, listening to one answer that some magician teleported them here for his experiments. But Riley continued to think and answered that it was clear that they were all residents of Tanya, so they needed to continue comparing facts to understand at least something. A girl with joy in her eyes began to fly up to all the guys, asking what they were all doing and happily saying that the master had opened a rift in space and time, so everyone should prepare for battle. Two guys looked at the little fairy flying next to them with incomprehension. The man looked closely at the heroine, asking with surprise who she was and hearing in response from her that her name was Izel and she was the guardian fairy of this place, so it was better not to argue with her if someone did not want to get hurt. Carl approached the fairy with displeasure, asking if she was the one who brought them here, but Izel did not want to explain anything. Starting to take out the sword, the hero was unhappy that she had kidnapped them and was not explaining anything, so he decided to make her talk. Izel sighed and looked down, asking Carl to stop doing stupid things if he wanted to live. Gritting his teeth and revealing his strength, the guy held the sword with displeasure, shouting that he was too impudent for such a small fry. Izel began to smile, asking the hero if this was his courage or stupidity. Carl, running towards the fairy, decided to teach her manners. Looking ahead in surprise, the hero froze in a daze. Carl's head lay on the ground in blood, separate from his body. The system window showed that the guy was overexcited and committed suicide. People looked at the hero in fear, listening to what the fairy answered, that she warned. The man opened his mouth wide in fear, hearing that Izel answered her to listen. With wild eyes, the fairy looked at all the guys, answering that they should not try to raise a hand against her, since they would end up the same way and for her it was just self-defense. Standing on the territory, all the people ran in panic and did not believe that the hero was now dead. Izel looked away in surprise, seeing a system window in front of her, which said that the group was formed and now it was necessary to transfer the heroes to free slots. Looking up, the fairy understood with pleasure that the master decided to start. Looking around at all the people, Izel asked everyone to get ready. Being near the door, the fairy loudly shouted for the rift to open. The door began to slowly open. A portal appeared. People looked at this in fear, not knowing what to do. With pleasure and a smile on her face, Izel pointed her finger at the portal, answering the people to go, so that they would not repeat the fate of this mercenary. Someone stood next to the fairy, starting to call her. Sean answered Izel with displeasure to ask the master to give them weapons so that they could climb to the top of the tower, since they are 1 star and they do not even have anything basic. Jenna looked at the guy with incomprehension, wondering what he was talking about and what tower he was talking about. Izel thoughtfully looked at Carl's dead body, realizing that Sean was right after all. Starting to write something on the keyboard, the fairy asked the master if it was possible to give the heroes equipment. Riley looked at the guy with fear and surprise, asking him if he knew anything about this place. Sean calmly answered that he had not been here for a very long time. Everyone looked at the system windows, which said that everyone was given a sword and a bow. Looking closely at Sean, Jenna began to understand that she needed to prepare very well. Pointing to the house, the hero shouted for everyone to go to the arsenal and take weapons, since they would soon begin. All the people looked after Sean, asking what kind of battle it would be and what beginning everyone was talking about. Panic began in the area. Everyone was shouting that they could not fight anyone. There were many weapons in the arsenal. People began to take different equipment. A few seconds later, everyone came out of the arsenal with a full set. Izel, with a smile on her face, was next to the portal and pointing her finger at it, shouting for the group to go forward. Someone's hand touched the portal. The heroes, afraid to go there, looked at it in surprise and heard the fairy shouting at them to go faster. Jenna looked in surprise as Sean took a weak shield, deciding to team up with the guy. Approaching the hero, the girl looked at the guy, starting to ask him if he knew what was behind those gates and why they all needed weapons. Sean sighed in displeasure and looked at the floor, saying that it was too many questions, but they were all going to the arena to kill enemies, and the rest was not up to them. The heroes began to look at the system window, which said that one woman had already left their world. A few seconds later, the system windows showed that almost everyone in the group of people had died. Sean looked at this, answering that he did not expect anything else from 1 stars. Izel looked at the message with displeasure, which said that one group had been destroyed. Sean was surprised that it happened so quickly. Starting to get angry, the fairy heard the master asking the remaining heroes to move to free slots. Sean understood that it was their turn, and the girl meanwhile was thinking why no one had returned from the portal. One of the men approached Izel in fear, asking him to feel sorry for him since arthritis had broken out. Jenna noticed how calm Sean was. Taking the man by the clothes, the heroine shouted that they needed to go and unite in order to survive. As they went into the portal, the guys heard the fairy shouting to everyone that they could handle it. Their feet were standing on the new ground. Jenna and the others looked around in surprise. Starting to look around, a group of people wondered where they were. There was something written on the wall at the top of the building. The door showed that this was the first floor of the main dungeon. Sean looked ahead confidently, seeing that the system window said that the gate was opening and they needed to get ready, so he began to shout to the guys not to panic. The light became brighter, transferring the guys to a new world. Grass, a calm, peaceful sky. A group of people looked around in fear, seeing that they were in a field. The heroes asked with confusion where they were. Goblins began to run at the guys, their levels were at the top, and the system window showed that the guys needed to destroy their enemies. Looking closely at the monsters, Sean shouted for all the guys to gather, because if they do not fight, they will die. Seeing how the heroes ran back in fear, the guy did not know what to say to this. Jenna screamed loudly and looking to the side asked where the old man went. The system window showed that Jenna was experiencing fear, so all the characteristics were reduced by 30%. The man continued to run quickly, loudly screaming that he felt better. 3 guys began to quickly run back. The system windows showed that the heroes were experiencing fear, so all the characteristics were reduced by 30%. Jenna looked away in fear, seeing how the guys crashed into the wall. With incomprehension, the heroes saw how they were standing near the wall and they could not get out of this place. The man, knocking on the shield, discontentedly asked to let him out. Looking back, Sean mockingly called everyone pathetic cowards. Jenna looked at the guy in fear. Starting to confidently look at Sean, the girl asked him if they would be able to get out if they killed all these goblins. Looking forward, Sean began to tell the girl that he would go into close combat and she would shoot back. Looking at the hero, Jenna asked what would happen to the rest of the group. Looking forward confidently, Sean asked the girl not to think about it since they were of no use. The goblins began to open their mouths wide. The monsters were quickly approaching the heroes. Running confidently forward, Sean began to understand that he had never held a shield and sword in his hand. The monsters jumped on the main character, trying to kill him. Looking at the goblins, the guy answered that his name was Sean. Starting to fight the goblins, the guy and Jenna tried to defend themselves or get away from the monster's attack. The main character knew that he had gotten into a game that depended only on luck. The door that opened the portal was tightly closed. The game Choose Me was loading on the phone. A huge number of people played it. The goal of this game was to reach the 100th floor of the tower. Players began to create items to improve and strengthen the heroes, and then worked out tactics to pass each stage. Until yesterday, Sean was an ordinary person playing this game. Sitting on the couch, the hero held the phone in his hand and looked at the new event in the game, which was called the Paranormal Dungeon. Looking closely at the phone, Sean realized that the maximum rank in this game is 7 stars, and the guy has bad luck. Sean opened thousands of cards, but never got 7 stars, despite the fact that everyone already has them. Thinking, the hero realized that this game is different from its peers in its rather harsh rules and all the heroes have only one life. An important warning appeared. Holding the phone tightly in his hands, the hero did not understand why his players were afraid, seeing that each of them was experiencing fear. With a calm face looking at the game, Sean saw how his fighter was experiencing fear. Some boss of level 999 in the game began to kill Sean's players. Looking at the phone with incomprehension, the hero began to think that this was just some kind of system error. Watching the enemy with level 999, Sean realized that his players died before he saw anything. A monster quickly jumped out of the phone, shouting to the guy that he found it. Sean looked up in fear, not understanding what was happening because the game had just ended. Darkness fell. The system window told the guy to create his account. A message came out of the darkness for Sean to choose a name. A few seconds later, Sean had already chosen a nickname in the game. Without pressing anything, the guy saw how the game worked for him. One of the system windows welcomed the guy into the game. Suddenly, a message appeared that asked Sean if he would start training, since after it the hero would be able to receive a reward. The looked into the distance in fear. Standing with a sword in his hands, Sean looked away in confusion, listening to the system window answer that in an unremarkable town there lived a guy named Sean. Tanya is an area where people live together with other slaves. Showing the city's domain, the system window responded that an unknown enemy had attacked these peaceful lands, so the hero now needed to climb to the top of the tower if he wanted to save the world. The hand was holding the corner of the wall. Sean looked into the distance with a frightened face. A system window was shown in front of the hero. telling him to destroy the goblins that had invaded the city. With wild fear, the guy could not believe it, thinking that this was not real. The guy began to watch as the goblin jumped on him and began to understand that he did not have time to figure it out. Holding the sword, the guy gritting his teeth swung the weapon. Confidently looking forward, the hero fought the monsters. With fatigue, the hero continued to grit his teeth, closing his eyes. Attacking the goblins, the guy swung his swords one after another. Screaming loudly, the hero began to quickly swing his weapon at the monsters. The guy could not come to terms with the fact that he personally killed another creature. Starting to leave tiredly, Sean saw that the system window showed that the task was completed. The guy looked into the distance, surprised by the look. Seeing that he was standing in the square, the guy began to understand that he was in the game Choose Me. Opening his mouth wide, the hero shouted, asking what was happening, beginning to see the system window at the top, which showed the hero to summon new players in the main menu. A door began to open in front of the guy, from which a bright light was burning. In one of the buildings, the silhouette of a new player appeared, whom Sean had summoned. Looking into the distance with incomprehension, the hero began to understand that she had been summoned. Looking at Sean, Monica began to ask the guy who he was and whether he had summoned her. Heading towards the hero, Monica answered that she was a knight. After all this, the guys began to fight in the dungeon. Unlike Sean, who had never held a sword in his hands before, the girl easily dealt with the goblins. The tired heroes began to watch the system window, which showed that the task was completed. Sean looked at each other's characteristics, realizing that they had a big difference since Monica had 3 stars more. After a while, a system window began to appear for Sean, which told him to click on synthesis. This is a way to strengthen the heroes. Gritting his teeth, the hero understood with displeasure that he was finished. Izzle began to fly around Sean, who pointed to the door and shouted at him to quickly climb in while the master was waiting for him. The guy looked up in confusion. Looking at the fairy, the hero loudly asked her if her name was Izzle. The girl looked at the player in surprise, asking him how he knew her. Sean, standing near the fairy, answered his name, but from the face of the heroine, looking at the player's cards, it was clear that there was no such name. The heroine looked at the card with displeasure and shouted that he didn't look like a player at all. Sean calmly asked to return him home, answering that he was Sean from Seoul, not from Tanya. The fairy looked at the guy with a displeased face, having learned that he was from the earth. Starting to fly up, the heroine shouted with displeasure that he was going to go crazy since it couldn't be possible. Starting to argue, Sean shouted to Izzle that he wouldn't go there since he would die there. Without listening to anyone, the fairy sent the guy out the door, shouting at him to get inside. Monica, standing next to the guy, answered that he entered very noisily. His hands began to absorb magic. Sean, looking at his body with fear, answered that it all began. Synthesis is when one of the heroes rushes as a sacrifice to strengthen the other. One of the heroes is absorbed by the other. Looking away with displeasure, the hero understood that Monica had 4 stars, and he had 1, so no normal player would sacrifice the heroine for him. The knight stood quietly to the side, closing her eyes and lowering her head. Gritting his teeth, the hero closed his eyes in displeasure, realizing that this was the end and he would now be absorbed into the synthesis. A few seconds later, the hero looked in surprise at the system window, which said that the synthesis was complete. The knight began to evaporate in a bright light, hearing Sean ask her why she was disappearing. Lowering her head, the girl calmly answered that this was her destiny and that a guy had been chosen. Smiling for the last time, Monica wished the hero good luck. A few seconds later, the guy was left standing completely alone. Looking forward, the hero could not understand what was happening. Grisha opened his mouth wide, starting to scream loudly. Sean, fighting with Jenna, shouted at the people not to be distracted and fight, since the monsters would catch up with them if they ran away. Fighting monsters, the guy gritting his teeth understood that he survived. Confidently killing goblins, the hero understood that synthesis is produced by digesting heroes and it is tedious to choose the one you want to merge, and then you need to drag. Looking away, Sean discontentedly understood that they were lucky that the master is so stupid, but the game is a garbage dump. Jenna, running next to the guy, shouted that she killed 1, but the second is not all. A few seconds later, the goblin's mouth bit Sean's shoulder. With a dissatisfied face, the hero looked away and gritting his teeth understood that he did not know how he ended up inside this game, but one thing was clear for sure, that Sean was summoned by a 1-star hero. The shield with all its strength began to pass over the goblin. Remembering the monster, the hero understood that this monster of level 999 looked into his eyes and laughed. Killing monsters, the hero understood that it could not be a coincidence and that monster transferred him to this place. Seeing the monster in front of him, the guy began to understand that he messed with the wrong person. Jenna ran to the wounded guy sitting in fear. Despite the girl, the guy answered that it would heal when they returned. Sitting on the field and holding the wound with his hand, the hero knew that players almost do not directly control the fight, because the combat AI automatically conducts battles, and even so, the game gained 1 million downloads for one simple reason. Seeing the eye in the sky, Sean understood that in this game there is an opportunity to observe this world like a god. Laughing, the guy looked up and asked the sky if he was having fun there. Starting to slowly get up, Sean realized that he himself was exactly the same player, where he controlled the creation of items, tactics, pumping heroes. Looking to the side, the guy understood that the master should see how he gets to the end. The system window showed that this floor had been completed. After a while, the rewards for this battle appeared. The card showed the most valuable player, Sean. A huge number of people were drawn on the card, and next to them was the inscription that they all died in battle. Sean and Jen's card was still burning, which meant that they were alive. Starting to train, the guy knew that he had come to terms with what was happening, since whining is for losers and he should not give up. Developing his running, the hero understood that this is the world of the game and he ended up in it as a 1-star hero. Shouting loudly to the side, Sean knew that there are only 2 types of death here, in battle or during synthesis. 1-stars have no chance and are useless. Continuing to run, the hero knew that weak characteristics and slow pumping are of no use to anyone and such people will simply be wasted. Gritting his teeth, Sean looked into the distance, thinking that he had to become stronger in order to survive and take revenge, and then return home. As he continued running, Sean realized that he didn't know how things would play out, but if he didn't adapt, he was finished and would be eaten if no one accepted the rules of the game. As he pumped up his body, the guy realized that he had to strengthen not only his physical fitness, but also his spirit, since his chances of survival would be reduced if he couldn't control his emotions. As he gained experience with the stuffed animals, Sean realized that he was used to it, because he grew up without anyone to take care of him. Despite his fatigue, the guy started doing push-ups. Watching the guy, Jenna asked him with confusion what he was doing. Seeing how rudely Sean answered her, the girl said that she was just looking for him. A few seconds later, Jenna looked at him silently. Starting to pick up the bow, the heroine answered the guy that she had been thinking all night about what to do next. Shooting a bow, Jenna said that her father was a hunter and taught her archery. Swinging arrows, the heroine replied that she did not think that anything would change if she just sat and cried. The arrow confidently pierced the scarecrow's head. Wiping his face, Sean asked the girl how good she was with a bow. His gaze looked askance at the heroine. Looking at how the heroine shot a bow, Sean understood that she had received 4 points in characteristics yesterday, and despite the fact that she was weaker than him in this, she had skill, so Jenna had no problems killing goblins in her first battle. Looking at the heroine, the guy understood that she quickly recovered from the death of others, and at the same time knew how to set clear goals, so he agreed to help her. The hand was extended. Jenna, with a smile on her face, extended her hand to the guy, answering that her father said that having connections is a very important part of life. In this case, he was right. The hero looked at his hand out of the corner of his eye. Having extended his hand to the girl in exchange, the system window responded that the 2 heroes had received a relationship bonus. Suddenly, the hero began to look around, loudly calling Izzle. Having flown in displeasure, the fairy shouted that she was busy. Looking angrily at the guy, Izzle answered that she would not answer the guy's questions, and if he needed something, he had to go up to the tower. With surprise, the heroine heard Sean asking her about the fact that only he could see pop-up windows. Looking away, the heroine waved off the question, answering that she did not understand what you were talking about. Sean looked at the fairy and said that she was level 257. Looking askance at Izzle, the guy began to understand that everything was clear from her reaction and that only he could see the system messages addressed to the master. With interest, the hero began to ask Izzle what would happen if the master quit the game. Thinking, Sean began to understand that the synthesis of him and Monica was a pretty serious mistake, since he drained a 4-star player and wasted such a successful character by clicking on him. The hero knew that the account had a strong attachment to the phone and it would not be possible to start over, and also the last time the master entered the game only a week later. With interest, the hero approached the fairy closer, asking her if the flow of time here differs from the earthly one, but Izzle said discontentedly that she would no longer answer anything. With a smile on his face, the hero looked at Izzle, realizing that the flow of time here is different. Looking at the dissatisfied Izzle, the hero understood that she could not do anything to him, since interference is allowed only when subordinating to the master or for self-defense, so in this way he will be able to learn most of the rules of this world or Sean will end. The main character, standing next to Jenna, began to answer that they need to go through 100 floors of the tower. Looking at the girl, the guy waved his hands, answering that the creature called the master gives them orders through Izzle and they must carry out these tasks. But with all this they will be able to get out if they reach the top, so they need to train a lot to become much stronger. Approaching the guy, the heroine asked about the fact that they will be only 2, to which Sean replied that the master can call other heroes, so they are unlikely to be alone. Sean knew that now every decision must be made carefully. Standing in the square, the guy understood that their lives still remain in the hands of the master. After a whole day of training on such a huge territory, the guy learned another interesting ability of this world. Being in the house, Sean understood that all the essentials and food are updated every day, and you can also get other things, and for this it is enough to invent it and it will appear by the fireplace or in the closet. But with all this, with game items, weapons or money, this will not work. As he continued to train and gain experience, Sean realized that the results of training were also different, as he was now learning mechanics that he had no idea about when he played himself. For example, among the 1-stars there were more talented ones. Looking away, the guy realized that their trait was hard work, and despite the fact that training did not raise the characteristics or level, they helped to receive and develop new skills. Seeing battles, the master would sort the heroes by 3 criteria. The first was fortitude, since the master did not need heroes who tended to panic on the battlefield. Remembering Monica, the second criterion was skills, since high-ranking heroes were already summoned with skills, and 1-stars required hard work to reveal them. Continuing to run, Sean realized that the third criterion would be physical training, which was the last point that the guy was working on. On the third day of training, the master entered the game. Looking into the distance, Sean answered Jenna, who was walking towards him, to get ready. Since the master was already here, the hero understood that he had received 2 skills, and for now this was the maximum. Standing in the square, the guys saw a system window, which said that the master was starting a call. Looking at this, Sean understood that he was calling heroes and there should be 5 people in the group, so 3 more would come. A few seconds later, 3 heroes appeared on the territory. Leaving for the arsenal, Jenna shouted at the guys to get ready for battle, since they would soon begin the battle. Izel, standing near the rift, began to shout for it to open. Sean and Jenna confidently began to take weapons, since there was little time. Dissatisfiedly walking forward, Sean watched as Jenna pulled them into the portal and understood that there were no weapons for new players, because they were left with the dead heroes. Toby looked back at the girl with displeasure, asking her if she was also in on it. Sean entered the portal, telling the guys that they would soon understand everything themselves. Leaving the disgruntled guys in place, Sean shouted at the girl not to think about it, since it was no longer their business. A few seconds later, the players were sent into the portal with the help of Izel. The fairy shouted at them to start listening so that she would not hurt them. The door began to close. With a smile on her face, Izel looked at the guys one last time, telling everyone to have fun. A group of people stood in the shield, seeing the system window, which said that they were on the 2nd floor. Confidently looking at Jenna, Sean, not noticing the frightened people, asked the girl if she was ready. Evil animals began to walk around the territory, which began to approach the guys. 3 new guys with tears and fear in their eyes wondered what it was. Sean looked at them with displeasure. Looking at Jenna, it was clear from the system window that she was also experiencing fear, which is why her characteristics were lowered by 30%. Having hit the heroine with his shield with all his might, the guy asked her if she had eaten enough porridge. Looking at the dissatisfied and angry Jenna, Sean replied that 2 goblins were on her and he would deal with the wolves himself. The protagonist looked at the newcomers out of the corner of his eye, realizing that he would be of no use to them. The wolves quickly attacked the guy. The mouth began to open wide. Opening his mouth wide, the hero quickly ran at the wolves, screaming loudly. The sword plunged into the wolf's mouth, passing through the beast's muzzle. Looking up with displeasure, Sean understood that the weapon was terrible and 1 blow was not enough. His hand began to spin. Swinging the weapon in different directions at the wolves, Sean looked into the distance, realizing that this would be enough for him. After a while, the sword killed the last wolf, cutting off its head. The looked away with anger. With quick movements, Sean put his shield in the mouth of the wolf, who wanted to attack the hero. Sean looked at the monster with displeasure, gritting his teeth. On the other side, a new wolf jumped on the hero, trying to attack. Filled with strength, Sean quickly ran at the wolf, swinging his weapon. With the help of a sword strike, blood began to flow all over the territory. The hero looked forward with displeasure, gritting his teeth. Looking into the distance, the hero asked about what was going on with the goblins. All the monsters had weapons. Approaching the goblins, the guy asked the girl in surprise how many times she shot them. The heroes looked tiredly at the monsters, realizing that they were all already dead. The heroes stood in a stream of power, seeing a system window above, which said that the floor was protected. Sean and Jenna began to leave, and the 3 heroes calmly followed them. The ground began to shake. Jenna asked in fear what was happening, to which Sean replied that they had captured the 2nd floor and were now going up to the 3rd. The hero watched the 3 players, realizing that the master would always rise. Looking into the distance, Sean began to think about what would happen next and whether they would immediately clear the 3rd floor. Exhaling, Sean noticed the system window, which showed that the master had left the game. Izel was pulling herself up, loudly shouting that she was very tired. Turning to the portal, Sean began to understand that they were passing 1 floor per day, and if time was 3 times faster here, then the master would return in 3 days. Putting the shield in the arsenal, the hero began to understand that his intelligence had decreased by 1, but strength had increased by 2 points. Character had increased by 4 and the pumping speed had also improved. This meant that Sean had become stronger. The hero, not noticing how the three guys were yelling at Jenna, thought that the master was in no hurry because they would have had problems if they constantly went straight up. Looking at the players, the guy realized that one-star heroes were ordinary people who had never been to war and had never fought. Remembering Carl, the hero understood why they were considered expendable. Starting to think about Monica and her battles, Sean realized that high-ranking heroes do not hesitate in battle, unlike one-star ones who panic. Looking at Jenna, the hero thought that Monica probably knew something. The heroine stood next to the guy, offering him to try to explain everything to the guys. Sean looked at Jenna with displeasure, asking her why waste time on this. The heroine looked at the guys, realizing that if they explained everything, the heroes could understand everything and then become their allies. The main character watched the trio, answering that they would soon die, so he would see how everything goes further. Looking at the guys, the hero understood that they were simply synthesizing, so he began to answer them not to freeze, since they would fight together. The guy's gaze was carefully looking at the girl. As he left, Sean answered Jenna that he was not going to waste his time on her. Toby grabbed the guy's clothes tightly. With quick movements, Sean turned over and punched the hero in the face. Looking down at Toby, the guy answered that they were hiding behind their backs while they fought. Looking out of the corner of his eye at Jenna, Sean asked the girl if she was happy now. The next day, the guys continued training. Starting to fight with the Scarecrow, Sean understood that after physical training, weapons training began. It was difficult to call it any special training, since the hero simply waved a wooden sword and Jenna shot a bow. The trio did not show up for training. They behaved as if they had found a way out of this place. Jenna confidently began to shoot a bow. The guy swung his sword with quick movements. Gritting his teeth, the hero began to look at his leg, which had an arrow in it. Frightened, Jenna ran up to the guy, asking if she was okay. The wound began to heal slowly, and the guy answered that this place was different from the real world, so everything was restored quickly. Continuing to fight, the hero shouted for everyone to start. Sean understood that pain was not a problem for him because it meant that he was still alive. Arrows began to quickly pierce the shield. The system window showed that the master was back in the game. Izel looked at all the guys, loudly shouting for them to gather in the square. Jenna looked ahead with confidence and began to warm up, answering that her hands were itchy after training. Sean was surprised that the girl was getting used to the new world so quickly. The three guys began to look at the fairy with displeasure, asking to return them home. The fairy began to slowly lose her temper. Quickly throwing the heroes up, Izel shouted at them that they were annoying her. Sean and Jenna stood aside, watching the fairy deal with the three guys. The beaten heroes stood quietly, listening to Izel shouting at them to go inside. The system window showed that the third floor had begun. New monsters were already ready for battle. Taking a stance, Sean confidently told the girl that their strength and skills had improved and now they should act like in training. A few seconds later, the guy quickly ran at the goblins, slowly killing everyone. Standing together with the girl and looking at each other, the hero replied that it was very boring. Jenna began to look at the three with displeasure, answering that they were just standing again. Looking up, Sean saw advice, which said to send the disobedient fighters for a new passage. Jenna looked at Sean, realizing that it was too early for them to relax. The heroes appeared on the first floor again. Looking around, Jenna realized that everything was not so bad. Looking at the monsters, the guys realized that they did not change. Jenna held a bow with a smile on her face and killed the last monsters. Looking up, Sean again saw that the master wanted to go through the first floor. The girl and the hero went through the floors one by one, killing all the monsters and receiving rewards for this. Barely standing on her feet, Jenna looked at the guy with displeasure, hoping that they would not be sent to fight again. After a while, the heroes came out of the rift. Jenna walked ahead with Sean, answering that she was tired of protecting them. Sean calmly walked forward, saying that the master did not want to mess with insects. In the middle, a building confidently stood. The doors opened, and the system window responded that the synthesis process had been launched. The three heroes looked at this with incomprehension, wondering what it was. Sean looked at the guys, seeing that the system window asked the master to drag the heroes to sacrifice some. Watching the players, Sean realized that they never took advantage of the chance. The map showed all the places of the game Pick Me, where the players were at different times of the day. Open gates appear in front of us. The protagonist, looking menacingly ahead, thinks that they had a chance, maybe even more than one. Imagining the game in his head, he continues to think that although most of the little things are not shown on the screen, the master still has a general understanding of what is happening in the game. He knows about the achievements of the heroes, sees who is fighting, who is just standing aside. Stretching out her hand, she said that now let them go to the synthesis room, to which Sean replied that everything is fine, nothing will happen to her. The man behind him, stretching out his hand, asked what will happen if they go there, to which Sean replied that he will get what he deserves. A second later, the man, opening his mouth wide, screamed that he was dragged here against his will. The protagonist, turning around, replied that no one cares about his opinion, and the fairy added that for the first time she agreed with his words. Looking at the frightened man, Sean continued to say that he thought he would always hide behind others' backs. He doesn't know how to fight, but it was enough to at least try. The fairy added that everyone was already tired of messing with them, so let him climb inside. Suddenly, the gate slammed shut. A system message appeared about the start of synthesis. The man, opening his mouth in fear, screamed to be let out. How can they do this? Suddenly, the room was covered in blue fire. After a while, the girl with red hair came out of there. The synthesis was complete. Looking ahead, she asked what happened, because that man just evaporated. The protagonist, looking at her, replied that they get rid of useless heroes here, now it's his turn. Looking at the guys behind him, he asked, interestingly, which of them will get to learn it. Then the fairy, stretching out her finger, shouted for them to go. The guy looked ahead in fear, turning pale. The protagonist stood in place, lowering his head. Then the guy, going inside, laughed and shouted that they were sending him home. That's right, he will finally return. To which Sean, lowering his head, replied that he can believe in what he wants. After a while, a system message appeared that the synthesis was complete and the player evaporated in a bright light. The protagonist also completed the synthesis. He increased his level and received the skill of cold-bloodedness. Then, passing by the guy, he said that he was lucky. The girl turned around and asked that if the master decided that he no longer needed the heroes, he would simply disappear into this room. The protagonist asked what she was surprised about. She herself had complained that she was already tired of them. Her body shook, and she asked what if she would also become unnecessary. Turning around, Sean answered that there was nothing to be done about it. With each floor the monster and hero that the master summoned would become stronger. They would either die in battle or during synthesis. The girl, lowering her head, answered that she understood, and apparently Sean knew about it from the very beginning. The protagonist, looking in her direction, answered that she should listen better to what her father told her. She silently looked away, and Sean continued to say that sticking with the right people was the best solution. We are transferred to the next day. The girl, lowering her head, screams that she is counting on him, to which the protagonist replies, "What's the point?" Lowering her hands, she replied that he had said that if she stuck with him, it would save her life, and so she wanted to make it clear that she would now be able to count on him. Sean looked at her with displeasure, answering that she should do as they say, then she can not worry about her life. Someone, clenching his fist, shouted to be allowed to join. The tall guy, looking ahead with fear, said in a trembling voice that he behaved very stupidly. He added so much trouble to them and understands that he was a coward, did nothing and left all the fighting to them. Now he wants to change. Hearing this, the protagonist asked with displeasure why he should trust him, to which his interlocutor, lowering his head, answered that he can kneel if he is forgiven, and the girl replied that, it seems, he realized his situation. The protagonist grabbed a stick, asked that he had ever fought monsters. At first he did not know how to do anything at all. After which he threw his comrade's wooden sword, and he replied that he fights so well. Sean said that he is just trying to survive. Looking at his subordinate, he added that he should take the spear. He was not sure, but he heard that for a beginner it was the easiest weapon to master. He would work with it. He just knew the strategy of medium and long-range combat. The girl smiled, folded her hands and said that she knew the close sword, medium spear, long bow. Now they would have all positions covered. Taking the sword in his hands, he replied that for 3 members without preparation this would be the best combination. Frowning, he continued to say that what was he waiting for, let him prepare for battle. The guy, looking ahead in fear, replied that first, shouldn't he be taught at least something? Sean flew up to his comrade at great speed, shouting that as if he could, he himself had never held a spear in his hands. He was learning on the go, so let him repeat after him. After that, he delivered a huge number of attacks, adding that at least he had a sparring partner. He only had a scarecrow. The guy clenched his teeth in fear. Then he closed his eyes and swung the spear. At that moment, Sean kicked him, telling him not to close his eyes in the middle of the fight. The guy winced in pain. He grabbed his stomach. Looking at him, the protagonist replied that he actually gave in. That's all he could do. The monster would have killed him long ago. The girl, standing behind, asked that this was his first time, didn't overdo it. Protagonist, to which Sean replied that he didn't care and didn't need ballast. He wouldn't waste time on someone who was incapable of anything. Approaching his sparring partner, he asked if he had a family, to which he replied that his little sister was waiting for him. Then the protagonist said that at least that was something. He had no one at all. He brought the wooden sword to the throat of his new ally. Looking at him menacingly, he told him to imagine what would happen to her if he never returned. The guy's face turned pale, and Sean continued to say that if he was going to die, then it would be better if he didn't go near the monsters. They would be torn apart. Synthesis is not so painful. Let him start what he can't handle. Hearing this, the guy clenched his teeth in displeasure. Watching this, Sean smiled. Looking at his friend, he added that he already liked this look. We are transferred to the house. 2 system messages appear that the protagonist has chosen to create an additional building of the arsenal. The forge, 500 crystals were spent on its creation. Looking around, Sean said that this is already better, now the forge is available to them. Looking ahead, he continued to speak. The fairy hears him, then let her come to him. Flying up, she answered discontentedly that who is he to give her orders, to which the protagonist replied that she should come up with something new. He was already tired of such answers. The fairy, angry, began to hit him with her fists, and the protagonist calmly replied that she was the one who formed the messages with answers. They looked like messages from the game forum. She could go online. Folding her arms discontentedly, the fairy replied that she could. She counts a little in her free time. Then Sean said that she had access to a forum with strategies. First the training center, then 10 weapons, then the forge. Hearing this, the fairy asked with displeasure how he knew this, to which the protagonist replied that why shouldn't he know. One of the most popular posts on the forum, written by Loki, his interlocutor asked that he even knew about it, and Sean said that of course he was also a player. The fairy, smiling, continued to say that now he is a low-ranking character on the lower floors, and Mr. Loki, the master of all masters, the god of this game, he would definitely be in first place if he received at least one 7-star hero. Smiling, the protagonist asked what she liked about him, to which the girl replied that he can make the impossible possible. Then she, stretching out her arms, flew away, saying that he is magnificent. Suddenly she stopped when Sean apologized to her. She asked in surprise what he was talking about. The protagonist, looking menacingly in front of him, answered that he is Loki. A list of building upgrades appears in front of us, after which the fairy flew away and screamed that this was some kind of stupid joke. Looking at her, Sean said that the account number was 46,631,913. Frowning, he continued to say that to prevent hacking, the game account number is known only to the owner and managers of the server. She can check or tell him another email. The fairy entered the account number and then replied that this was serious, this can't be. After which she lowered her head, and then her cheeks turned red, and she shouted for him to quickly give her an autograph. She will be the coolest in the fan club. After signing, Sean asked discontentedly what she was talking about, to which the girl replied that the fan club of Loki, the master of all masters, she will become a top-level member if she gets an autograph. The protagonist, looking menacingly ahead, answered that he had never heard of it. The fairy's body shook, and she, in a trembling voice, that she had really said so much to the real Loki. Signing, the protagonist said that okay, he was now a 1-star hero. Who cared? Suddenly, the fairy screamed for him to stop. What would happen to the settlement without him? To which Sean replied that he had no idea. We are transferred to the settlement. 30 floors of a huge fortress, capacity for 20,000 people. Most of the buildings there are upgraded to level 22. Huge pumping. But so what? He is the dungeon master now. The girl, frightened, looking ahead, asked what would happen to all the residents, to which the protagonist replied that she should disband the settlement if she was worried about them. Her face turned pale and she replied that she couldn't, to which the protagonist replied that he knew. She was just a mid-level moderator who handled all sorts of little things. He tilted his head and added that the master of this account was also a person from Earth, and the heroes who were summoned here were not AI at all. The fairy replied that they came from different worlds, but they were all real people. Introducing the creator, she added that he didn't know about it. He was just a player who liked to play. For him, the heroes were just consumables who could be exposed to any danger. Hearing this, Sean looked away with displeasure, asking that he would be able to return home if he climbed to the top. Yeah, I don't know. After which the protagonist, frowning, said that he would then ask another question. Who placed him here? The girl replied that she couldn't say that. While she was climbing, he folded his hands and asked what access and powers she had. The fairy said that she could give the master advice, open and close buildings, help in choosing something. Sean, imagining the settlement, asked that the cities of other masters looked the same. The fairy answered that there was some difference, but in general, yes. The protagonist frowned and imagined a huge number of islands, thinking that there were a million such worlds. An image of heroes appeared in his head, and he thought that the summoning, the system for creating an infinite number of heroes with thousands of different combinations of skills, turned out to be a lie. Quantum artificial intelligence was a deception. The heroes were not advanced machines, but real people. The roguelike system, endless content options, in fact, a million different worlds. Pressing a button on his phone, he thought that what was happening in the game was real. His thoughtless actions in the past doomed many people to death. After which the protagonist called the fairy with displeasure. Looking at her, he told her to listen to him if she wanted to climb up. We are transported to the mannequins. The girl swings her blade. Looking at her, Sean thinks that she is just a genius. She is growing at a speed that is inaccessible to other heroes of her level. For the first time she holds a dagger, but she got the hang of it so quickly. Looking at the tall guy who barely repels attacks, the protagonist thinks that with such success as his, he will die on the battlefield. Pointing a finger back, she said that she gave in. but it did not really help, to which the protagonist replied that she should not get cocky, they need to go. The girl asked what happened, is he really not going to train his number one assistant? Suddenly a fairy appeared, who loudly shouted in displeasure, how dare she address him like that, she is number one. The fairy continued to shout contentedly, but suddenly Sean grabbed her, answering that it is not time for her to work. Even in her hand, she shouted that in any case she is the first assistant. The protagonist, looking at her, thought that maybe he should not tell her about this. Then he went to the warehouse, asking the fairy to open it. They went inside. A message that Sean found iron, leather and boards in the warehouse. They went outside. The protagonist asked the fairy to open the forge, and the girl took the cart, asked what he was planning. Sean replied that he will not forever wield such a mediocre sword. Looking at the forge, he thought that from the conversation he understood that he is half a hero and half a master. Approaching the furnace, he continued to think about whether he would be able to enter areas accessible only to masters. A fairy flew up, asking what he would create, a leviathan or a brunak, to which the protagonist replied that in such a place. A system message appeared that there was no building upgrade, a penalty was imposed, there was no master blacksmith, and another penalty and no blueprint. The chance of success was terrible. Did he want to start creating? The fairy, looking at the furnace, asked what he wanted to create an item. Sean replied, something like that. A system message appeared that he needed to choose a difficulty level. The higher the possible reward. The protagonist replied that he needed extreme hell. Hearing this, the fairy jumped to the side, shouting that extreme hell, there are triple penalties, to which Sean calmly replied that she should just watch. Looking at the creation of the sword, he replied that this is a mini-game for masters. It is usually skipped, although the rewards are solid. A system message appeared that he has 3 minutes. The fairy shouted that she can't even understand the shape. The protagonist, stretching his hand forward, grabbed a small cube. Lowering his head, he said that it is not a problem for him. Then his friend's face shone, and she shouted that this is the legendary movement of 1,000 hands. Sean began to grab cubes at great speed. A system message appeared in front of him that he achieved absolute success and created a cunning longsword. The fairy beamed with happiness, looking at the protagonist's work. A system message appeared in front of him that the cunning longsword is durable, light and sharp. Mediocre materials are skillfully combined. The protagonist continued to rearrange the cubes at great speed. Artifacts and system messages appeared in front of him, which said that he created a balanced short bow, a sharp long spear, and a strong iron shield. Pulling it into his hands, he said that it was only C rank. The quality of the materials was telling, to which the fairy replied that he would not do it anymore. The protagonist said that it could attract attention, and he did not need the masters to guess anything. We are transported to the forest. The girl, looking menacingly ahead, releases an arrow at great speed. One accurate hit, and her enemy falls to the floor. We are on the 4th floor. On it is necessary to destroy all the enemies. The girl, smiling, looks at her new weapon, saying that the tension is much stronger. Such a bow will definitely not want to steal. Sean, looking menacingly ahead, answered that she should use the personal weapon function so that this does not happen. Several monsters appear in front of them, and the protagonist continues to say that the master is so strange, sent them to fight 3 of them, they need to deal with the harpies. The heroes lined up. The guy began to wave his spear to destroy the enemy. Sean, gritting his teeth, blocked the monster's attack. A system message appeared in front of him that his ally was experiencing fear, and all stats were reduced by 30%, after which he said that he was too chaotic. Then as his comrade swung the blade of the computer at the harpy. After a few seconds, the girl hit him in the face, shouting for him to pull himself together. The guy looked at the blood flowing from his nose in fear, and she shouted for him to understand what was at stake in his life. The protagonist, dashing forward at the monster, added that he should pull himself together, to which the guy, stretching out his spear, replied that he understood. All 3 of them attacked the monsters at the same time. A system message appeared in front of them that this floor was cleared. Their reward was 10,000 gold, iron ore and leather. The guy tried to catch his breath, looking down. Raising his eyes, he said that again he was just in the way. What will happen to him now? A system message appeared that he had been added to favorites. Raising his head, Sean said that he would live for now. The master had added him to his favorites. Hearing this, the guy opened his mouth wide and, clenching his fists, shouted that he had done it. Bending over, she looked at the protagonist, saying that first his first subordinate had succeeded, now the second one had succeeded, to which Sean replied that he had no subordinates. After which he headed to the warehouse. Looking down, he thought that his first subordinate would most likely be his old girlfriend. Several cards were in his head, and he thought that a group of 5 people, 6-star heroes of the 99th level, each with their own divine and other powerful skills, maybe he could still meet them. Remembering his city, he continued to think that this is an AFK game. The Vice Master will cope with the management quite well, especially since she is insured, They are both so smart that even he sometimes wonders if this is really AI. A tower appeared in his head, and he continued to think that now he realized that these were real people. We are transferred to the tower. The girl, looking at her friend, asks if she is really leaving, answers something that now every minute is important. The girl in white clothes answers that she cannot help in any way, and leaves the research to her. After a few seconds of silence, looking at her leaving friend, she adds that she hopes that she will be able to find the master. A system message appeared in front of the house that his living area was upgraded to level 2, and the limit of heroes of the settlement increased. A new interior appeared inside, and a system message appeared that the dining room of the living area was completed. The heroes will be able to receive higher quality dishes. We are transferred to the training ground. The system message informs that the training area has been upgraded to the 2nd level. The effectiveness of training has been increased. Then we appear near a small building. The message says that 3 structures of the arsenal, a forge, a carpenter's workshop, and a metalworking workshop have formed a common building, an equipment workshop. The territory of the settlement began to increase to the 2nd level. The girl watched this in surprise. Opening her mouth, she asked what was happening, and the guy added that this master is really a great wizard. How is this even possible? The protagonist, looking around, replied that he simply invested money. It seems he liked the game. Looking at the new structure, he thought that the lively behavior of the heroes and the realism of the battles, he thinks it's all about the feeling that the characters are real people, not pictures, but in fact, they are real people, after which he said that the higher they climb, the better the conditions will be. Looking towards the ferry, he added that the user plays at a strictly defined time, apparently an office worker. It seems that he not only explores the game but also donates. His girlfriend replied that they were lucky that it was not some poor student. He had enough money to buy a set for 65,000 won. Smiling, Sean lowered his head, thinking that, unlike other games, this does not reward the player with crystals for winning quests at all, and other ways to earn them in the game are few and far between, after which he said that it was a great luck to meet a player who is willing to shell out real money. Then he looked up in fear. A system message appeared that the master was summoning 10 new heroes. The portal lit up. The guy turned around and asked if this was really a summoning, to which the protagonist replied that the renovation was finished. It was time to celebrate the housewarming. Sean imagined the cards in his head, thinking about the fact that there are 2 ways to summon: summoning for in-game gold and advanced summoning for crystals. Naturally, the second method is much more effective. You have to somehow force players to shell out real money. A crowd of surprised people appeared in front of the gate. The old man looked around and asked what was going on. He was home a second ago. The protagonist listened to the disgruntled conversations in his eyes. Suddenly, he pointed his sword at the old man, and he asked in fear who they were. Sean, looking menacingly ahead, told them to shut up. No one would explain anything now. First they needed to survive. Whoever remained, they would explain. The fairy, stretching her hand out to the side, shouted for them to pay attention to her. Are there any carpenters here? If so, let them go there. Looking at the frightened crowd, she added that they needed a blacksmith or another metalworker. What about cooks? People continued to be indignant. The girl, watching this, asked what she was doing, to which the protagonist, closing his eyes, replied that she was distributing roles. They had new vacancies. The fairy, stretching her finger to the side, continued to tell something to the people, and the protagonist, looking at her, replied that if the people who had died earlier were called now, their fate would have been different. This settlement is starting to change. A pumped-up city appears in front of us. Looking at the people, a system message appeared that creating a group, you need to drag the necessary heroes into free slots, after which Sean said that they should give it their all. Since they have few stars, useless people will not get even a raw potato. Looking at them, he continued to say that the master will decide who is useful. 1 stars will go to the dungeon. Will not be able to adapt and die. Most likely, it will be this one. The fairy, pointing her hand towards the portal, told them to go in faster. The portal began to open. A system message appeared that someone could not return. His fighting spirit will be remembered until the end of time. The protagonist, looking menacingly ahead, said that it happened incredibly quickly, to which the girl replied that it would not be better to tell more details. Sean said that it was pointless to waste time on those who could not survive even on the 1st floor. Looking into the portal, he continued to say that 2 had already died and 2 had survived. People, looking fearfully ahead, crowded around the guy. One of them said that he could not fight monsters, he would not cope. Suddenly, the protagonist's comrade came forward. He, looking menacingly ahead, shouted that he would go with them, to which the fairy resolutely replied that he should not interfere where he was not wanted. The girl, smiling, asked that he had always been like this, to which the protagonist replied that he should join. His skills were not far from the beginners. Let him help. Then he looked menacingly at the guy. Closing his eyes, he added that he was glad that he wanted to help, but he should not interfere with them gaining experience. The girl, opening her mouth, raised her hands, saying that she wanted to go home and eat normally. All this time they were fed only potatoes. Looking at her, the protagonist thought that she had completely lost her fear. Raising his head, he added that the sky was incredibly bright, as if someone was watching them. Looking at the girl, he continued to say that it was just like a god who sees and hears everything. Smiling, Sean added that she should not worry, he hardly cares about every word they said. Imagining the screen in his head, he thought that no one heard their words. Everything that happened here was heavily filtered and sent in short messages. After a while, the guy returned with other newcomers. The protagonist, looking at him, said that no one died. How many goblins did he kill? He answered, 1. Sean, stepping aside, said that it was time for them to return. They would finally be able to eat something new. We are transferred to the dining room. Looking around, the protagonist says that everything looks much better. Since there is a dining room now, the food will become more varied. If the master sees the benefit from them, then probably yes. The girl jumped, her cheeks turned red, and she shouted that this is excellent. She wants the best lamb steak, and the guy, coming closer, added that he would agree to turkey too. Sean, looking at them, asked why they were even listening to him. A plate of potatoes appeared in front of them. The old man, looking around in fear, shouted that there are a lot of spices in the kitchen, but because of the ingredients, only potatoes. Sean, frowning, thought about what the same man said, that he was a cook. Looking at the frightened man, he saw his characteristics. Moving away with displeasure, he continued to think that he didn't even have the skill to cook, maybe someone else did. He looked at the girl, asked her name, added that she was now their new cook. The girl looked down in fear, and the man, hearing this, desperately shouted that he would try to cook something else. The protagonist, looking at him, replied that he quickly adapts, but it would be better if he didn't lie, if he understood that he would be easily exposed. Looking at the puzzled man, he continued to say that he would close his eyes to this, but only this time. After a while, the table was filled with a variety of food. The girl, having tried the dish, said that it was incredibly delicious. She didn't know that so many things could be made from potatoes, replied that there were many different spices in the kitchen. Sean speared the potatoes with a fork and told them to eat and listen. He would not repeat himself. He closed his eyes and added that the newcomers should be told the same thing, because their lives depended on it. We are being transported to the evening. The people looked ahead in surprise, asking if this was all true, to which the girl replied that she had never fought before coming here, so they should not worry, they could handle it too. The fat man, looking menacingly ahead, asked what about them, replied that they had become a cook, they had the opportunity to help them in another way. The man looked around in fear and said that he could also be a carpenter, to which the protagonist replied that if he lied again, he would be the first candidate for synthesis. He would definitely be perfect for this. Looking at everyone at the table, he continued to say that the professions in the settlement were much safer, but they should not relax. The amount of space was limited. If a character with better skills than theirs appeared, they would be removed from their position and sent into battle. The protagonist imagined the settlement in his head. They moved to the next day. The quiet life is over. Going outside, Sean menacingly asks that only 3. He looked at the guys standing in front of him. The girl said that it seems that the rest were scared and looking for a place to hide, to which the protagonist replied that he was just tired of the usual sparring. You need to try something new. He began to fight with newcomers, winning without any problems, thinking that their difference in 7 minutes 8 points of characteristics is like between a child and an adult on Earth. Such a sharp increase in strength would be simply impossible. Looking at the girl who fired an arrow with great speed, he thought that the basics of archery had already reached the 5th level, mastery of a dagger, the 2nd. Sean looked at his comrade, who pulled out a spear forward, thinking that mastery of a spear is also the 2nd level, but does not grow further. He trains more than anyone, but does not receive any points. Looking at his new charges, he thought that these 3 had mastered the 1st level of ball control. Their development was very similar, maybe it was because of their age, but they were still better than those who were hiding at home. After a while, the master called 10 more heroes. This time his comrade and the others managed everything without him. The girl, smiling, looked ahead, saying that there were more and more of them. Sean replied that it would continue like this, thinking about the fact that only 1 person died during the selection. Turning around, she asked why the master didn't take them to the 5th floor. A lot of time had passed since the last cleanup. Sean, looking menacingly ahead for a few seconds, thought that because he was not a fool, the 5th floor would have a sharp jump in difficulty, after which he replied that he had not yet decided who to add to the group. Let's imagine a tower in his head. He continued to think that every 5th floor the difficulty increases sharply, something like a boss level. In such places even he cannot be sure that he will survive. Imagine a storm over the city. He thought that despite the selection, training, and so on, many will die, and how much the difficulty will increase. His girlfriend does not know better. Cards of combat heroes appeared in front of us. They all had 1 star. Then cards of support heroes. We are transferred to the 4th floor. The heroes lined up in formation. Looking at them, the protagonist says that now they are just shields. There is no need to rush in to attack themselves. For this they have a spear and a bow behind their backs. Then with shouts they rushed into battle. The guy blocked the attack of the harpy. Someone shouted that weaklings have their own path to victory. Then another knight was able to parry the attack of the monster. A shout, for this they need teamwork. The spearman began to go around the side. He made a quick lunge, hitting his opponent. Someone shouted that instead of personal dominance, they should use a combination of everyone's strength. Looking at them, Sean thought that he was not going to participate in the fight. He could clear this floor alone, but then they would not gain experience in teamwork. A system message appeared that this was already the beginning, and they received a reward of 2,000 gold, iron ore, and leather. The guys shook hands with a smile on their faces. Looking at them, the protagonist thought that he did not know what they would have to do on the 5th floor, and among all the options, there was a task that he could not complete alone. The guy hugged his comrades, smiling, asking what they thought about it. The girl, looking at them, said that they tried well, to which the protagonist replied that he agreed. We are transferred to the armory. The master began to log into the game less often. From the second pack of 10 heroes he pulled out a blacksmith, a tanner, and a carpenter. They began to work hard in the workshop to create equipment, mainly swords and shields of rank E. They were given to beginners, which significantly increased survivability, and the main group received high-ranking equipment. Looking at the player's map, Sean thought that 3 useless heroes were sent for synthesis. They never came to training and said that they would run away at the first opportunity. Among them was a man who lied about his ability to cook. We are transferred to a few days later. The guy looks at the shield in surprise, saying that today they again need to go to the 4th floor. He wants to go further. The protagonist, looking menacingly in front of him, asked that today they will not go up to the 5th floor. The fairy answered that most likely, and the girl asked that they really are going up. He stepped forward, saying that this would not be a regular floor clearing. For now they should not tense up, but also not relax in vain. The guy, looking at him, shouted that he understood. A strong flash of light appears in front of us. We are transferred to a destroyed building. Devastation is everywhere. 5 heroes are teleported to an abandoned street. The spearman, looking around, says that monsters are not visible, to which the protagonist replies that they need to line up. First they need to get to the city center. Looking ahead, he thinks that there are no people or monsters. This is definitely not a clearing. Suddenly, the spearman screamed loudly, shouting for Sean to look there. A skeleton appeared in front of them, lying on the ground. Turning around, he added that this is an absolutely empty city. The girl, passing by, said that she sees only traces of dried blood. This place is not at all like the previous one, to which the protagonist replied that there were flowers before. Looking at the tower, he continued to say that they need to climb up there. The girl quickly got up and looked around. Sean asked if she saw anything. She replied that there was a city in front of her. The girl suddenly froze, and then said that she wanted to believe that she imagined it. The spearman, raising his eyes, shouted that she saw. The girl silently looked ahead for a few seconds and then asked that everything was really like this, after which she lowered her gaze, shouting that she saw a huge horde of goblins outside the city, and they were heading their way. Sean menacingly asked how many of them there were. Looking at the approaching threat, she added that there were thousands of them. A system message appeared that they needed to survive and outlive the attack of the horde. The spearman, looking up in fear, asked that she was serious. The girl replied that he thought she was joking about such a thing. The protagonist told them to calm down. The spearman, clenching his fists, shouted what went wrong, to which Sean replied that he shouldn't be scared. This wasn't a floor capture, but a survival mission. They needed to hold out for a while. The guy, approaching Sean, asked if they could just hide, to which the protagonist replied that they couldn't go into buildings, they needed to get out of here. They ran as fast as they could. The spearman shouted how long they needed to hold out, to which Sean replied, 10 minutes after encountering enemies. Frowning, he thought that they were unlucky. Judging by the pattern of the previous floors, the chance of such a mission appearing on the 5th floor was about 9%, after which he shouted for them to run away from the main streets and go into the alleys. And then he continued to reflect that due to the lack of opportunities, players complained that heroes were simply destroyed in low cities. The guy turned around and asked if there was no better place, because Sean replied that they would break through everywhere anyway, and they did not have time to look for another place. Having taken up a circular defense, he added that they needed to stay here. He continued to say that the passages here were small, they would be able to break through in a wide line, so even if there were 10,000 of them, the guy shouted that it was fine, they would try. Then Sean, looking at his team, gave them the task of guarding the passages, after which he said that they would fight in turns, let them use every minute of rest wisely. Frowning, he looked at the girl, telling her to stay in the center and save arrows, let her kill only on his command. The guy looked menacingly in front of him. The protagonist shouted that they needed to build barricades before the goblins arrived. Let them remember, if they break through from even one side, they would all be finished. Sean, looking menacingly ahead, thought that 30 minutes, he is not sure if it is game time or real time, the countdown will start at the first contact with goblins. Suddenly, the protagonist saw a small goblin in the passage, after which it turned around and stared ahead with a smile. The timer began to count down. Sean, looking menacingly ahead, shouted that they did not even have time to make a barricade. He cut the goblins' bodies. Several more attacked after him. The protagonist shouted that they were approaching. He opened his mouth wide, adding that they were changing the plan. The barricades would be made of their corpses. Having destroyed his enemy, more and more goblins began to appear in the passage. The girl, watching this, shouted that she was shooting on command. Sean, looking menacingly ahead, thought that the tactics were simple, block and strike, after which he shouted that they were stupid, let them act according to their name. The goblins, their mouths wide open, continued to press en masse. The spearman, turning around, shouted that they would really only last 10 minutes. Sean, lowering his head, replied that he had ever lied to them. The crowd of goblins continued to crawl out of all the cracks, looking at them. The protagonist thought that they would never die here. The sun began to rise. The goblin opened his mouth wide. At that moment, someone plunged a blade into his neck. The protagonist, looking menacingly ahead, shouted for his subordinates to change. The guy, sighing heavily, replied that he still could, to which Sean discontentedly shouted for him to shut up and comply. Looking menacingly ahead, he thought that he did not have enough stamina. Looking at the tired soldier, he continued to think that it was not only the level, the technique was also weak. He was overexcited and spent too much energy. One blow was enough. Pulling his sword forward, Sean thought that one blow, one monster, is the most effective method. Strike, block and strike again, after which he shouted that these monsters are as weak as the ones they killed on the first floor. Looking at the crowd, he thought that there were a lot of them. Someone shouted if they were afraid of anything at all, just running into battle, spitting on everything. Turning around, the protagonist shouted for his subordinates to change. The guy, menacingly looking ahead, shouted that he understood, and Sean, watching them, thought that this was the weakest point. Looking at the girl, he told her to take another position and let her try to take the arrows they use. Turning around, she released an arrow, shouting that she was tired of waiting to kill the goblins who would break through the defense. She hit one right in the eye. The spearman, swinging his arm to strike, shouted that Sean had said they needed to hold out for 10 minutes. The protagonist, looking menacingly ahead, replied that only 5 had passed. One of the goblins, opening his mouth wide, jumped forward, but something pushed him back with all his might. The girl, hitting him with her knee, shouted for them to stop climbing towards them. Suddenly, the guy opened his mouth wide and screamed in pain. A system message appeared that one of the squad members was bleeding. He would gradually lose health. Seeing this, Sean, frowning in displeasure, shouted for him to be replaced, for him to forget about him and take a position, for him to stop the goblins. The guy wanted to object, but Sean, turning around menacingly, shouted at him to stop wailing. He would be restored when he returned. The soldier was sitting on the floor. His body was shaking. A system message appeared that he was experiencing fear. All characteristics were reduced by 30%. The protagonist chopped the goblin with all his might, after which he kicked one of them. He shouted at the iron-wounded soldier to pull himself together, and either he wanted everyone here to die, to which he apologized. After which Sean asked the girl to stop his bleeding. She, having lowered herself, began to tie bandages, and the protagonist shouted that if he did not start fighting, his friend would be killed. Suddenly, one of the goblins was able to attack Sean from behind, but, turning around, he managed to react and kill him. Having pushed one of them on the head with his foot, he shouted for them to get out of here. The goblins continued to attack in a huge crowd. The guy opened his mouth, shouting that his sword was dull. His comrade, gritting his teeth, stood up, grabbed the sword, saying that he could fight. The guy, looking at his flooded sword, was confused, to which Sean shouted that he should live and fix it. Cutting through the monsters, he thought that this was expected. They were better than F rank, but it was still a simple iron sword, after which he shouted that goblins can be killed with both a sword and without a blade. Hitting one of them on the head with his shield with all his might, he added that if the sword is no longer there, let them use shields. He then turned to the spearman, shouting for him to switch, to which he turned around and replied that he still could. The girl, cutting through the monsters, replied that he should rest while he could and not be stubborn. Sean, frowning, shouted that there were 3 minutes left, to hold out for only 3 minutes, after which he thought about why half an hour lasted so long. Then the protagonist ordered the spearman to step forward. The girl looked ahead in fear, and he replied that she should not worry, 10 seconds was enough. After which he ordered them to switch. Looking towards the girl, he added that she should help them with arrows. Then he looked at her quiver, seeing 4 arrows. Frowning, he thought that there were very few left, and then shouted that she could not save, and anyway it was the end if they broke through. Pulling the bowstring, the girl replied that she understood everything. She shot 2 arrows at one goblin. Suddenly, one of them opened his eyes wide. He grabbed a stick, breaking through the defense. The soldier, sitting on the ground, was barely breathing. Suddenly, one of the goblins was able to break through and stab him in the stomach. Blood gushed from his mouth. The girl shot the goblin. Then she looked at the wounded soldier. He was lying on the floor, bleeding. A system message appeared that he was on the verge of death. His life was in danger. Seeing this, Sean went crazy and rushed to attack. Looking at her wounded ally, Jenna was scared and did not understand what to do and perhaps get him, but it was better not to do this. The boy fighting on the front lines, covering himself with his shield, asked Hyde if he could replace him for at least half a minute. At this time, a ferocious monster was heading towards him. He struck his weapon, which passed right next to the protagonist. Having deftly closed his hand with the body, he managed to block the enemy's weapon. After that, Sean suddenly rushed into the attack, destroying the monsters in front. Approaching the soldier, the boy shouted at him to go to the left flank, and he himself was going to figure it out here, and he began to doubt and ask about Hyde, while he explained that he was resting and they needed to go. At that moment, a system notification window appeared, notifying that the wounded boy had returned to the arms of the Lord and his fighting spirit would be remembered until the end of time, and the warrior, turning his head to the side, agreed. Destroying the monsters that surged again, the protagonist told Jenna that their allies could no longer be helped. They needed to forget about them, because without her they would not survive. And she, gritting her teeth, agreed with this. Sean fought off the monsters with his shield. While fighting her enemies, the girl asked the leader how many were left, while the system notification window announced that her basic dagger skill had been raised to level 3 and she had gained the fast movement skill. Making a sign with his blade, the boy advised her to spend all her best strength on the goblins if she could still ask about time. Immediately after that, the system notification window announced that the battle at the limits of strength had awakened the hero's soul and his sword and shield technique skill had been raised to level 5. Pain threshold had been raised to level 2, and cold-bloodedness had been raised to level 3, while the protagonist, who was fighting off a monster with his shield, did not understand why he needed it if they were all going to die there anyway. Suddenly, the warrior was wounded and screamed loudly in pain, while the system announced that he was bleeding out and would gradually lose health. Covering himself with a trembling hand from a crowd of crazy goblins, he asked Sean to save him, because he did not want to die. With tears in his eyes and a huge fear inside, the adventurer shouted the boy's name once more. Hearing it, the boy gritted his teeth in displeasure and looked away. At the same time, the goblins began to advance on the defenseless boy, who continued to beg for help. Ignoring this, the protagonist headed in the other direction and told Jenna and Nate to follow him, while the frightened girl remembered her allies, and he declared that he would grieve for them when he got out of there. As the boys ran through an alley in a dilapidated city, the system notification window announced that their friend had returned to the arms of God, and his fighting spirit would be remembered until the end of time. Stopping in place and looking straight ahead, Jenna asked if they were going to die too, and her leader asked her not to talk nonsense. Sharply looking to the side, the protagonist told the girl to climb the wall behind her. Looking in that direction, she asked if he really wanted her to run away herself, and Sean explained that they would go right after her. Seeing the angry goblins approaching them, he informed her of this and explained that they would have to kill several at once. Swinging his blade, the boy added that one freak per blow was not enough. Immediately after that, the protagonist struck his sword directly at several opponents at once. A moment later, Jenna, who had climbed the wall, shouted to him that she was already at the top and asked them to climb. Hearing this, Sean immediately jumped up and grabbed onto the roof of the building, telling his subordinate to climb up, while the girl asked him to grab her hand. Looking in their direction, Nate immediately agreed, after which he firmly grabbed his ally's hand. Suddenly, the warrior let out a loud cry of pain from a goblin who had plunged his sword into his leg. Jumping down and destroying the enemy, the boy asked Jenna not to let go. Then he abruptly looked away. Swinging his blade, the protagonist stated that there was no time and that he would have to chop off the leg. A moment later, his ally felt a sharp pain and screamed loudly, while the system notification window notified that he was bleeding and would gradually lose health. Helping his girlfriend, Sean asked her to lift him up. The system notification window stated that he was on the verge of death and his life was in danger. Looking down, the guys noticed enraged monsters there and said that they were climbing over the heads of others, which was very clever and quite simple. With great fear on his face, looking down, the boy screamed that he needed to kill Nate with a spear, and Jenna immediately obeyed him. While fighting off the oncoming crowd of goblins, the protagonist added that they couldn't let him get up because they had nowhere else to run. Suddenly dropping the spear from her hands, the girl announced this and asked what to do next, and Sean suggested kicking them with his feet. Looking at the monster's hands that were reaching straight towards them, she asked how much time was left and stated that there were too many of them and they wouldn't last any longer. Immediately after that, the boy loudly shouted that there were only about 30 seconds left, and his ally noted that it was as if an hour had passed, while he added that he was serious and there wasn't much time left. While fighting off the enraged goblins with his blade, the protagonist thought that this was true and that he just needed to hold out until the system notification window showed a timer showing the remaining time. Suddenly, some monster sharply pointed its hand forward. Grabbing the protagonist's shield, he abruptly pulled it down. Without a second's hesitation, Sean prepared to strike with his sword. At the same time, one of the opponents stabbed him in the stomach with his blade. The goblin looked straight ahead with a sly and smug grin. Seeing this, the boy gritted his teeth in displeasure. Holding his sword with a trembling hand, he called the goblin a bastard. At the same time, the monster pulled its knife out of his body, causing massive damage. Experiencing great pain, the protagonist could not hold back a scream. Barely keeping himself on his feet, Sean received a system notification that he was bleeding out and would gradually lose health. At this time, Jenna was also getting injured, and the system notification window notified that she was bleeding out and would gradually lose health. Surrounded by the furious goblin's gaze, the boy, kneeling, thought that this was the end. He lowered his head, thinking that he would die here, on the 5th floor, on such a shallow one, and it was simply pointless. Plunging into the abyss of his fears, the protagonist did not understand why he had to go through all this torment at all, and he would not have to face such a thing on Earth. The only question that remained in his head was the misunderstanding of why him. Suddenly awakening his furious gaze, the protagonist asked the question again, why? Destroying the goblin with his sword, Sean called them all fucking freaks. Activating the Berserker mode, he asked that they really wanted to kill him, and this was only the 5th floor. With his blackened eye with a red pupil, he looked straight at the monsters heading towards him and, moving the blade to the side, said that there was no reason. At this time, the maddened goblin rushed to attack. Using his blade, Sean managed to defeat all the enemies who attacked him, and he declared that he would not die in such a place. A moment later, severed limbs of goblins were scattered around the area. With a maddened look, looking straight ahead, he asked them to attack, while the system notification was placed that the Berserker skill was awakened. While the monsters looked at their opponent in fear, Jenna thought that it was difficult to even breathe. Watching everything that was happening, she noticed that every fiber of her body was screaming in pain. A moment later, the protagonist inhaled air into his mouth. Then, with great bloodlust, he asked that if they wanted to kill him, then they should try. Swinging his blade, he destroyed a goblin and declared that he would not lose. Then Sean destroyed several more of his opponents. Rushing across the battlefield, the boy killed every monster he met. At some point, his blade split into several pieces. Seeing this, the goblins rejoiced, and the protagonist thought that even if he had to fight with his bare hands. After which he abruptly pushed off the ground. Heading forward with a look full of determination, he added that he would never stop. Sean, looking furious, rushed straight at the crowd of opponents. At that moment, the timer stopped at 0. Immediately after that, all the goblins in front of the boy began to change color. He watched what was happening with a dumbfounded look. A huge crowd of monsters froze right in front of him. Jenna and the protagonist watched what was happening in surprise. At this time, Nate, lying nearby on the roof, was still alive. A moment later, a system notification window appeared, which notified that the floor was cleared and the guys increased their levels, and Sean became the most valuable, and as a reward they were given 5,000 gold, iron ore, leather, and boards. Then the system transferred them to another place and congratulated them on clearing the 5th floor, notifying them that daily dungeons were now available to them, and told them to collect materials, improve their settlement and heroes. Also, along with the guys, their remaining weapons were transferred to this room. After everything that happened, the girl fell to the ground in surprise, and the boy stood silently in place, trying to comprehend everything he heard. He did not move at all and continued to breathe heavily. Among those who passed the 5th floor with them was also the wounded Nate. Without saying anything out loud, Jenna looked at him in surprise. After which, with a smile on her face, the girl suddenly burst into tears and began to laugh. At this time, the protagonist continued to stand in place and did not understand what had just happened. Suddenly, he was distracted by Jenna, sitting on the floor, who asked if he would give her his hand, because she did not have the strength to get up. Extending his hand to help, Sean heard the question that they really survived, and confirmed it. Helping his ally up, he explained that this was a waiting room and the floor was cleared, while she was interested in what would happen now on every floor, and he explained that this was just a special case. Picking up his broken blade from the floor, the boy explained that on such missions, the survival of the entire group depends on the actions of each participant, and if their other friends were a little stronger, then everything could have turned out differently. Approaching Jenna, the protagonist concluded that for a well-coordinated group, such missions are usually not a problem, it just fell to them at the worst possible moment, and she understood him. After which she sadly lowered her head. Then the guys left the waiting room, and a boy ran up to them, saying that they did a great job. With a smile on his face, he declared that Chloe had already prepared food for them, and asked where the others were, assuming that they were still inside, and Sean answered that they were dead. Hearing this, he asked again, and the boy repeated once again that they were all dead. After hearing this, he fell into a stupor. As they walked further, the boys heard an unknown voice that said that the master was gathering heroes and that everyone whose names were called should come. Arriving in his room, Sean was immediately taken to his bed. Burying his face right into the pillow, he thought that he didn't really care about the death of others because on the first line, conquering the Tower of Death quickly becomes commonplace, and remembered that he seemed to have received the Berserker skill. Immersing himself in all his thoughts, he reasoned that cold-bloodedness and Berserker are incompatible, and this is definitely some kind of bug. Imagining their use at the same time, the boy thought that cold-bloodedness helps to remain calm in any situation, and Berserker is the complete opposite and exchanges sanity for increased combat power, so this may be due to the fact that he is half hero, half master. Continuing to lie on his bed, the protagonist noted that there is still so much to learn, but not today. Closing his eyes, he said that from today there will be even more work. While it was night outside, Sean declared that for now it is necessary to at least rest a little. Immediately after the story cools down, they are transferred to the training ground. There, Jenna was training hard, using her blade. Approaching her, the boy noticed that she usually sleeps until lunch and asked why today so early, and she explained that it is all because she wants to live. Looking at the girl skillfully wielding a knife, the protagonist thought that yesterday she received a new skill and is so talented and hardworking. Remembering Nate, he also noticed that he is not rewarded at all even for hard work. Standing on his hands, Sean thought that his current ceiling is skill level 5, and usually 3-star heroes grow at such a speed, while the system notification window notified that his level is 9 and showed his characteristics. Still in the same position, the boy was thinking that he had almost reached the maximum level of 10 and would soon need to increase to 2 stars. At that moment, he asked Jenna, who was pawing at his torso, what she was doing, and she was noting that it looked really cool while he asked her to take her hands off. Having gotten hit on the head, the girl with a displeased look noted that his muscles weren't even tired yet, and Sean, putting on a t-shirt, said the opposite, thinking that she was surprising him more and more with each passing minute. While he was thinking that he couldn't believe that she had already recovered from yesterday, Jenna, holding her head, said that Nate never came, and the boy explained that let it be so because he needed to be alone for a while because he was closer to those two than they were. Lost in thought, the girl noted that he usually came to train earlier than everyone else, and the protagonist standing in front of him said that the same thing applies to Tom, and they worked especially hard. Suddenly looking to the side, he said that compared to them, those guys are heroes. Looking at the other guys who were training on the site, Sean added that they just pretended to be busy with something so as not to go to the synthesis and ran to training only when the master was there. Watching them with a dissatisfied look, the boy noted that their friends had potential, but they would have been useful, but there was not enough time to reveal themselves, so it would be better if one of them died on the 5th floor, and Jenna standing next to them suggested just going back to training. Suddenly, they were interrupted by an unknown voice that apologized for being late. Seeing Nate upset, the protagonist asked him what was wrong and why he had such an expression on his face. He explained that if he had become a little stronger, then this would not have happened to those two. Looking at him with an emotionless look, Sean declared that they died because they themselves were weak, no more and no less. Looking around the base camp from the side, the boy thought that a month had passed since he got to this place, and in the real world it was about 10 days. Looking at the smartphone screen, he reasoned that during this time he figured out how often Enoch logs into the game, and the difference between game time and real time is 3 times, so here he logs in the morning, afternoon, and night. Imagining the view of the game from the phone, the protagonist thought that in battle the game time coincides with the real time, otherwise the survival mission would last not half an hour, but an hour and a half, and then they would definitely die. At the same time, Izzle, with a wide smile on her face, declared that they should follow Sean's example, because he was such a good guy and cleared the 5th floor, had such incompetence in the group, declaring that he was definitely the master of all masters. Hearing this, Jenna whispered to her friend a question about what he did and why she was acting so strangely, and he explained that it was a company secret. While the enraged fairy scolded the others, calling them incompetents who still dared to laze around while she was working so hard, and said that they would not get away with it. And the boy leaving from there said that it would be better to leave them alone, because they would still come where they needed to go if they were called. Immediately after this, the system notification window announced that Group 4 had been created, which included Sean, Jenna, Lewis, Jeffrey, and Owen, and the protagonist listened to all this with an emotionless look while the others were stunned. Suddenly, an unknown voice stated that the mentioned heroes needed to go through the rift of time and space right now, and a surprised Jenna asked that the two of them were with the other heroes and they didn't even know them. Being in the rift of time and space with the other members of the group, the boy told his ally not to worry because this time everything would be much easier. Right in front of them, a portal appeared that the dungeon that opens every day is called Daily Dungeons, and they need to collect various materials, and this time it will be the Kendert Forest with a duration of 11 hours. Reading this information, the protagonist thought that they became available, and the man standing next to him asked that he would fight with them. Looking at him, Sean asked his name. He said that his name was Owen, and noted that they would hardly be able to help in any way. While the portal was activating, he explained that there was no need to worry and they would not have to fight. Immediately after that, a beam of blue light appeared in the middle of the forest. Finding themselves in the middle of a new location, the guys heard the system notifications, which said that Group 4 entered the lower-ranked Kendert Forest, which is a daily dungeon, and there they will collect materials and return after the time has passed, and also received advice that dungeons change depending on the day of the week, and therefore it is necessary to check in advance where to send your heroes. Carefully looking around, Jenna asked where the enemies were and whether these were special tasks again. Coming closer to her, Sean grabbed her cheek. She did not understand what he was doing, and did not see anything funny until he called her funny. Immediately after that, the boy picked up a stone from the ground and explained that this was a daily dungeon and you need to collect materials in it. He then threw it into a nearby portal, and the man who saw it asked what it was, while he explained that it was a trash can and it was better to think of it as a storage. When suddenly the system notification window notified that he had collected trash and gave advice that it was not needed by the settlement, so it was better not to collect it. Breaking off a branch from a tree, the protagonist explained that it was better to throw collected materials there, like these branches. Putting the collected branch in the storage, he added that it would absorb them and create new items. The system notification window notified that 100 branches needed to be collected for them to turn into a log, which required a carpenter's bench. Owen looked at him in fear, asking if that was all, and his ally asked if they really didn't even have to fight, while Sean concluded that it didn't concern her and suggested that they go hunting. Following him, the girl noted that 5 did not let her rest and asked what they would hunt: boars, deer, rabbits, and was also happy that they would finally eat meat. After some time, the guys came across a deer standing in the middle of a clearing. Seeing it, Jenna began to drool with joy, and she said that she found it and asked the cutlet not to move from the spot. Immediately after that, the girl shot. Her arrow hit the animal right in the neck. Approaching the carcass of her prey, the archer noted that it looked appetizing, and the boy standing behind asked if she knew how to cut up, while she explained that of course she did, because she had watched her father do it for years. Getting down to business, Jenna explained that first you need to drain all the blood, then open the belly and pull out the entrails, while the protagonist silently watched everything that was happening. As Sean began to leave, he told her to throw everything into the rift when they were done and not to leave anything here, and she asked where he was going. While he noted that he needed to do something instead of asking questions, and he was also tired of eating only potatoes. Immediately after that, the boy headed to another part of the forest to a huge waterfall. Looking at the timer, he thought that there was only half an hour left, and they would automatically return to his settlements when the timer ran out. Looking ahead, the protagonist suddenly noticed the animals standing there and was glad that he found them. Taking out his blade, Sean looked at the Queen of the Forest, noting that rare monsters can be found in the dungeon forests. Imagining a low-ranking attribute stone in his head, the boy reasoned that they were used to obtain materials for promoting heroes, and such monsters did not always appear, but if they did, they were not very difficult to find. Immediately after that, he rushed forward. Hearing something incomprehensible, the deer immediately raised its head. A moment later, the protagonist decapitated it with just one swing of the sword. Noticing this, his relative immediately rushed to attack towards Sean. Seeing this, he attacked back, inflicting a huge number of cuts with his blade. Then Sean found himself right in front of the Queen of the Forest and said that all her friends were dead, which was a pity. The majestic white deer looked at him with great displeasure. Pointing his sword straight at him, the boy asked to attack. Then the plot told us about the daily dungeons, that on Monday and Tuesday the Israel mine is available, on Wednesday and Thursday the Kendert Forest, on Friday, Saturday the Simul Plateau, and on Sunday all are available. Immediately after this, the story moves to another part of the forest. The frightened boy screamed that he saw a monster ahead, and Owen, who was with him, could not understand where it was. Through the small leaves of the bushes, the guys saw the head of a monster with brightly glowing red eyes. Noticing something strange, the man asked his friend to wait. Suddenly, he saw that it was Sean walking, and he, carrying his prey, asked that they were really waiting for someone else. Coming closer to them, the boy threw the head of the Queen of the Forest on the ground. Noticing this, Jenna admiringly noted that it was very huge, and the protagonist declared that he had no more strength left and asked for help. Watching his ally put the prey he brought into the storage, Sean was interested in how much she managed to catch. The notification window, the system notified that she collected the blood of the queen, while the girl herself reported that 2 deer and 1 boar, so there should be enough meat for everyone. Picking up the head of the queen of the forest from the ground, the archer asked why she needed it, because it tasted disgusting. The boy, choosing his shield behind his back, explained that he needed the horn, which could not be torn out of her. Looking at the severed head, Jenna declared that it was a female, and the protagonist was surprised that she determined the gender from one head, while she explained that she had lived in the forest for a very long time. Suddenly, a notification window appeared, the system with joyful sounds notifying that the girl was receiving the forest hunter skill, while she, humming a song, cut up the deer's head, and Sean was surprised by her yet another awakening. Looking at the awakening stone, he thought that she would easily increase her rank, while the notification window and the system notified that this was a low-ranking stone of the wind attribute and a skill of the attribute one of the elements, which are filled with the energy of the forest and are used to create items to increase the rank of heroes. Immediately after this narration, the stories are transferred to the tavern in the main camp of the heroes. Looking at the table, strewn with various meats, the people there were happy about his appearance and predicted that they really missed normal food. Jenna, with a smile on her face, approached the protagonist, saying that everyone was happy that they ate a whole deer, and he noted that if she finished, she should follow him. Remembering all the available dungeons, he thought that daily dungeons and the mechanics in which they change depending on the day of the week, so today the Simul Plateau is available and you can also get attribute stones there. A moment later, the guys entered the dungeon. The system notification window notified that a temporary group of 2 of them entered the low-ranking dungeon of the Simul Plateau. Looking around, the girl asked if they could really become stronger in these dungeons, and her friend explained that they needed attribute stones for this and all that was left was to find them. Then the archer slowly approached the edge of the cliff. Looking ahead, she was amazed at the beautiful view right in front of her and the wind enveloping her. At this time, Sean noticed something ahead. Flowers of life grew right on the cliff edge, which surprised him greatly. Looking closely at them, the boy thought that he had already seen them and that this was the basis of health potions, so he would need to collect some later. After some time, loud sounds of battle spread across the plateau. The protagonist and his ally fought against a huge wolf. In the end, the guys managed to destroy their enemy, knocking him straight to the ground. With a wide smile on her face, Jenna, looking at this, said that it was not difficult to deal with one wolf. While sheathing his blade, Sean noted that others could smell the blood, so he needed to speed up while the girl agreed to it and began to cut up the monster. She then asked what to do with the fangs and claws, and the boy told her to cut it out while he looked at the low-ranking water attribute stone. The system notification window notifying that it was an attribute skill, one of the elements of which is filled with plateau energy and is used to create items and increase the rank of heroes. Continuing with her work, the archer noted that it was so calm there, and the protagonist asked to say such things when he finished draining the blood. With a smile on her face, Jenna noted that if only it were always like this and just hunting and gathering, then there would be enough food and shelter. She also added that it would be a real paradise if not for the master, and Sean, stunned by such a statement, remembered that he also used to play. At this point, the girl expressed a wish that he would never come again, and the boy suddenly thought about it. Looking at his ally, he thought that the inhabitants of Nilfheim also thought much better of him without the master, asking why she did not want to fight. Holding a low-ranking attribute stone in his hands, the organist said that it was not necessary to do this all her life, and synthesis was no longer a threat to her. Closing her eyes, the archer asked what he wanted to do for her more peacefully, and he answered that maybe so, and whether this was so depended on the situation in the settlement. At that moment, Jenna asked why he was suggesting this if he wasn't going to leave the front line himself, which greatly shocked her ally. After her question, Sean closed his eyes and smiled. Then the story's narrative moves to a few days later in some forest. The guys were teleported once again, and the system notification window announced that this was the 6th floor and the type of tasks was Reconnaissance, and its goal was to explore an unfamiliar location. The system notification window also announced that Tom had joined Group 1, and he stated with great determination that they could rely on him. At this time, a frightened Nate noted that this was not a daily dungeon, and the group leader concluded that reconnaissance was also an unusual task. Looking at his ally, the spearman said that there were no enemies in sight, and would everything really be like on 5, and he stopped him, telling him not to make noise and not to stick his head out. After his words, the guys all silently lay down on the ground, and the dumbfounded boy who was watching this noted that it was not necessary to lie on the ground. Looking at the frightened Nate, the protagonist explained that everything would be different here, and he could not worry, because if they did everything right, they would be able to calmly pass the floor, and he obeyed him. After some time, the guys came across 3 level 8 goblins and assumed that they could kill them. Noticing a horn on the belt of one of them, Sean said that if he had this device, then somewhere nearby there was probably help. Looking at Jenna standing on a tree branch, he asked if she would see anything, and she answered that there were goblin settlements ahead. As she went down, the girl noticed that there were quite a lot of them, about 100, and the boy who heard this concluded that it was a trap. They would definitely be surrounded if they tried to fight. Looking at his opponents, the protagonist gave orders, telling the archer that she had a goblin on the right, and Nate should cut off the head of the second one when they were distracted, and he immediately accepted the order. Then Sean looked at the remaining Tom. Taking his blade out of its sheath, he asked to cover them if something went wrong, and he obeyed him. A moment later, Jenna released her arrow. It hit one of the goblins right in the forehead. At the same moment, a spearman jumped out of the bushes, swinging his weapon to strike the enemy. With a deft movement of the spear, he managed to destroy his enemy. Seeing this, the last goblin wanted to use his horn when suddenly Sean did not appear. Claiming that no help would come, he swung his blade and cut off the goblin's head. Immediately after that, the notification window of the system announced that the floor had been cleared and the most valuable player was Sean, who received a reward of 5,000 gold, and the guys immediately teleported back, while Tom, surprised by this, asked if that was all. At the same moment, the boy said that that was not all, and that they needed to look around, rushing forward at great speed. Continuing to run somewhere, he thought that there should be a hint about the next floor, and the reconnaissance mission could help find out information about what awaits them in the future, and although all events are mostly random, some little things can be predicted. After some time, he managed to reach the fortified goblin village. Inside, the monsters were holding back the wolves, who were on chains. Looking at the goblin village through the cracks in the fence, the boy wondered how huge this settlement was. Suddenly, one of the goblins noticed something off to the side. Looking there, he saw only disappearing particles of blue. A moment later, all the guys were transferred to the waiting room. Looking at the protagonist standing next to him, Jenna asked why he ran away so suddenly, and then he explained that he was just looking around. Suddenly lost in thought, he thought that such clues often appear in the main dungeons, and the chain of quests that begins with reconnaissance is called a flow, and only the attentiveness of the master depends on whether he understands these clues or not, so he did not know if he saw the same thing that he himself did, so it irritates him. Continuing to be in thought, the boy reasoned that it was too early for a flow and events were developing faster than he expected when suddenly Chloe ran up to him, saying that they had problems. Approaching Sean, she explained that some strangers had come, and he, looking at her, asked what was wrong with that because they often come. Then the girl declared that these were others, and they had weapons with them, and they themselves were some kind of strange, and the boy, angry from hearing what he heard, immediately understood everything. Immediately after that, he imagined in his head the images of high-ranking heroes. Immediately after that, several system notifications appeared notifying that a group of mercenaries, the Wolves of Destruction, had arrived and a strong connection was felt between the 5 summoned. And advice was also given that with large summons there is a small chance of heroes appearing who are connected to each other, and such heroes become stronger if they fight in one group. Then the protagonist looked at Isil, who appeared, and asked if the master had invested money again, and she happily stated that he had bought a beginner's set for 50,000 won, while he understood that it was equal to 2,500 crystals and 50,000 gold. Looking at the frightened pine standing next to him, Sean thought that these were definitely high-ranking heroes, and in his place he would have summoned them just to clear the 5th floor, and told her to return to the kitchen, because nothing would be done to her, they were just a little special. Passing by Nate, the boy said that for now their group could relax, but in general nothing would change from the appearance of newcomers. Then the narrative of the story moves closer to the inn building. Right next to it stood a beautiful black-haired girl. Seeing her, Jenna immediately ran closer and greeted her. Very surprised by this, the stranger greeted her back while she said her name and asked what her name was. A little confused, the black-haired girl said that her name was Eddie's, and the archer imagined the handsome guy standing behind her as Sean and noted that he looked indifferent, but was actually kind, while he asked her to be quiet. Looking at the new girl, the guy assessed her status window and thought that she even had a class, and you could immediately see a hero with 3 stars, a typical thief, little strength and health, but high dexterity, and she preferred daggers to a bow. Looking at her menacingly, the protagonist asked her name again and asked if they could talk. Then the guys go inside the tavern, and Jenna brought them water, while Eddie's asked if he really knew anything about this place, while he answered that he knew something, this is something he does not, and asked her about it. Then Sean asked if she remembered how she ended up here, and the black-haired girl, looking down sadly, answered that she didn't really, but she knew something. Sitting at the table, she stated that she was called there to fight, and her head hurt when she tried to remember some details, and the boy was interested in what she knew about synthesis. Hearing about synthesis, Eddie's, with fear on her face, explained that it was strengthening by absorbing others. After her words, the protagonist thought that different ranks have different amounts of information, and noted that, judging by her equipment, she used to be a mercenary. Supporting her head with her hand, the black-haired girl stated that she was part of the Wolves of Destruction group, and the archer standing next to her noted that it sounded very cool, while she added that she remembered that she was just at work in Halcyon and woke up here. Having imagined the cards of different characters in his head, Sean reasoned that she not only had 3 stars, but also the corresponding skills, and they were also mercenaries, but the difference with Carl was simply colossal. After listening to the new girl, Jenna noted that her story sounded very interesting, and she cautiously asked if she really thought so. At that moment, Eddie's looked away, declaring that now everything was different. Immediately after that, they heard the fairy's voice calling Diego, Jackin, Kevin, Derek and Eddie's and asking them to go out, because the master would call, and the protagonist, pointing to the window, noted that it seemed like it was time for them to go to the square. At that moment, a muscular man would come out of his room with a disgruntled look and ask who had called him. Getting up from her place, the black-haired girl would say that the master really needed them and it was time to go. Biting into a piece of meat, Jackin would say that he hadn't eaten it for a long time and he should have known what kind of master he was. After that, he would slam the door behind him and go outside while Chloe would run into the hall, and with a frightened look she would say that he had said that he wanted meat and then he had collected a whole mountain and they could feed 5 people with it. Enraged by what she had heard, the archer would say that they had to make him give it back, and Sean, getting up from his place, would say that they needed to go to the square. At this time, the newcomers gathered together and agreed to change the name of Group 5 to Wolves of Destruction, and the system notification window announced that the group was formed and moved the heroes to the free slots. After that, the system notification window announced that the hero joined the Wolves of Destruction group, and among them were Diego, Eddie's, Derek, Jackin and Kevin, and the first was appointed as the leader of the Wolves of Destruction group while they all stood next to each other. At this time, in the square, a satisfied man declared that something was clearly wrong with him, and they had a gun, and the boy explained that he also had one. At the same time, the man began to come up with some other excuse, and the protagonist asked that they really left a feeling of bad people, and then immediately agreed. Watching as Izel told the newbies to go inside because the master was waiting for her, the father happily agreed, thinking that the reason for their fear was understandable, and they didn't look like kind people, and they were strong. Suddenly looking at Jenna standing behind him, Sean asked what she thought. She answered that Eddie seemed normal, but it was hard to say about the others. When the boy turned to the others and asked what they wanted from him then, and was it really protection, and they confirmed it. With a smirk on his face, he asked if it was really for nothing, and the frightened man said that he was strong, that's why they were asking him. Looking in their direction with an arrogant look, the protagonist asked that they themselves constantly missed training, and now they wanted his help and were only capable of begging from those who were stronger than them. While everyone else was very dumbfounded by such a statement, he thought that none of them even came close to Tom's strength and just pretended in front of the master. And then rally meat that Jenna brought, and they had a lot of time to learn some craft and start being useful, but the only thing they thought about was avoiding synthesis. Looking menacingly at them, Sean told them to get out of there before he got angry. Then the plot showed us the cards of the guys who were in the mercenaries Wolves of Destruction. Hearing such a statement, the man was very scared. Immediately after that, he left the square with the rest of the people. Looking at Nate standing next to him, Sean explained that while he was bleeding out surrounded by goblins, they just ate, slept in comfort, and there was no need to feel sorry for them, and then a sad look went down. Looking at the wounded Tom, the boy asked if he had really been fighting, and the latter, not understanding how he knew, while he was explaining that it was written all over his face. Immediately after that, the confused spearman explained that it was a simple duel, and he himself asked, and the protagonist, after a short pause, said that they could rest. Then he looked at Jenna, who was standing next to him, humming a song, and asked what she was hanging around there for. After some time, the system notification window promised that the floor was cleared, and a group of mercenaries were leaving the portal, saying that there were complete weaklings inside, and they couldn't believe that there were only goblins and no fun there. Suddenly, Diego looked menacingly straight ahead, asking who the hell he was. Hearing this, Sean only smirked, after which, moving his hand to the side, he asked why it mattered to him at all. Angry at this answer, Jackin didn't understand who he thought he was, and Jenna, who was standing right in front of them, noted that they hadn't spoken up themselves, and Kevin didn't understand who she was then. At that moment, Diego decided to give his name, explaining that he was the captain of the mercenary group, the Wolves of Destruction, and said that it was his turn now, and the boy sitting next to him with a smile on his face said that his name was Sean. Seeing that he had a weapon, Diego assumed that he was a mercenary, and the protagonist, sitting in his place, explained that he was a simple farmer. Looking straight at him with distrust, the leader of the mercenary group could not believe his words. Omitting this fact, Diego, holding the hilt of his sword, asked that all the locals gather in the square when the conscription begins, and Sean explained that this is true and asked why he needed this information. Looking at him menacingly, the leader of the mercenary group understood everything. Immediately after this, the system notification window notified that the master was summoning 10 heroes, and they were going to find out who it would be, and the boy who saw this was surprised that he would make 10 simple summons. The protagonist was very interested in what he was planning. while the gates were opening at this time, and the system notification window notified that the master had started synthesis, and it was necessary to transfer the heroes to free slots for use in synthesis, but then they would all be lost. After some time, people came out of the portal who did not understand what kind of place this was, where they were and what was happening at all, and the fairy, stunned by this, declared that the master had again summoned a bunch of mediocrities. Immediately after this, Izel named several of them and told them to go into the synthesis room, while the people, frightened by this fact, did not understand who she was, how she knew their names, while she explained that the master said to go there and they should shut up and do it. Suddenly, Jackin came up to Dimon and grabbed him by the neck, assuming that it was him, and he immediately began to rise in price. Watching everything that was happening, Jenna said that this could not be, and her ally noted that anything was possible, while she said that they had just arrived. At the same time, Diego told his subordinate not to forget about the second one, and he, with his mouth wide open, asked who was next. Having found the last person, he dragged these two to the synthesis gate, while Sean, who was watching all this, did not understand that all the heroes from the real money summoning would be like this. At this moment, looking at the boy standing next to him, the archer declared that this was wrong, and they were not even given a chance, and he silently reasoned that Ennick was making a huge mistake. He also noticed that although there was a lot of trash among the 1 stars, there were also diamonds, but he didn't even try to check them, while the muscular man, shrouded in a bright golden glow, declared that he had definitely become stronger. The system notification window notified that he had increased his level. Immediately after that, the Fen called the names of several more people. They screamed in fear of what would happen to them and begged for mercy. Having exposed his weapon, the leader of the mercenaries ordered his subordinates not to let him run away, and they immediately grabbed their blades, obeying the order. Looking at Eddie standing behind him, Diego asked why she was standing like a pillar, was she part of the group or not, and she only silently lowered her gaze downwards. After which the black-haired girl closed her eyes, realizing the hopelessness of the situation. A moment later, the thief took her knife out of its sheath. Suddenly, the protagonist told Izel to send the master a piece of advice that it would be better not to merge the heroes without any verification, and she immediately opened the keyboard, started typing messages, and put forward an advice that he could lose valuable heroes if he did not even try to verify them and immediately synthesize them. Sean closed his eyes and thought that he had to go through so many situations after coming here, and it was like a completely new life. Jackin, angry at his words, came closer and said that it would be better if he did not interfere with them, and the smiling boy noted that he did not interfere with them at all, but simply gave the master an advice. Smugly looking at the muscular man standing next to him, he asked that it was really not so funny anymore. Hearing this, the warrior got angry, took out his axe and swung it, calling him a damn bastard. At that moment, an arrow flew right next to his head. Aiming straight at him, Joanna would say that the next one would be for the head, and Jackin would grit his teeth in frustration and call them scum. Holding his sword straight in front of him, Diego would ask if they had just attacked them, and Eddie's would ask him to wait and just talk, while he would wave her off and ask him to shut up. Pointing his blade straight at Sean, the mercenary leader would ask if he even knew who they were, and Sean would explain that of course he did. Then, looking down at him with a cocky expression, the boy would answer that they were just trash. Then the notification window of the system notified that he had shown hostility to as many as 4 heroes from the mercenary group Wolves of Destruction and that a feud had broken out between them. So it was necessary to pay attention to the relationship between the heroes, while all the guys were looking menacingly straight at their offender. The fairy intervened, putting her hand in front of her and stopping them, declaring that the heroes were not allowed to fight among themselves or they wanted the master to punish them. Looking at her, Sean noted that there was no such rule, and the frightened fairy agreed with this and could not come up with an excuse. With a look full of seriousness, the boy offered to speak frankly and called them mercenaries. Menacingly looking at him, Diego asked what kind of nonsense this was, and explained that the most ordinary mercenaries who do work for a reward. Hearing this, the protagonist grinned maliciously and asked to stop fooling around, because in front of him was an ordinary gang of bandits. Looking at him smugly, the mercenary leader declared that he had treated him with patience, and that was how he had answered him, and asked if he really wanted to die. Immediately after that, Sean turned to Izel, who was floating in the air, looking at her, and said that such heroes would only hinder them, and rank is rank, but character is not determined by stars. He also added that they would constantly cause chaos in the settlement and reduce overall efficiency, which means they are ballast that needs to be gotten rid of, and the fairy looked at him dumbfounded and could do nothing to counter this. Then the boy, putting his hand in front of him, with a sly grin on his face, said to start with a duel. Immediately after that, a notification window appeared, the system notifying that John had challenged Diego to a duel, and advice was given that duels are a way to resolve conflicts between heroes, and additional conditions can be added. Looking at his opponent, the leader of the mercenary group asked him if he had really gone crazy and what they had done to him. Watching him with an arrogant look, the boy noted that he could think of him as a mad dog that attacks everyone. Remembering the events of the recent past, he stated that he knew people like them well and asked if all the residents were in the square to understand if there could be someone strong in the settlement. And when they realized that there were no strong ones, they completely lost their fear. Moving his hand to the side with his eyes closed, the protagonist said that the newcomers who had just been called up would not be enough for them, right? And Diego asked what he meant by a volunteer. Standing behind Sean, Jenna did not understand what kind of nonsense he was talking, and the boy stated that everything was simple. If he wins, he absorbs him. If the other wins, he absorbs the loser. After his words, the leader of the mercenary group grinned maliciously. At the same time, the system notification window announced that Diego agreed to a duel and both heroes accepted the special conditions of synthesis and was interested in whether to start the battle, and he himself imagined a blade right in front of him and with an arrogant look noted that it was entertaining. Sean decided to start a duel, reached out his hand to the button, which indicated that both participants must agree to the conditions of the duel. Diego was clearly pleased with what was happening and readily took out his sword. However, the hero, before accepting the challenge, asked the enemy if he was scared. The protagonist felt responsible for those around him, so he asked Jenny to take the people to a safe zone. She looked at him with surprise and asked if he could handle it alone. The guy, wasting no time, began warming up before the fight. He turned to his partner and realized that the girl doubted him and his strength, and asked if she was really worried about him. At that moment, the button on the plate was pressed, and the challenge was officially accepted. The opponents looked at each other, agreed that the duel would end only when one of them admitted defeat. Diego understood that for his purposes he needed a living hero, not a dead one. The protagonist looked at Izel and asked her not to allow interference from the outside. The opponent, without waiting, began the attack and got angry that the guy did not even have time to draw his sword. The hero realized that his opponent had considerable potential. His strength was approaching 20 and his level of fencing reached the 3rd level. Suddenly, the protagonist fell into a berserker state, his eyes lit up with a bright red light. Diego, despite his self-confidence, clearly underestimated his opponent, whose level was much higher. The guy skillfully dodged the attack and appeared behind Diego, grabbed him by the arm, and then sharply by the head, knocking him down. Diego fell face down, having received multiple wounds from sharp stones. The hero, wasting no time, took out his sword and began to deftly spin it with one hand, demonstrating superiority. He sharply thrust the weapon into the enemy's body and ordered him not to move. Diego screamed in pain and barely restrained himself. Sean leaned over to him and demanded that he loudly declare his defeat. The opponent agreed, but his screams were so loud that the words were lost in them. The protagonist, not satisfied with this, thrust the sword even deeper and demanded that Diego repeat his words more clearly and loudly. At this moment, Kevin watched the fight and then intervened, begging Sean to stop torturing his comrade. The guy turned to him and coldly replied that Diego's company would stop at nothing to devour them and that their actions were far from harmless. The interlocutor heard this and was confused, as he believed that both sides were pursuing similar goals. Sean continued to insist on his own, demonstrating that he did not intend to give in to this fight. The hero glanced at him sideways and coldly replied that if he said so, then it was indeed the truth. His words sounded with such confidence that there was no doubt in them. Diego lowered his head and looked at the floor. His tears were streaming down his face, and he, in a trembling voice, asked his opponent what he did not like, because they both agreed to this duel and the decision to end it should be up to them. The man did not have time to say the words about his defeat. Diego was abruptly interrupted by the protagonist, who covered his mouth with his hand and said that since the enemy was silent, the fight continues. The hero turned to Kevin and declared that Diego was now his prey, and only he would decide what fate awaited him in the future. With these words, he pressed Diego's head to himself, holding him tightly in a grip. Derek and Eddie's watched their comrades' torment and could not hide their emotions. Diego's partner threatened the hero that this would not go unpunished, and reminded him of who they were and also that Sean would regret his actions. However, the protagonist did not pay attention to the threats and continued to hold Diego, not giving him a chance to speak. Then he turned to Eddie's and asked if it was true that they were mercenaries. The girl was unable to look him in the eyes, so she quietly confirmed that they really did this in the past. The hero heard her answer and smiled. He interrupted her and declared that they were nothing more than a gang of robbers who rob even their own employers. After that, he asked her a direct question: why does she continue to stay with them? Eddie's was confused and at a loss, replied that she was doing this only at her father's request, and asked the hero to think carefully before jumping to conclusions. Sean did not let Diego go, looked at her carefully and asked if she wanted to stay in this group or was ready to go over to his side. The girl found herself in a difficult situation, not knowing what to do. Her partner from the group was furious at such a proposal and shouted that she had no right to betray them and go over to the enemy. Meanwhile, Diego, taking advantage of the moment, carefully reached for his sword, hoping to free himself. In the background, threats continued from her partner, who warned Eddies about the consequences of betrayal. As soon as Diego's hand almost touched the weapon, the hero instantly reacted and pinned his palm to the ground with his sword. Sean did not take his eyes off the girl and calmly stated that there was room for one person in his team. The girl's partner shouted in rage that she would pay for her betrayal. Eddies trembled with fear and then closed her eyes, trying to focus on making a decision. She made a choice and left the group known as the Wolves of Destruction and slowly walked towards the protagonist. Sean was satisfied and understood that the right choice could change everything. His gaze expressed satisfaction because he knew that this step was a turning point in their confrontation. The girl's former partners saw her switch to the hero's side and were furious. Their looks were filled with anger and disappointment, but Eddies did not care at all about their emotions. She asked them to disappear and demonstrated complete indifference to their threats and reproaches. At this moment, the hero did not loosen his grip and pressed Diego to the ground even harder, not giving him the slightest chance to resist. Diego was choking and trying to utter words about his defeat, but Sean doubted his sincerity and asked if he was really ready to give up, as he suspected that this could only be a trick to avoid a final defeat. In response, Diego hissed that the hero would regret his actions, after which he screamed loudly, calling his partners for help. His scream became a signal for the girl's former allies, who rushed to attack the main character. Izel instantly appeared in their path, stopping them with her piercing gaze. She reminded them that the duel was not over yet, and they had no right to interfere in a fair fight. But her words did not have the desired effect. The opponents, blinded by rage, ordered her to get out of the way and not interfere. Ignoring her warnings, they continued moving towards the hero, ready to tear him apart. The protagonist noticed them approaching, only chuckled and mentally said goodbye to them, knowing that Izel would not tolerate such a violation of the rules. The fairy, her eyes lit up with a mad gleam, cast a glance at the attackers and said that she warned them in advance. The next moment, the air was filled with cries of pain, and the bodies of the opponents flew in different directions. Izel, with an unperturbed expression on her face, stretched out her hand, and splashes of her enemy's blood flew around her. She once again reminded them that she warned them, but they did not listen. Now their fate was sealed, they returned to the arms of the Lord. Diego watched this and was horrified. His body trembled, and his eyes widened in fear when he realized that he was trapped between two powerful opponents. Izel, as if nothing had happened, flew up to the hero and asked if she did the right thing. Sean, not hiding his satisfaction, praised her and noted that she acted flawlessly. At that moment, Diego, completely broken, quietly whispered that he surrendered. The hero heard his words, noticed how the sign hanging in the air changed its state, signaling the end of the Berserker mode. His hair fluttered softly in the wind. Sean, feeling a slight headache, realized that using such a mode was not worth the extra effort and decided to be more careful with its activation in the future. The protagonist leaned towards Diego. With a slight grin, noted that if his opponent had a better understanding of the system and realized how everything could end, he would never have agreed to this duel. Izel continued to hover above them and warned that the master had already pressed the screen many times, clearly irritated by what was happening. At that moment, a card with his image appeared in front of the hero's eyes, which indicated that his skills had increased in level. Sean, although not surprised by this, noticed that Izel, on the contrary, was in a panic. She assumed that the master, disappointed with the course of events, might quit the game, especially considering that he had only used the hero once, for whom he had paid a considerable sum. However, the boy reassured her and noted that if the player was weak-willed, he would have quit the game long ago after synthesizing the 4-star heroine. The protagonist slowly rose to his feet, unable to hide his slight disappointment. He remembered how many summons had been wasted, only to have everything go to synthesizing. However, on the other hand, he understood that these heroes were just ballast for him, and their disappearance was not a great loss. His gaze slid over the lifeless bodies, and he thought that the master might understand his mistakes in the future, but now he was clearly beside himself with rage. Sean, who had already reached level 10, realized that his stats were close to a 3-star hero, which made him a valuable participant in most battles. He understood that if the master did not decide to synthesize him, he would never be able to climb to the top of the tower. The hero raised his eyes to the sky and noticed how the player's eye was visible in the sky, watching him. Sean wondered what was going on in the master's head, what thoughts and emotions were possessing him at that moment. The protagonist looked at this eye, silently said to himself that he should not even think about getting rid of it. His voice, full of determination and confidence, sounded like a warning addressed to the owner of his destinies. The sun was shining brightly outside, and a massive wall towered around the city. The hero thoughtfully leaned against the wall of the house and closed his eyes, trying to distance himself from the surrounding bustle for at least a moment. However, his peace was disturbed by the crowd of people who surrounded him, expressing their admiration and gratitude. Tom was completely delighted with the main character. His eyes were shining with sincere respect. Sean did not share this delight. He took Jenny by the cheek and with a slight reproach asked why she told everyone about what happened. The residents did not pay attention to his mood and continued to thank him for saving them from the villains who threatened their peace. Sean sighed heavily, looked at them and said that they did not understand the main problem. One of the residents tried to express his gratitude and said that they were ready to give their lives for him because he saved them from imminent death. However, the protagonist looked at them coldly, turned away and answered sharply that it did not concern them. A man standing next to him asked him in bewilderment what he was talking about. Sean turned to him and explained that the master who controlled their destinies was extremely angry, and that was why he had called his partners. The villagers heard this and were confused, but one of the villagers tried to calm them down and assured them that everything was under control and they only needed to defeat a few goblins. However, Jenny nervously turned to Sean and asked why 6 people were needed if 5 were enough to win. The hero did not pay attention to her anxiety, coldly answered that it was necessary for synthesis. His words sounded like a sentence, and the villagers heard it and froze in horror. Their faces reflected fear and despair. The villager was outraged by this turn of events and began to reproach Sean that they always fought for survival. The protagonist did not respond to his answer and called Nate and Tom. The guys looked at him nervously and did not know what to say. Sean asked them if they really thought that these people tried their best and what they did while they were pushing themselves to the limit. Then he turned to Jenny and asked if the villagers helped her in hunting. The girl thought for a moment and answered that they helped her carry the meat that she got. The protagonist heard this and replied that even animals could handle such a task, and their lives were not worth more than the lives of cattle. These words caused a wave of indignation among the villagers. One of them lost control and started yelling at Sean. The hero did not tolerate this, hit him sharply, and the man fell to the ground. At that moment, Isil appeared in front of them, her eyes filled with anger. She was indignant that no one was listening to her and ordered everyone to go to the square. A resident of the city begged Sean and asked him to talk to the master because only he could influence the situation. However, the hero saw the fear in the eyes of the villagers, but remained adamant. Jenny turned to him and asked who he would send first. Sean crossed his arms and decided that Eddie's would go first since she was a newbie and her level was too low. Hearing this, the girl began to protest, begging for another chance. However, her fate was sealed. A card with her image appeared in front of the gate, informing that the synthesis was complete and her level had increased. The villagers saw Eddie's glow with a yellow light and froze in horror. Sean looked at them coldly and warned them not to think about sitting on his neck, and if they wanted to survive, they must prove their usefulness. One of the villagers, with a trembling voice, began to make excuses that he did not know how to fight, and his hands were shaking from fear. Sean did not pay attention to his words and turned to his partners, asking them to help the villagers master crafts. The blacksmith said that learning blacksmithing from scratch would not be easy. However, the hero was sure that the people were motivated enough and added that if they thought they could handle it in close combat, they should come to him and he would show them what they were made of. He continued that if the villagers wanted to learn how to hunt and butcher prey, they could turn to Jenny, and if they wanted to learn carpentry, they could turn to Fred. Sean emphasized that they had many ways to survive, the main thing was to want it and try. Jenny watched him and noticed that he had become kinder to people. However, Sean did not take her words seriously, although he understood that she was right. If the villagers listened to him, they could avoid a stupid death. A large multi-story building appeared. They began to approach the 10th floor, and the hero realized that he would need a second group that could compete with the main one. The next morning, when it was still dark outside, Chloe was holding freshly baked buns in her hands. Seeing Sean, she greeted him. The hero approached the girls and asked what they were cooking. Chloe explained that it was bread, and her partner used to be a baker. Sean tried a piece and thought about it, because they had no flour. The girl explained that they ground potatoes. The hero liked this idea and suggested taking wheat to the plateau. At that moment, the door of the house opened and the hero came out. Eddie stood in front of Sean and suggested that she go to the training arena, which surprised her. Jenna stood on the field with a loaded bow. Sean asked her to spar with Eddie's on daggers. Jenna was surprised by such a request because she was strong only with a bow, but she still agreed. Daggers swirled in her hands, and she confidently walked towards her partner. Eddie's dodged the blows and was amazed at Jenny's strength. However, she heard her remark and corrected her that she was already an adult and continued the battle. The girls moved so quickly that they were almost invisible on the field. Jenna knocked Eddie's to the ground and pointed a dagger at her. Eddie's was breathing heavily and asked if it was true that Jenny was a mercenary or came from a noble family of warriors. The rival answered that she was just the daughter of a hunter and her strength was the result of long training. Sean intervened in their conversation and said that if the Wolves of Destruction concentrated on training, he would have problems. Now Eddie's was weaker, but her potential exceeded any first-level hero. She could overcome the gap if she raised her level. Nate ran behind and started shouting that Sean was lying, because he trained a lot, but still did not catch up with him in level. The hero closed his eyes and calmly replied that everything depended on effort and training. The protagonist added that he did not care who Eddie's was before. The girl rubbed her face and quietly replied that she remembered his words. Nate ran in a circle, out of breath. The guys practiced strikes on dummies. Sean watched the training and thought that although it was not a matter of personal choice, they would have to increase their own importance in order to survive. Looking away, the protagonist thought that it was still less than it should be. Even if the others wanted to go to support, there were only 2 free spots left. Someone would be unlucky enough to go to synthesis. Sean noticed a lone guy. With his hands in his pockets, the protagonist approached him and asked his name. The sweating guy replied that his name was Usher. They were called there by some creature called Master to fight. Taking a club from a barrel, the protagonist noticed that Usher was in good shape and asked who he was before he got there. Usher told him that he was a porter for mercenaries, carried their things, stood guard and arranged rest stops. Sean pointed out that he fought well for such a position. Embarrassed, Usher replied that he himself wanted to become a mercenary in the future. A smirk appeared on the protagonist's face. Pulling out his club, Sean asked to attack him to see Usher's potential. There was an image of 2 angels on the stone. The plot told us that the weeding out of newbies began that evening. The master did not care who of them wanted to become a support and who did not. And although Nate constantly participated in battles, he was not chosen to level up, and 2 people died. Usher's card began to glow brightly and we were told that 2 people were used for synthesis. Usher was strengthened, he rose to level 3, and the rest were sent to the daily dungeon. The frightened guy ran away from the monster. The plot tells us that the mine from which the fire attribute stone can be obtained is still closed. The night sky enveloped the settlement. A crowd of guys gathered at dawn on the street. With his arms crossed, Sean stood in front of them and asked if anyone guessed why he gathered them. The guys' faces suddenly changed. Tom raised his hand and asked if he had gathered them to choose the members of the group. Dumbfounded, Jenna asked if the master should decide this. Sean replied that he could advise him on options. The protagonist held a glass with lots in his hand and said that they would start the drawing of lots. The guys were surprised by what he heard. Sean looked at them with a smirk on his face. Looking at his comrades, the protagonist said that they would split into 2 groups. There were 6 of them, 3 people each. Puzzled, Tom looked down. Sean asked them to relax, because there would be no losers. They would appoint a leader in each group. One group would have him, the other would have Eddie's. Taken aback, the girl asked again if he was talking about her, noting that she thought it would be Jenna. Looking down, the protagonist said that he did not like Jenna. Looking at Sean, Eddie's asked why they needed to split up. The protagonist said that it was dangerous to focus on the growth of only one group, since if it was destroyed, there would be huge problems. Sean closed his eyes and emphasized that the master would distribute the remaining slots himself. The protagonist remembered the battle on the 5th floor and noted that this was a clear example, because the difference in abilities was too great and the lag of a couple of people almost destroyed the entire group. Sean imagined many maps and thought that if all the floors could be cleared by one, then there would be no point in dividing into groups. But soon the number of people needed for clearing will begin to grow, including on special missions, where dozens and hundreds of heroes can participate at the same time. There will be trouble if someone weak remains among them, and the second group will become insurance for the settlement in case the first is destroyed. The protagonist mentally noted that Enoch summoned heroes for real money without any meeting, but there are some tricks there. One can only hope that he can figure it out. Holding the lots in his hand, Sean declared that the Reds would go with him and the Blues with Eddie's. Their groups would be even, so the guys wouldn't be upset if they didn't get where they wanted. Putting the glass on the ground, he yelled that they were going. Gusts of wind blew around the dummies. Jenna and Nate held the red lots. Eddie's looked at her teammates and assumed that judging by their faces, they didn't believe in her at all. Stunned, Tom yelled that they didn't. Eddie smiled and said that she was new there, she didn't have much experience, so their reaction was obvious. Sean watched them and thought that everyone understood that their fighting skills were at different levels, but there was nothing they could do about it for now. Smiling, the protagonist turned to Eddie's and said that they better catch up quickly if they didn't want to be left behind. Eddie's replied with a satisfied look that it was obvious after yesterday's synthesis and they would not lose to them. Cards with the participants of the 2 groups appeared. Suddenly it started to rain. Enraged monsters gathered in the forest. A message popped up that this was the 7th floor, the goal of which was to destroy all the goblins. Ignoring the rain, Sean and his comrades stood surrounded by monsters. Nate cried out with a satisfied look that they were lucky and he could handle this. Taking out a blade from behind his back, the protagonist asked them not to interfere because he could handle it himself. Enraged goblins rushed at Sean. The protagonist opened his mouth and took a deep breath. A message popped up that Sean had entered Berserk mode, after which a red aura enveloped his body. The protagonist cut down the goblins with lightning speed. He ran around the battlefield and killed monsters. Sean carried out a powerful series of attacks. There was one last goblin left, shaking with fear. The protagonist put the blade behind his back. Jenna stood behind him and asked if he should finish him off. Sean reasoned that there should be clues to the flow on this floor, it would be better not to complete the task yet. Looking at the monster, he asked Jenna to leave him because one goblin would not do anything to them and it was time to go on reconnaissance. Looking at the sky, the protagonist noticed that, firstly, it was pouring rain. He went to the river and began to examine it. Sean noticed a destroyed dam. Messages popped up that the floor was cleared, a reward of 10,000 gold, iron ore and leather. Coming out of the dungeon, Jenna said that she wanted to rinse off, and Nate said that he was going to go to the arena to train. The protagonist was suddenly taken aback. He stopped and asked Nate to stay. A message appeared that Sean had chosen the double beginner's pack and received 5,000 crystals and 100,000 gold for only 90,000 won. The protagonist seriously asked Jenna to bring the lot from his room. Looking at the surprised Nate, he ordered him to bring Eddie's. Sean received a notification that the payment was completed and the rewards would be sent to the mail. Looking at the building, which had a pink glow, the protagonist said that newcomers would appear soon. Smiling, Sean thought that this was expected. He is one of those who usually does not buy anything, but cannot stop once he starts. The protagonist noted that when he first registered, he was amazed at the level of artificial intelligence. Watching the heroes was a lot of fun. New users were attracted by the synthesis system, battles during floor clearing and the behavior of the heroes. Sean introduced many guys and noted that watching real people brought a lot of fun. Even the actions of the support heroes attract attention, their execution of orders and instructions. In his imagination, many moments with different players appeared and Sean emphasized that as the difficulty increases, new content opens up. It is not surprising that masters enjoy managing other people's lives. Two guys appeared in front of him, after which messages popped up that they were John and Marie. Frowning, John asked who she was. Marie was scared. She suddenly stumbled. Marie fell to the ground in front of Sean. Jenna approached him and asked who it was and why she was on the ground. The protagonist replied that she should not pay attention and that these were uncomfortable clothes. Eddie stood next to him and told him that she was an aristocrat. Looking at the embarrassed Marie, Eddie said that she worked a lot as a mercenary, that she understands people. She wonders what this young lady is doing there. Sunlight enveloped the settlement surrounded by walls. Looking at John, Sean reasoned that he understood the concept of master, summoning and synthesis, but did not know anything about levels and skills. He was a guardian of a big city. He looked like a normal person, if you forget about the excessive sense of duty. John said with a displeased look that he had a feeling that he had to do something and it was like some kind of hypnosis, as if there was an enemy he had to fight. Standing in front of him, the protagonist replied that he was right. He would explain everything after the draw, and he and Eddie's would draw the lot. Sean noticed that blue took the old man and red took the girl. Looking at the newcomers, the protagonist reasoned that a veteran guard with a lot of experience and a young aristocratic girl, it was obvious who would be better. Jenna ran up to them with a glass. Looking at the lots, Sean noticed that red would be on the right. Looking at Eddie's, he wondered if she had seen. Jenna placed the glass on the ground and asked them to choose lots. Sean began to run towards the glass. Stretching out his hand, the protagonist reasoned that he needed the left one. Marie watched them closely. Sean, dumbfounded, wondered if this was fire magic. Eddie's and the protagonist grabbed one lot. Looking at each other, they asked which of them would let go. Looking back, Sean asked if Marie was a mage. Holding a cloud of fire energy, Marie suggested that this would be enough for an acquaintance. Enraged, Eddie's and the protagonist did not want to give up the lots. Looking at the thoughtful Marie, Sean reasoned that warriors, thieves, and other classes can be obtained in a huge number of ways. But mages are a completely different matter. They are very rare and can only be obtained in a donation summon, but even so, the chances are extremely low. Stunned, Marie asked why they were making fun of her and looking at her as if she had committed some crime. Enraged, Jenna realized that they had spied on the lot and screamed that it was cheating. She took the glass from the boys and said that such things should depend on pure luck, and Marie asked what they were doing. The protagonist replied that they were deciding who would get it, noting that she was slower than the old man. Stunned, Marie asked how she was supposed to understand something if it had all happened so suddenly. John asked her to think carefully. Looking at Marie, he asked if she had gotten it. Covering her mouth with her hand, she said that it was disgusting. Crossing her arms, Jenna said that no one should cheat this time, everything should be by luck and fairness. The protagonist looked at Eddie's and suggested that they leave without offense. The boys drew lots. They held them in their hands. Sean grinned and noted that everything was decided now. He looked at Marie and said that she would be in his party and sent her an invitation. The guy was dragged by the hand by Izel. He turned to Sean with a scared look and said that they would not be touched if they worked hard. Looking at the guy, the protagonist said that he could not master the support skills and asked Marie to listen to Izel if she did not want to share the fate of that man. Sean's face was serious. Marie's card began to glow brightly and messages appeared that the synthesis was complete. She had increased her level. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that the same would happen to her if she did not keep up. Looking at how Izel took the guys, Sean said that it was impossible to avoid synthesis in this case, so it was better not to let it come to that and work hard. The protagonist stood next to John and said that he would be next, noting that these guys were materials for synthesis. Looking around the settlement, a message popped up that John had increased his level. Izel stood in front of the gate and asked the space-time rift to open. Watching what was happening, Sean emphasized that this was a test of newbies. Izel said that team number 2 should enter the rift. Turning around, Eddie said with a smile on her face that she would lead John, who would be the hero of this fight. Sean looked at Marie and asked what kind of magic she possessed. Crossing her arms, she asked why he needed to know. Frowning, the protagonist ordered her to answer the questions. Taken aback, Marie clarified why she was there. She screamed with an enraged look that it was disgusting and that she should not fight with incomprehensible creatures for no reason. Sean said that if she did not obey, she would simply be sacrificed. Marie was terrified by what she heard. The protagonist stood in front of her with a serious look and asked again what kind of magic she possessed. Sitting on the bench, she told that she knows fire magic and the most powerful thing she can create is the flame of the third circle. Crossing his arms, Sean clarified whether she can teleport or knows support magic. Marie said that any 3 rune can learn support magic. She said with a satisfied look that the protagonist would be knocked out by her abilities. Looking at Marie, Sean thought that this was unfortunate and he hoped that her strength was on the same level as arrogance, adding that, unlike attack, the defense system was more multifunctional. Marie sat on the bench while the protagonist thought that he asked a question because she did not have a skill window and there was a chance that they would still awaken, but it was hard to believe. The protagonist with a displeased look asked if Marie understood that from now on she would have to fight them. Eddie's and his team came out of the rift with smiles on their faces. Sean reasoned that judging by Eddie's face, John was stronger than she expected. He looked at Jenna and Nate and said that now it was their turn and they should get ready. Izel said that the first group was heading into the rift of space and time. The protagonist smirked and noted that they were moving out. The guys entered the dungeon. Sean calmly assumed that they would probably go to the 4th floor. The protagonist introduced the various monsters and emphasized that the next stage on the floor was not yet available to them if they wanted to test her magic. Then the 4th would be enough. Fortunately, there were harpies and goblins there. He just needed to find out what type of mage she was. The protagonist, with a satisfied look, said that when the battle began, they would stand aside since they needed to test her skills. Turning around, Sean said that each of the 3 of them could take out the 4th floor alone and asked if Marie doubted herself because of her low level. Looking at the dumbfounded girl, the protagonist noted that just recently she said that he would fall over in delight seeing her magic. Pointing her finger, Marie asked him to wait, adding that he would definitely be surprised. Izel waved her hand with a smile on her face. A message popped up that the door would be opened in 10 seconds. Dumbfounded, Izel wished them luck. The door in front of the guys opened. Dumbfounded, the protagonist thought that the master was a fool. They found themselves in a dungeon and screamed that this was the 8th floor. Everyone needed to get their weapons out and concentrate. Gritting his teeth, Sean wondered if the master was mad about what happened earlier, adding that he wanted them to retreat there. Marie looked around and assumed that she had already seen this. Dumbfounded, the protagonist screamed for everyone to lie down. His gaze fell on Marie, who did not understand anything. She suddenly saw an arrow flying at her. Sean managed to grab Marie and fall with her. The arrow flew past them. Frowning, the protagonist reasoned that if these were the same ones. A message popped up that this was the 8th floor and their task was to kill 27 goblin riders of the 9th level. A horde of goblins ran at the guys. Jenna began shooting them with a bow. The arrow hit a goblin who fell from the wolf. Covering himself with a shield, Sean asked Nate to move into battle and attack when they reached them. Turning around, the protagonist addressed Marie. Sean suddenly shifted his gaze. He managed to protect himself with a shield from the explosion. The protagonist was shocked by what happened. A goblin attacked him from the side. Sean dodged the attack. He grabbed his blade. Swinging the blade, the protagonist cut the monster in half. The protagonist turned around at the noise. The goblins were trying to strike him. The wolf attacked Sean, who called out to Nate. The boy pierced the goblin's body with a spear. The monster held a crossbow in his hands and prepared to shoot. The arrow flew at Nate, and Sean screamed for Marie to start casting. Taken aback, Marie asked again what was required of her. The protagonist noted that she said that she was a mage and had to destroy them all. Heading towards the goblin, Sean asked how much time she needed to prepare. Dodging the attacks, the enraged protagonist screamed for her to cast already. He swung his sword. After delivering multiple attacks, the protagonist cut the goblin. Marie closed her eyes. Runes appeared around her and she created a clot of fiery mana. Looking back, Sean ordered Nate to block the bolts flying at Jenna so that she could focus on shooting. Spinning his spear, Nate replied that he understood everything. The crowd of monsters ran towards Marie. The protagonist stood in the way of the goblins and thought that their primary task was to remove the mage, but he could buy time, but it would be difficult to block them all. Jumping back, Sean noted that he would need a magic shield. Looking back, the protagonist wondered if Marie would be able to hit the incoming shields. Marie was concentrating her mana and ignoring the protagonist. Dumbfounded, Jenna screamed that if she stood there, she would come under attack. Frowning, Sean noted that this could not be. He looked at Marie, who flew up and mentally asked her to forget about the barrier because she could not even cast on the move. Many monsters pounced on Marie. The wolf opened its mouth wide. Holding the shield in front of him, Sean tried to hold back the goblin rider. The protagonist tried to stay in place. He was suddenly pushed away. The protagonist dodged the monster's attack. He began to swing his blade. The goblin was killed. The wolf opened its mouth wide and tried to bite Sean. The protagonist jumped back. His face was serious. He cut the wolf in half. Blood began to spurt from the animal's corpse. Sean suddenly turned around. He looked at Marie, who was being run towards by many monsters. The goblin swung his blade. His blade was approaching Marie. Sean suddenly grabbed her and started running away. Looking at the furious Marie, the protagonist said that she was a simpleton since she cast magic without using protection. They ran towards the dense forest. A scared Jenna asked if the forest had been blocked off just recently. The protagonist replied that they would think about it when they got there. Holding Marie's hand, the protagonist ordered her to start casting as soon as they reached it and use magic to bombard the area. Looking at the crowd of monsters that were catching up with them, Marie replied that she understood everything. Jenna turned around and suggested that they could enter. Marie was taken aback. Sean suddenly pulled her. He kicked her and asked if she would be mistreated if she died. The protagonist suddenly stopped. He began to transform and asked the boys to go ahead. He grew fangs and remarked that he would join soon. A notification popped up that Sean had entered Berserk mode. A red aura enveloped his body. Standing in front of a crowd of monsters, the protagonist reasoned that this was the second time that day he had become Berserk, and although he was tired, he still needed to buy time. A goblin aimed a crossbow at him. The protagonist blocked the shot with his shield. The rider was running at him. Shocked, Sean thought that he was fast. He ducked his head to dodge. The protagonist knelt down, trying to stay on his feet. Sean was unable to stop and fell to the ground. Frowning, he thought that he was being attacked from different sides. The protagonist looked at the goblin, who approached him. Sean prepared for a powerful dash. Rushed through the enemies like a whirlwind, he declared that he would rid them of the mobility they were so proud of. He slammed his shield into one of the monsters. Surrounded, Sean was actively fighting. Stunned, Nate suddenly called out to him. The protagonist was hit in the back, after which a notification appeared that he was no longer in Berserker mode. The monster was standing above him. The goblin swung his spear. Sean turned and looked at the monster. He pierced its body with a blade. Blood sprayed from the wolf and the goblin. The protagonist pulled the sword from the wolf's mouth. The horde was running at him. Stunned, Nate cried out that he was too. Frightened, Sean said that he would group them and distract them, and Nate should just deal with those coming towards him. Dodging the attacks, the protagonist asked if Marie was still preparing to cast. Jenna, dumbfounded, cried out that she had finished preparing. The protagonist began to run away from the monsters. He suddenly jumped. In the air, Sean dodged several attacks. He stepped on the goblin's head. The protagonist ran at a tremendous speed and asked the monsters to disappear. A red aura hovered around Marie. Her hair fluttered in the gusts of wind. The grass began to shake. Many goblins ran after Sean. Opening her eyes, Marie cast Ignite. A powerful stream of energy emanated from Marie. She released a fiery beam at the monsters. Flames flew over Sean. A powerful explosion was heard. Looking around, the protagonist wondered what kind of incredible power this was. Marie released another beam that destroyed everything in its path. Hiding behind a tree, Jenna wondered if this was magic. Turning around, Sean noticed a few more goblins and asked them to help him. The protagonist was fighting a monster. Taken aback, the protagonist thought that he was being pushed back due to fatigue. However, if he could not defeat their lair, he would do it with a skill. Sean reflected the goblin's attack. Swinging his shield, the protagonist finished off the monster. An arrow suddenly flew at the goblin. Smiling, Jenna asked if it was a useful thing. Nate came to his aid and killed the goblin. The wolf fell dead on the ground. Nate, with a satisfied look, emphasized the fact that if the protagonist was tired, he would cover him. Grinning, Sean noted that he noticed that Nate had learned to be cheeky. Arrows flew at the monsters. Jenna suddenly jumped up. The monster did not hit her with an attack. Jenna took out a dagger. She plunged it into the goblin's head. The wolf began to run away without a rider. It was heading towards Marie. Her eyes were closed. The wolf's head was suddenly shot. Lying on the ground, Jenna noted that this would not be fun. Watching Marie, she asked her to pull herself together and run. Flames enveloped Marie's hand. Runes flew around her face. Stunned, Jenna screamed for the guys to run because the magic was not ready yet. Marie suddenly opened her eyes. Sean and Nate were running away from the monsters. Marie clenched her hand into a fist and told the goblins to burn. The ground beneath the monsters became hot. There was a powerful explosion. The fiery wind destroyed everything in its path. The stunned protagonist covered himself with a shield and thought that at this rate, they would be swept away too. Looking around the destroyed battlefield, Sean asked if it was over. He was suddenly surprised. Goblin riders jumped out of the fire. Raising her hands, Marie used Go Beyond, Ascent. She created a powerful fire whirlwind. The whirlwind destroyed the remaining goblins. Jenna held onto a tree so that the wind would not blow her away. The area began to burn. Flames enveloped the entire surrounding area. Marie stood still. The frightened protagonist looked at her. He saw that Marie's blow left a huge crater in the ground. A message appeared that the floor was cleared. The reward for completing was 20,000 gold, iron ore and wolf skin, and the most valuable player was Marie. The guys left the floor. Surprised, Nate said that more than 20 goblin riders died at once. Marie began to laugh and said that such was the power of the Great Fire, and she warned that if she showed her abilities, they would all be shocked. Putting her hand on her chest, she said that she had the soul of the Rival Witch. Blood began to spurt from Marie's nose and she lost consciousness. Looking at her, Sean reported that she was at 0. Looking at Marie's face, the protagonist concluded that she could not use any magic for a minute while casting, so until then, the party members would have to protect her. The protagonist imagined Marie's card and thought that she could not use support magic, and her strength, endurance, and agility were at the level of a 1-star character. When he was a master, he had many mages and was skilled in using them, but he had never met anyone like her. He did not mean that they did not exist, they were just too rare. Sean imagined Marie riding a tank and emphasized the fact that they were like tanks that had all their armor and countless development paths removed. In fact, you could say they were made for war. Jenna threw Marie onto her back. Smiling, the protagonist said that power was something to consider. They came out of the portal looking happy, and Sean suggested that the time was slowly approaching when he would no longer be in the center of events. The plot moves us to the next day and tells us that the first thing Ennick had to do was build a magic center by entering the game. A city map appeared on the screen and the system said that you need to select a building by clicking on it. A research and magic lab appeared in the city and the game said that research skills were unlocked. An alchemy lab was created and the system reported that it could synthesize various items. A library building appeared and a notification popped up that mages could now expand their knowledge. The game showed us the city and told us that 3 buildings adjacent to the training groups had been combined into a new complex, and a magic hall had been built. Marie was sweating and asking why her. The girl ran in front of the guy, closing her eyes and asking why such a high-ranking person should do these outrageous training sessions, because she was one of those who worked with her brain. The main character thought about the fact that in most cases she just needed to learn to dodge, including those moments when she cast spells. Sean began to overtake his friend and told her to be faster. He noticed that she talked a lot. Endurance was necessary when it came to battles involving swords and spears. The guy ran in front of the dissatisfied girl and said that it was much nicer to see her in this than in that uncomfortable dress. The protagonist introduced the girl in the dress and told us that her dress was custom made by her family. It was a magic item that increased the power of fire. The guy ran ahead and turned around and said that although they called it endurance development, everything was easy, just 3 laps without additional weight at low speed every day. Compared to his training, it was nothing. Sean quickly ran ahead and said that it looked like she wanted potatoes for dinner and he would tell Chloe about it. He ran in front of the eye and said Ennick that he was doing nothing at all, just watching, although it was funny and just watching. The protagonist introduced the magic hall in the city and the map of Marie and told us that the building was built and they were lucky to get a mage when they were already so close to the 10th floor. He looked at the access map to all the dungeons and thought about the fact that thanks to the Israel mines that opened yesterday, they managed to loot all the materials from the 3 weekly dungeons. The guy imagined a dark room and thought about all the materials they had collected in the storage room. Waiting for its further distribution, it was time to craft consumables such as potions. A notification popped up that Enning had left the game. Jenna raised her hand smiling and told Marie that she should continue running and give it her all. Sean told us that potions were usually made by high-level pharmacists and alchemists, but just like equipment, potions could be made without skills through a mini-game. The protagonist stood in the middle of the magic hall and thought about how he looked like inside. Holding a book, he thought about how he couldn't read it. The guy looked at the cauldron on the table and said that it was time to start creating potions. Sean threw flowers and fangs into the cauldron and activated the minigame for brewing. The protagonist quickly tapped the game screen and notifications about creating healing potions appeared. He glanced at the test tubes with brightly colored potions. Looking down, he stood next to Izel and thought about the fact that he made 6 healing potions and 2 magic ones. Ennick will probably suspect something, but it is better to save it than die. We see a night city and a fortress. The protagonist stood in front of his friends at the cauldron and said that a mage officially joined their group. He looked at the brazier and asked if they knew why he brought it here. Sean smirked, waved his hand and told them to watch it closely. Jenna and her friend looked at him in shock. They saw the guy put his hand to the coals and asked what he was doing. The protagonist smiled, held his hand in the brazier and said that if Marie uses fire, they should get used to it too. The guy smiled madly and then counted the seconds. The guys looked at him in shock. Sean held his hand in the flames and continued counting. He abruptly pulled out the charred limb. The guy looked at the burnt palm and said that he was fine. The main character, gritting his teeth, looked at his healing hand and said that he was instantly healing in the lobby. He stood in front of his friends, holding his wrist, and said that Marie uses fire, and they need to fight next to her. If they are not adapted to fire, they will burn before the enemies. Jenna looked at him in fear and asked if they should do it right now. Frowning, Nate looked down and asked when to stop. The guy stood in front of his friends, raising his hand, and answered that when they can no longer stand it, they can get it. He thought about the fact that they should do this madness until they get the skill of fire resistance. Nate grinned as he remembered sitting on his knees in fear, listening to the guy remind them about the 5th floor and what happened because of their carelessness. Gritting his teeth, he reached out to the brazier. The protagonist grabbed his wrist. He held his friend's hand and whispered in his ear that he should practice when no one was looking. His bad habits did not include watching people screaming in agony. He showed them as an example. Jenna clenched her fists and looked at the guys with fear, saying that she did not want to do this. She was standing in the rear anyway. Sean, smiling, pulled the frightened girl's hand to the brazier and said that he would help if they held hands and lowered them together. It would not be so hot, just a little, like a mosquito bite. Was she really going to run like crazy every time the girl used magic? He imagined Marie fighting monsters and said that she couldn't use shields or teleportation magic. If they didn't protect her, she would die because she couldn't even dodge a running snail. The guy noted that if she didn't want the mage to die, then she should make sure she got used to fire before they entered the 10th floor. He would do that too. Sean took the sword out of the case and told Nate that he was sorry, but he had one more task. He spun the sword in his hand. Having cut his hand, the guy turned around and smiling said that they need to train resistance to pain. The main character handed the knife to his frightened friend and said that he didn't have to do exactly that. He could use any suitable method. It would allow him to endure and withstand pain. The guy thought about the fact that he definitely felt bad, but it was necessary. Sean held his hand up to the brazier in front of the guys and thought about how healing potions can heal wounds, but in exchange there is terrible pain. If you want to fight, you need the skill of pain resistance. He looked at his frightened friend and said that she does not need it. The guy added that it will still come in handy in the future. Jenna looked at her friend with concern and asked if she could do it later. The main character looked at the windows and said that switching is a skill that will allow her to quickly switch from daggers to arrows. At any time at a short or long distance, she will be able to fight and switch. He imagined himself with the guys in the game and said that they will no longer resort to building close, long, and medium combat. From now on, they will use a triangular formation with Marie in the center and will begin training from tomorrow. Sean looked at the confused girl and said that it wasn't really hers, but he and Nate couldn't protect Marie alone. She would have to join in too. The guy imagined the guys standing around the mage on the tank and thought about how it was like protecting a princess, but in order to use Marie to the maximum, there were no other options. He told us that the most effective party composition included 2 mages. It would be great to have a support mage, but unfortunately they didn't have one. The protagonist thought about the fact that they hadn't completed the 9th floor, but the chance of them going there was very small. Most likely they would choose the second group so that it would get more experience. Entering the room, Sean thought about the fact that while the quest chain was active, it was unlikely that there would be only one active group. Even Enik knew about the development of the additional group. He put the bucket of water on the floor and thought about the hint they had: subjugation, survival, guard, breakthrough, execution, defense, siege, pursuit, and escape. The guy presented the team cards on the 10th floor and thought about the fact that at this stage there was a mission that involved at least 2 groups. The protagonist threw a match into the brazier and thought about the fact that since this was a joint mission, the level of danger was incomparable to what they had seen before. Sean put his hand into the flame and frowned, deciding that he needed to prepare thoroughly. Smoke filled the room and the guy coughed. "We see a house with a light burning inside." A message popped up saying that the protagonist received the skill fire resistance. The guy stood in front of a surprised Marie and said that she was useless now, so if she reduced the attack power, she needed to speed up the casting of spells and reduce mana consumption. He looked at her with displeasure and asked if she wanted it. The girl looked at him in fear and hiccuped. She ran ahead and said that she would just do what he said. Sean imagined Marie releasing flames and creating explosions and told us that she uses 3 classes of magic: ignition, flaring explosive flames, and directed explosions and their variations. The higher the class, the more mana is consumed. He walked towards Jenna, holding a sword, and thought that her magic is really powerful, but to use it effectively, they need to increase the burn rate. The guy told us that they are approaching the 10th floor every second, from morning to night, so it is necessary to complicate the training many times. Jenna, smiling, released an arrow from her bow and said that she was ready. Swinging his sword, the guy parried the arrows and thought that usually in sparring, the arrows just fly at him. and now he threw away the shield and added additional conditions. The girl winked and smiled, said that he was getting stronger, his growth rate is very high. The main character seriously looked at the end of the arrow and said that they are training, he does not need compliments. He swung his sword and cut the arrow. A notification popped up that the guy had acquired the projectile defense skill. The system reported that fencing basics and shield basics had been raised to level 6. Jenna ran furiously towards the guy, swinging her knife. The guy leaned back and dodged the attack. The girl was taking an arrow out of her quiver. Frowning, she drew her bow and used the switch. The protagonist held out his sword in front of his friend. He looked at her with concern and thought that she was initially a 1-star, but her potential was great, and her learning speed was generally abnormal. If he hadn't had gaming experience, Jenna would have remained seriously underdeveloped. The girl smiled, put her hand to her lips and asked who was mumbling that compliments were unnecessary during training. Sean grabbed his friend by the cheeks and said that he would make everyone ask where she got her scars. He looked at the door and told us that Nate could be called a typical 1-star. Currently the 3rd level of spear is his ceiling. For some time he did not appear at training, locked himself in a room and trying to master pain immunity. The guy watched as Marie stood surrounded by flames and thought about how she was training on a special training ground in the Hall of Magic. Even holding back magic, it is still strong, except for special circumstances. She should mainly use first-class magic. The protagonist looked at the guys sitting by the wall and told us that in the corner of the training hall some random 1-stars are straining, but there are no useful ones among them. They can't fill even 1 group, let alone 2, where the maximum number of fighters is 5, but it seems that Enik does not plan to summon anyone. Sean looked down tensely and thought that maybe he wants to add these guys to them. The plot tells us that the next day, Eddie's group returned after passing the 9th floor. The wounded guys were leaving the portal. The protagonist crossed his arms and looked away and said that it seemed like someone's limbs were shortened and asked what the essence of the task was. The girl stood in front of him with her eyes closed and answered that it was necessary to conquer a goblin village, numbering about 50 units. The guy asked her to tell him about everything that seemed strange. Eddie sadly lowered her gaze. She remembered how she fought monsters on wet ground and answered that the soil was muddy as if it had been raining for a long time. The girl walked away from the guy and said that nothing else came to mind. The protagonist looked ahead and said that it was their turn. A bright flame appeared. A notification popped up that the floor had been passed and Marie had increased her level. Sean walked out of the portal with the guys seriously, thinking about how it looked like they couldn't use the 4th floor for training anymore. He was currently level 10, Jenna was level 8, Nate was level 6, and Marie was level 4. He looked away, clenching his fist and thinking about how with the current number of floors, that was the limit at their levels. They had gone up as much as they could. The guy introduced his team and the new daggers, telling us that gear production was working. So the group's gear had been upgraded, the flimsy D-rank leather armor had been upgraded to D-rank iron plate armor, and he and Nate now had daggers. He presented Greg and Dustin's cards, telling us that 2 of the guys training on the court had joined the 1st and 2nd groups. Although they were far behind the others, nothing could be done. The protagonist added that it had been a long time before they set foot on the 10th floor. Izel spread her arms and asked, smiling, if this was like Loki, if he would determine what the task would be, if he could solve this difficult problem. Sean sat at the table with papers and answered that he would be a god if he could. He kept wondering why she came to him, but in fact she came to ask all sorts of nonsense. If he were him, he would have passed all 100 floors long ago. The protagonist told us that he was a master of masters. It was true that he was a user with the highest rank in Choose Me, but even so, it took him 2 years to climb to the 88th floor. Dozens of groups were destroyed due to the unpredictability of the game elements and traps. He put his hand to his cheek and thought about the fact that the master of Choose Me grows on the failures of his teams, but Enik does not yet know what failure is. The guy imagined the city and thought that in this scenario, the moment of their failure would be his death. A crowd of guys stood on the street in front of the guards. Marie looked away worriedly and told the guy that the area was full because that little fairy hadn't summoned them. Sean looked away calmly and thought about how half an hour had passed since Enik appeared online. His inaction showed that he was thinking. The system asked if they wanted to go to the 10th floor. The guy looked at the entrance to the dungeon and thought about whether to enter the 10th floor or wait a little longer. Sean crossed his arms and frowned and thought about how the last one to join the group hadn't been adjusted yet, and he hadn't been promoted even after reaching the limit at level 10. There were still gaps. If he left them for another week, he would level up all his skills to the maximum available. He looked at the consent button and told us that then they would be able to challenge the 10th floor more comfortably, but considering Enik's behavior up until now, he wouldn't do that. Izel flew above the portal and activated the rift of time and space. Sean frowned and looked ahead and thought that for them this was reality, but for the master it was just a game. If they were destroyed, he would just get new heroes. Greg looked at the guy worriedly, hearing that when he entered the battle, they should just hide. The protagonist thought that this was the first level of the basic swordsmanship at his third level. In this state he would only get in the way, it would be better to join the group a week earlier. The system reported that this was an important mission. The participation of 2 groups was required. If the group did not have enough participants, they could call for reinforcements for free. In missions where tactical stations were used, they could set tactical tasks for the participating heroes. Sean looked at the wall and thought that he probably did not know how to use tactical stations. It was a rather complicated system for a beginner. Crossing his arms, he asked Dizzle to tell him that he should get things from the storage. The game informed that there were some consumables in the storage. If the hero had the right items with him, he could use them at the right time. The guy thought about the fact that they had 6 healing potions, each group could take 3. Eddie's was smiling, holding the potions in her hand and saying that the preparations were complete. Sean noted that the magic potions were only for Marie. He stood in front of the girl with his arms crossed and said that they would most likely be divided into different locations. If that happened, they would need to quickly group together. He added that they should move towards the center. If they could not determine it right away, she should find a high position and find out. Dizzle, furious, stretched out her hand forward and shouted that they should not get in the way of Sean's feet, she would watch. The protagonist replied that it was not worth doing that. Turning around, he smiled and said that the fairy could not worry, he would definitely climb the tower. There was a bright flash. The man was kneeling in the yard and saying that they would all die. He was holding his head and crying, saying that they couldn't defeat them, they would all die, no one would see mercy. The protagonist kicked the screaming man. The stranger was sitting on the ground and turning around, asking who they all were. Jenna looked at the madman with concern and said that it seemed like he didn't see them. She asked if he saw them and thought that he was an NPC. Sean stood outside near the man and thought about how there were many cases where NPCs would show up on missions. He knew that interacting with them was laggy, but that's just the way it was. He turned around and looked at the buildings and said that the city looked familiar. Nate looked ahead tensely and said that he had seen this place before. It was a little different, but something was recognizable. It looked more Western. The protagonist looked at him in surprise and decided that it couldn't be. The guy looked at the building and said that it was familiar to them because they had already been here. He looked at the crowd of people and said that it was a destroyed city from the 5th floor. Sean imagined leaves flying over the city and said that the difference was that it hadn't been destroyed yet. The girl said that the time frame was strange. The protagonist stood in front of a worried Jenna and said that this was not the only anomaly, they would discuss the details later. He stood in front of the team with his arms crossed and said that the important thing was that they had already been called and that they needed to complete the mission to survive. The guy looked at him seriously and said that it hadn't started yet, they probably had time to rest, but it was better to take advantage of the opportunity and gather information. Sean looked at the people around him and said that he was giving them 5 minutes to scout out the situation. They would meet right here. If they were late, no one would wait for them. Clouds were gathering over the tower. The protagonist stood by the window in the tower and thought that this seemed to be the best place to watch the battle unfold. The guy stood there with his brows furrowed and thought about how the soldiers' morale was at rock bottom. He looked at the army walking down the street and thought about how there were thousands of goblins in the northern forest. Maybe there was an assault ladder there. It was a relief that there were no battering rams in sight. The protagonist looked at the furious monsters and thought about the river to the east, which they met on the 7th floor, and thousands of goblins. They do not have siege mechanisms. He looked forward seriously. Sean looked at the army of knights and thought that less than half of them were human forces gathered outside the castle. The guy thought about the ratio of 10 to 1, although even much more. Even at first glance it was obvious that the worst scenario could not be imagined. Sean went down the stairs and thought about the fact that the mission was not announced yet. If the goal was survival, their chances of success would increase. The protagonist imagined himself screaming and thought that if the task was to survive for a certain time, they would pass this floor with more ease than the 5th one in its time. Remembering the crowd of people and laughing Marie, he thought about the fact that there were a lot of NPCs there that could be used as bait, and they also had a mage who would focus on defending the territory. The boy watched as the team gathered in front of him and thought about how soon the wheel of fate would turn. He looked ahead in shock, seeing 3 notifications, and thought about how triple notification meant the highest difficulty. The system showed us the city and told us that we needed to prevent the city from falling. Sean imagined an army of knights in front of goblins and thought about how by combining the first and second groups, there would be only 10 people. Taking into account 3,500 NPCs, there would be about 360 soldiers, and they would have to stand against thousands of goblins. Frowning, the boy said that after they exchanged their findings, they should discuss the details of the mission, goals, and roles. Jenna remembered sitting on the man's backpack and said that she tried to talk to the people in the city, but no one answered. They could see and touch them, but they did not hear or notice them. Nate held out his hand and presented a map, saying that the goblins were approaching from the north and east gates. There were no exits to the south and west, so there was no escape route. He noted that if the outer wall fell, everyone would be killed along with it. Frowning, Eddie's crossed her arms and asked what they should do. The protagonist lowered his head and replied that their goal was to defend themselves. He stood with his arms crossed and explained that the mission was to protect the city, not to let the enemy break through. In other words, they needed to destroy the opponents. Eddie's looked at him in fear and said that it was impossible. John raised his hand and asked what about retreating, because by leaving the city they could monitor the situation and carry out guerrilla raids. The guy lowered his gaze and frowned, saying that perhaps the conditions for successful completion of the mission were to destroy the invading army, otherwise they would fail. He turned to the central tower. Sean looked at the glowing statue and thought about how the twin goddesses were an item that appeared from time to time during special missions. The protagonist looked away warily and said that it didn't matter if they killed the goblins or not, if this statue was destroyed, they were finished. John crossed his arms, closed his eyes and said that it was absurd. Did they really need to protect it by fighting off enemies? The protagonist stood with his arms crossed and said that it was true. He looked at his worried allies and said that otherwise, they would all die. The guy stood in front of John and told him that no matter where they were, there was no escape, no exceptions. A bead of sweat ran down Sean's cheek and he thought that the conditions were simply ridiculous. But while they were in the game, even with an impossible mission, there had to be a strategy. Gritting his teeth, he presented a map and said that there were many goblins, but their only siege equipment was ladders, and only the army on the server, if they were careful, they could buy enough time. The protagonist frowned and told the guys that the girls' group would go to the northern wall and help the soldiers, let them do everything possible to destroy the ladders that would be attached to the castle walls. Eddie's looked at the guy seriously and said that there were only 5 of them. She did not think that this addition to the already existing 300 would make it possible to defend the city. The protagonist thought about the fact that he understood why she thought like that. But if you count the forces of the second group, it would be about 50 soldiers. Frowning, he said that the goblins did not have other equipment like battering rams yet. Sean imagined the city wall and said that the only thing they could use to besiege the walls was assault ladders. If they held their positions on the walls, in the most dangerous place, then the effectiveness of their defense would increase many times over. Eddie's looked at him worriedly and replied that she didn't mean that. The protagonist closed his eyes and listened as she said that even if they won for a while, they were still far from victory. He imagined an army of armed goblins and thought that if both groups fought together, the outcome would be the same, they could hold out a little longer. But in the end, the goblins would still break through. The numerical difference between the enemy and them was too great. Sean imagined the goblins walking around the structures and thought that they were as many as 10 to 1. Even with their full involvement, it would only be reduced to 5 to 1. If you remember the 5th floor, it was unlikely that the goblins would retreat. From the point of view of common sense, they could not win this battle. The guy stood in front of the surprised Jenna and said that to the east of the city there was a river, as it was on the 7th floor. He remembered standing in the waves and telling us that it was pouring down on the 7th floor. The water channels were overflowing because of the break. The protagonist imagined the battles in the sea pier, thinking that all the clues from the 5th to the 9th floors pointed to the dam. I'm sure the game sent them there for a reason, but how could a break in the dam, which is quite far from here, affect the goblin attack? Sean clenched his fist and decided that he did not have enough information. Jenna looked ahead in surprise. The girl clasped her hands and shouted that she heard a horse galloping near the river. She remembered how it was raining. Jenna imagined herself looking ahead in surprise. The girl remembered how she saw an army on the other side of the river. The protagonist looked at her in surprise and understood what was going on. Eddie's looked ahead in shock. Sean grabbed Jenna by the cheek and asked why she was only now telling him such important things. The guy stood in front of Eddie's and looked away, saying that she had to buy as much time as she could. If the outer wall fell, let them move to the inner one. If necessary, they could use soldiers and refugees as bait. No matter how hard it was, let them close the gates and hold out. Turning around, he smiled and said that before they returned, they had a more difficult task, so he would not make them look weak. Eddie's turned around with a smile and said that they would give it their all. Jenna looked at the commander in surprise and asked if this was the whole plan. If it was too careless, what was their task? Nate turned around and worriedly asked why they were going outside the walls. There were thousands of goblins there. It was too dangerous. The main character frowned and raised his head and replied that if they stayed here, they would all be finished. He pictured the soldiers in front of the river and said that on the 7th floor the dam had already been breached. If the sound Jenna heard was from reinforcements, then the reason the city fell on the 5th floor was because the help simply couldn't cross the riverbed due to the breach. Sean presented a battle map and said that they had to go to the east bank and kill the goblins. Their job was to keep the dam from breaking. The girl looked at the guy with concern. The protagonist frowned, pulled out a sword from behind his back and said that they were moving out to kill them. Sean ran into battle and shouted that these were only the inner walls. The real problem was ahead. They were approaching the gate and the protagonist ordered Jenna to climb up and scout the situation, and Nate to be ready to open the gate. Turning around, the protagonist asked Marie to cast a spell so that as soon as the gate opened, she would use second-level magic. Looking at Greg, Sean noticed that he was there too. Nate began to pull the rope to open the gate. The knights ran towards him and shouted that this had to be stopped. Watching the situation from above, Jenna said that many goblins had already gathered on the other side and if the gate opened, they could trample it with a crowd. Sean replied that it did not matter and asked to go down. The protagonist defended Nate and said that Marie would open a new passage for them with magic, and for now they would not allow the soldiers to interfere. The enraged warriors shouted that they would give their lives to stop them. Jenna hid around the corner and tripped the soldiers. Fiery mana enveloped Marie, who was preparing her spells. The gate began to open. An arrow flew through a small gap. The protagonist caught the arrow flying at Marie. The goblins looked through the gap in the gate. Sean threw the arrow back at them. Jenna jumped on the soldier with both feet and hit him. Raindrops fell to the ground. Raising his head, the protagonist looked at the sky and thought about the rain. He turned his gaze. Looking at Marie, Sean wondered if it was true that water would not stop her flames. Enraged, Nate began to scream. He opened the gates through which a horde of monsters burst in. They ran at Marie. The girl used Ignite and incinerated the goblins. Streams of fire flew out of the gates. Many monsters were killed. The passage was engulfed in flames. Jenna and Nate began to run. Looking at Marie, who was holding a potion in her hands, Sean asked her to drink it every time she cast a spell. Looking at her intently, the protagonist clarified whether she could handle it because they had just begun. Marie walked away from him and asked who he took her for. Greg was dumbfounded. Sean looked at him with a smirk on his face and asked if he still planned to follow them. A message popped up that Greg was scared, which lowered his stats by 30%. Closing his eyes, the protagonist asked him to go to Eddie's, who would tell him what to do, noting that if he survived the battle, she would receive his confession. Sean turned his gaze to the knights and noticed that the gates were closing again. Coming out of the gate, the protagonist ordered them to hurry up and lock all the bolts. Sean seriously emphasized the fact that the escape route was cut off, the only way forward. Looking at the army of monsters, the protagonist declared that he would kill them all. He walked ahead and ordered everyone to take positions. Frowning, Sean told Marie to use the first level. With a weak fire power, try to spread her flames over the area and cover as much as she can. Looking down, the protagonist cried out that the rain was getting stronger and that the goblins would pass through the fire and attack them. The monsters rushed at them while Sean reasoned that there were 20 seconds left until Marie's spell. Looking at the monster flying at him, the protagonist began to count down. Swinging his blade, Sean noted that there were 18 seconds left. The monsters fired crossbows at them. Standing next to Marie, the protagonist deflected the shots with his shield. He kicked the rocks that flew at the goblins. Nate pierced the goblin's body with his spear. Jenna cut off the monster's head. She shot the goblin in the face while Sean reasoned that there were 4 seconds left. The monster appeared behind Nate. The protagonist threw his blade at the goblin, thereby saving Nate. Sean pulled out his blade. Watching Marie, the protagonist shouted that they were aiming at her and needed to change positions. Marie released a powerful stream of energy at the monsters. The goblins began to burn alive. Sean started to run away and shouted that they needed to run right through. Running across the battlefield, the protagonist told us that although the heat penetrated the leather armor, it was quite bearable and it was lucky that Marie joined their group. Looking at the crowd of goblins that rushed at him, Sean shouted for Marie to cast more magic. He thought that the weather was hindering them, because the fire barricade was dying out too quickly due to the rain. Cutting down the monsters, the protagonist ordered Nate to support the left flank and leave these to him. The guys fought the goblins while Sean thought that he needed another 20 seconds. A goblin appeared behind the protagonist. Turning around, the protagonist killed the monster and shouted to change positions. Releasing a powerful beam of fire, Marie burned the goblins. Stunned, Sean shouted for them to move forward and use the flames as a shield. The stunned guys began to move forward, and the protagonist said that they would repeat this until they reached the river. In front of the huge horde of goblins was a barricade of fire. A whole horde of goblins stood under their banners, ready for battle. It was pouring rain on the field preparing for battle. Among this entire army stood a large goblin with glowing eyes, holding his banner in his hand. He raised his sword and began to command. The character called everyone dirty pigs. A special spell was cast. Giant tongues of flame enveloped the battlefield. Sean shouted at Nate to charge faster, but suddenly, the red eyes of one of the goblins appeared from the flames. The hero clearly did not expect this, but still managed to dodge the spear at the last moment and immediately struck the goblin through with his sword. He realized that the goblin's tactics had changed during this time. Even though they used fire magic, the enemies still immediately went on the offensive. But Sean reacted to this and rushed to attack those who had managed to break through the fire. He delivered a quick series of blows and cut the goblins into pieces, and suddenly, something caught his attention. The hero realized that all this was because of that giant goblin on the hill. He was yelling at his army not to retreat. Sean realized that he was the one who realized that Marie had a delay between attacks, so they could not break through. The hero accepted that the leader of these goblins was quite smart. Although Nate and Jenna looked pretty good, they were all in a situation where there was little oxygen, and the fire resistance skill did not provide full tolerance. The hero decided something firmly while the enemies were attacking him. He decided to have all the enemies run to him. Sean shouted to his team that they would only have one chance so that they would not all die. Nate did not understand what he was talking about and shouted back. The hero declared that it was necessary to destroy that large goblin. The same orc continued to shout at his army to rush forward. He wanted them to kill the mage as quickly as possible. This had to be done at any cost. The heroes were surrounded by thousands of goblins while there was a fire field around them. One of them tried to break through this field, but then he was instantly struck by a powerful blow. A lot of blood flew out of the enemy's mouth. He was surprised that he lost one of his fangs. After that, arrows flew at him, but Sean was only interested in whether Marie was still casting her spell. He ordered her to burn all the opponents. She cast a spell, and a multitude of fire illuminated the battlefield in front of her. The explosion looked like a large beam of fire, but the leader of the goblins still commanded them to attack more actively. They rushed forward with angry faces. Sean realized that one volley of fire would not be enough for them. But the hero decided that it was not over yet, and the field around him slowly began to turn orange. Fear and bewilderment appeared on the goblin's face. A gigantic explosion occurred, covering everything around with its flames. But the main monster still shouted that his fighters should not retreat under any circumstances. The heroes began to break through the remains of the fire with the help of the explosion. Jenna pulled her bow, while Nate covered her with a shield. She aimed her eye accurately. The arrow flew at the enemy with gigantic speed. The chief of the goblins screamed in fear when he saw this. An arrow hit him right in the head, from which blood gushed. But then Marie began to fall without strength. At the last moment, Sean still managed to catch her by the shoulder. She woke up and did not understand what was happening, and the hero was confused. Although the magic was strong enough, it would not hold back the rest if they continued to press on. But their final goal was the fortress, and the heroes were just an obstacle. The hero understood that their commander was killed, but did not understand their further actions. One of the goblins began to move away from the fire. Few enemies were visible near him. They lined up, moving away from the characters. Sean thought that the goblins had chosen to storm the fortress. The waves were swaying nervously, and it was raining heavily. The heroes moved a distance closer to the forest and became uninteresting to these enemies. Sean understood that they were alive only because their leader was dead. He ordered everyone to use healing potions after they had rested. Meanwhile, the goblins stormed the northern wall. For the heroes, this was also just the beginning. In front of them stood a large wooden pier. The goblins angrily stepped on the damp grass. Sean knew that they would not let them relax under any circumstances. They appeared on the horizon again, and it was necessary to prepare for a new battle. Huge feet stepped on the damp earth. Nate turned to the protagonist with a frightened look, but he said that the fight was just in full swing. The enemy's eyes glowed in the darkness of the evening. A large level 23 ogre appeared, growling with anger. Sean immediately assigned roles. Marie had to create a wall of fire, and Nate had to protect it. They were thinking about the large monster because a wall of fire would not stop it. Sean told her to cast the spell faster, and he would take on the ogre. The monster struck with its large weapon, similar to an axe, and crushed the ground, but the hero managed to dodge. The character realized that if he missed even one blow from it, he would die. The monster began to swing its huge weapon again. Sean understood that no shields would help against such a force, only forward attacks remained. Fire helped to cope with ordinary goblins. But in this fiery circle, the hero tried to fight the ogre. It was so gigantic that the hero seemed very small in front of it. Sean still managed to attack and cut the monster's foot, and Jenna was already drawing her arrows. They hit the enemy's back and stuck into him. The ogre screamed in pain, and it seemed that the characters were slowly getting the hang of it. The heroine understood that this target could be easily hit, and this compensated for his large defense. But these arrows did almost no damage, and she took her words back. Sean shouted that only attacks on weak spots would harm him, but they first needed to be found. Suddenly, Jenna fearfully declared that everything was very bad, because another such ogre was coming at them. The hero was very surprised. Sean understood that Nate was too busy with the goblins, and the distribution of forces had failed after all. The longer the fight went on, the worse it would become for them. In this case, the character decided to take another risk. He tried to take the monster's blow with his shield. The hero felt very heavy from the pressure on the shield, but he held on. Sean was determined to simply ignore the pain. He charged with a wild look, holding his sword. Suddenly, the ogre screamed in wild pain. The hero hit him right in the groin, realizing that he also had a weak spot. This made the ogre very angry and began to crush the ground in front of him with his weapon. but Sean still charged, jumping off the monster's body. He managed to thrust his sword into his opponent's body. The weapon ended up right in the ogre's neck, but the wound was still not deep, and then Sean took the shield. It didn't matter at all what he hit his opponent with. He drove the sword deeper into the opponent's neck with the shield. After that, the hero pulled his weapon back, already completely covered in blood. One of the ogres was finally killed. Sean was ready to move on to the next one. He was already walking here, and the hero ordered Jenna to attract him with her arrows. She immediately began shooting towards the ogre. The monster had already managed to wound Nate, which sent him flying. The hero realized that they were too late because the enemy was already ready to kick Marie. Sean screamed her name with all his might and was worried, but she survived and was not even wounded. The heroine did not understand why the ogre ran on and did not hit her. Sean thought it was very strange. The hero thought this monster was unarmed, but could easily destroy castle walls and buildings. But then the character realized that the ogre was not following them, but was running towards the dam. But then Jenna jumped on the neck of this monster, even though they shouted at her. The heroine plunged her blade into the enemy's neck with all her might, causing him to scream. Sean decided that he would not let this happen and rushed towards him. He wanted to kill the ogre right then and there. Together with Jenna, he cut the monster with strong and fast blows. He screamed in pain and spat out his blood. After that, the enemy threw his huge body into the water with all his might. This caused a big splash. The river was covered in blood, and Sean knew that they had barely managed it. Suddenly, the ogre's hand emerged from the water with a roar. Sean was scared and did not understand what was happening. The monster immediately hit the dam with all his might with his huge fist and broke it into pieces. The water immediately gushed out in a stream. Nate told the protagonist that they had killed all the goblins and waited for further orders. Sean only responded with a sad face and remained silent. He said that they had screwed up. There were supposed to be fighters behind the dam who were supposed to help. However, now, because of the broken dam, they would not be able to come. In this case, a small number of people would have to fight off 3,000 goblins. The characters tried to shout to Sean, but he did not understand what to do in such a situation. Nate put his hand on his shoulder, trying to get through to him. The hero held his sword in his hands in silence. Sean said that they had to go back and they would need a new plan, but he didn't know if there was one. Marie tried to stop him. She stretched out her hand and charged her magic bracelet with purple energy. The heroine was saying some kind of spell. The giant stone was enveloped in purple energy. Sean was very surprised. Marie used magic to lift the giant stone and swung her arms to the side with all her might. The stone fell right into the hole in the dam. It fit right in the middle of the structure. The water stopped immediately. Sean stood in complete surprise, but Marie explained that telekinesis was the basis of magic. The hero said that she should have told him earlier that she could do this. The heroine didn't understand why he was yelling at her and said that without her they would have failed the mission. Sean grabbed her cheeks and said that there was no need to hide the best skill, but she thought that he knew because it was basic magic. The hero calmed down and said that they were saved only thanks to her. The heroes gathered themselves and were ready to act further, but then Jenna screamed. The goblins had already returned and brought reinforcements with them. One of them with a spear immediately flew into the attack. Sean dodged him and swung back. He cut the enemy and thought about help because there was no hint of it. The hero slowly began to worry about this. In the heat of battle, Sean was already thinking that he could be wrong. Suddenly, there was no help at all in the first place. The hero ordered Marie to drink all the potions that they had left and use magic. But then one goblin jumped out of the crowd. He flew at the heroine. Sean was very scared and screamed her name. The goblin almost reached his target with his claws. But then a man in a lion mask appeared nearby. He cut the goblin and then rode his horse into the attack. The horse trampled the damp earth with its hooves. The enemies were still angry and ready to attack. Sean breathed a sigh of relief. A man in armor with a bloody sword sat on his horse. Sean looked at him with a surprised look. The goblins were still eager to attack. The man on the horse ordered his cavalry to prove their valor. The order to charge thundered. Sean was surprised that it was cavalry. Many silhouettes appeared from the darkness. They were warriors in armor on horses. He ordered Nate and Jenna to go to Marie. The cavalry was already racing and approaching the battlefield. There were about 500 horsemen in this army, but they were still outnumbered, although they were stronger than ordinary soldiers. The cavalry was already on the battlefield and cutting goblins left and right. The horsemen raced past the characters. Sean was told that they were already breaking through. The hero said that their work was finished and perhaps they could just rest. He really wanted to. Sean asked his comrades if they knew how to ride a horse. He decided that he would learn it right away. The master could not directly participate in the battle, but he could influence it. He issued a request for a skill book, namely horse riding. It cost a whole 500 crystals. The hero could not learn skills unrelated to combat, but he could develop basic talents with the help of such books. The skill was learned, now horse riding was available. Sean immediately saddled his horse. They rushed forward on horses. The hero was pleased that reinforcements appeared in their ranks. Finally, the cavalry was eager to fight. They were already at the besieged walls. Finally, the time for vengeance had come. Sean, sitting on his horse, thought that the goblins were gathered on the north side. They did not pose a serious threat as long as the gates were intact. Having imagined the city in his mind, he continued to think that the greatest danger was in the north, where they were besieging with ladders, but the cavalry also understood this, so they were heading there. Then he opened his eyes wide, thinking that if he followed the cavalry, the mission would be a success, but it would be so easy, the lousy game would not allow him to relax. Turning around, he shouted loudly that the plan had changed. They needed to split up. The spearman, looking ahead in surprise, asked that they weren't supposed to protect the northern gate. The protagonist tugged on the reins, answering that he seriously thought that would be enough. Turning around, he added that they needed to move to a safe distance from the arrows and move towards the northern forest, away from the battle. Sean looked at the sky, thinking that the rain had stopped. This was incredibly timely. They quickly headed towards the forest. The protagonist opened his eyes wide. In the forest, he saw a group of goblins, thinking that the riders had set up an ambush from the forest. If they could stop them with magic, they would prevent the attack. Then suddenly a huge monster appeared. Several giant ogres came out of the forest. They quickly walked forward. The spearmen looked ahead in surprise, and Sean said that they see, it will be bad if the wolf riders enter the battle. The cavalry alone will not withstand such an attack. Moving forward, Sean asked what the girl has with the mana reserve. She answered that she will be able to cast spells, but the firepower will be lower. Frowning his brows, the protagonist answered that she should focus on the area of damage instead of power. They will ride through the forest, so let them fry it properly. They quickly approach the trees. Then we are transferred to the castle. Goblins are trying to climb the gate. The guy pierces one of them with a sword through, but suddenly he grabs him by the t-shirt. Frightened, looking ahead, he feels himself falling. Suddenly, a girl appeared who managed to react and kill the goblin. Looking at her, the guy thanked her, to which she, making a dash, replied that he should not be distracted. Then she looked to the side, shouting, "What is it really?" The knight with the lion helmet shouted for everyone to go forward. The soldiers immediately rushed into battle, and he added that they should show them what the cavalry of the Iron Lion is capable of. The goblins clashed with the knights in a duel. The girl, looking at the goblin, heard shouts that reinforcements had arrived. At that moment, one of the goblins snuck up the wall. The girl cut off his hand, shouted for everyone to hold on. Victory was near. We are transported to the girl with red hair. She covers the spells and uses fire. The flame rushes forward at great speed. A second later, the forest bursts into flames. The goblin cavalry begins to choke in smoke and melts from the bright fire. The girl continues to use spells. Looking at her, the protagonist thinks that this is where her role ends. If she calls on magic one more time, her reserve will burn out. Probably the entire forest will char. Sean, turning around, thought that this is even better because it was often a place of habitation and reproduction of goblins. Fire will cleanse these territories. One of the goblins attacked the knight, killing him. The defense continued. About 100 soldiers survived on the northern wall. Many defenders of the city died before the cavalry arrived, fell under the onslaught of the ogres, and after a fight show against the remaining goblins. Horsemen who joined later. If he had not lit a fire, the cavalry would have been destroyed too. One of the goblins opened his eyes in fear. A second later, the knight hit him with all his might with his mace. The other, making a dash, swung his sword at the goblin, and Sean thought that their abilities are amazing. Watching the knights destroy their opponents, he thought that their quality, their advantage, more than made up for their lack of numbers. There were many corpses on the battlefield. The knight, raising his sword, screamed, and the protagonist thought that the mission was over. The comrades hugged each other with a smile, standing on the wall, adding that they were alive. The girl waved her hand from the wall, calling the protagonist. Sean, driving inside, thought that everyone was alive. He did not receive a single notification that someone had gone into the arms of the goddess. After all, they had clearly made progress since the 5th floor. Behind him, his friend said that they were clearly different from those who were on the 5th floor. Smiling, she added that why did not they go back? Is the mission not over yet? Suddenly, Sean looked ahead in fear. Then he turned around abruptly. He remembered how he destroyed a huge goblin, how his girlfriend burned the forest. He imagined the monsters in his head, thinking that they killed all the opponents. Remembering the celebration of the knights, he continued to think that the message about clearing the floor never appeared, after which he thought that there was nothing else to do here. His mind was filled with fear, and he froze, looking ahead. Suddenly, everything around him stopped, and a system message appeared loading. Sean, clenching his teeth, abruptly turned around. Looking at the knight, he saw a system message recovery. He wondered what was happening. Looking around, he saw another warning sign that an error occurred and he was disconnected from the server. Looking at the smiling girl, he was asked to wait. Looking at his comrades, the protagonist thought that everything froze. Suddenly, his face turned pale, and he heard someone behind him tell him to turn around. Turning around, the protagonist saw a blurry silhouette in the distance. In front of him was a max-level creature, a dark aura emanating from it. Sean looked at it in fear for a few seconds. He remembered playing a game, and this creature appeared in it. He looked at its frightening face, after which, looking menacingly in front of him, he thought that this was the same bastard. We are transferred to the settlement by a team of 6 star characters. They were the first in Korea to break through the 88th floor. In the world ranking, they took the 5th rank. The protagonist began to connect to the game, thinking that it was about the luck of abilities and battles. Looking at the screen, he continued to think that the heroes fight on their own. He can only give basic commands, but they decide among themselves what skills they will use. Many times it happened that the characters were not able to fight for some reason. After imagining the cards in his head, he continued to think that, however, if it was only fate that decided everything, he would not have been able to go so far, and that luck had made him dependent on this game. He could go to hell if his skills were good enough. He looked ahead in fear for a few seconds. Looking at the dark creature, he thought that this was the same bastard. What level could he possibly have for him to reach the maximum, including 7 stars? The protagonist clenched his teeth. Suddenly, he stood in a stupor, and someone else in a cloak appeared near the dark creature. It was written above him that his level was 15 and that he was a dark apostle. After which, smiling, he said that he would wait for him. Hearing this, Sean looked ahead in surprise. Then the dark apostle turned around and began to slowly walk away until he and the unknown creature disappeared. The protagonist watched as the world began to recover. A system message appeared in front of him that the recovery was complete before connecting to the server. The girl looked ahead in fear and asked what happened. Sean looks. Suddenly, the protagonist, opening his mouth wide, shouted for everyone to move quickly to the castle. The girl looked ahead in fear, and Sean, mounting his horse, shouted for them to move. He began to gallop forward at great speed. The guy, perplexed, shouted what happened, to which the protagonist, frowning, replied that nothing is over. Imagining a fire in his head, he thought that the Dark Apostle had never previously come up with information that this monster can appear on the lower floors. He imagined a revived hand, thinking that his feature. The knight looked away in surprise. A strange substance with a huge number of growths appeared in front of him. Then the monster rose from the dead. The guy looked at him in fear for a few seconds, after which the monster, opening its mouth wide, attacked the knight, and he screamed loudly. A huge number of goblins began to rise from the dead. Turning around, the guy screamed in fear, asking what was happening. He watched as the dead appeared, to which the protagonist shouted for them to ignore what was happening, let them run to where they came from the first time. The protagonist, clenching his teeth, thought that the resurrection of the dead, they can raise corpses that meet certain conditions. Watching how the zombies kill the knights, he thought that they will attack them until they split their skulls. The girl, standing on the wall of the castle, shouted for someone to open the gate. The gate swung open, and the protagonist thought that in any case, this is not the kind of monster that should appear on the 10th floor. Then he and the girl ran inside. The horse quickly stopped. The girlfriend looked back in surprise. The protagonist, grabbing the sorceress, said that he was leaving her with them. Having pulled him up in the water, he added that they should protect the statue of the goddess. Everything should work. If they locked the gate, let them hold out until he returned. Hearing this, the girl, perplexed, shouted what he was talking about, and the guy opened his mouth wide, in a trembling voice said what they should do with the monsters. Suddenly, the protagonist stopped. Frowning, he told them to pull themselves together. Looking at the approaching crowd of zombies, he added that his comrade would return with him alive or become food for these creatures. The guy silently looked ahead for a few seconds. Gritting his teeth, he answered that he would return with him. The girl, looking ahead, asked that the protagonist would really return. Sean, smiling, turned around, and then, running forward, he answered that of course. Looking after him, she added that he should not die. He turned around and told them to do the same. Then he slowly walked forward. He grabbed his sword, and then he looked ahead menacingly. He watched the zombies approaching him. Looking at them, he thought that they looked terribly disgusting, but this should not be difficult. Then he ran forward, hitting one of them on the head, thinking that he would deal with them one by one. He chopped their heads off, thinking that if he had to face them all at once, he would be finished the only way. The ogre raised his club, then he hit the gate with all his might. Turning around, Sean thought that the giant enemy had risen again, in which case the gate would not last long. Dead wolves appeared in front of him. They jumped on the horse, baring their fangs. Then suddenly their heads were pierced by arrows. For a few seconds, she stared ahead silently. Turning around, the protagonist smiled. Meanwhile, the knights watched in fear as the ogre hit the door with his mace. Their hands began to shake. Then there was a huge explosion, throwing the door open. The warriors were terrified. They watched as a crowd of angry dead people came out of the gate. Turning around, Sean wondered with displeasure that the gate had already fallen. He continued to run forward, thinking that he just needed to get rid of the apostle. Imagining him in his head, he thought that he disappeared into the forest among the lights, and that's where he was waiting for him. Gritting his teeth, he added that them. Swinging his sword and killing the dead, he continued, "Once we'll kill him." There was a huge explosion. Sean thought that there were two options for these freaks to act. Looking at the knights, he continued to think that the first one ends in the destruction of the statue of the goddess. Watching the knights lose, he continued to think that the second, indulging their thirst for living flesh, they lost most of the skills and physical capabilities that they had in life. At great speed forward, he thought that the thirst for meat increased 100-fold, and the stronger the zombies were in life, the stronger everything. Swinging, he destroyed several opponents at once, thinking that an unpredictable random move to deceive the riders. Menacingly turning around, he thought that they gave birth to a desire in him to separate their heads. He looked at the girl, thought that the command exceeded all his expectations. She is doing great, despite the ass they found themselves in. He imagined two angels in his head, thinking that their priority should be to protect the statue. A map of the zombie attack appeared in his head, and he thought that if the outer walls were to come, he would need to build barricades around the inner gate. If they used their experience from the 5th floor, they could hold out for a while. People ran in fear as fast as they could, screaming what was going on. They approached the gate, begging to be let in. Their faces turned pale, desperately asking for help. Then a crowd of zombies appeared behind them. We are transported some time later to Sean. He thinks that it does not matter which side holds out longer. Covering his mouth with his hand, he continued to think that it all depends on how quickly he can take out the Dark Apostle. Passing by the flames, a system message appeared in front of him, saying that the skill is better at resisting fire. Suddenly, two undead appeared from the flames. Covering his face with one hand, the protagonist easily cut off their heads, after which he drank a small potion with red contents. Raising his head, he thought that here is the rehabilitation border of the map. Frowning, he said that he knows that he is here. In front of him, two system messages appeared that his friends were in panic and horror and the characteristics were lowered. Standing in place, he saw another system message that the soldier returned to the arms of the Lord. His fighting spirit will be remembered until the end of time. Menacingly looking in front of him, he saw system messages that his friends were bleeding. She will gradually die. Then he saw a bright flash in the sky. It was approaching him at great speed. At the last moment, Sean managed to put up a shield. The arrow was able to pierce the shield and wound him in the shoulder. Then he stood up, thinking that the Dark Apostle is not very effective in battle, but he is one of the monsters that should only appear on the middle floors. This means that the creature is relatively stronger than them, because they are still on one of the original floors. There was a bright flash. Sean dodged it with great difficulty. The arrow flew right over his shoulder. Then his opponent fired a huge number of projectiles. The protagonist continued to hit him with a huge number of attacks. Suddenly, one of them appeared from the ground and hit his arm. Looking around, he thought that he would have died if he didn't have a defensive skill. Looking menacingly in front of him, he saw a system message that his comrade was bleeding. He would gradually lose health. Frowning, Sean thought that the situation looked bad, and besides, he continued to inhale the fumes. Taking a step forward, he thought that he didn't have time before he passed out. Before the whole group died, he wanted to try to talk. Sean looked menacingly in front of him. Someone behind him said that he wanted to talk. The protagonist, looking to the side, replied that okay, well, what about? Then he swung his sword, and an unknown person answered that he was different from them. With all the force of his opponent's blow, he flew back. Then, moving away in the smoke, he screamed. Sean spun the blade in his hand. A second later, a projectile appeared in front of him. The protagonist, clenching his teeth, made it forward. His eyes turned red, and a system message appeared that he entered Berserker mode. A dark trail stretched behind him. He clenched his teeth. He developed fangs. Then he swung his dagger. He saw an apostle casting spells in front of him. His arrow was able to pierce the protagonist's body. It went through his legs, and a second later, several holes appeared in it. He, opening his mouth wide, screamed. Then he got close to his opponent, and a second later, swinging his blade, he decapitated him. Blood gushed in all directions. Sean continued to inflict a huge number of blows. He completely gutted the body of his attacker. Then he returned to normal, trying to catch his breath. Blood gushed from his mouth. Breathing heavily, he wondered where the message about clearing the floor was. Hopelessly looking ahead, he thought that this is not the end yet. Closing his eyes, he continued to think that then everything was over for them. Now he no longer understands anything. After these thoughts, he closed his eyes, thinking that he would probably die before the statue of the goddess was torn down. The forest continued to burn. A system message appeared that someone returned to the arms of the Lord. His fighting spirit will be remembered until the end of time. Lying under the tree, the protagonist thought that there was no more useless death than this. He was drawn into something incomprehensible, and after all the exhausting work, he will die like a dog. He lowered his head. An image of his comrades fighting zombies appeared in his head. Then he imagined how you would die, how his subordinates would lie torn to pieces on the ground, how the gray-haired man would try to protect the statue, how the girl would resist in order to complete the task. An image of the statue appeared in his mind. Suddenly, it began to glow. The glow appeared near the protagonist, and then his body slowly began to disappear. A system message appeared that the floor had been cleared. The entire game world stopped, and they were given a reward, 70,000 gold and a common fire elemental stone. Then the protagonist's card appeared, a system message that among the heroes, one of the masters was waiting for Ascension. Let them combine all the Ascension stones. If they had enough ingredients to gain a forgotten memory fragment, an epic adventure dungeon had been unlocked, they should try to collect evolution stones and other rare ingredients. We were transferred to the settlement. Another system message appeared that the 10th floor had been cleared. The protagonist suddenly opened his eyes. He looked at the wall of the house. Lying in bed, he wondered if he was really alive. We were carried outside. There was a guy sitting inside. Then suddenly Sean turns to him, asking what happened to his face. He turns around and answers that the protagonist has really woken up. Everyone was very worried. Sean replied that he should better tell you what thoughts brought him to such a state. The guy, looking at him, replied that he was thinking about why they were fighting. The protagonist asked what he was doing, really looking for a reason. Lowering his head, his interlocutor replied that when he went outside the walls, corpses invaded the city. Story: Sean thought that it seemed like the NPCs died. Frowning, he thought that, apparently, he was too nervous. The guy, getting up, said that he was going to go to sleep. Sean, raising his glass, said that he would see this expression on him tomorrow. Smiling, his comrade replied that everything would be fine tomorrow, after which he slowly walked away, and the protagonist, maybe me, looked ahead for a few more seconds. We are transferred to the evening. A variety of food appears on the table in the dining room. The girl, looking at this, all this happiness, asks what is too chic for breakfast, and her friend replies that Sean asked to cook the best dishes from the available products. The protagonist, closing his eyes, asked what she really doesn't like, to which the girl replied that he was asking, and she would like such a breakfast always. Sean looked away. Looking at the girl from his comrade, he thought that they were fine. Then he looked at the magician, continuing to think that she seemed to have also come to her senses. Then he looked at the guy in front of him, thinking that it would take him some time to restore his stress level. We are transferred to some time later. A system message appears that welcomes him to the game. Then several more appear about the fact that there are heroes waiting for Ascension. The hero is ready for Ascension Sean. For this he needs an Ascension room. It is part of the synthesis room. The synthesis room lit up and a system message appeared that he had chosen to attach the elevation room to the synthesis room. He wanted to start building. The elevation room was built. Now he could also elevate his heroes. Several crystals appeared in front of us and messages that the synthesis of items had begun. Then the crystals began to glow brightly, and the fairy held a full-fledged large crystal in her hands. After which she flew up to the protagonist with a smile, saying that now he would rise above the first star, let him continue moving to the 7th and conquer the tower. Sean replied that he was not sure that he would reach the maximum. The fairy, laughing, replied that who, if not Loki, thought that if everything were so simple, Sirius would already be 7-star. Imagining himself in the head of a 7-star character, he lowered his head, thinking that he had put so much effort into this crap, but still could not get a character with 7 stars. There must be some special condition. Then the synthesis room opened and a system message appeared that the master was starting the Ascension. Looking at this, he thought that the new extension to the synthesis room was the Ascension room. He went inside, thinking that if he went in, he would have 2 stars, and apparently this was the staircase that led to the 2nd floor. He went inside, thinking that the Ascension was something that was inaccessible to the master's sight. Looking in front of him, he thought that if he added the necessary materials and the hero to the Ascension room, some time would pass, the master would have no idea what was happening inside. The protagonist, approaching the altar, put the crystal. A second later, a bright flash blinded him, a huge magic seal appeared on the floor, and a pillar of light struck upward. The protagonist opened his eyes slightly. Memories appeared in his head, how a guy was sitting in a chair, holding a child in his arms. Sean, grabbing his sword, menacingly asked who he was. Then he stretched out his hand and felt a force field, thinking that he couldn't get any closer. He continued to watch, thinking that this child, he didn't have a family. He looked at the baby, thinking that this child wasn't him. Looking at the cute creature, he thought that this was probably the one who should have been here instead of him. Walking through the rooms, he thought that he had no idea what was going on, but he couldn't waste his time on it. Going outside, he saw nothing. After which, he looked in front of him in surprise, thinking that this couldn't be. There were no buildings at all in the master's lobby. Suddenly, the gate began to open and a fairy appeared in it. Looking at her, the protagonist said that she was smaller than she was, and then asked that she wanted him to enter the rift of space and time. The protagonist stopped in front of a door that said that the difficulty was extreme. Raising his head, he saw a system message that the Advent dungeon was opening. Then an invisible force forced him to his knees, and several warnings appeared. Looking ahead in fear, he thought that he felt an incredible pressure. A system message appeared in front of him that he was in fear and all his stats were lowered by 30%. His sword stuck into the ground. He bit his lip. His body was covered in a red aura, and he entered Berserk mode. Then, catching his breath, he was able to overcome his fear. He looked ahead in surprise for a few seconds. A level 999 dark entity appeared in front of him, who said that they finally met. Pulling out his sword at him, Sean thought that why he was here, apparently this abomination, one of those who dragged him here. Looking at his opponent, he thought that he wanted to kill him right now. But after looking at the level, he realized that he didn't have a single chance. He had destroyed his strongest party in the game in less than 10 seconds, heroes with memory and 6 stars. The entity, looking menacingly ahead, asked why he wasn't attacking. He should hate him. The protagonist, clenching his teeth, replied that if he had dragged him here to talk nonsense, it would be better to send him back. Smiling, his opponent replied that it was good. That was just great. Without such self-control, he would have died at the beginning. Then the protagonist, grabbing his head, felt a strong pain, replying that the rise of heroes always happens like this. The entity took a few steps forward, replying that of course not, because he was special. After which a dark aura began to move towards the protagonist, and he added that this place was his gift. Human legs appeared, and he said that the stage he had prepared for the Great Ranker was for him. Sean looked ahead in fear and then asked who he was. A smiling girl's face appeared in front of him. Looking at the girl, he thought that she looked like a fairy. She said that she didn't even know how to introduce herself. The protagonist looked ahead in fear and thought that the fairy would probably be like that when she got older. Then he replied that she could just be called disgusting. Smiling, the girl created a chair behind her, then replied that it was a bit rude. Looking at the fairy, she added that he thought that she looked like her, but she didn't copy her, but she was made in her likeness. Smiling, she pressed her finger on her body, saying that she was just her copy number 100,479. Stretching out her hand, she continued to say that doesn't this number match the number of downloads of the game. Sean took out the CEO's business card. Looking ahead with displeasure, he asked what she decided to joke about. The girl replied that she had more than a dozen names. Depending on the situation, she just chooses which one to use. The protagonist stamped his foot, and she replied that it was impudent. Looking ahead menacingly, Sean asked that she was one of those who dragged him here. That's true. Smiling, she replied that he hated her too much. She also did not expect that he would be sucked in. Looking ahead, she continued to say that there was no intent. It was just an accident. Hearing this, the protagonist, angry, replied that he did not care, let him return it back if he did not want to die. Echidna, smiling, she replied that he was threatening her, a pathetic 1 star. The protagonist looked menacingly in her direction, replied that everything would change soon. The girl narrowed her eyes. She kicked the puddle, saying that she thought it would be best to kill him right now. She then fired the projectile forward. It hit the protagonist, breaking his armor, but suddenly stopped. The arrow hung in the air, not going to move any further. Misha's face turned pale, and the girl, snapping her fingers, said that he didn't even blink when the spear touched the heart. The guts are not a tank at all. Putting away his sword, Sean asked what she wanted, thinking that she had many chances to smash him, but she called him here. Looking at her, he thought that it meant she had another goal, after which she answered that it was nothing special, just to talk to him. Coming closer, she said that the 5th in the world ranking, the indomitable and unbreakable Master Loki, she is his fan. How many times she was amazed by his game while watching in the headquarters. First of all, they put surveillance on his city. How could she ignore him? Smiling, she said that she came to tell the truth about this world. Looking at the protagonist, she asked what he thought of the plot of the game. Lowering her head, she added that users do not really think about the lore when it comes to gacha games, they care more about the content. Raising her hand, she continued to say that, also, the plot of this game is too stereotypical. Snapping her fingers, she added that there is nothing much to look at, and after going up a few floors, most masters completely forget about the open world. The space behind her changed, and she said that he can tell where this place is. Looking around, the protagonist, crossing his arms, replied that he didn't even want to know. She looked away. The girl replied that she was very sorry, but she liked to exaggerate. Looking at the space, she said that this was the city on the peninsula, the same one where they met on the 10th floor, but as he could see, only ruins remained. Then she showed several more locations. There was only devastation everywhere. She continued listing destroyed cities and castles. After showing several more, she said that this was the state of all regions. Turning, she smiled and asked what he thought. Would this region be different in any way? Taking a step forward, she continued to say that everyone on the continent was like this. More than 100 million worlds ended up like this at one point. She imagined a gate in her head, answering that there was a book that predicted the end of the world for this world, a bad ending, everything would end. But the heroes wanted to change the ending, and the answer to the question of what to do was very simple. You just need to summon characters from the outside. She imagined in her head how the protagonist was sitting with his arm torn off. Then, lowering her gaze, she said that he needed to force them to change the story, even if the settings and credibility were violated and space and time were mixed up. Looking at Sean, she added that a higher level being could change the course of history simply by watching. That was what the game was made for. The protagonist stared ahead silently for a few seconds. Then, smiling, he replied that he expected more drama. Looking at the girl, he asked why she was telling him all this, and the girl, stretching out her hand to him, replied that she was offering cooperation. Before she could finish speaking, a dagger flew into her head. The protagonist began to take out his sword, answering that he was wondering what she would say, but in the end she was telling him some incredible nonsense. The girl, smiling menacingly, answered that he should think carefully whether this was consent or refusal. Menacingly looking in her direction, the protagonist answered that she should go far away. Taking a stance, he thought that she had called him to this hole so that he would go through all sorts of suffering, and now she was offering to cooperate. What was she talking about? Then he said that he would never work with people like her, let her kill him if she wanted, he would blow her head off first. The girl, stepping forward, laughed, answering that he was incredibly aggressive and that it was offensive. Looking at her, the protagonist thought that, of course, he can hang noodles as much as he wants, but he won't be able to kill her now, only a 1-star character of the 10th level. Not yet, he must become much stronger to defeat her. Then he said that he does not want to talk to her, let him return him back to where she took him from. The girl, smiling menacingly, replied that he upsets her. She spent a lot of effort to summon him here. Looking forward, she added that she values him very much and highly, more than any other master existing in the game. Rankers real and above and not in the rating do not compare with him in any way. Does he know why? Smiling, she continued to say that everything is simple, like masters, but the best, she is sure he knows where this message came from, a system notification where it was written for him to trust the bonds that connect him with the heroes. Looking at him, Sean frowned, replied that she appears after completing the training. The girl, looking ahead, replied that only he took this advice seriously, the only one out of hundreds of millions of masters. The space around them began to change. They appeared on the first floor, and the girl said if he recognized this place, the 80th floor, where he was 6 months ago. And hundreds of millions of users, only he and 4 other masters have the ability to protect this floor, which is why all the users of the 6th rank and below have gathered on the 79th and below. The protagonist, looking around, thought that this was the floor because of which he had added hair. Then he asked why she was showing him this. She created 2 chairs and, sitting in one, said that everything is simple, first let them see what happened to her. Looking to the side, she told him to sit down, there is no truth in the legs. Smiling, the girl looked ahead, asking what he thought, seeing everything with his own eyes instead of just watching from behind the screen. Wasn't it great? Looking at the spreading magma, the protagonist thought that the floor of the 80th level is the first conquest type. It does not even specify the main goal of the T order of levels, whose difficulty periodically depends on luck, but all the rankers who reached the 80th floor lost miserably. The players nicknamed it the Executioner's Wall. Frowning, he said that he already knew how to clear the 80th floor, why was she showing him the recording? Smiling, the girl replied that it was not about that, let him just watch and understand everything. Taking a cocktail in his hands, frowning, he thought that after clearing the 59th, he boldly entered the 80th, and most of his heroes, including the main group, died. Looking at the large number of monsters, he thought that this was hell. This is the only word he can use to describe a place where it is impossible to survive. This is what the 80th floor is. 2,755 appeared, and how much is in chaos at level 113. Then the shards of despair climbed out at level 108 in the amount of 3,164 pieces, and next to them were shards of hatred for level 21 and 2,348 individuals. Looking at this, Sean frowned, saying that these are the shards, they are the reason for the extreme difficulty of the 80th floor. The girl replied that he was right. Smiling, she asked that he was in the game. The difficulty of the floors depends on the account itself. The chance of a successful summoning is also tied to the account. Hearing this, the protagonist looked ahead in fear, and the girl added that he thought the fact that he could not get a single 5-star hero was pure chance. It was not about the recoil. Looking at the level 322 chaos crystals that appeared, she continued to say that there were simply no heroes left in his world. Then she looked at the terrifying one-eyed monsters, saying that even with the difficulty decided by the company, his world was one of the few accounts that had S-rank heroes. Looking at the hatred crystals, she continued to say that it was the worst in every way. Sean silently lowered his head, and the girl added that it was still a mystery how he was able to reach the 88th floor. A bright light appeared on the island. The protagonist looked at it in surprise. He saw several people appear on the island. Then, looking at the heroes, he wondered if they were the greatest 5. The monsters began to surround the island. They rushed forward at great speed. The girl stood silently in place. Then, several system messages appeared that the tactical command effect was applied. The level of objects was at the maximum. They had a map of the tactical screen display level. They could rearrange the order of the heroes by clicking and dragging them. Then the heroes were moved. They jumped from island to island at high speed. Sean set up several defense points. The girl, looking at this, smiled, saying that with this tactic, he passed the 10th floor. It was interesting. Capturing support objects to raid the enemy, the process itself is complex, but the goal is simple. Let him pay attention to their actions. Looking at the island, she added that he should watch carefully. Looking at the heroes, she told him to look at who he is to them. The heroes looked at the route, and she continued to say that this is why he is the one and only master. The heroes, watching the route, said that his orders were perfect as always. The girl, looking ahead, said that she was right, he was unacceptable, replied that this was obvious to both them and him. Then she stretched out her hand, saying that they had sworn. The girl with the bow, smiling broadly, said that she was the king's arrow. Next to her stood a guy with a spear, saying that he was the king's spear. A man in frames appeared before us. He answered that he was the king's sword. The girl, smiling broadly, opened her book, answering that she was the king's eyes. The girl knight, drawing her sword, added that she was the king's flame. A second later, the mission began and the monsters came to life. The knight swung her sword. A second later, she burned a huge number of opponents. Watching this, the girl laughed and asked that wasn't it impressive? They sincerely swore allegiance to him. Closing her eyes, she added that the 6 stars, called the strongest on the entire server, no one except the 7 stars can defeat them. She assures him he has raised real monsters. Sean, what does this mean? The girl, smiling, replied that in fact, the skill is not the most important thing. What is more important is how they perceive their master. Imagine a tower in your head. She added that the heroes climb it, learn the truth and fall into despair. Who will be loyal to someone who treats them like toys or pets? Narrowing her eyes, she said that he was different, the only one who really ruled the lobby. She said that he was the king. Then, lowering her eyes, she continued to say that even now, his heroes were desperately searching for him. They knew that he had come here too. Looking at the fairy, she told him to think about what kind of hero would search every corner of the world for months just because his master was missing. He thought the characters in other lobbies would do such a thing. She replied that his method of playing was unique, but at the same time pedantic. She would never have thought of such strategies in her life. Then, imagining the building in her head, she said that it was surprising, but the master did not use synthesis. Hearing this, the protagonist frowned in displeasure. Then she imagined the desperate faces of the heroes, said that this is usually how players control the amount of their forces. If useless or disobedient individuals appear, the masters mercilessly get rid of them, and intimidate others with the fear of the same fate. The protagonist imagined a strong hero in his head, thinking that even if they were low-ranking heroes, but with potential, the masters prefer to turn them into a prayer for high-ranking heroes. He never had a 5-star character. Imagining the cards in his head, he added that there was only one girl with 4 stars. Everyone told him that his account was a failure, advised him to quit the game, but he did not listen. He was used to injustice. As a young boy, he stood on the street, watching a man smiling at his son, menacingly looking in front of him. He said that this was not true. He used him. He just did it as rarely as possible. The girl smiled and replied that other masters used synthesis several times a day, but not him. Everything is learned through comparison, the same with the others. She had a huge number of heroes in her head. She added that before he became famous, other masters treated heroes like toys. They threw them away as soon as they became boring, as if they were all disposable. The protagonist imagined his comrades in his head, thinking that even if the heroes were of low rank, but had good potential, he did not abandon them. A lobby controlled by fear is doomed to failure. Remembering his comrades, he thought that he rewarded those who proved their effectiveness and punished the useless. The girl, looking at him, asked what he knew. Smiling, she added that all the heroes here were living people. Looking at Sean, she continued to say that she had no idea how, but such methods were impossible to come to if you are not in the know. With wide eyes and not a threatening expression, she said that this was the conclusion she had made. Sean stood up from his seat, and Kate called out to him, asking if he knew something. She glanced in his direction and said with a smile that all the heroes here were real people. The girl continued and explained that it was impossible to come to such methods if you were not aware of this. The guy turned around incredulously and looked at her. The interlocutor looked at him with a disdainful look and said that this was only her conclusion. Sean took out an electronic device and looked closely at the heroes of this world, thinking about how it was initially difficult for him to believe that their behavior was programmed. The protagonist also remembered that each of them reacted to the same command in their own way and carried it out in a unique way. The guy admitted that this mechanic was incredible, but still did not guess that they were real people. He thought about how he was simply building an effective strategy without thinking about it. Sean folded his arms across his chest and turned to the interlocutor, asking if that was why she liked him. Kate replied that she really wanted to talk to him in person, but it was quite problematic on Earth. The guy, understanding everything perfectly, smiled and said that he shared her sadness. He abruptly changed his facial expression and tone of voice, saying that in that case he would dig her up in the nearest forest. The protagonist became angry with the interlocutor and began to walk towards her, saying that she caused him too much hostility. The hero said that he would never forget this, considering how much she disappointed him. Kate bowed her head to her hand and put the glass in the textures. Sean approached her and leaned over, loudly declaring that he had nothing to do with Tanya and Nilfer because he was an ordinary person from Earth. When the protagonist let off steam, he walked towards his chair, and the girl decided to stop him. She laughed at his words and said that his heroes would be saddened to hear these words. The guy, without turning around, said that he didn't care. Sean understood that the girl would not have called him here just to climb the tower, since the team was doing great anyway. He decided that he would not cooperate for anything, since he had almost no losses up until the 88th floor. The protagonist still did not understand why she called him here. Sean turned his furious gaze towards the interlocutor and ordered her to get away from him before his patience limit was exhausted. Kate spread her arms out to the sides and said that she saw something in the interlocutor that would allow him to become a hero who would save Mobius. She deprived the previous phrase of meaning, saying that she simply wanted him to go up to her floor, so she was ready to tolerate such an attitude towards herself in the future. The guy looked menacingly at Kate and asked if the appearance of the Dark Apostle on the 10th floor was her doing. The girl looked at him with disdain and asked in response what he would do if it turned out to be true. She crossed her legs and asked Sean not to be angry, because, according to her, she would have stopped interfering from the 15th floor. The interlocutor noted that Tanya would give the guy a warm welcome without her. The girl leaned her head on her hand and looked at the hero, saying that this place was the same S-rank difficulty as Nilfer. She said that no matter what her interlocutor did, the chance that the master would give up everything was about 90%, and the guy could change everything if he accepted her help. Sean, waiting for her to continue, looked at the interlocutor silently. Kate extended her hand towards him and said that she swears with her name to return him to where he came from if the guy climbs to the top of the tower. The girl also added that she would give him half of the Mobius that was owed to her. According to her, after that, the interlocutor could become one of the most important holders of the corporation's shares. Kate offered Sean to become a majority shareholder and asked if they would sign a contract. The guy looked at the interlocutor and distrustfully told her not to run into him. He reminded her of her previous phrase about the promise to return him to where she called him from, and not empty-handed. The protagonist did not believe in such terms of the contract and tried to find a catch. Kate was surprised that the guy still hated her and asked why he treated her like that. The guy threw his blade at the girl's head, and she did not even have time to finish. By doing this, he believed that he would rise higher and find more clues, so he was not going to depend on trash like her. The protagonist said that this was his last answer, and he was going to return home on his own. The interlocutor pulled the blade out of her head and surrounded her body with pixels, noting that without such fortitude it was simply impossible to climb to the top of the tower. She repeated several times that she forgave his insolence. Kate decided to clearly show the guy his goal. After her words, a huge golden door appeared from the side. According to the girl, this was a real prologue. The golden doors swung open, and something shining was visible inside. The girl said that she had prepared this ending especially for him, after which she threatened him with the glow. A moment later, Sean began to see another picture in another place. It was a place where people and non-humans live side by side. The guy saw the children of Tanya playing and frolicking. Kate said that this peaceful, prosperous continent was invaded by unprecedented enemies, and the country was torn to pieces by dark forces. She asked Sean if he knew why this ending was so difficult. The girl explained that in this case it would be necessary to change the course of an already lost war and challenge fate itself. According to her, there was still hope. The interlocutor showed the master and said that if he was ready to save the world, he must conquer the tower. The protagonist had heard that many heroes would be on his side, and he must believe in the bonds that bound them to him. Kate said that the future of this world lay in his hands and in his undoubted power. The girl again showed many heroes whose lives depended only on Sean. She showed the guy how many enemies he would meet if he followed this path, and asked if he would be able to reach the top. According to her, powerful opponents were waiting ahead, lurking in these unexplored lands. Sean reacted to these words with indignation and distrust. Kate again urged the guy to reach the top of the tower and showed the path that awaited him. She said that she would help him do this, and together they would reach their goal. The interlocutor promised that she would wait for him. The protagonist turned to the girl and asked her to leave him alone. Suddenly, he saw a message that he had awakened his forgotten hero memories. A black notification showed that his card had changed and his level had been raised to 2 stars. Sean tilted his head and looked at the pedestal in the center of the pattern, glad that it was finally over. The system notification once again congratulated the guy on increasing his level and skills. Edward looked away and was glad that his traveler had finally returned. He asked the hero what was there and what he had seen. The protagonist briefly answered that this was one of the stages of development that his interlocutor would soon go through. Sean asked the guy what news he had, to which the interlocutor replied that everything was as usual for him. The protagonist knew that Edward had a younger sister and he wanted to return to her. His own goal remained unchanged, to climb the tower and get to Earth. The protagonist went to bed tired, thinking that in fact nothing had changed for him except his mood. Sean promised that whoever sent him here would pay for it, even without knowing his name. The next day, the protagonist woke up with a system error in front of his eyes. He read an apology for the inconvenience caused by a terrible error on the server a few days ago. The guy remembered that the masters on the lower levels of the tower continued to face disconnections from the server, and the apology was published to explain the reason. He thought that the problem was definitely related to the appearance of the Dark Apostle on the 10th floor. The protagonist saw a new message in which he read about compensation for the error in the amount of 50,000 gold. Isle happily appeared to congratulate the protagonist on his promotion. She looked at the hero and asked what happened to him because, in her opinion, he looked unhappy. The guy nervously replied that he met the original of his interlocutor. The fairy was very surprised by his words and asked what he meant. Sean thought about it and assumed that it was the CEO of Mobius, which he asked the girl about. Isle was furious and confused, not realizing how much her original could tell him. The protagonist said that this fact would not change anything, and he was just complaining. He said that he was going to climb the tower and the fairy should just help him. The interlocutor agreed with his words and decided to support him. She handed Sean a gold coupon that he did not know about. Isle was very surprised that the interlocutor did not know about the existence of a gift card that he can use to buy anything. The protagonist looked at the coupon and asked who gave it to him. The fairy replied that the coupon was sent to her by the master because even he realized how incredible the guy is. The gift is an encouragement for heroes who perform well, and the price depends on the cost of the gift itself. Sean knew that these coupons can be obtained for the event, so he was surprised how impressed the master was with it. The guy assumed that he was simply surprised that the heroes climbed the tower on their own, when he himself did almost nothing, and then handed the coupon back to the fairy. The protagonist said that he did not need it and asked to give the girl to someone else. Isle was indignant and amazed, saying that he should not refuse this gift because he can get whatever he wants. Sean objected and reminded that 10,000 gold is absolutely useless in the item store. The guy looked at the interlocutor and asked if she had anything else because he was going to sleep. The fairy asked him to wait a little. The system notified the hero that he made a purchase of a statue with a gift card. Isle moved the horse statue in front of her. Sean read the notification about the gift from the hero he liked and asked what it was and what it was for. The girl replied that it was just a gift from the master. The protagonist threw the trinket to the ground with disdain and walked on, thinking that these gifts should be adequate. The guy thought that the other heroes would be very upset if the master decided to give a gift to only one, so it was worth rewarding everyone who showed themselves well. He looked at the broken wooden statue of a horse and decided that not everyone would be happy if they were given gifts indiscriminately. Sean believed that if he could not use the gift, then he did not need it. After some time, the protagonist was already lying in his bed, thinking about the fact that even he knew the best gifts that would please all the heroes. The guy reproached himself for his own thoughts and decided that this was not appropriate for someone like him. He stood in front of a large portal and wondered why he was not surprised. Someone from those present called for a rift in time and space to open. Sean analyzed his situation and realized that now his low level did not interfere with the fight, and the biggest problem was internal enemies. He looked ahead with disappointment and asked the guys to finish this quickly. The protagonists were thinking about the master's strength and his recent arrival as a newbie. The hero was distracted and looked at Marie, who was very worried. He knew that this was quite expected, given the repetitive training and her adventures on the 10th floor. The girl asked the protagonist where they were going this time, and the guy thought that at this rate they would not be able to clear the next floors. The protagonist thought that no one even had a clue how the Choose Me ending actually worked. He saw an entrance with a calling to climb the tower and save the whole world in front of his eyes. Sean was furious when he read this inscription. Suddenly, the guy was shocked to see a notification that this was the main dungeon on the current level of the 11th floor. This notification was followed by another one asking to prepare to enter the gate in 10 seconds. The protagonist frowned and urged the others to prepare to go to the 11th floor. Marie looked at him in confusion, surprised that they were going there straight away. Sean thought about a term that was common among some players. Many blissfully rely on their heroes to complete a level and believe that they can clear a tower simply by relying on their skills. Sean believed that before leading the heroes to the next floor, they should train them on the lower levels, and the fact that they were sent further is evidence of the player's complete stupidity. A notification appeared in front of the guys about the beginning of the 11th floor mission and the task of eliminating all enemies. The guy was furious that the player considered himself very experienced and did not understand how they would even be able to get to the 100th floor with such an idiot instead of a master. Sean's card had 2 stars, like the most pumped up character. It was pitch black outside, only the pale light of the moon illuminated the tombstones, creating a gloomy and ominous atmosphere. Skeletons began to slowly crawl out of their graves, their empty eye sockets glowing with an ominous fire, and their skeletal hands clutching weapons. These creatures were hostile. They turned out to be level 11, which made them serious opponents. Sean assessed the situation and ordered his partners to take up fighting positions and be ready to attack. His friends stood behind him, their faces focused and their hands tightly clutching their weapons. Several skeletons headed towards the heroes. Sean, despite the danger, felt confident. He understood that he had been chosen for this mission by luck, and now his task was to prove that he was worthy of his place. One by one, the skeletons fell under his blows, but the hero realized that if the opponents were too strong, the path to victory would be long and hard. The skeletons burst into bright flames. At that moment, Sean remembered the first time he encountered a 4-star enemy and how the master synthesized it with him. He also thought about how out of the 5 heroes he had received the last time, 4 had died, but that didn't mean the master was a failure. Jenny was fighting nearby and kicked a skeleton, her face showing irritation, as these opponents were not only strong but also extremely annoying. Sean continued to fight and remembered how at the beginning of the game, the master tried his best to build buildings, train heroes, create items, and follow the strategy suggested by the protagonist himself. However, after the 5th stage, everything changed and the master began to act differently. Nate stood next to the protagonist and fought off the skeletons. Their movements were coordinated. The protagonist remembered how after successfully completing a mission in which everyone was supposed to die, the master lost his way. Marie closed her eyes and began to focus on magic, and a moment later a fireball appeared in her palm. Sean thought about how many mistakes the master made. He bought the heroes' summons 5 times without fulfilling the necessary conditions, and then sent them to the 10th floor without strengthening them properly. Despite this, the guy and his comrades were able to defeat their opponents, and now they stood among the flaming bones of the skeletons. Their breathing was heavy, but their faces expressed satisfaction. However, the master's main problem, as Sean understood, was that he confused his talent with the talent of his heroes. He began to completely depend on them, forgetting about his own role in this game. In this battle, the hero proved that he was the best player, and his level increased. He began to glow, his body filled with new strength, and he was pleased that he had finally risen a step higher. It was still dark outside, the wind rustled through the trees, and the lanterns near the stone house glowed dimly. Sean leaned against the wall, crossed his arms, and called out to Izel. The fairy instantly appeared in front of him, her voice sounding loud and sharp. The guy, looking into her eyes, asked that she always come when she was called. Izel nodded and answered that she would do so, and asked why she was called. The protagonist looked at her seriously and said that he wanted to ask a few questions. The fairy, a little embarrassed, answered that she had limits on what she could answer, but the hero, unsurprised, asked for at least an approximate answer. Izel nervously closed her eyes and shouted that she would answer his questions, but only for the last time. Sean, wasting no time, asked what the name of the original fairy was. Izel, surprised, thought for a moment, then rested her hand on her chin and remembered that the director had many names, more than 100 million, and she entered each new world under a new name. In Tanya, she chose the name Kate. Sean repeated this name and assumed that in Nilfheim it would be different. He understood that after clearing the 10th floor, each master is given an individual lobby name, and with each rating, the name of the world changes. If Izel's words are true, then the fate of each world is in the hands of its master, and the number of worlds already exceeds hundreds of millions and continues to grow. Then Sean asked the next question, what is Mobius? Izel was embarrassed and asked again what exactly he is interested in the company. The hero explained that he is interested in a spiral galaxy with an infinite series of worlds. The fairy, listening attentively, admitted that each master really has a unique world that is not repeated with the heroes. Sean looked at her and said that he knows Kate and asked who this woman is. He also asked if the master had to be an ordinary person. Izel answered that no one could become a master unless they lived on Earth. However, Sean clarified that he was not interested in this, but in whether Kate had done anything bad to the master. The fairy thought about it and could not give a clear answer, but her silence spoke for itself. The fairy heard Sean's question about this and immediately became angry. She thought that the girl could have harmed the master and asked to wait a minute to check the information. After that, she disappeared. Sean was left alone and lay down on the bed, closed his eyes and began to wait for her return. He understood that there was no point in delving into questions about Mobius and all the problems associated with it. The guy put his hands behind his head and made himself comfortable. The coals crackled in the fireplace, sparks occasionally flying out. Soon the fairy appeared in front of him again. She proudly stated that the master was an ordinary user and therefore there was nothing to worry about. Sean asked again if she was sure of her words. Isil replied that she had checked with another director and now she could rest easy. She also added that such an intervention was highly risky and required compliance with many conditions. Sean threw his head back on the pillow and said that he understood everything. There was a strong wind blowing outside. Wooden training dummies stood near the wall. Usher swung his weapon and shouted for the duel to begin. Sean managed to land the first blow. He understood that all the master's mistakes were simply the result of his poor play. At that moment, John's weapon appeared in front of him, but the hero managed to dodge. Sean realized that he was right. His partner was striking, but the guy managed to defend himself with a shield. He also realized that the master was suffering from an infection that made him consider himself the best. Usher began to attack faster, but Sean still managed to dodge. The hero understood that if the symptoms worsened, sooner or later something bad would happen. At that moment, Usher attacked Sean, but he managed to defend himself with a shield. Eddies appeared behind him with daggers. She attacked him and managed to cut his face. Sean knew that fighting against three at once was difficult and unfair. He also knew that the master's illness was still in its early stages, and if the necessary measures were taken, it would be possible to return him to normal. Another enemy headed towards Sean. Jenny and Nate confidently walked towards him, ready to attack. The heroes fought each other, striking and defending themselves. Sean knew that the only way to cure the master was to get rid of the hero he depended on the most. He understood that he himself was the hero the master could not do without. After that, Sean headed towards his friends to continue the fight. The sun was shining outside, illuminating the entire city. Sean's partners and himself were walking along the road. Jenny asked Nate if she understood correctly that they would go straight to the 12th floor, since it seemed to her that they were passing the levels too quickly. Nate also looked embarrassed and said that it was too early to go to the 12th floor. Sean, who was walking behind, could not believe that they had only completed the 11th floor yesterday, because by earthly standards it had been less than a day. Isil appeared in front of them and asked to open a rift in space and time. The entrance to the new level began to open. Sean understood that if they cleared the 12th floor now, they would be able to go through more than 2 levels in a day. Jenna stopped in front of the entrance and asked Sean if he was going with them. The guy closed his eyes and turned to the fairy, asking which level the master had chosen. Isil answered embarrassedly that it was the 12th. The protagonist, narrowing his eyes, said that he already knew that. The partners looked at him questioningly. Sean understood that the heroes could defend their opinion or ask the master for help, so he crossed his arms and told the fairy that he refused to go. Isil was confused, not believing that he refused, but the guy looked at her coldly and said that he would not joke in such a serious situation. Jenna looked at the protagonist in surprise and asked if it was possible to simply refuse, because she thought that you had to obey no matter what. Sean looked at his friends and said that you can always refuse the choice, but you will have to bear the consequences. Jenna noted that in the past, those who refused to go were dragged in by force. Sean replied that the previous players simply did not know the rules. Isil, displeased, shouted at him to change his mind since it was dangerous. The protagonist asked her a question, believing that madly throwing them into the dungeon was not at all harmless. The fairy was indignant, but the guy interrupted her and said that he knew perfectly well what she wanted to say. A bright blue light shone from the gate. The hero understood that he could refuse to go to the dungeon, but not to synthesize, and if the master got mad, he would easily feed him to a more obedient hero. So he firmly said that he would not go anywhere. Marie was outraged and said that he was abandoning them to their fate and forcing them to fight without him. Sean replied that it was their choice, and he was not going to stop them. The partners looked at him in surprise. Nate squeezed the spear even tighter and said that if the girl did not go, then he would also refuse to participate in this round. Jenna stretched and said that she was disappointed in the main hero because he could have told them about this opportunity earlier and also refused to participate. Her partner looked at her in surprise. Marie was afraid that she would be left alone, so she also refused to participate. A sign appeared in front of them, which said that the group cannot be used and sometimes the heroes can refuse to obey. The master can either listen to their wishes or punish the heroes. Sean looked ahead and grinned, saying that they could try punishing him. The fairy was shocked by what she saw and admitted that she hadn't written it. Jenna looked at the protagonist and asked what to do now. The guy turned away from her and didn't answer right away. Then he smiled slightly and said that they should wait and see. The master's eye appeared above them, and Sean continued saying that they should wait for the player's own reaction. The heroes looked up to the sky where the all-seeing eye of the master was visible. The protagonist understood that the master probably had no idea that his characters could refuse to follow his orders. He also knew that the master most likely did not bother to read the manual, which led to this situation. Izel noticed the tension and called the rest of the team. Sean and Jen's allies approached them. Eddie's looked at them curiously and asked why they were called. The guy looked at her and explained that they decided not to go on the mission. The girl was surprised and asked why they did that. The weather was clear outside, the sun was shining brightly. Sean was sitting on a bench and calmly answering Eddie's questions. She was outraged and understood the danger of the situation if the protagonist could not prove his usefulness to the master. The guy, without losing his composure, noted that he was perfectly aware of the risks and that he could die because of his decision. Their conversation continued, and Eddie's expressed her concern, saying that the player would hardly like it if the protagonist resisted his orders. Sean looked at her menacingly and asked if she would blindly obey all the orders of the master. He added that he always believed that they were fighting for survival and not for blind obedience. His words made Eddie think. She approached her partners and began to explain the situation. The protagonist watched this and understood that the heroes had no real loyalty, they fought only because they wanted to survive. The girl looked towards Sean, told Nate that they would still go since they needed to become stronger, and added that she did not want to get into synthesis. The heroes headed for the portal, leaving the hero and Jen on the bench. Jenna sat down next to Sean and asked what would happen to them next. The guy honestly answered that he did not know, since everything depended on the master. He also added that if he was synthesized, the girl should surrender to save herself. Jenna looked at him proudly and said that the guy would outlive everyone. Nate supported her, and Marie added that Sean had no shortage of willpower. The hero closed his eyes and smiled, feeling proud of his friends, who had grown so much and become smarter. At that moment, a sign appeared in front of him, informing him that one of his partners was bleeding and gradually losing health. Soon, 2 more signs appeared with similar messages. The protagonist realized that the 12th floor was much more difficult than the 11th. His allies came out of the gate, wounded and helpless. They carefully held onto each other, heading towards him. Sean looked at Eddie's and asked how she felt. The girl was in no hurry to answer, but eventually said his name. She looked sternly at the heroes and asked how one could disobey an order. The protagonist smiled and replied that it was easy to refuse to follow orders. At that moment, a sign appeared in front of them, informing them that Eddie's refused to participate, and because of this, the second group could not be used. The guy's partners barely stood on their feet, supporting each other. Izel, watching what was happening, was horrified. The fairy began to panic, believing that things were getting worse, but Sean only chuckled. He added that the 2 main groups were out of action, and now the master would not be able to enter the main weekly and exploration dungeon. The hero looked back at his allies and said that they would not show that they were disobeying the player and would act as usual, continuing their training. He began to reason that they needed to replenish their potions, and that Jen and Nate needed to level up. Since they could go through the daily dungeons on their own, he decided to go there with his friends. Izel was outraged by his actions and said that the master could leave after such antics. Sean looked up at the sky and replied that he was not worried because if the master could not handle such a crisis, they would not be able to see the top of the tower. The fairy, worried, shouted that the player could try to synthesize him. However, Sean, undeterred, replied that he would prefer a normal death. He also added that this problem could be easily solved by synthesizing the hero who had provoked the riot. Izel, holding back tears, covered her face with her hair, overwhelmed with emotion. The protagonist continued to say that after this, the master's stress level might increase and his spirit would fall, but on the other hand, his allies would begin to listen to him. He extended his hand to the fairy, trying to cheer her up, saying that the master could appease them and strengthen the bond to raise their state of mind. After that, Sean's allies and himself turned around and walked away. As a parting word, he added that the player was not that capable of thinking. Izel watched them go with a worried look. The next day, the heroes went to the weekly dungeon to collect elemental stones for Ascension. The gate had a task and the location of the event written on it. Sean decided to split up to get 2 different dungeons. They managed to get a regular elemental stone of fire. Jenna and Nate went along the road to the forest, and the protagonist and Marie went to the ravine where there were many shiny crystals. After that, they continued training. Sean's technique in handling a shield and sword reached level 6, and he knew that for further growth, more difficult exercises or sparring partners of the same level were needed. He dodged the blows of his friends, giving Marie the task of specializing in telekinesis training to open this skill. The girl was outraged because she believed that she could only use fire magic. To motivate her, Sean said that she could eat only potatoes for the rest of her life and he would organize it. It was dark and cloudy outside, a strong wind was blowing. That day, the master did not log into the game, nor the next. Izel, carefully leaning on the protagonist's shoulder, expressed her horror that the player had not appeared for a long time and thought that he really had left forever. Sean, without showing it, took a sip from the mug and said that he knew nothing. At that moment, a sign appeared in front of them, informing them that the master had logged into the game. Izel was incredibly happy that he had not forgotten about them. Eddie stood next to them, suggesting that perhaps the player had come to his senses. However, Sean was not so sure. He sipped a little from the mug, thinking that if the master's illness was so easily cured, it would not be so infamous. Putting the mug on the table, he realized that the master's thoughts were obvious. The guy also noted that the player would most likely use the currency received as compensation to change the raid group. At that moment, a sign appeared, informing that the master had started an advanced summoning to get new heroes. He got the rare cards Edward, Bella, and Robert. Eddie's looked at Sean and suggested that if these characters were the same as their allies, they would have to cast lots. However, the guy got up from the table and turned away, saying that they would not need to do that since none of the new heroes would be able to join their party. Eddie's was surprised, but Sean only replied that she would see for herself. The new characters were standing near the stairs and were already starting to sort things out. Bella was unhappy with the fact that Robert smelled strongly, and Edward tried to calm them down. However, the man soon got angry at her, saying that she had no right to show off and began to show hostility. Bella, in turn, responded in kind. Tensions quickly formed between them. Sean approached them and noticed that they had barely managed to log into the game when they had already started arguing. Edward noticed the protagonist, ran up to him and asked if it was true that he had gotten here before them. Sean confirmed it. Meanwhile, behind Edward, the new characters continued to sort things out. Edward introduced himself as a knight who was still in training and asked Sean to stop the couple as they were not listening to him. Robert, standing behind him, said that he was not going to listen to this weakling. Sean was surprised and turned to the new characters. Bella supported Robert, saying that she would not listen to a young master who was just lucky enough to have rich parents. Edward, furious, said that he could forgive the insults addressed to him, but they would pay for their parents, and began to show hostility towards his new allies. Eddie's, watching what was happening, asked Sean what was wrong with this guy. The hero replied that they apparently did not like each other. He knew that there were hero combinations that gave bonuses if friends were in the same group, but there were also such builds that, on the contrary, lowered all the participants' stats. Edward couldn't hold back and rushed at the opponents with a sword. Sean knew that such situations rarely happened, but these characters created real chaos with weapons as soon as they left the summoning gate. Robert also began to attack and said that he would teach the guy manners and threw knives at him. Edward managed to put up a shield and repulse the attack. Izel couldn't take it anymore and said angrily that they were completely crazy and seemed to want to die. Robert, surprised by the fairy's appearance, asked who she was. Izel, putting her hand on her heart, said that she was the master's confidant and added that they should know that she was much more powerful than all of them put together. Edward, covering his face with his hand, asked again. The fairy crossed her arms and ordered everyone to stop fighting in the lobby, adding that this was the last time she would forgive them. Bella looked at Izel and told her to get rid of the two characters since she could not work with them or the air, and pointed at them. She then pointed her sword at Sean and said that if she had to join a party, she would choose a hero. Izel, looking at her sternly, replied that they were not allowed to choose their party since only the master could do that. At that moment, a sign of the new group selection appeared in front of them, and a time rift portal began to open. Eddie's, noticing that Sean was about to leave, asked where he was going. The protagonist, without stopping, replied that he was going to sleep. He looked at the girl and said that the new characters would not return. Sean sat down on the bed, and at that time signs began to appear, informing that Robert had fallen into a state of madness and began an attack. The hero, putting his hands behind his head and closing his eyes, did not pay attention to the icons that continued to appear, informing about the loss of health of the characters. Sean, unable to sleep because of the loud sounds of notifications, was indignant and lay on his side, leaning on his hand. Soon a message appeared on the signs that all three characters died in the battle, and the master lost. Izel was in the air above the main character. A system notification appeared asking if the master was sure that he wanted to leave the game. The fairy put her hands in front of her and screamed when the system said goodbye to the guy. Izel flew above the main character, asking what they should do and what would happen if he never logged in again. Then the guy answered that this was possible. Then the fairy asked what would happen to her and everyone else. Izel pulled Sean's hair and said that the account would be deleted if the master did not log in for 6 months, adding that the guy knew about it and that the user could not leave them. Then the main character answered that a whole year and a half would pass in the lobby during these 6 months. Tears welled up in the fairy's eyes as she said that they couldn't build anything without a master and that she would lose her power and just disappear as if she never existed, adding that she hadn't lived long. The boy's eyes were closed as he called Izel a drama queen and asked her to stop, as they probably didn't know if the master would leave them or not. The fairy wiped away her tears as Sean advised her to relax, adding that if the master was that weak-willed, he would have left a long time ago. Then she asked if that was true. The protagonist looked at Izel, who answered that she believed him. Then he asked why she was panicking in the first place, and if she would die if they didn't climb the tower. The boy's pupils narrowed as the fairy answered yes. Sean looked at her carefully and asked again. Izel had wings on her back as she answered that she would disappear. The protagonist looked ahead in surprise. Sweat appeared on his face as he thought about half a year. Sean looked out the window, thinking about Nilfer and how he seemed to have no time at all. The settlement was surrounded by a wall, when the next day a system notification appeared asking him to buy it right now because Mobius was rooting for the master to succeed. A system notification appeared that the triple gold pack was selected, which contains 5,000 diamonds and 3 gift cards and costs 90,000. The next system window asked whether to continue debiting 90,000 from his account. In front of the main character stood a blonde man. A system notification appeared that the master was starting an advanced summoning and that he was really looking forward to seeing which hero would drop this time. There was a bright flash and a loud sound inside the building. Nokken smiled and asked about this place, and then said that there were girls there. Then the system reported that a rare hero was received. The bearded man stared straight ahead when he said that this was an interesting place but they needed to eat first. Then the system alerted that he was a rare hero. The gray-haired guy looked straight ahead and asked who the leader was and then asked him to take them to the shelter. Then the system alerted that he was also a rare hero. Sean looked at the blonde guy and said that the newbies needed to be taught a lesson and then asked the guy if he wanted to do it, to which he said no. Behind the protagonist stood Nokken, who asked who they were and if they wanted to die. Then Sean said that he was talking too much and that he would listen to him at the training ground. The red-haired girl looked at Eddie's when Sean said that she was on standby. Then Jenna said that this was much more delicate than when her group showed up. Nokken pointed his sword at the protagonist and asked how dare he talk to him like that. The guy's forehead was covered by his bangs when someone said that it wasn't about the new arrivals, but about Sean's behavior. The protagonist punched Nokken in the face several times. The dark-haired girl punched the guy, thinking that he had spun 3 times in a row, and that the strategy was bad again, and that it seemed like he was planning to pick a couple of 1-stars to complete the group. Eddie's was hitting the player, and Sean was holding the beaten guy when he thought about how there were masters who combined low-level and high-level heroes, but it was necessary to adjust their ambitions to their capabilities, adding that it was easier to waste 5 spins at once. A system notification appeared, saying that Nokken, Winard, Jelen, Robil, and Giant had joined the third group. Sean put his hand on his belt and greeted them, adding that he was sorry that they had to learn everything on the fly, but they would have a real battle in about a few seconds. A glow appeared in the passage as the rift of time and space was commanded to open. The beaten heroes walked one after another while someone thought about how the 3 of them didn't kill each other, which was good, and how one of them was seriously injured, but they passed the test. Izel handed them the money, exclaiming that they did a great job, and that it was a gift from the master when someone decided that the newbies learned their roles well. The wooden dummies blew in the wind a few days later. Jenna walked behind the protagonist when she asked him if he thought they were in danger, then he asked her again. The heroes beat the boys when she explained that because of those people, they could lose their positions. Nokken looked away. Sweat appeared on his face when he saw Sean. The blonde turned to the other heroes. Jenna was behind the protagonist, who asked her to leave them. Nokken stood in front of his comrades when it was said that time was passing and that they were short of a mage, but overall the balance was good. So the third group grew inexorably without a single loss, and it seemed that the master's plan was going as it should. The blonde crossed his arms over his chest and asked if they knew why these guys weren't going on missions, and then answered that it was because the master had abandoned them. His comrades were sitting at the table when he added that they would surpass them if they leveled up a little more, and that this did not apply to that mage, because their group needed her. Then Jelen asked about whether they were not full, and the bearded man answered that there were 2 useless scum and that they could just kick one out. Nokken opened his mouth wide and screamed when Sean said that this was an interesting point of view. The blonde was behind the protagonist when he asked what brought him there, to which Sean replied that he wanted to drink some water, and then suggested that they continue talking and not be shy. Then Nokken said that they had not talked about anything, and that it was time for him to go to bed. The protagonist looked back, thinking about how they had no concept of teamwork, since they did not even consider their group members as people because of 1 star, and that their master was pleased. Sean imagined a tall tower with numbered floors when he thought about how, not without problems, their group broke through the 14th floor, and how, as it turned out, the 13th and 14th floors were easy, but the 12th was really difficult, and then the guy suggested that maybe they were just lucky. The protagonist bent his arm in front of him, thinking that no one in the third group had reached level 10 yet, but the master would send them on anyway, and that once they passed the 15th floor, their group would be synthesized. Jenna was running behind the guy, asking if they were really going to keep running in circles, adding that they would catch up with them soon. The girl closed her eyes when she said that she didn't know what to do and that all hope was on him. Then Sean replied that he was doing what he had to do and wouldn't stop her if she wanted to move to the third group. The protagonist bent his leg when Jenna replied that she didn't want to join them and that she didn't like them. Then the guy suggested that she wait until their time came. Sean ran in front of the girl when he asked if she had mastered telekinesis, then she answered in the affirmative and asked who he thought she was. Jenna bent one finger. The objects were enveloped in purple energy. The girl's face was sweating as she said it was easy, and the protagonist said it was incredible progress, thinking that since she was casting without verbal commands, she must be at the beginner level now. A blue barrier appeared above them as the boy realized that the master wasn't progressing at all. He imagined a view of the city from above as he thought about how the lobby had some nice buildings, but they were overcrowded with heroes, and new building spots had been opened since the 10th floor, so it was time for him to build the third level buildings, but there was no sign that the master was going to do that. The heroes were fighting among themselves as Sean decided that his attention was focused on the third group. Light was shining into the room as the boy thought about how the preparations for the raid on the 15th floor were progressing well. Chloe stood in front of Jelen when the protagonist thought about the new group members, realizing that the master favored them and began to show their true colors, and that for now it was just petty grumbling at the girl to serve more meat and stealing a sofa from the common dining room. However, if they successfully passed the 15th floor, something would fly over the bumps. A cry was heard over the settlement that the third group was ordered to gather in the square. Nokken and Jelen grinned nastily, saying that it finally happened and that it would be easy. A system notification appeared that the members of the third group would equip a basic health potion. Sean and Jenna were sitting on a bench when the girl said that they worked so hard, and the master was giving that group their hard work like this, and that it was unfair. Then the guy replied that they could always replenish them. Sweat appeared on the faces of the people when someone said that when they went to the 10th floor, there was no one in the square, and now everyone came to gawk, to which he was told that it was good. A glow appeared in front of the gate when someone commanded the rift of time and space to open. The blonde pointed his finger in front of him when he addressed the arrogant bastards and said that when he returned, he would ask the master to give them a good beating, so they should wait impatiently. Eddie stood behind Sean when she said that he was popular, and the boy thought that he would definitely do it if Nokken returned at all. Then they were asked about what would happen if they successfully completed the mission. Jenna looked away worriedly when the protagonist answered that if they passed the 15th floor, they would have to start obeying the master, otherwise they would all die. Nokken was enveloped in white light when Sean thought about the third group maybe passing the 15th floor, and that there were levels where it seemed like the group would definitely die, and the heroes returned successfully, and then realized that if they passed, the master would become even more confident in himself, and they would stay away, after which Sean told his comrades to obey the master and not resist if they returned. The third group was enveloped in blue light when the main character realized that, of course, he would immediately be thrown into synthesis. Then Nokken said that it was time to kill. A building appeared behind the heroes when Sean thought about what would happen if they cleared this floor or fell through, and that this was a continuous roulette. The blonde looked ahead in fear when he realized where he had ended up. The dark-haired man crossed his arms over his chest. Jenna was sitting in front of Nate. Concerned guys were standing near Eddie's. The blonde man crossed his arms over his chest. Sean folded his arms in front of him and thought about how it had been 5 minutes since they had entered and how they must be doing well since he hadn't received any system notifications yet. Suddenly, the protagonist's eyes widened. A system notification appeared stating that the mission had failed and the group was dead, and that Nokken, Vinard, Jelen, Robil, and Giant had returned to the embrace of God and that their fighting spirit would be remembered until the end of time. There were creatures with wings on the gate, and when the guy thought about whether everyone from the third group had died, a system notification appeared stating that the third group had been destroyed and that the master had lost. Sean stared ahead and exclaimed that this was a special mission, thinking about how it had only been 5 minutes. Jenna was next to the guy and asked what was going on. A system message appeared asking if the master wanted to exit the game. Izel looked scared when she reported that the master threw the phone. Then the system said goodbye to the user. The fairy pulled the guy by the clothes, exclaiming that they were in big trouble and asking what to do. Then Sean replied that everyone was watching and asked to let him go. The protagonist stood up next to Jen when he suggested that they go back, explaining that there was nothing more to see. Then the girl asked about the third group, to which she was told that they were destroyed. Nate looked at Sean when the girl said that they just entered, and the protagonist thought about how they were eliminated before the main action began, and that they did not even earn any points for the floor. Then he replied that this confirms their pathetic abilities. Night fell on the settlement when it was reported that after this, the master did not enter the game for a long time. A loud scream was heard from the wooden dummies. Someone clutched the hilt of a weapon with both hands, and then the protagonist was addressed. Izel was behind Sean when she asked about what they should do and how they should be, and then she asked how they would be now, and the guy answered that he was training and advised her to go to bed. Shields and swords were lying on the ground when he added that life goes on, and that they would wake up, have breakfast and train, then have lunch and train again, and then train even more until dinner. Isil opened her mouth wide and exclaimed that it had been 10 days already, and that the other 1 stars were starting to slack off. She imagined the men sitting at the table when she explained that they thought that their hands were untied now and there was nothing to be afraid of, since there was no master or synthesis, adding that except for a couple of people, no one even went to the weekly dungeons. The protagonist raised his hand to his chin as he said that 10 days had passed in the lobby, which meant that in real time, only 3 days had passed. System notifications appeared stating that the download was complete and that it was time to take action, and that the system was happy to welcome the user into the game. Isil cried with happiness and turned to the master when Sean asked if he was really back. A bright flash appeared above the guy. The protagonist opened one eye when a system notification appeared stating that a screenshot had been taken and that the image had been saved to the gallery. A message came asking if the master wanted to exit the game, and then the system said goodbye to him. Isil looked forward angrily and asked if he really came back after so many days just for this. The fairy looked scared when she asked if he really planned to quit the game, and Sean replied that the master did not just appear for no reason, but took a screenshot. The protagonist looked away and asked how he knew that, then assumed he did it as a keepsake when asked why the master did it. Isil was next to the protagonist when he asked her to remind him of her hobby, to which the fairy replied that she liked to search for things on the internet. The guy opened his mouth and said that it meant she could go online, to which she replied that she could. The fairy crossed her arms over her chest. The protagonist's eyes lit up when he said that she would have to help him with something. The lights were on in the building when Isil asked him to wait and asked if he really wanted to connect to the network from there. Sean was lying on the bed when he asked her not to say that she couldn't do it, to which the fairy exclaimed that of course she could. Isil looked at the protagonist and said that it wasn't that easy to interfere with another dimension and that there were penalties for doing so when asked why she didn't want to help. The fairy closed one eye and explained that they would have to add together all the elements of influence that the master had left behind, and that if Sean just watched, they would last for about an hour, but if he wanted to write a post or leave a comment, there would be much less time. The protagonist put his hands behind his head and said that it sounded really hard. Then Isil said that it pissed her off every time and that she hadn't visited Ragnarok's blog in ages. The guy was sitting on the bed when he said that he still had to do it. Then he was asked if he would do it on his own, to which he replied yes, adding that if it was possible. Sweat appeared on the fairy's face. She slapped her cheeks and screamed. Isil put on a dress as she exclaimed that it was only for Sean. The silhouette of a laptop appeared when she used the power of fairies. The protagonist looked at Isil, who apologized, explaining that she could not hold out like this for long. Then the guy asked her if she had to do it in this position, to which she replied that she was concentrating, and that all this was for the sake of concentration. The fairy hovered over the display and asked him to hurry, then he advised her to be quiet if she was tired, adding that he was quick. In front of the guy was a computer screen, when he thought about the fact that he had not visited it for a long time. On a white background, there was a lot of information about the game when Sean decided to look at the board with requests for help. A smirk appeared on his face. The post with the screenshot indicated the name of the master when the protagonist thought about the fact that he had assumed this. Sean looked at the player's cards, wondering if it was his portrait, wondering if he had actually gotten into the game, and then wondering who had drawn it, and guessing that it was an AI. There were a lot of messages in the comments when he realized that the master was being judged by many people. Isil raised her hands up when Sean decided that he didn't have much time since the fairy was already at its limit. He put his hands on the keyboard when he thought that if he could send the master all the developments of the game from his cloud, then he could change. A cursor appeared on the display. Many comments appeared under the main character's message. Isil threw her head back and screamed when Sean realized that he should have written anonymously. The fairy laid down on his bed when the guy said that she did a great job and that everything was ready. Then she asked if it was true and if everything went well, to which she was told that it depended on how the master reacted. The fairy looked exhausted when she said that it seemed like Sean sent him something, then asked what it was, to which he replied that it was his game recordings and such. Isil's hair was tied in a ponytail. The protagonist looked at her confused and asked again when she asked if he was talking about a heavenly book. The fairy's nose steamed as she explained that there was a rumor that the tactics that were publicly available and known were incomplete, and that the true raid guide was hidden by Loki, and that they said that the book contained all the knowledge about the game, and then asked if he had sent it to the master. Then Sean asked her to leave him alone. The guy sat down behind the fairy and said that she was partly right, because he had sent him the records of his playthrough and the analytics that he had been working on for 2 years, so it was almost a thesis. Then Isil replied that the book really existed. The fire blazed in the cauldron when Sean explained that he couldn't say that it contained all the information about the game, but it contained everything that he had managed to write down himself. Sheets of paper fell from the slot when the guy thought that he wasn't sure that the master would even read it, because the volume of notes was colossal and it wasn't written for strangers' eyes. The light was reflected in the window when he decided that in any case, if the master reads and can understand, it will be very interesting. The protagonist grinned mysteriously. The lights were on in the windows of the house when he thought about whether the master will lose interest in the game and will not enter it anymore or try again. The settlement was fenced with a wall when a system notification appeared that the download was complete and that you need to touch, and then the system greeted the user. The dagger was spinning in the air. The guy sat with his hands in front of him when he thought that he was finally there. A fairy appeared in front of him and addressed him. In her hands was a horse statue. When he explained that it was a gift from the master, then a system notification appeared that a purchase of the statue of the battle comrade was made for 5,000 gold, and that it was given to the protagonist. The boy opened his palm and asked to give it to him, then Isle asked if he would break it again. Sean held the statue in his hand when he said that before sending the letter, he slightly changed the end of the document. The boy looked at the horse with satisfaction when he explained that he wrote that the master should give the battle comrade a couple of times to the hero he likes. Then a system notification appeared that the boy was happy to receive the battle comrade statue, and that the connection was strengthened. He took a step when he realized that the master read everything from beginning to end. A large eye appeared above him when Sean thought about how he did not need an irresponsible master, and that if he really wanted to climb to the very top of the tower, he should be of his level or not lower, otherwise he would not be able to control him. The protagonist held the statue in his hand when he suggested that perhaps the master now did not fully understand the essence of his developments. Sean stood in front of his comrades when he said that if the master has a will, he will become his compass. Then a system notification appeared that the first group was loyal again. In front of the fountain was a statue of a horse when the guy was asked about what would happen if the master did not change. Behind the fountain was a building when he answered that it was unlikely. There were windows on the roof of the building when he asked about when another opportunity would appear. Then he was asked if he was talking about going online. Then he was told that it depended on how quickly the interference points accumulated. Sean adjusted his shoes when he asked what that was. He put on his jacket when the fairy answered that it was what the main office uses to maintain contact with cause, effect, and rules, and that when the master is online and active, the interference points accumulate, and if you go up a level, the points accumulate faster. Isle smiled widely and exclaimed that there were also diamonds and that they were the physical representation of the glasses, adding that they were precious stones that contained the power of creation. Sean had his back to her when he asked if this was the same power that spent real money. Then the fairy replied that human money could harbor a huge grudge, and that virtual currency was good, but their cash was better, adding that if you deposited it, the system would give a bonus of 1% of the amount. The guy took a step and asked if it was really just one, adding that it sounded greedy. His comrades looked at him when he suggested that they stretch their bones, since they were already covered in dust. He walked in front of the others when he said that they were taking back their refusal to fight. Then notifications appeared that the first group was available, and that the master was amazing, since he was able to change the attitude of the heroes. Jenna and Nate were walking behind Sean when the girl said that she didn't really care, but they were finally not just sitting around. Then she was asked if she wasn't raring to go. Then Marie said that she definitely wasn't. Sweat appeared on her face. Then she said that she was raring to go and was desperately waiting for it. Nate looked at the protagonist and said that even if the master had changed his behavior, there were still 4 of them. That is, 1 member was missing. Then Sean asked him not to worry about it. The dark-haired girl looked away when she was told that the master told her to temporarily join the first group. Eddie's was going down the stairs when she asked if they had really rescinded their refusal to participate. Then the guy told her that she could see everything herself. Then the girl asked about the master, to which she was told that she would find out later. Then a system notification appeared that the second group was now available. Eddie smiled and said that it was fine if he said so. Then a message appeared saying that she had joined the first group. A white light appeared in front of them as the rift in time and space was ordered to open. Then Eddie's asked the guy to keep in mind that she would not be able to stay with them for long. Then Sean replied that he had not asked for that, and that she would be able to lead the second group again when they cleared the 15th floor. A notification appeared in the passage in front of them as the system informed them that the current challenge level in the main dungeon was the 8th floor, and that they should get ready, because the gate would open in 10 seconds. There was a bright flash. Buildings appeared behind the team when a system notification came that this was the 8th floor, and that the mission type was Conquest, and the goal was to completely destroy the enemies. Then Nate said that this was the 8th floor, to which Sean replied that it was time to show the results of his training. The creature put its paws forward. The goblin riders rushed forward, shouting loudly. Marie put her hand in front of her and ordered them to spin. The goblins opened their mouths wide. The monsters flew into the air and screamed. A wave of mud appeared in front of them. Jenna held her bow in front of her. The arrows pierced the monsters. Marie held her hands in front of her as she used the skill Ignite. A powerful flame erupted in front of the monsters. The protagonist covered his face with his hand when he thought about how she could now cast what used to take 40 seconds in 10 seconds, and then exclaimed that this was the last level. He cut the monsters with a few blows. Blood splattered around Eddie's as she asked why he called her in the first place. A system notification appeared that the floor had been cleared and that Nate and Marie had leveled up, and it was also stated that they had received 5,000 gold and leather as a reward. Sean looked away, thinking that since Jenna was now such a professional shooter, he could finally trust her with his rear. The girls looked at each other when the archer asked Eddie's if she was bored, to which she replied that it was funny to watch. Then the protagonist thought that the girl had not yet adapted to the group, but she was smart and would soon find her place. Marie's eyes were closed when she asked if that was all for today, adding that she was tired of casting spells when a notification appeared that she was the best player. Then Sean thought that the girl had become more skilled in handling magic, and that this was a striking difference from last time. The protagonist dragged the girl along with him when he replied that he had not yet. Then she exclaimed that she was tired. Then she was asked not to worry, because there was little work, after which Marie exclaimed that she did not believe him and that he deceived her every time. There were test tubes in the rack when the system informed the master that there was a hero capable of researching. A system notification popped up asking why not try researching, as research results are the basis for the lobby to function effectively. They were standing in a dark room when the girl assumed it was a magic room. Marie put her hands on her waist and asked why he brought her there, to which he replied that he had said that she would not have to exert herself physically. The girl turned her head to the side when she was told that she would be researching. A system notification popped up saying that they could research the heroes' reactions, building expansion, and dungeon depths, and it also suggested that they could get research points if they sent the heroes to the research lab, and that they should try to develop the lobby to their liking with research points. Then a system notification popped up asking if he wanted to assign Marie to research, as she was recommended for this. A fairy appeared next to the girl, and then she screamed. Mary looked at Isil with concern and asked her not to jump out so abruptly, adding that she had scared her. Then the fairy advised her to accept it, since she was not appearing like this of her own free will. There was a chair in front of the table when Isil said that she just needed to solve the problem and place it in that container. The fairy was next to the girl, who asked why she needed to do that, since she had studied this at the Magic Academy. Then Isil exclaimed that the master had ordered it, and that she should do what she was told if she did not want to be expelled. The protagonist opened the book in front of him. Mary propped her face with her hand. A system notification appeared, saying that they had received a research unit, and that the current research speed was 10 units per hour, and that 10 diamonds would be spent every hour. A blue flame flared up in the cauldron. The guy looked at the girl, thinking that 10 per hour was very bad, and that she had 0 strength, and then decided that this was expected, considering that she had no skills in research. System notifications appeared that the time was being set, and that it would be 3 hours every day. There was also a tip that the researcher might be unhappy if they were given too much research time per day, and that they should not forget that they had their own lives besides this. Marie opened her mouth wide and asked again when Isil told her that she would work 3 hours a day. Then the girl exclaimed that her brain would melt from this. Then a notification appeared that she was expressing dissatisfaction. The girl frowned deeply and exclaimed that it was not that simple, and that she was already dying trying to solve it, adding that she was being driven like a slave. Then the guy thought that she was right, and that she had a rather busy schedule. The protagonist slammed the book shut, thinking that he needed a way to keep up the pace without wasting time, and then asked Isil to send a request to the craftsman. System notifications appeared that Sean wanted a fur coat, and that 3,000 gold would be spent. A white fur coat appeared. Marie grabbed it when the guy said that she wanted it, and that the girl could consider it payment in advance, adding that she would get more if she worked hard. Then she asked about how this shameless man dared to bribe her with buns. They both grabbed the clothes when Sean told him to return it if the girl did not want it. Then she asked who said that she did not want it, adding that she would do everything. Behind the bridge was a waterfall when it was said that the craftsman continued to make changes, and that he sent the heroes to weekly dungeons and created weapons in the central workshop. The man hit the shield with a hammer. The heroes stood one after the other as the boy thought about how the master had formed a new group that included the newly arrived heroes. Sean rested his face on his hand, thinking about how the master had definitely changed, and how that was a good thing. There was a girl sitting at the next table who spoke to him. Marie sat with her eyes closed as she said that although she could only use fire magic, she was good at the theory of everything else and thought that the protagonist was quite talented, and then asked if he had any interest in learning magic. Sean sat diagonally from her when he asked again. Then the girl replied that it would be quite difficult for her to teach him alone, but with the books there, it was quite possible. The protagonist presented 2 game cards when he thought about how he had 2 stars and that it was a beginner class, and then explained that with 3 stars he could choose a category, and that in the current situation he would definitely become a warrior, but if he fulfilled certain conditions, he could open the way to a hidden class, one of which was a swordsman mage. Sean's mouth dropped open when he thanked her, saying no, and that he preferred to focus on one thing, and he thought about how this feature did not mean that the class was strong, and the girl suggested that he let her know if he changed his mind. Marie's mouth dropped open when she was asked if she was only asking about it because she didn't want to decide all this alone, and the girl asked what kind of bold assumption that was, and the guy decided that he was right. The girl looked down sadly and sighed. Sean was sitting next to her when she asked him what his life was like before he came there. He replied that he was a farmer, then she said that he was a liar and that no one would believe that. There was a lamp near the windows when Marie was told to focus on her tasks. The girl was holding a pen in her hand when the protagonist explained that she was the daughter of a famous family, but all her relatives died during the war. Suddenly, the girl's pupils contracted. Sean's eyes widened. A glow appeared above them when Marie asked what it was. The guy's eyes lit up when he answered that it was the beginning. The air above the table sparkled when a system notification appeared that the hero reaction research had increased to level 1. Bright sparks flew in different directions when the system reported that the goddess had blessed the lobby. Marie looked at the glowing particle in surprise. The boy presented 3 game cards when he explained that there were only 3 options in the research and that the master chose hero reaction research for 30 points. The girl sank down in front of the table when she asked about it, adding that she was not feeling well. Sean looked at her and advised her to try looking at the statistics window. A system window appeared in front of Marie, and she screamed. The protagonist looked at her when he said that he thought she could see him, and then added that her skills were listed in numbers there. Sean imagined the players standing in front of the building when he thought about how the third group died because they did not really understand the essence of the mission, and how the heroes were not aware of the conditions for clearing the floor since they did not see the system messages, but hero reaction research solves this problem. The girl looked worriedly at the system window when the boy asked if she could see her strength, intelligence, HP, agility, and skills, and Marie said that she had a mid-level magic called telekinesis. The protagonist looked back as he explained that it was her skills and then called for him to follow him, adding that he needed to tell the others. The guy looked forward carefully as he heard a scream that it was a ghost. A spark was glowing in front of the blonde as he screamed that he was being chased by a strange ghost ball. Sean grabbed him from behind and told him not to be stupid, explaining that it was not a ghost, then he asked what it was. The spark approached his chest. A blush appeared on the blonde's cheeks. Jenna stood in front of them, who guessed what Sean was constantly looking at, adding that she heard him muttering under his breath a couple of times, so she just repeated after him. There were lights on in the windows of the building. The comrades were sitting at the table when the girl said that it turns out that there are concepts of levels, characteristics, and skills, and that thanks to them they can become stronger, adding that sometimes after the end of a fight she felt a surge of strength, and that she believes that it was because of the increase in level. Then Marie said that she cannot believe it, because it is impossible even for the greatest mages. She turned to the guy and asked how he found out, because they had never heard of such a thing, to which he replied that it was by accident. Marie crossed her arms over her chest and asked if he could not come up with a better excuse, then Jenna explained that he got there before all of them. The girl looked at Sean incredulously when he said that he had enough experience, to which Marie replied that it was suspicious. She was sitting across from Jen when she added that he could keep his secrets because everyone had skeletons in their closet and that his advice was really helpful. Then the archer said that she was right and that his recommendations were all great. Nate was sitting next to her when Marie called her a master of sycophancy, to which she replied that it was a survival tactic. Sean was sitting between the girls, thinking about how if they could hold out until the end then he would tell them everything and how they had been through so much together already. The guy smiled with his eyes closed when he realized that of course if it came to that, it would be time to say goodbye. It was light outside the building when the next day the news of the stats window spread throughout the lobby. System windows appeared in front of the heroes when it was told that most could only see part of the stats and that it was most likely due to a low research level, but someone was unable to summon them at all. Silhouettes were visible on the training ground. The hand gripped the bow for shooting. Sean deflected the arrows with a swing of the sword. Jenna was holding an empty quiver when she asked if reflecting all of this was also a skill. The guy threw her a quiver with arrows and answered in the affirmative. Then she said that it was unfair because she could not even reflect one blow. Then he asked if she had thought that if there was a reflective skill, then there was also a counter to it. The girl looked away in surprise and asked him again. The guy jumped up. He ended up behind Jen. She deftly dodged his blow and screamed, asking if he was trying to kill her. The protagonist opened his mouth wide and answered that everything was fine as long as he did not kill with one jab. After all, they were in the lobby, and then added that it would be difficult to increase her skill level if they did not increase the difficulty of training. Jenna looked back when she was told to be more decisive. She jumped, dodging the guy's attack. The girl held a bow in front of her when she was asked if the old training was not so fun anymore, since it was only real weapons instead of training weapons and there were no rules. Sean strapped a shield to his hand. He held a sword in front of him when he said that from now on, their training method was to beat the enemy until he was on the verge of death. A distinctive sound was heard near the wooden dummies. The men looked ahead, talking about how incredible the guy really was and whether it was true that he used to be a farmer. A battle was taking place in front of the people when someone said that it was probably a lie. Jenna crouched, touching the ground with her hand, and asked what kind of training this was. The main character looked ahead seriously and asked if she was giving up already, and then added that Nate was already waiting. Then Sean thought about maybe training them together. The blonde was standing next to the girl when he replied that everything was fine and that he would be patient, and she said that she would try again. Jenna turned her head from side to side. The protagonist rushed forward and exclaimed that here he is. The tip of a dagger appeared in front of his eye. He deflected it with a swing of the blade. The girl bent her arm in front of her. A red mark appeared in her eye. She fired her bow when a system notification appeared that Jenna had received the skill exposure weakness. Sean blocked the arrows with his shield with difficulty. The girl in front of him sank to the ground and exclaimed that it was great, then she was asked how she learned it. The archer smiled and replied that she wanted it so much, and that he said that there was a skill that would counter his defensive one, so she just thought of it. The guy looked ahead with determination, wondering if she had learned the skill just by wishing for it, and that it was curious, and then offered to repeat the duel. Jenna pulled the bowstring and warned that it wouldn't be easy anymore. Sean dodged the arrows when the girl decided that she needed to make him dodge the first arrow, and then aim the second or third arrow at a weak spot or add a few deceptive shots. A mark appeared in the archer's eye when she thought about how the skill of deception with arrows made dodging much more difficult. The guy's pupils narrowed when a system notification appeared that Jenna's basic bowmanship skill had been increased to level 6. Arrows rushed forward when Sean asked about the fact that the skill increase really happened at such a time. The protagonist fought off the arrows, realizing that she was getting stronger. The girl with the mark in her eye smiled as he wondered if he was going to lose. The men looked ahead as one of them asked if they were even human, then the other said that the guy was incredible and that Jenna was amazing too. Sweat was pouring down the player's face. Nate turned his back as he said that it was amazing and that Sean was a real talent. The veins on his arm bulged. The guy gritted his teeth in anger. His hand shook. There were training dummies near the wall. Jenna fired a bow. The protagonist fought back, swinging his sword and thinking that he couldn't close the distance. Sean held the blade in front of him when he decided that the shield should only be used as a last resort and that after all, they were training to gain new skills. The guy dodged the arrow, thinking that he needed to learn something more than just tracking a target. The arrows flew one after another. One projectile was enveloped in a red aura as Sean thought about what would happen if he could identify the target before the arrow was fired. Red marks appeared on the guy's body. A sharp tip appeared in front of his eye. A system notification appeared that a new skill, Insight, had been unlocked and that the arrow defense technique had been raised to level 3 and the basic swordsmanship skill to level 7. The protagonist instantly blocked all the arrows. Sean found himself right in front of the girl. Jenna gritted her teeth, looking ahead. Dust rose from the ground. The guy lowered his blade and asked if this was really his 19th victory, and the girl called him a monster. The protagonist looked at the system window when he thought that he had gotten a couple of skills. Then Jenna asked Nate how many skills he had, to which he replied that he only had 3, and listed that Spear Mastery, Pain Threshold, and Fire Resistance. The girl looked closely at the system window when the guy asked how many skills she had. Then she listed that Bow Mastery, Dagger Mastery, Weapon Change, Rapid Fire, Weakness Identification, Hawkeye, and Dexterity. The blonde stood behind Sean when he said that this was enough. Then the protagonist said that just because a person has a bunch of skills doesn't mean they are strong, and that everything depends on the relationship with their level. The guy introduced the 2 dark-haired heroes when he explained that if a hero has an incompatible skill, it will do more harm than good, and that his Berserk and cold-blooded skills are an example of this, but this is a special case. Jenna was wiping her face when Sean thought about how she had 9 skills and was the top tier. Nate looked at the girl. Leaves were flying over the settlement. A system notification appeared saying that item combination was starting, and that there were normal elemental stones of fire, water, and wind, and that the final item after the automatic combination method was a normal exaltation stone, which had an 87% success rate. There were 3 stones in the magic circle. A system message appeared asking if they wanted to continue combining. The stones glowed as the power of the fairies was used. A system message appeared saying that this was an unsuccessful attempt at combination, and that the items would be destroyed. Sean and Jenna were sitting on a bench when the boy thought about failure with an 87% chance of success, and the girl asked if she could ascend now. Then the fairy replied that time was passing very quickly and that she was already 2 stars too. A system message appeared that the combination was complete and that they had obtained a common ascension stone. The doors of the palace were opened when the system announced that the master was starting the Ascension. Jenna turned to Sean and asked if she would die, adding that she would be back soon. While he was thinking about how he was level 12, Marie was level 8, Nate was level 9, and she was level 10. The protagonist looked ahead carefully when he remembered that his ascension was unusual due to Thel's intervention. The horse statue was standing in front of the fountain when he decided that Jenna would see something completely different from what he saw. A system notification appeared stating that the hero's forgotten memories had been awakened and that the girl's ascension had been completed, so she now had 2 stars. A game card of the girl appeared in front of the temple. Jenna walked towards the protagonist. She looked down sadly as she said that she had a strange dream and that the forest she used to live near was on fire. She sat down next to Sean, who replied that it was just a nightmare and told her to forget about it, as it was definitely nothing to worry about. Jenna closed her eyes and said that he was right and that it was just a bad dream. The girl looked straight ahead when asked if there was anything else, then she replied that it was like a feeling of a stone finally falling off her shoulders. The protagonist looked away, thinking that it seemed like the normal ascension process was awakening forgotten memories. He remembered the man with the hammer in his hand when he realized that, it turns out, all the heroes initially have amnesia. The guy imagined himself standing in front of high walls when he realized that on the 4th or 5th star they would realize the truth about how they were called there. He remembered the burning city when he added that they would find out what happened to the old world. The blonde's game card appeared when it was told that a little later Nate also passed his ascension. The guy held a spear in both hands when Sean thought that he had no idea what kind of dream he had, but his motivation increased. The blonde stood next to the main character when he asked him if he was really not leaving yet, to which Sean replied that he had things to do. The guys were standing opposite each other when Nate said that he was working much harder than him and that he should push himself too. Then he was told that he would destroy his body if he overdid it, adding that this was normal for the protagonist. Sweat was pouring down the guy's face. His eyes turned red when a system notification appeared that he had entered Berserk mode. Sean dealt several blows to the dummy. Nate looked away carefully. He turned away, looking down. The blonde began to walk away. The protagonist stood in front of the dummy when he thought about how inferior he was and that he had become stronger, but he still could not concentrate his power where he wanted. He imagined the skill icons when he thought about how if he activated Berserk, he became stronger, but the effectiveness of his skills decreased and he lost his composure. The guy imagined the weapon symbols when he realized that if they could achieve synergy, they would have long ago combined, like the basics of sword and shield skill, because if skills can be combined, then they merge into one skill. Eddie's was standing near the wall, who said that he was working until the night, then Sean asked what brought her there so late. The girl stopped in front of him when she answered that she wanted to ask something before they went to the 12th floor, and asked if it was true that his group was made up of people who were not accustomed to fighting initially, and whether it was true that Jenna was a forester, Nate was a hunter, and he himself was a farmer, adding that she did not believe in it. Then the guy answered in the affirmative. Eddie's opened her mouth. She looked menacingly forward and asked if he had killed anyone before. Sean looked away and said that her group had already reached the 12th floor, then suggested that she wanted to know how determined they were. The girl's eyes lit up as she replied in the affirmative, explaining that it was for survival. The protagonist looked away sternly and said that he was there at the cost of other people's lives, and that 3 were synthesized with him. Eddie's looked forward in surprise as he added that she now knew the answer. The girl looked down and said that it was true, and that he had killed those wolf mercenaries. The protagonist walked away from her and asked if she was trying to insult him, to which she replied that she was not. Then Sean said that everything that appeared on the level was considered monsters, so they just needed to take them out. The guy swung his blade when Eddie said that he might see it that way, but not his party members. Then he replied that if that was true, he would need new comrades. The sky was dark above the settlement when Sean said that he knew them well and that she had nothing to worry about. Then the girl agreed. A white light appeared in the passage when the fairy ordered the rift of time and space to open. The comrades were walking behind the protagonist when Jenna asked if they would get to the 11th floor again, to which the guy replied that they had warmed up there enough, and that the 12th would probably open now. A system notification appeared that they should get ready, because the door to the 12th floor of the main dungeon would open in 10 seconds. Sean stood in front of the archer when he asked his comrades to just do their job no matter what happened. Then the girl replied that she knew it. The protagonist opened his mouth and asked her to do everything better since she knew. A bright flash occurred. A blue glow enveloped the group when a system notification appeared that the mission type was suppression, and the task was to destroy all enemies. Jenna looked to the side and asked about where the enemies were, since the mission was to suppress. The girl turned her head to the side and froze. She bent her hand in front of her. Her pupils narrowed. The man opened his mouth wide and ordered them to stop. The warriors were holding spears in their hands when they ordered them to lay down their weapons and identify themselves. Then a notification appeared that they were level 11 human soldiers. Sweat appeared on the girl's face when she asked what this meant. Soldiers stopped in front of the group. Eddie's looked away in annoyance. Jenna looked away in shock. A squad of soldiers stood in front of their group. The protagonist looked sternly from under his brows. The members of his group looked worriedly in one direction. Nate opened his mouth wide and exclaimed that they were not monsters, but people. The blonde was standing behind Sean, who asked him about not wanting to fight. The guy replied that he was not talking about that and that they should try to talk to them. Marie was behind the protagonist when she said that she agreed with him, because that way they could find out at least some information about this place, and that they could not fight. Sean opened his mouth and asked her again, to which he was told that they should avoid senseless killing. Jenna looked confused when asked what she thought. She remembered the warriors in armor when she thought about how they were different from the normal NPCs, and that they could see them, which meant that the humans were their enemies. Nate turned to Sean, who asked what they were doing and told them to raise their weapons. The protagonist pulled his sword from its sheath and told his comrades that if they did not want to fight, then they should try to stop him. He turned to his friends with the blade in his hand. Sean glared. Marie looked ahead, confused. Eddie's looked straight ahead, determined. Jenna looked worried. Nate clenched his teeth in frustration. Sean looked away. He opened his mouth and exhaled. His comrades looked at him when he said that they could do whatever they wanted. The blonde closed his eyes and thanked him, adding that he would try to talk to them. The guy headed towards the soldiers. He opened his mouth wide and exclaimed that his name was Nate, and then offered to discuss everything with them. The warrior in the helmet opened his mouth and said that they agreed, and that they were dragged there from nowhere. The guy with the spear stood in front of the soldiers. When he asked again, they answered that it was too complicated to explain like that, and then invited him to come closer. 3 warriors pointed their spears at him and asked him to leave his weapons, since the other warriors were a little afraid when Nate said that he was coming to them. The blonde gripped the spear in his hand as the soldier informed him that they had no intention of fighting, so he had nothing to fear, and that they simply wanted to go back. The boy lowered the weapon to the ground. Sean put his hand on his shoulder and asked him if he was stupid for doing as he was told, then told the soldiers to come up to him without their weapons. The man in the helmet opened his mouth wide and exclaimed that there was a problem with that. The protagonist opened his mouth and asked if they really wanted them to be the only ones to leave their swords and what kind of nonsense that was. Other soldiers approached the warrior. They put their spears on the ground and said that 3 of them would go. The soldier in the helmet extended his hand and said that they had disarmed themselves and that he wanted the others to do the same. Sean dropped his weapon on the ground and asked if that was enough. The warrior in armor took a step forward and agreed, adding that they could now talk. Nate looked ahead carefully when they were asked if they knew something. The soldier headed towards the guys when he said that he kept hearing the voice and that he could not stop it in any way. The bearded warrior opened his mouth and added that the voice was speaking to him right now too. Sean smirked and asked what he was saying. The blood vessels turned black on the soldier's face as he began to answer. The armored warrior pulled his hand back. He swung his blade, his mouth open, and exclaimed that he was ordering them to kill them. The soldier reached under his cloak. The other warrior held his crossbow in front of him. The sword spun in the air as the boy thought about what he had seen when he was a master. The protagonist gripped the hilt of the blade as he summed up that heroes who refused to fight ended up dead. The boy pierced the warrior's neck with his sword. Jenna's eyes widened. Sean threw the dagger in the other direction. The soldier threw his head back. The protagonist swung his blade, thinking that there was no compromise. Sean cut the soldier's body in half, adding that whoever and whatever they were. The warrior pointed the crossbow forward. A dagger pierced his head. Eddie straightened her hand in front of her. There were bodies of soldiers lying on the ground. Sweat appeared on the blonde's face when he was addressed. The protagonist looked at him, wondering if he would kill or be killed himself when he asked if he still wanted to solve the problem with words. Sean looked forward confidently. Nate's mouth fell open. The blonde gripped the spear with both hands and replied that he would fight. Eddie's looked surprised. Jenna reached for an arrow when she was asked about what she would do, and replied that if they did not kill, they would finish them off themselves. A mark appeared in the girl's eye when she added that everything was fine and that she was ready for it. The arrows pierced the soldiers' bodies. Marie put her hands in front of her and announced that she was going to start casting a spell. Eddie smiled and said that it seemed like she was worried for nothing, and Sean replied that he said so. He gripped the blade in his hand, thinking that it didn't matter if his enemy was a monster or a human. The soldiers with red eyes rushed forward as he thought about how when he chose his party members, he didn't look at strength or talent, but rather at the psyche, the will to survive, and the willingness to do whatever it took. Behind the protagonist stood his comrades as he summed up that they were beasts in human form and told them to prepare for a good fight. The soldiers put their spears in front of them. Eddie swung her dagger and exclaimed that something was wrong. The protagonist's eyes flashed as he agreed with her. The heroes rushed into battle with the soldiers. Sean opened his mouth wide and turned to Marie. Nate gritted his teeth and screamed. The girl's eyes were red when she used the ignite skill. A powerful stream of fire appeared. Jenna fired her bow. The blonde pierced the enemy with a spear. The protagonist dodged the enemy's strike. Sean swung his sword, attacking the soldier when he thought about how weak they were. A guy stopped in front of the warrior, thinking about how their armor was good, but there was no formation or organization. The protagonist's eyes lit up. The soldier was sitting on the ground when he asked for mercy, because his wife and daughter were waiting for him at home, so he must return to them. Sean stood in front of him when he asked how he was going to return. The warrior's eyes were bloodshot. The soldier grabbed his head. He began to cough up black liquid. The warrior fell to the ground in front of the guy. Marie stood behind Eddie's when she said that these people were very strange, to which the girl replied that they were brainwashed and that she had met something similar before, but never so many at once. Sean turned to her and asked if these were the same people, and Eddie's replied that given the last time, she had definitely killed them before. In a pool of black blood lay a hand. The guy crouched, remembering Kate's face when he realized that the blood was black and thick, just like hers. His fingers touched the black liquid when Sean decided that it was too early to say anything, since there was too little evidence. A system notification appeared that the floor had been cleared, and that Jenna and Eddie's had leveled up, and that they had received 3,500 gold and leather as a reward. The main character's game card appeared when the system announced that he had become the best player. Sean turned around and looked back as he advised his comrades to start getting used to it like he was doing. His teammates were standing behind him as Nate asked if he meant that they should make killing a norm. The protagonist answered in the affirmative, adding that there was no difference between humans and monsters. The armored warriors held spears in their hands as Sean thought about how it was expected that the 14th and 15th floors were also full of humanoid monsters, and that their equipment, faces, and formations were different, but some things remained the same. The soldiers' eyes lit up as the protagonist added that they were all hostile towards them. Sean imagined the first group rushing to attack as he thought about how this made things easier and allowed him to kill them without any regrets. The heroes were walking on the grass when the boy thought about how fighting human monsters raised their stress levels much faster than fighting normal monsters, and how the master must have noticed this and decided not to make them fight, so after the stress, he gave them a day to rest. Sean presented their game cards when he thought about how after a few days, they had raised their levels enough to deal with the 15th floor, and how due to Marie and Eddie's starting ranks, the girls did not gain experience as quickly, adding that this was a disadvantage for heroes whose starting rank was high. A bag appeared in front of the house when the protagonist explained that the equipment workshop was also actively working, and that thanks to the leather pouches, he could carry more things. The test tube contained a red liquid when the system notifications appeared about Sean equipping a basic health potion. Izel was next to the protagonist when she told him not to drop them because they were expensive. The fairy looked at the falling test tube. Red liquid spilled on the floor when the system reported that the basic health potion had broken and gave advice that sometimes items can break during the process. The protagonist looked away sternly when he said that the fairy said that they were expensive. Then Izel exclaimed that these were not expensive and that she did not know, and also that it was the master's fault that she was recycling. The members of the first group looked in the same direction. Sean looked at Izel and asked about what she said when she told everyone to listen to the protagonist if they wanted to survive and not to relax, adding that there would be problems if they started to rebel. The guy was standing in front of the passage that indicated that they had passed 14 floors when he thought about the fact that they finally reached the 15th, and that he had no idea what kind of mission it would be, but it would definitely not be a story mission like the 10th floor. The protagonist turned to his comrades and told them that they would be fine if they acted as usual. Then Jenna said that it would be so if they listened to him, and the guy asked them not to rely on him too much. Then Eddie said that he was quite reliable and that his commands were very clear. A system window with stats appeared above the guy when he thought about how he only had 107 stats and that it was comparable to a developed 3-star hero. And then he remembered that it had been 2 months since he got there and that he had not taken a break. A system notification appeared that the recording function was in use and that he could record the passage of the floor, and also that the recording could be viewed at any time, but first he needed to purchase the recording function. Sean looked pleased when he guessed that the master wanted to record the game, adding that it was a good habit. A system notification appeared asking if the master wanted to buy the recording function, which would cost 300 diamonds. A system notification appeared congratulating the master that he could now watch the floor progression recordings at any time. An image of the recording appeared on the ceiling as the boy thought about how useful it would be for leveling up skills like insight and evasion, and that the master currently had no way to interfere with missions, but that would change on higher floors. The protagonist had his comrades in front of him as he announced that there were 2 important things to mention before the mission, explaining that the first was that this mission was special. The boy presented a statue of 2 angels as he asked them to remember the statue of the goddess he had told them about on the 10th floor, and then explained that the gist of the mission was that they would die if the statue was destroyed, and that there was a similar condition on the 15th floor. The guy imagined the heroes being enveloped in a blue glow when he added that the third group died in less than 5 minutes, and that they didn't even have time to engage in combat and failed the mission out of ignorance, and the consequence was their death. Sean stood in front of Eddie's when they said that the first thing they should do was figure out what the mission was as quickly as possible. The protagonist looked at the archer when he added that they didn't have much time, and that only 15 minutes. Then she asked him again, to which he replied that the guys from the third group died in less than 5 minutes, and then asked if she understood what that meant. The guy looked seriously to the side when he said that they would automatically fail the mission if they did nothing, and therefore everyone would die, explaining that this was the second important thing. Sean imagined the tower when he thought about how time in the lobby and on the floors flowed differently, and that with that in mind, they had a quarter of an hour. The protagonist remembered their settlement when he realized that it was very small, and that in other words, the mission was based on time. System notifications appeared that the current floor of the main dungeon was the 15th, and that the doors would be opened in 10 seconds, so they should get ready. Sean turned around and looked back when he was told that 3 minutes were allotted for information gathering, and then they would begin the mission. A bright flash appeared. The protagonist opened his eyes slightly. The sky was blue. The houses were illuminated by the sun's rays. People were walking along the street. Their feet stepped on the ground. The protagonist's group found themselves in the middle of houses and people. Sean looked at the bearded man and thought that this floor was also a city, while the passersby discussed whether it was really him or not. An old woman walked in front of Nate when Sean assumed that they could not see them and that they must be NPCs. There were people everywhere when the protagonist thought that unlike the 10th floor, it was very peaceful there. The dark-haired guy looked at the system window, which said that the mission was defensive and that their task was to protect a certain person. Sweat appeared on the protagonist's face. His group was standing in the middle of the crowd when he asked about what it really wanted them to find this person in such a crowd. The guy imagined how gray people were going in different directions. The protagonist imagined Knockin' and thought that they probably panicked when they saw such a crowd, and that they were not aware of the nature of the mission and could not understand who their enemy was, and also decided that they, not having dealt with the 10th floor, decided that their enemies were the residents. Clouds were floating above the houses when Sean thought about the fact that there were 2 possible reasons for their death, and that either they were attacked by the enemy while killing the townspeople, or the one they were supposed to protect died, and, simply put, if they did not want to share the fate of the third group, then they needed to find the target at all costs. The protagonist looked at the group and said that their job was to protect, but first they had to find someone, otherwise he would die soon and they would follow him. Jenna looked away and asked how they should search because there were no monsters there, only people. Sean crossed his arms and asked if anyone was familiar with this place, to which Nate replied that he was, and that he had been there before as a merchant. It was day outside when the guy said that they were in a delta where numerous crossroads allow for large-scale trade. The protagonist squinted and thought that this was not Tanya, and then asked if there were any notable places there. The sun was shining on the temple, while the guy was telling that it was a popular sacred place, a snow-white hall of silver, and that it was one of the 3 greatest temples, not counting the holy city. Then Jenna said that she had heard of it and that it was huge. Sean approached Nate and assumed that all these people were heading there, to which the blonde replied that it looked like it and that there was probably an event going on there now. The guy looked at Eddie's and told her that they were going to the temple and that they needed to be insured, to which the girl agreed. The brunette, bouncing off the walls, headed forward. She landed on a board. A wonderful view of the city opened up for Eddie's. People were crowding near the gate. Guards with spears were standing near the entrance. Something attracted the attention of one of them. Sean approached the guard, then he began to say that they could not enter. The protagonist hit the guard, not letting him finish. The partner looked at his comrade in horror and cursed. He got hit in the face with a shield. Sean grabbed the enemy by the head when Nate tried to stop his comrade. The protagonist, letting go of the guy, clarified whether his friend understood what was going on. Sean turned and said that the guards saw them. He looked at the guard and explained that it meant that they were their opponents. The guy remembered the battles with the soldiers and thought about how the cavalry and other warriors on the 10th floor did not see them. Blood was running down the guard's face when the protagonist thought that these guys were not ordinary NPCs. His partner was lying with a dent in his helmet. Marie looked at him sadly, saying that they may not be them, to which Sean replied that this was also an option, but assured that he did not kill them. Then the girl said that they looked like they had 1 foot in the grave. Looking at the city from above, someone from the team noted that it looked like an anthill, and someone clarified if this was the snow-white hall of silver, to which Nate answered in the affirmative. The man with the staff walked forward. The bearded old man approached the fence. His eyes narrowed. Many people gathered in the square. The old man coughed into his fist. Then he slammed his staff on the floor. Magic circles illuminated the area as the gray-haired man asked for silence. Marie's mouth dropped open in surprise. The group stood in the crowd of people as the elder announced that the heiress of the sun would reveal herself and asked them not to make a fuss, to which the girl replied that he had amplified the voice of magic, and the protagonist said that there was no time for that and that they needed to get to the temple. Then Jenna asked again. The team headed for the entrance while the protagonist thought that given the scale of the event, they should most likely protect the main figure of what was happening, and at that moment the guard said that they were forbidden to enter. Sean reached for his sword and ordered them to leave if they valued their lives. Then the guard nervously noticed that they had weapons with them. The guard opened his mouth wide and asked if they were heretics. The protagonist smirked and asked again. The guy kicked the statue. The statue broke into pieces. Sean narrowed his eyes and asked if they were doing that. The guards rushed at the group, shouting to kill the guy, at which point system notifications appeared, saying that they were level 13 human soldiers, as well as an unidentified enemy of an unknown level. Sean smirked, and Marie noted that he was very insolent. The group moved forward when the protagonist asked if they believed in this religion, to which he received a negative answer. The armed guards ran forward, shouting that they needed to push out the heretics, while the guy explained to the group that they would pass through these guys and move forward, and that their goal was definitely in the temple. The protagonist ran next to Nate when he announced that they were breaking through. The guy blocked the blow with his shield. Then he pierced the guard. Sean fought off the spear. The protagonist cut the guard with a powerful blow. The guard swung his axe at the boy. Sean struck him. He raised his shield above himself and told him to keep running forward, not trying to take everyone out. The man pointed his weapon forward and told him to stop them and protect the temple. Jenna shot an arrow at the guard when Sean said that they didn't have time for that and that they should just fight back. The boys fought their way through the guards when the protagonist thought that their target was definitely hiding somewhere inside and that he didn't know how, but he felt that soon they would all die. Sean kicked the door, thinking that they had a few minutes left. He spread his legs wide when he realized that if they couldn't find him in that time, they would all die. The protagonist stopped in front of the high windows of the temple. A system notification appeared that the mission on the 15th floor was of a defensive type, and that the task was to protect a certain person, and that the remaining time was unknown. The protagonist opened his mouth wide and called out to the girl. Marie put her hand out to the side and said that she knew. Purple energy enveloped the furniture. The girl threw the furniture aside. The girl stood in front of the guy when the man asked who they were. The priest, holding a book, asked how they were able to get there. Sean's eyes lit up when he thought about how nothing had changed in the mission window, and then said that it was not him. The door was open when the protagonist thought about how there should be entrances in the corridors. The guards came running, asking if they knew where they were. Sean jumped up and told the team to take the right part, adding that he himself would go to the left. Then his comrades replied that they would soon catch up with him. The protagonist ran past the guards when the order was given to take them. He hit the knight who was shouting that he would finish him off. The door to the corridor was open. Sean ran down the stairs, wondering where the person they were looking for was. Memories came to his mind when the protagonist thought that the old man was not the target, and that the heiress of the sun must be the target. A silhouette appeared in the doorway. The knight clutched his sword and shouted that he was Kyle, and that as a holy knight he would take out the goddess's wrath on him. The guy ran past when the guard said that he was still introducing himself, and that the protagonist had no right to ignore him. Sean ran down the corridor. He kicked the door in, wondering where the person he was looking for was. The man was eating meat. The protagonist pinned the guard against the door, then he coughed. Sean ran past the girl, thinking that not everyone could see them. A window appeared when he thought that there were less than 3 minutes left and that there was almost no time. The guy opened the door with a shield. There were flowers in the garden. Sweat appeared on the protagonist's face. Sean stood still. The sun's rays illuminated the plants. The guy turned his attention to the door. Several silhouettes appeared behind the glass. Someone took a step towards the protagonist. Sean's eyes lit up. The guard's armor appeared. Another knight looked away. They pointed their swords at the guy. The guard brought the sword to his head and said that the heretic must die. The sun illuminated the glass door. The girl stood with her back when someone addressed her. An old man stood behind her, who said that the residents were waiting in the square. Then Susie asked if there were any problems in the garden. The bearded man frowned and said that invaders had arrived there, but they would take care of them and that there was no need to worry. Sean covered himself with a shield from the blow. The protagonist gritted his teeth. The flowers were covered in blood. The guy was fighting 3 guards at once. He blocked the blows and thought that they were on a completely different level than the soldiers below. Sean stepped on the guard's foot. The protagonist pierced the enemy's shin. The knight trembled. The guy rushed away from the guard. Sean swung his sword. He cut off the enemy's head with a powerful blow. The protagonist gritted his teeth and blocked the blow. He turned and threw the shield at the knight's face. Sean dashed towards the guard. The guy stuck the blade into the enemy's head. Another knight rushed to attack. He parried the protagonist's blow. The guard carried out a series of blows. Sean, gritting his teeth, blocked them. The guy swung his sword in front of the knight. His eyes lit up. The protagonist pointed the swords in front of him. The knight blocked the blow with difficulty. The blade of the sword cracked. The protagonist raised his hand behind his back. Gritting his teeth, he struck with the second sword. The enemy's head flew off. The girl stood in front of the crowd of people when she said that she was grateful for the chance they gave her and that she would never forget it, to which the gray-haired man replied that the goddess would also rejoice. The protagonist opened the door slightly. The old man turned around abruptly. The wounded Sean took a step forward. Then he was called an invader. The bearded man grabbed the staff and asked how he was able to break through the guards. The old man swung the staff. The protagonist looked away in shock. The gray-haired man opened his mouth wide and shouted a death wish. Susie turned her head. The bearded old man pointed his staff at her when Sean realized that he was aiming not at him, but at her. The guy lunged forward. The gray-haired man turned around. The protagonist cut off his head with a powerful blow. Sean looked at the old man's body still holding the staff. A beam of red energy shot out from the balcony. People ran in panic in different directions. Sean, holding a shield and sword, thought about how he wasn't trying to attack the heretic. The girl turned around in fear when the protagonist decided that she was the one they needed to protect. The guy stood in front of Susie when she asked who he was, to which he replied that she didn't need to know. The protagonist looked away, listening to Susie's questions about whether he had come to kill her. The blonde opened her mouth wide and screamed. Sean covered her with his shield and deflected the attack. Arrow fragments fell to the floor. The girl looked at the guy and asked what was going on, to which he replied that she shouldn't get up. The assassins were standing on the roof opposite. The opponents headed towards Sean. The guy in the hood threw a kunai. Susie looked at the approaching blades. The protagonist covered the girl from danger. The guy looked at the kunai and thought that it was poisoned. The enemy lunged at Susie as the protagonist realized that they were definitely after her. The assassin raised his arms and flew back from the blow. The girl with the bow was standing on the roof. Sean lunged towards the enemy. He pierced him through with his blade. The other assassin extended his hand towards the protagonist. A shuriken flew out of his sleeve. Sean blocked the projectile with his shield. He killed the enemy with a sharp movement. Eddies landed behind the protagonist and said that the wall was damn high and that it took a lot of effort to climb, then added that there were two more but they got rid of them. She turned her gaze to Susie and asked who the child was, adding that she looked familiar. The blonde opened her mouth wide and asked who they were, explaining that this was not a place where commoners like them could barge in like that. The arrow flew past Susie as she told them to go back the way they came. Sean leaned over to the girl and asked if she was sure, explaining that she would die if they left, and the blonde tried to find out what was going on. The assassin reached for the arrow as the guy told her to follow them for her life or die here. He looked at Susie with a smirk and asked her what her answer was. The girl's face began to sweat. She closed her eyes and agreed. A system notification appeared stating that the mission had been successfully completed and that a special NPC had joined the group. The guys were standing on a balcony surrounded by dead bodies. A message appeared stating that the new mission objective was escape, and the task was to escape the city with Susie. Sean gritted his teeth and thought about the escape mission, saying that he knew they wouldn't get off easy. He picked up the crossbow and told Eddies to get ready to descend. The protagonist took aim and said that he would hold off the enemy. The group ran onto the balcony, shouting that there was no time left and that soldiers were gathering below. Sean smirked and told them to remember her face because the child needed to be protected, to which the girl responded that she was not a child, and the guy added that she was angry when people called her that. Marie pointed at the blonde, and Jenna said that it was amazing because she would never have thought that she would meet her in such a situation. Then the girl asked who they were and how they knew her. Sean, loading the crossbow, said that it did not matter who she was. Eddies tied a knot and said that they would climb down the rope and provide a safe escape route. She looked towards Sean and said that she had already found it, explaining that there were the fewest soldiers on the left side, and that although the route itself was quite difficult, it would be easy to hide, to which the guy replied that they would go along it then. The protagonist looked at the group and said that they were moving in a certain order, and that first Eddies, then Nate, then himself, Marie and Jenna, and then added that Marie should create a wall of flame so that the enemies would not reach them, and ordered Nate and Eddies to go down and make sure that no one interfered with their descent. The guards ran from the fire, shouting that they needed to kill the mage first. Eddies climbed over the fence and said that she was going. Nate was going down, holding onto the rope. The protagonist looked at Susie and said that he was next and that she should go with him. They were going down when the protagonist told her to hold on tight and not let go of him. Arrows flew past the girl. Susie closed her eyes in fear. The main character, holding the rope, told her to get off him. Sean looked at Marie and hurried her. Nate fought off the guards with a spear. He opened his mouth wide and screamed. A knife was stuck into his side. The blonde's pupils narrowed. The guards stood in the fire, clenching their teeth. System notifications appeared that Nate was bleeding, and also poisoned, and that he would gradually lose health. The protagonist looked away in shock. He turned towards Nate and called him, to which he replied that he was fine. The blonde was engulfed in flames. His hand grabbed the rope tightly. The girl sighed and said that she thought she would definitely lose one layer of skin. Her thoughts flashed that they had protected the target, the group members were safe, now they needed to get away from the battlefield to complete the mission. Sean furiously shouted for her to run to the left if she did not want to die. The knight screamed for them to escape, to capture the witch and the bandits. The girl asked again in shock about the witch. The hero said that he thought they meant her. The girl said that it could not be. The knight jumped out from around the corner and shouted that he would not pass. The protagonist made a sharp blow at the guy. The guys were standing in the center of the square and a voice shouted that they needed to be killed. Eddie's called the hero and told him to come here. The guy asked what was going on with the route. Eddie said that she knew where to go and that they would get to the outskirts if they went this way. Marie stretched out her hand forward. Energy surrounded her limb and a scream sounded. Everything around trembled. The sun illuminated the street. The girl turned to the hero and suggested that they rest here for a while. Susie fell to the ground and asked how this was possible. The hero said that they would stand for 5 minutes, then continue retreating. Sean opened the ampoule and thought that Marie's blockade would not last long, they would find them soon, and that it would be bad if they were cornered. Marie held the flask in her hands and the hero continued the thought that if she managed to recharge her magic to the 3rd level, they would be able to continue on their way. The mission was possible if there was an emergency exit. Sean asked Nate how his wound was. He grinned and said that well. The protagonist grinned with displeasure. He narrowed his eyes. His gaze fell on the hand covering the wound. Nate said that the pain did not go away even after drinking the potion. Jenna asked the guy if there was a way to cure him. He looked down. The voice asked Susie if she had any skills. The girl asked, for example, and heard the answer that healing ones were preferable. Sometimes there are NPCs with special abilities, if she can. The girl looked down and apologized. Sean silently looked at her. Then he exhaled and said that it was clear. Everyone stood and looked at Nate. Eddie's twisted her hands at her chest. Jenna widened her eyes. Marie sadly pursed her lips. Sean lowered his head thoughtfully. It flashed through his mind that it was poison. It couldn't be cured with regular health potions. He would be able to move normally for about 10 minutes at most. They didn't have any antidotes with them, and there were no NPCs who could heal. Nate was shaking and said that he would leave them if he couldn't keep up. He continued that he thought this moment had come. The guy stood up and said that he would stall for time and that they should leave him. Sean covered his mouth with his hand. Jenna said in fear that she wanted them to get out together. The guy told her that it was impossible. The girl replied that it was not. Memories of something rushing past the hero surfaced in his head. Jenna pulled the bowstring with a smile. The guy's body was shaking. He bared his teeth in fear. Nate closed his eyes and said that he was simply too weak. Sean looked at Marie and asked what she thought. She looked away and replied that the decision was his. If they chose a more effective option, they should leave it. Sean looked at the ground. Their target was unable to defend himself, and dragging Nate was impossible. Defending one person was a difficult task, not to mention two. The hero closed his eyes. Then he abruptly opened the flask. The guy drank its contents. A moment later, the flask was in Nate's hands. He held it and asked what Sean said to drink. Nate looked at him and said that potions would not help. The protagonist replied that they would not restore him, but they would not allow his condition to worsen. He turned to the team and told them to unpack their supplies. In their hands was a bag. Sean continued to drink one every 10 minutes. Nate looked at the bag and said that it was a waste. The hero replied that he had decided so. The voice said that they would split up. Sean said that the first subgroup would be him, Eddie's and Susie. They would get her out of here. He continued that in the second, Marie, Jenna, and Nate should protect Nate until Susie escaped. Jenna asked if they were just helping Nate. Sean frowned and said that the enemies wanted Susie, so if they ran in the opposite direction from them, they could get to safety. Nate stammered and called out to the hero, who told him to shut up. Eddie's told the protagonist that it would be too hard to get to the exit if they did that, there would be a lot of soldiers waiting at the gate, and that it would be harder to protect her. The hero replied that they were using a different approach. The voice asked again about a different approach. The protagonist began to say that the first task on this floor was to find the target, rescue, and escape. He continued that the new task was to make the target escape. The hero thought about the escape mission and said okay. He knew they wouldn't let them finish the mission peacefully. The voice said that they would try to blend in then. Sean's eyes lit up and he said that they would escape today. He continued that from this city, words were heard that all that was left was to wait for nightfall. It flashed through his mind that they had become less combat ready due to the division of the group, so it would not be possible to break through to freedom. He continued the thought that, however, there were advantages. A smaller group would be more stealthy, they would go by stealth. The guy thought that if they did not fight, Then they did not need a mage. Fire magic would definitely attract unnecessary attention, so they could not take Marie. Jenna and Nate would be able to choose more flexible solutions in a dangerous situation. Sean told the guys to go to the outskirts. Search parties would be prowling here all night, and to just take Nate with them and run. Nate lowered his head and said he was sorry. They told him not to deceive himself, and that he was not saving him for his own good. Then he looked at the girls and told the two that if the time came when they could no longer protect Nate, they should abandon him without hesitation. Their lives took priority over the wounded. He continued that then the break was over, they were going to the right, the others to the left. The girls with Nate walked away. Sean walked and said, "What about shelters?" Eddie's answered that there were a couple. The park alleys were quite intricately intertwined, and they could also get inside the buildings. The hero asked again. The girl said that she had tried earlier. The girl walked and thought that the differences from the 5th floor were noticeable. This was not bad. A man with an unseeing look sat on the floor. The girls seductively looked away. Susie looked back. The man reached out to her with a question about the baby being lost. She hiccuped in fear. The man continued that or ran away from home. He can see her off. Eddie's pushed him sharply at the feet. A scream was heard. The girl turned around at the lying man, saying that the slums were stinking, but it was good to hide here. The streets were like a labyrinth and there were too many buildings. She went forward, saying that she would go forward and look for a place to hide. Hint, on long missions there are dungeons that stretch out the mission itself. If the master leaves the game, the heroes continue their work. Sean thought about the hint about long missions. A master like Ennick would be bored to watch. And this child, although she looks scared, keeps calm well, guesses that the goal is not so simple. If she were an ordinary girl, she would immediately reject the offer to go with them. The blonde quickly realized that their help is a sure way to survive in this chaos. The setting sun was hiding in the distance. Sean said that she had found a great place. There was a back door. They could escape if necessary. Eddie said angrily that they should hide here until dark, and that she would set a trap at the entrance. Let them be careful. Susie sighed and asked if they would have to wait. Eddie said that she would be back soon. The hero asked that she was going out again. She smirked and answered that she had her own duties, and that he alone was enough to protect her, and she would find them a way out. The hero sat down on a chair and thought that perhaps Jenna should have been put in his place. There was little he could do in such circumstances. The hero silently looked away. Suddenly Susie's name was heard. The guy looked at her. She repeated her words again and said that it was her name. She was second in line to the throne of this empire. The guy asked again. The girl answered that she saw. He did not care. Then she looked at him and asked where he was from. Sean closed his eyes and said that it was none of her business. Susie said that she had revealed her identity. He could have responded in kind. The guy replied that she still wouldn't understand even if she told her. She asked if it was serious and that they came from a place she didn't know about. Sean replied that it was possible. She thoughtfully said that it was possible. Then she continued that they were the same soldiers who saved Nelsa. Nelsa, I think, was the name of the city from the 10th floor. I remember hearing the NPCs talking. Susie adjusted her crown and said that it seemed like she was right and that she had seen it in her dreams. Sean asked again about the dreams. The voice said that she had dreamed of soldiers desperately fighting to protect the city and that she couldn't make out their faces, but she felt that it was them. She took off her headdress and continued that the survivors from Nelsa said that they were saved by a certain squad. According to them, if not for the help of that group, the city would have fallen. She said that, however, they also couldn't make out their heroes. Susie looked down and continued that she had been seeing strange dreams for about a year now, quite creepy, and these dreams everything around her was waiting for the end. The girl said that the empire, the city of the 4 founding families, other small towns and villages, everything on the continent was burning in flames. Susie continued that these dreams convinced her that at this rate the entire continent would soon meet its end. She asked if he knew that terrible things were happening on the earth, mysterious diseases, parasites, and monsters were thriving. She said that she believed that the invasion of Nelsa was part of all this. Usually monsters do not climb into human territory. Sean asked why she was telling him this. Susie answered that she needed power. The guy asked again about power. The girl continued that power to save the world. A light flashed in her eyes. The hero said that he wanted his help then. She replied that she did, to which the hero replied that he had no idea why she was addressing him in particular. Wasn't her power limitless? And what did he think? Knights lining up. Susie lowered her head and said that she was just a puppet. She only had the status of a princess and nothing more. She bit her lip and continued that no one listened to her, no one obeyed her. Sean put his hands behind his head and said that she had enough money, a lot of mercenaries. Susie replied that then she would hire him, pay him whatever she wanted. She might be a puppet, but like he said, she had money. The hero, with his eyes closed, replied that no, let him look for someone else. With money, you can find enough suitable people. She held the crown tightly and said that no one believed her when she talked about dreams. They brushed her off, calling them stupid fairy tales. Susie continued that but he is different. She smiled and said that he did not laugh at her story, so she wants to hire him. The hero frowned and thought that he was annoying. If the explanation he heard from sources about the game is true, then this floor shows Kate's past. In the memories, Kate said that he needs to force them to change the story, even if the settings and reliability are violated and space and time are mixed up. Even if he wanted to help, nothing would work. The birds were flying in the distance. This child is just an NPC. They will not be connected in any way when the mission is over. Susie asked that his answer is negative. Sean said that he has his own reasons. The girl asked what. The guy answered with a smile that she would laugh at them. She widened her eyes in bewilderment. The hero answered that they are from another world. The girl asked what is different, like this. There's nothing to do until sunset anyway. He thinks it's okay to chat with her for a bit and smiles and says it's a really bad place. He continues that they're here for a mission. In their world they give them tasks, and if they can't complete them they die. Sean says that this time their goal was to protect a specific person. They had no idea who it would be, but later found out it was her. He looks at her and says that they'll die if they can't protect her. Susie says to wait, and that she and the guys came from another world to complete a mission here. Sean says that yes, they'll be forced back to their world when they complete the mission, so he won't be able to help her. The girl says thoughtfully, what an absurd story, another world, and that he's lying on purpose to refuse her request. Sean says that he can believe whatever he wants, he doesn't care. The girl says with a smile that it's okay, she believes him, they're warriors from another world. The hero looked her in the eyes. Susie said that she would not doubt his story. Because he did not laugh at hers, he understood she had her reasons. She continued that she would not try to change his decision. He was doing his business, and she was doing hers. The hero asked, and what business did she have? The girl frowned and said that it was obvious, wasn't it, and that she should not let her dreams become reality. Sean looked at her thoughtfully, then asked what it was she who called the people to the square. The girl asked what she meant by the Hall of White Silver, agreed, and said that she was going to give a speech. The hero asked why. Susie answered to gain more influence. At the moment she was just dust compared to her brother. The guy thought about influence. Without their help, this girl would already be dead. If there is any meaning in the Choose Me missions, then in this one it is that Susie is an NPC who deserves to be saved. The hero silently looked ahead. He left the room saying his name was Sean. Susie widened her eyes. Then she repeated his name. She smiled and repeated the hero's name again. The voice thanked her and that if it weren't for him she wouldn't be breathing. The hero replied that they weren't done yet. Susie said she understood. The hero asked her if she had any idea why they were trying to kill her. The girl said no. Sean handed her something and she widened her eyes. The hero said she was too noticeable, like a walking notice board. The girl asked about the notice board. She picked up the clothes and asked what he wanted her to wear and what would happen to her clothes. The hero replied that they would throw them out. There was a trash can outside, and asked what she didn't want. Susie replied that no, that's what she thought, but she asked to be allowed to be alone. Sean looked surprised. Then he frowned and turned around. He was thinking about what he heard. She was crying. Even if it was just words, she was still a princess. She thought she was about 15. I'm sure Susie was having a hard time accepting the situation she was in now. She put on new clothes and said the fabric was unusual. The hero took her clothes and said he was sure they were because fleas had taken a liking to them. The girl screamed furiously. He threw her clothes in the trash and said he was joking. Susie screamed that it was a terrible joke. Sean sat down on a chair and said they were leaving in 2 or 3 hours. She should get some sleep. She turned away silently. If something happened to Nate, he would receive a system message about his status. They had time. Let him hold out a little longer. The moon was shining in the sky. Susie closed her eyes and fell asleep. Sean looked at her silently. He sighed and thought that in the end he had said too much. Eddie's entered the room and said that she was fast asleep. The hero asked what was wrong with the exit. The girl answered that she had found it. Then she continued that there was a small problem. In the square stood a human knight of level 21, human soldiers of level 11. The hero's thoughts flashed that more than 24 were too many for them. The girl suggested going to another gate. The hero replied that they would only waste time. I was sure it was the same there. He turned to Susie and thought that he would try to break through himself, but he would not be able to look after the princess. A successful passage would only be counted if she went through the wall. He looked at the knight and continued the thought that, besides, the level of that knight was at least 5 units higher than those of them with whom he had dealt earlier. The hero realized that he had no choice. He called Eddie's and asked if she knew where Nate's group was. She said no. The hero continued that she had learned the layout of the city. He looked at her and said that if he returned to the shelter, he would find a dress and a crown there. Let him find Jenna and make her wear them. He frowned and said that the guy replied that they were using her as bait. According to Eddie's information, they would not be able to leave any other way. If they had time, they would study the situation better, but it was unknown how much longer Nate could hold out. The voice said that if Jenna appeared in the guise of a princess and caused a fuss, I was sure that some of the soldiers would leave here. She said furiously that good, she would return. Sean thought that he would have to leave the shield here. There was a risk that the glare on it would be noticed. He said that no more than an hour, they would get out of here no later than this time, let her stay inside, come out when he gave the signal. Susie exclaimed that if he was hurt, the hero replied that even if he died. She turned around and said that it was good. Then she stopped and said that it looked like these were their last minutes together. The guy smiled and replied that it probably was. She looked at him carefully. Sean looked back at her. Something suddenly rushed past. The lights had been out in the windows for a long time. Nate wiped the blood from his mouth. Marie asked fearfully how long they should wait. At this rate he would die. Jenna bared her teeth, called Sean and asked him to hurry. It flashed through his mind that they couldn't wait any longer. Eddie's looked furiously at the clothes in the trash. Her foot slipped on the ground. The hero's eyes lit up and he thought that they would leave the city before dawn. Houses appeared among the ruins. The girl was breathing heavily. She lowered her head down. The guard stood still. The hero looked out from behind the board. Holding the sword in his hands, he thought that Jenna and Susie had similar physiques. It would be difficult to distinguish the real one in such darkness. The hero was surprised to hear that Nate was poisoned with a deadly poison. Sean rushed forward. Notifications appeared that his health would be reduced for some time. The hero's condition was deteriorating. Looking straight ahead, he thought that if Jenna was discovered in disguise, the troops would gather around her, putting everyone in danger. They needed to attract the enemy's attention while covering Nate. It would be difficult, but there was no choice. The hero's eyes lit up and he added that if he did not complete this mission quickly, a message appeared that the skill had awakened. Sean had learned stealth moves. The guard held a torch in his hands. The guy's face was wiped from blood. Looking at him, the girl asked how much longer they had to wait, said that at this rate he would fade away. Gritting her teeth, she added that please. Suddenly, someone turned to her. Holding a dress in her hands, the girl said that she should change into this. Sitting by the wall, the protagonist thought that thieves learned such skills, but it seemed that luck was on his side today. Looking at the guard, he added that there were only 22 enemies. He did not know how many of them would leave when Jenna began to act. The protagonist's eyes glowed blue and he thought that in the worst case scenario he would have to fight everyone. He would wait until the signal sounded. The guy looked to the side. A huge typhoon had formed behind the fortress. Raising his head, the man shouted what was happening. Running up to him, the knight addressed him. Pointing to the side, he said that they had found her, a white dress, a golden crown, as he had said. Raising his sword up, the captain shouted that they were moving out. They would provide support, all the troops behind him. The knights began to run quickly. Watching them, the protagonist thought 2, 3, 4, 10, 15, 18, 4 left. Looking at the knight, he added that he was here too. It was a little worrying, but the situation was definitely better than it could have been. Rushing forward, Sean thought that he should run. The guy looked away in surprise. Suddenly, he cut off his head. The knight grabbed his sword. The protagonist dealt him a sharp blow. The guard opened his eyes in surprise. A blow quickly flew at him. The guards' heads flew off. The hero stood among them. Walking forward, he said that he would leave, then he would let him live. The guard stood quietly in front of him. Suddenly, he grabbed his weapon. Frowning, Sean thought that this would not work. With his current level of strength, he would not be able to break through the armor. He would need to get into the gaps between the plates, but there were not that many weak points. Suddenly, the protagonist rushed forward. His eyes lit up and he thought that he did not have time to evaluate his potential. The timer lit up to 20. He looked at the knight's hand. Suddenly, the guard parried his blow. The protagonist swung his sword. A beam of light appeared from the blow. The protagonist struck again. The hero struck many blows. The knight parried all his attacks. Sean struck from above. He clenched his teeth tightly. Suddenly, the protagonist jumped aside. Looking straight ahead, he said that this bastard. Looking at the guard, the hero thought that he was not attacking. He deliberately opened himself up a couple of times, but he did not even try to counterattack. Putting the sword on his shoulder, he added that the freak knows that he will win even if he just delays him, and then said let him come here. A notification appeared that Jenna is bleeding. She will gradually lose health. The knight grinned. Messages appeared that Nate is on the verge of death. His life is in danger. Pulling the sword forward, Sean said let him die then. It was said that he was falling into a state of rage. Suddenly he jumped up. The hero sharply hit him. While attacking, the protagonist thought that his strength had increased by 40 units. If he couldn't cut through his armor, he would simply destroy it. The protagonist looked in surprise when he heard that Marie was going into a mana frenzy. Looking away, he thought, damn, they didn't have a minute left. Then he turned to the girl. Advice appeared that mana frenzy occurs when a mage has used too much magic. The girl ran forward quickly. She was heard to run. Fighting the knight, Sean shouted that he should ignore everything that was happening around him, that he should run beyond the castle gates, run straight down the road. Having struck with his foot, the hero said that he should fall behind. The guard began to move forward. He rushed towards the girl. The knight swung his sword sharply. The protagonist deftly parried the blow. Suddenly, someone jumped up from the roof. The hero looked away in surprise. The man in the cloak threw the weapon. It was approaching the girl. Sean took the blow. The girl screamed about it. A message appeared that Sean was poisoned. His health will be reduced for some time. The protagonist loudly screamed for her not to stand, but to run. Messages appeared that the group is on the verge of death, the group is in danger. The blade was stuck into the body. The hero clenched his teeth tightly. A message appeared that Sean was bleeding, he will gradually lose health. The knight swung his sword. The protagonist parried his blow. He looked at his opponent furiously. The guard pressed his foot hard into the ground. He abruptly threw Sean to the floor. The protagonist wheezed in pain. Sean sat on the ground and thought that if it were not for the breastplate, his ribs would have been crushed into dust. Grinning, he added that fortunately, he thought he had done the same amount of damage to him. The knight grabbed his head, and the hero asked what hurt. He clenched his teeth when he heard that Eddie's was poisoned. Her health would be reduced for a while, which he thought he had no time for. The man in the cloak shot the girl. The protagonist struck him. He suddenly rushed forward. The hero stuck his sword in his face and asked what he was looking at. The knight swung his sword. Sean suddenly jumped up. He raised his legs up. Suddenly, he struck the knight. The guard was lying on the ground. He suddenly grabbed the sword. The knight looked straight ahead. The protagonist raised the sword above his head. The girl was running out of the castle. The hero struck with his sword. The knight's armor was broken. The sword fell to the floor. Sean was sitting on the floor, spitting out blood. He thought that the poison was spreading too quickly. Sitting by the wall, Sean said that this was all hell. He peeked out from around the corner. The hero was watching the girl. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said goodbye. A blue glow appeared around him. Looking straight ahead, he thought he was tired. The girl was surrounded by guards. Jenna was running away from the knights. Marie grabbed her head. The guy was sitting on the floor. He opened his eyes. The girl was running fast. Her eyes were wide open. The girl ran without stopping. Suddenly, the crown fell off Jenna's head. She fell to the floor. A blue glow appeared around the girl. It began to completely absorb her. A message appeared that the target had escaped from the city. The best player was Sean. A player card appeared. The floor was cleared. Sean, Jenna, Nate, Marie, Eddie's level up. Reward 100,000 gold and iron ore. Light appeared around the players. Looking away, the girl furiously said that she thought she was going to die. After all, it was he who made her put on that strange outfit, to which the hero asked what she didn't like. Sitting on the floor, she replied that it was not the case. At least he knew that all the soldiers were trying to kill her, to which he replied that no one died. A message appeared that the recording was complete, the video was saved, the video would be saved in their gallery. They could share it with other players on the internet, to which the protagonist said that they did a great job, everyone was alive, and they cleared the floor. A notification appeared that he wanted to exit the game. The yes option was selected. The girl grinned, hearing that she had tried especially hard. Without her it would have been incredibly difficult, to which she replied that she was only doing what she had to. Leaving, she added that on this joyful note she was sailing off to her group. Initially she was not going to stay long, she was sure the master would invite someone. Looking at her, Sean thought that all this, together with the plan with the bait, would have been impossible without Eddie's knowledge of geography and data collection, so he thinks that she was the real best player in this mission. Closing her eyes, the girl said that every time he almost kills them, he will go to rest. She already feels that her skin will not say thank you for the lack of sleep. Smirking, she added that he should cheer up. He was just unlucky, he was not a burden. Nate suddenly turned to the hero. Standing behind him, he said that he was sorry because of him, to which the protagonist replied that he realized everything. Let him not do it again. He will not save him twice. Sean turned around, hearing that there is a guarantee that this will not happen next time, to which he asked what the hell he is talking about. Standing still, the guy asked that he was going to lead him to the end of this damn tower. Gritting his teeth, he added that he wasn't sure he could catch up with them no matter how hard he tried. It seemed to him that the gap between them was growing wider every day. A portrait of a girl appeared, and the guy said Marie. Jenna was shooting a bow, and he said her name. Red particles were flying around the hero. It was said that he was too. Squinting, the hero asked what and what. As he left, Nate said that he should forgive him, he was just talking nonsense. The protagonist watched him. Looking at the guy, he thought that it was true, that this time they suffered a lot of losses because of Nate. If he hadn't been injured, they wouldn't have had to take such risks. But he was the one who chose to save him. Because of his lack of common sense, they were in danger. Nate's current level is 14, the levels are the same, but the difference in the growth of characteristics is significant. His or Jenna's characteristics grow by 5 or even 6 per level, while Nate does not change. If you take into account the skills, it's even worse. His skill is average, and he has few skills. He has good basic skills, but he is not very capable in using them. Turning around at the guy, Sean thought that for now they can cope with what he has now, but the gap between them will continue to grow. Eventually he will be excluded or from a lack of skills. Frowning, the hero added that he will either die on a mission. The protagonist was leaving the portal. A thought arose that they did not have much time left to spend with him. He is not talented enough. Watching Nate, he thought that he did not give up on him because he grew up with him, but he is not so crazy yet to keep a useless hero with him. Leaves were flying in the air, and the hero thought that if he couldn't keep up, he would be left behind. This truth has always been, is and will be. The view of the camp opened up. The girl happily asked that seriously he wouldn't feed her only potatoes or something like that because she didn't go for a run, really. Standing in front of her, the protagonist said that he said the same. Yes, asked that she had been lied to all her life, or what? For now she was training on her own. There was no need to follow the training schedule. Looking at the squad, Sean said that it was only for 3 days. Let them consider it some kind of vacation. The master also wouldn't send them into battle anytime soon. The girl grinned, hearing that what will they do? To which she replied that it was somehow strange to rest. He would train until dinner and go to bed. Standing in front of her, the hero asked why. He said that there was no need for this, to which she replied that he would be driving himself. The protagonist ran forward and thought that the weight was 10 kilos each. If he ran without a load, then he would not use stamina at all. His physical capabilities were at human maximum. Looking straight ahead, he added that he believed that all this was the result of the interference points that Isil had spoken about. A way out appeared. A thought arose that after he sent ANYTNG guides, the atmosphere in the lobby changed. Low-level heroes strove to become better in training while they were being culled. But after a while they relaxed a lot, all because there was no longer any point in competing, because ANYTNG had stopped making a living from synthesis. The guy spat to the side. Looking at him, the hero asked what the incredible third group wanted from him. Grinning, he replied that when he got to the lobby, he heard something interesting. Walking next to the girl, the guy said that he didn't care who they were before they came here, whether they were trash or aristocrats. Let them just prove that they are worth something. Let them prove their worth. Stretching his hand forward, he said that when someone said this, he was delighted. Everything is possible here as long as he proves his usefulness. He even enjoyed battles where his life was at stake. Frowning, the guy asked what now? Looking straight ahead, he said that he heard the laughter of scoundrels who are not even comparable in value to a pig. Archie, he is also from the second generation, but he is still a schizoid. He voluntarily plunged into training even without the threat of synthesis, and he is as strong-willed as Nate. His talent leaves one speechless. The girl closed her eyes. A thought appeared that Helen did too. Grabbing the weapon, Archie said that he was upset that he did not get here earlier. Somehow everything was different from what was promised. Licking the sword, he added that but, if he allows, he would like to teach them a lesson. Asked what is possible. Looking to the side, the hero told him not to interfere, to which the guy replied that he just needs to stop before they die. No. The protagonist's eyes lit up. Raising the sword, Archie said that how scary, then let him forgive. Looking straight ahead, he added that but let him answer the question. Everything he said then was a lie. He is about proving his own worth. The people were sitting by the fountain. It was heard that he didn't think it mattered here. He heard there was a wonderful system called synthesis. It allowed to take out the trash on time, but it seemed that the master didn't use it at all. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist said that let them do their job. They would soon understand. Turning around, the guy replied that then okay, he would wait impatiently. The protagonist looked at them. He did not look away. A large building appeared. The thought arose that he should not use synthesis thoughtlessly. He made this rule when he created Niflare. When he published his methods, many masters also began to adhere to them. The men laughed, and he added that however, they all failed. In the end, fear is the strongest of motivators. Without the threat of synthesis, the heroes did not listen to their masters. Many heroes began to be lazy and caused chaos, sending the master to hell. The reason why they have so few active heroes with so many lazy ones is the same. Walking straight, the protagonist thought that they had returned from the daily dungeon. It was Fred, a carpenter, and then asked what happened. Looking at the carpenter, he asked why he was going to the warehouse alone, to which he replied that no one else was working. They had collected a couple of branches, and then they were just having fun and running around the forest. The doors opened, and Fred added that thanks to them, all the work went to him. People in the circle were talking. It was said that the situation had changed a lot. In the past they would all be dead. Lowering his head, the man asked that the world had become a better place. Watching him, Sean thought that at this point, ANYTNG should have realized that progress was moving so, the hero's efficiency was rapidly deteriorating. The barrier grid appeared. A view of the lobby opened. The thought appeared that there were two solutions left. The first is mass synthesis. In this case, most of the heroes of the second generation will be sacrificed, but the efficiency of work and training will increase. Of course, if you abuse this, the stress level of the heroes will jump sharply. The second solution is to motivate the hamsters in a different way. A view of the building opened, a research notification appeared, current development, research on the reaction of the heroes of the first level, research on the expansion of the lobby of the 0 level, research on the depths of the dungeons of the 0 level. He chose the research of the expansion of the lobby, minus 150 research points. 3 cards appeared. Research of the expansion of the lobby reaches the first level. A glow appeared. Messages appeared that now the range of possible buildings has expanded. He can change the details of the buildings. The customization settings are open. Advice: the customization settings are created for the master to change the details of the buildings to his taste. Let him decorate the lobby as he wishes. The protagonist raised his head up. Grinning, he thought that a group would soon be assembled. Looking at him, the guy offered to fight, asked if there was time, to which he asked if there was right now, said that he had just finished a duel with Eddies and would not last a minute. Raising his eyebrows, Nate said that he was fine, to which Sean asked what he thought. He could become stronger if he overexerts himself. Hearing about the general gathering in the square, the protagonist said that they would hold off on training, to which the girl said that the master was calling them all for the first time, to which Eddies asked that maybe it was because of the synthesis. Looking straight ahead, Izel asked that everyone was here. Flying up, she asked if anyone else was missing, except for those who were currently in the dungeon, said that the truants would have problems. Looking at her, the girl said that everyone was here, to which the fairy replied that great, let them go to the warehouse. The warehouse building appeared. The man looked at her and asked what was going on, to which she replied that if he was swept away, he would disappear, to which he asked what would be swept away, with what. Raising her finger up, Izel said that they were starting renovation. People's eyes widened in surprise. The lobby appeared. A message appeared that construction had begun. Let him choose the type of building he wanted to place here. A glow appeared in the room. A notification appeared that he had chosen dwelling number 3. He wanted to expand the chosen building. The expansion of training center number 3 had begun. Raising her finger up, the girl said that they had already done this. After all, they had more people. It was time to expand. A message appeared that the dwellings were now level 3. The maximum number of heroes that could be settled had increased. Eddies looked at her and asked what the renovation was, to which she replied that she knew it, that she didn't know. Sometimes the master creates new buildings in the lobby. It would be nice if he made something like a bathhouse with hot water. A notification appeared that he had chosen to build a bathhouse. Continue construction. The guy looked to the side and asked what he thought would appear this time. A message appeared that the improvement of the extension of the recreation area. The improvement of the extension of the cafeteria began, and the hero said that who knows. A glow appeared in the lobby. A message appeared that it was great. The area was evolving to the 3rd level. Someone said that, but they definitely did not expect this. Looking to the side, Nate asked again. The hero's eyes lit up and he said that he would see. Smiling, the girl said that it was calm. He was just building new buildings for them. Let them remember the wretched huts when they first arrived. To which she was asked what she meant. The master was improving their buildings, to which she responded approvingly. The guy raised his eyebrows and said that it was cool. His bed was uncomfortable, and the other asked that the menu would really be updated. Looking to the side, Izel said that the rearrangement was finished. They could go out. The boys opened their eyes in surprise and said that she was right. Everything had changed. A message appeared that it was amazing. The lobby was evolving to the 2nd level. The lobby appeared. It was heard that 2-story buildings had appeared, and where this staircase leads, this is their new home. It has become much more spacious. A view of the island opened up. It was said that the number of floors had been increased. Now he can dispose of new premises. Let them use external cartographic data. The location of the buildings had been changed. New buildings appeared in the city. Messages appeared that a bathhouse had been built. The hero's satisfaction level from the buildings had increased. A recreation area had been built. The heroes would no longer be so tired. The canteen had reached the 2nd level. Now the heroes were offered improved food. The girl jumped up and said about the bathhouse, and Eddie said that wow, to which Nate offered to look at everything. A residential building appeared. There was furniture inside. Looking to the side, the guy asked what about the sofas in the lobby. No decorations, no carpets. The fireplaces were also gone. A view of an empty room opened up. It was heard that there were no beds. What should they do now? Sleep on the floor. Putting her hand to her face, Jenna asked what was the matter. It couldn't be. Grinning, the main character said that it could. A staircase appeared, and he added that they saw the staircases. Now they had a 2nd floor. Let them go check. The girl exclaimed happily. A room appeared. It was heard that it was very different from the first. Then everyone would want to stay here. How would they distribute the rooms? There was a bed in the room. It was said that he could not sleep on the floor. A view of the dining room opened up. It was heard that if he whines, then the others will start too, so who will stay on the 1st floor? There was food on the table. It was heard that why don't they just move the beds to the rooms of those who need them, and how will they divide the area? A bathroom appeared. Someone said that he wanted to live on the second. He needs to take a bath every day. To which he was asked what, in his opinion, he doesn't wash himself or something. People began to argue, and the girl said what and what the master thinks. Flying above them, Izel asked what kind of nonsense they were all talking, to which the man asked again, and the woman said that the distribution of rooms is very important. Looking to the side, the fairy said that the general assembly was on the second floor area. The master will settle them himself. People stood in the area. The detailed adjustment of objects began. Opening the book, the fairy said that they would look only 35. The master's order is as follows. It was written that the housing of the second building, the dining room level 2, the bathhouse of the first level, the rest area of the first level, the dining room of the second level, the manager's Chloe, available product categories, meat, potatoes, fruits. A message appeared that the setting was complete, the changes were saved, let him wait, and Izel closed the book and said that she would announce who would live where. The protagonist stood with the team. It was said that they were allocated the second floor. They can choose rooms. Looking at them, the man said that he knew that Mr. Sean would be on the second. The guy smiled, hearing that the same applies to the second group. There are plenty of rooms, so let them take any. The girl grinned, hearing that they were also on the second. Stretching her hand forward, Izel said that everyone else was on the first, to which the people said in surprise that what, how to understand this? They do not agree. Archie grinned and asked what kind of meeting. They were hunting, they missed everything, to which he was told that he should just listen. The master had distributed the rooms. Looking at the protagonist, the girl asked what was going on. Everything was getting stranger and stranger, to which he replied that no, on the contrary, they were returning to normal. The distribution appeared, and she said that there were 13 people per floor. Looking straight ahead, the guy asked what was so. The third group was also on the first, and the people shouted that isn't there a bunch of rooms on the second floor? Why are they all downstairs? It's a waste. Until now, the heroes had everything equally. The level of progress and effort was different, but the rewards remained the same. And the fairy gritted her teeth when she heard that she was sure that at least 3 dozen could be placed on the second floor. This method of management is not bad when he has few heroes and he uses synthesis, but in order to pump up the heroes, some division is needed. Raising her hand, Jenna asked if it was really necessary to divide them like that. How could it be? To which she was told that the nobility and the peasants. Holding a fan in her hands, the girl said that this was the most obvious way. If the master wanted to manipulate them completely, she didn't really like how they behaved, so it was all for the best. Looking at her, the girl said that the nobility and the peasants. Gritting her teeth, the protagonist said that he should think about it. She gets up with the roosters and goes straight to the training field, exhausting herself until late at night, and she also hunts in the daily dungeons. Jenna smiled when she heard that more than half of the meat they all eat is obtained by her hunting, and she also plays her part in missions. The people rebelled, and the girl asked what and what about them. Looking straight at him, the girl said that they did nothing. She is such a simpleton. Gritting her teeth, Eddie's asked what was wrong. Instead of synthesis, he introduced ranks. People were screaming furiously about assigning rooms. That's right, how can they sleep without beds? It's bad for their backs. Customization of buildings. At the beginning of the game, this functionality was used to slightly embellish the lobby, until the moment when the masters realized that the heroes are very human. What ANYTNG created is the AZ model that he introduced at the start of Niflare. With all its shortcomings, it is the simplest way to reduce the use of synthesis. Clenching her fist tightly, Izel said that they lured her. Suddenly she hit the ground. The man gritted his teeth, and she screamed, what are they allowing themselves? A month ago they should have all synthesized. Do they at least know how lucky they are? The guy objected, to which she angrily asked, what? They want to test the power of her nuclear strikes. The people stood still, and the fairy shouted that they were done complaining, and that they should move on. Looking straight ahead, the girl heard that there was a second floor behind them, to which she asked that there was only one, to which she was told that yes, they were responsible for serving food on the second floor. Raising his hand, the guy asked how they would eat then, to which Izel replied that it was their problem. The fairy, her eyes wide, said that the first floor was forbidden to eat meat, and that there were potatoes lying around in the pantry on the first floor, and that they could fry them or something. The man, looking at her furiously, asked if that was all they had, to which she replied that yes, there were some problems, and he continued that she was suggesting that they sleep on the floor and eat only potatoes. Gritting his teeth angrily, he said that he was already terribly unhappy that he had been dragged here against his will, so now he had to endure this, thinking that this was how they would accept it. The girl asked him what he would do and what he would do. The man glared and said that she would. Rushing forward, he shouted for her to die. The fairy stretched her arms. The man's eyes widened. The hand flew up. The man grabbed the hand and shouted. Suddenly, someone caught his limb. Izel glared and asked what the hell he was doing. Archie smirked and said that everything was fine as long as he didn't kill him. The house appeared, and it was heard that he didn't care who they were before. Sitting at the table, the man said that aristocrat or trash, it didn't matter, let them show their usefulness if they wanted to live, prove their worth. Smirking, he added that this is what Mr. Sean said. Stretching out a finger, the man said that he better strictly follow the rules if he wants to settle here. Let him not bother the first and second groups, they are real monsters. Putting his hand to his face, the guy said that he just looked at their training. If they were training each other, he thought he could fight Nate. Putting his hand on the table, he asked how strong Sean was, to which the man replied that he couldn't say about that, he had never been in their group. Lowering his head, the guy asked that then where did the rumors come from, to which he heard that from Jenna. Unlike the other members of the group, she tells them a lot. Sitting in front of the man, Archie asked that he had ever seen Fusion, to which the man replied that no, he came here after the master had tied up with him. That's why he was still alive. Putting his hand to his face, the guy said that Fusion, he can become stronger with each battle and get more different skills with training. Smiling widely, he added that the leader of this place is Sean. The boy stood up and said he understood, thanks for the information, to which the man replied that his name was Alan if there were any more questions, to which he apologized. Archie looked away and said he didn't care about his name. The fairy looked away and asked what the hell he was doing. The boy smirked and said it was fine as long as he didn't kill him. He brandished his sword and added that he had heard about the hardships the respected elders had gone through. It must have been quite exciting. He was very upset that he was late to the party. The man held his hand. It seemed that in his opinion it didn't matter whether he proved his worth or not. The boy looked away and said that from what he had heard, there was a great garbage disposal system here, but for some reason the master had stopped using it. Archie threw him his hand and said that he could get his hand back. It would grow back if he pressed it hard enough. People's eyes widened in surprise when they heard that. He didn't know because he hadn't had that experience yet. Archie smiled broadly and said that he was back at the right time. He really liked it. But it was a bit boring. Does anyone else want to walk around without an arm? Someone from the crowd said that he was a psychopath, to which he replied that it was better to be a psycho than a useless pig. He disagreed. Looking at him, the protagonist asked why he was interfering, to which he replied that he should excuse him. It was so disgusting that his body reacted before his head. Looking at the man, the protagonist thought that he was lucky. If Archie had not intervened, Izzle would have blown his head off. Looking at the guy, the fairy asked what he heard, to which he asked about the division of the first and second floors. He said that the first was complete crap and the second was just a paradise, to which she said that everything was true. Their group was also on the first. Smirking, Archie said that he should not worry, this would change soon. Izzle gritted her teeth and said that she would sum up for the idiots. Out of 35, only 13 of them were on the second floor, the rest were on the first. The view of the lobby opened up. It was said that the guys from the second floor can freely use all the buildings, but not from the first. They are all corpses if they dare to illegally squeeze into the second floor. Izzle smiled and said that they should work on improving their skills if they want to get settled in this life. Here, let them look. The perfect example, he is an invincible super AC, let them imitate. The protagonist grabbed her face, and she said that they saw what he did on the 15th floor, his brilliant techniques, to which he said that they should show their abilities if they want better conditions. The master is watching them. Standing in front of the people, Sean said that if he thinks that they are doing well, he will move them to the second floor. To which the man said that but this is too cruel, they were dragged here against their will, asked why they have to live like this. Archie looked away in bewilderment. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist said that it was enough. The boy smirked when he heard that they were all the same. No one had asked them either. No, in fact, they had worse conditions. Looking at the girl, the protagonist asked if that was true, to which she replied that yes, they didn't even have food, and one mistake meant fusion. The man's eyes widened when he heard what he was thinking. They trained for days on end because they really liked it, to which he said, what does it mean? A glow appeared around the protagonist, and he asked what he wanted them to fight like them. Sean closed his eyes and replied what exactly. There was no strong need for support in gathering roles at the moment. Most were combat roles, and only a few of them would be placed on the second floor. The people looked at each other, and it seemed that half of them had accepted it. The people were furious, and he added that the other half were in denial. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought about what he believed. The situation is aggravated by the fact that they are accustomed to all the conveniences. For a smooth transition to the system, it was necessary to use a free gacha or approach it gradually. Resistance will definitely arise if you make significant changes when everything has long settled down. And the man shouted furiously. Raising his eyebrows, the man asked what they want him to fight when he is treated like trash. What kind of injustice is this? They will not accept it. Grinning, the guy said that they did not fight. Even when they were treated well, a shout was heard. Is it not so? Yes, they will take everything that is rightfully due to them. The man smiled widely and asked what he thought. They will not know the secret that he carefully hid. The protagonist frowned and asked again. Looking at him, the man said that how to change the master's mind. The fairy stood there in disbelief, hearing that he knew that this monster couldn't lay a finger on them. I'm sure he tried his best to hide it, but now they knew. Turning around, the man asked what was wrong. Fighting, risking their lives to live like before, was crazy, to which he was told that it was true. The people raised their hands and shouted that they refused to fight. A message appeared that Ethan refused to participate. Group 4 was inoperative, Group 5 was inoperative. The protagonist closed his eyes and asked what 10 refused to fight. Well, he said that it seemed like they didn't know their place. A message appeared that there was a mass strike. The heroes were on strike. The sword fell to the ground. The man looked down in fear. Suddenly, the weapon began to spin. Gritting his teeth, Sean said that he would cut off one hand from each of them with this sword. The man was treating his hand, and he added that it was his own. Ethan looked at him in fear when he heard that he would let them live then, to which he asked if they were completely crazy. The hero smiled and said that if words didn't work he had no choice, it was a high price to pay for the lesson. Clenching his fist, the man said that was bullshit and not a threat. They already knew that they could disobey the master's orders. Standing in front of them, Sean said that was true. The heroes had the right to disobey the master, and Izel couldn't do anything to them except in special circumstances. Stretching her hand out to the side, Eddie said that they should come to their senses. They risked their lives when they refused to obey orders. They were taking the same risks, to which Ethan asked what and how was the difference. In battle, the risks were no less. Looking at him, the girl said that they had no idea what that meant, to which the hero said that they had a great attitude, then let them take the risk. Raising his hand, Ethan said that he should not be ordered what, and Izel said names. The door in the building opened. They were heard to go through that door, quickly. Archie looked away in surprise. The man's eyes widened. Looking straight ahead, the guy asked what synthesis was, to which Izel replied that it was the one. Stretching her hand to the side, the fairy said that they should get in already, don't waste time, to which the man asked what, and the guy said synthesis. Looking away, the hero heard that they were seeing him for the first time. Why were they stuck? She would kick them if they didn't go right away, to which he said that it was funny. They knew their rights, but this was the first time they heard about synthesis, to which the girl said that she had definitely told them, but it seemed that they did not attach any importance to it. People looked at them in fear. It was heard that synthesis had not worked for a long time. Most did not live through these times. The entrance to the building appeared. The people were lying on the floor, and the man said that it was impossible. A notification appeared that he was ready to start the synthesis. Looking away, Archie said that, "Oh, it's him, Alan. Nice to see you again. Thanks for last time. He taught him a lot." Putting his hand to his face, the guy asked what he seemed to have said that he could ask questions. He smiled broadly and said that he should excuse him. Now he would hardly be able to ask him anything. The man shouted loudly. A building appeared. A notification appeared that the synthesis was complete. The two evaporated in bright light. Archie levels up. A new skill is learned. Going down the stairs, the guy said that the sensations are simply awesome. His eyes lit up and he added that, but this is not enough, there is more. He sees a couple of goodies. Looking at him, the protagonist asked that this is enough. He does not think so, said that it is time for him to wrap up, to which the guy replied that it is a pity. The man looked at him in fear, hearing that in any case the experience is excellent. He hopes they will repeat it more often. Izel turned to the people, to which the man said that but he was working. The man closed his eyes, hearing that it was not Alter, but Walter, to hurry up. Walter grabbed the man and shouted that damn him, a liar. He was the one shouting that nothing would happen, to which he replied that he was told everything would be fine, to which he asked what then why those two still hadn't returned. Looking away, the guy said that he should stop. He fooled him. He was deceived. He didn't know that everything would turn out like this. Seriously, to which Izel replied that she didn't care. A glow appeared around the girl. People screamed in pain. The girl grinned, looking straight ahead. A notification appeared that the synthesis was complete. Oliver evaporated in a bright light. Walter evaporated in a bright light. The girl's card appeared. Yellow particles flew around Helen. Looking straight ahead, the man shouted that he was taking back his words. A message appeared that Group 4 was ready to go. Izel called names. It was heard that let them save him. It was his fault. Let them kill him instead, to which Jenna replied that well, nothing can be done. The man's eyes widened. He shouted that he had already said that he was taking back his words. Why didn't she stop? Putting his hand to his face, the protagonist thought that of course, there was no way back. This performance was for the others. Names were heard. The fairy flew around the guy, and he shouted that he would not go. A thought appeared that this was still better than using synthesis as the main plan, but without fear he would not go anywhere yet. Sitting on the floor, the guy said that he should do something, to which the hero asked again, and he replied that he heard he could communicate with the master. Let him tell him to stop this madness. He looked surprised when he heard that he should cut off his hand and then they would talk, to which he asked again. The protagonist gritted his teeth and asked if he hadn't warned them that this lesson would cost them dearly. The guy's eyes widened. Pointing to the side, Ethan asked if he was completely crazy, to which Sean asked if there was a problem, to which the guy said that was too cruel, not a finger, but a whole hand. The man gritted his teeth, hearing that he was the one who said that he was ready to risk his life. The guy's hand trembled and he said that then let him do it, he himself could not, to which the protagonist refused him. Raising his eyebrows, he asked if he wanted them dead, yes, to which Sean replied that this option was also not bad. Lowering his head, the protagonist thought about the deeds they had already done. You can't coddle them for the sake of their own future, but if among them there was someone determined enough to cut off his own limb, then it would be worth leaving them alive. Of course, the task is not pleasant, some tried, but did not succeed. For this, a skill similar to swordplay or high strength indicators are required, otherwise you will just have to saw yourself. Izel turned to Sean and Ethan, to which the hero said that everyone had left, only he remained. A view of the building opened up. The man trembled and asked what would happen to him, to which he replied that he should not worry, it did not hurt. Looking down, Ethan said that they were only. A notification appeared that the synthesis was complete. Ethan evaporated in bright light. Sean's characteristics increased, to which the protagonist said that nothing special. The hero stopped and said that there were 25 heroes left. Suddenly it was heard that they were not people, monsters, to which Archie asked what someone had said, and Sean said that he should leave him. Gritting his teeth, the guy said that he thought there was one more lesson left. Not everyone knew their place, to which the hero asked why he was angry. He said to stop. Smiling, the guy said that he was too soft, he would have destroyed them, and that would be the end of it. Looking away, he added that they were leaving. They would see each other on the second floor. A purple glow appeared. Notifications appeared that the master had started summoning 10. I wish I could see which hero would be summoned this time. An ordinary ANYTNG master. A view of the lobby opened. A thought appeared that from now on the summoning place differed depending on the rank. Heroes from the free gacha would appear on the first floor, and from the paid one on the second. Soon the dilution began. Someone would die, and only a minority would get to the second floor. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that they should not relax just because they were here. They could be demoted at any time, to which the girl replied that she would not like that. The squad watched the heroes. They heard that since there was now a second floor, it meant that in the future there would be a third. Growth could not be stopped, and their ranks would also be divided. The second day, the lobby appeared. A view of the living room opened up. The girl grinned and said that he had woken up. Looking at the hero, she added that it was strange, but breakfast today was simply finger-licking good, to which he replied that of course, because the number of eaters had decreased. Looking at the food, Jenna said that it was interesting how Amanda and Chloe cooked for 3 dozen healthy foreheads every day, to which Sean replied that perhaps they had improved their cooking skills. He swears, now the first floor is peeling potatoes together. The protagonist looked away. Looking out the window, he thought that it was easier to see the buildings from above, but the second floor is also clearly visible from any building, which should motivate the heroes to work harder. Looking away, the guy said that it was morning. Walking towards him, the protagonist asked him if he had slept at all, to which the guy replied that it had been 3 hours, and he added that this was madness. The biggest change was that they now had a separate hall for training and duels. In such halls, you can close it from the inside, so he can calmly pump up his Berserker skills. The duel hall reduces regeneration, which is a special property of the building itself. In other words, he can hold a duel like in the real world. In case of serious injury, it is enough to quickly carry the wounded outside. The protagonist looked straight ahead and thought that now that the buildings had been improved, the groups would also undergo changes. The question of who would take the empty slots in the first and second groups was on the agenda. The guy swung his sword, and he added that Archie. The girl struck. The thought arose that Helen. Archie is still a barbarian. He is fearless, but talented. The skill he received yesterday is quite rare and only falls out in 1% of cases. This is a passive that changes status deviations like anger to strength. If combined with the status deviation skill, you can get amazing energy. Helen is inferior to him in ability, but she is cool and calm, will be good at obtaining information and stealth, so she has great potential. The hero watched the guy. Putting his hand to his face, he thought that the others were hopeless. Archie suddenly looked at him. He was smiling widely. Grinning, Sean said that he was an arrogant bastard. The beaten people looked away. The guy walked straight. Smiling, he asked what he would teach him, said that there were only pigs and dogs here that were afraid of swords. Standing in front of him, the hero asked that he did not like pigs and dogs. A glow appeared around him and he said that in his eyes they were all just animals. The guy raised his sword up and said that without inevitable punishment, training is useless. The protagonist smiled, looking at him. Archie's eyes lit up. Suddenly, they started fighting. Group 1 appeared. Group 3 had 2 members. The guy was swinging his sword. The hero dodged the blows. Suddenly, he kicked. Archie slid along the ground. His eyes widened. Suddenly, the guy rushed forward. The hero fought him and thought that there was no need to use Berserk. Reflecting the blows, he added that but one day. A view of the buildings opened up, and the first group was heard gathering. Looking at the girl, Izel said that these climbs are difficult, getting old, to which she asked what's the matter. They are being sent to the dungeon. Standing behind her, the protagonist said that it is unlikely, they are still missing one member, to which she asked what they are here for, then said that she is not sure they can even go to the weekly dungeon. Marie looked surprised when she heard that the master ordered to go on research, to which she asked again. Looking straight ahead, Sean thought that research, then the main dungeon, the weekly dungeon and the research dungeon, these three options are always available. Looking up, the hero thought that the research dungeon opened after clearing the 10th floor, but they are going to it only now, to which Izel said that she has already opened the rift of time and space, so let them go to the first floor. Pointing to the entrance, the girl said that there is a similar gate here, asked that they cannot use it. Looking at the gate, the protagonist answered that it is not. The guy, holding a weapon in his hands, asked that this research is so necessary. The protagonist, walking straight, answered that not really. Going down the stairs, he added that but for some time they will eat, about a couple of 3 days. The protagonist said that there would be more in the lobby, to which the girl asked what they would be doing there for so long, to which he said that he would see, and she added that there was really something that even he did not know. Notifications appeared that he should give the heroes benefits, so that it would be much easier for them to do research. Give the heroes gold, it was recommended to give 3,000 each. Holding a bag in his hands, Sean said that this was a benefit from the master, let them take 3. Raising her hands up, Jenna said that it was gold, and Marie said that they would get rich pretty well if they took them with them, to which the protagonist replied that they should not relax too much, they would have to fight. The protagonist stood in front of the research dungeon. A message appeared that the group was starting research alone, the research area of Heimer. The time until their return back was 48 hours. Advice: the hero's stay can be extended by researching deep dungeons. He can ask the heroes to collect certain ingredients. The task of collecting all sorts of rare ingredients, the research dungeon appeared. Gritting her teeth, the girl said hello. A view of the river opened up. Small hills appeared. Standing in front of the castle, someone said that Nelsa. Wide-eyed, Jenna asked if this was the same place as on the 10th floor. Yes, she said that it was so strange. She remembered there was a mess when they were here last time. The forest was completely burned out. Many died. And now, putting her hand to her face, Marie said that everything was just perfect. She just stopped being surprised. Looking away, the guy asked what they would do. They need to find the enemy and kill him. Frowning, the main character said that he did not think it was necessary, it was worth just looking around. The research dungeon, unlike the main dungeon or the weekly one, does not have any specific goal. It happens that the heroes do not bring anything with them, and sometimes they find truly incredible things. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that he thought the NPCs could see them this time. The guard extended his hand and said that they should show him permission to enter. The hero gave him a coin and asked what it was, to which he said that he didn't think he was asking for a fee. Sean grinned and said that he would go to the northern gate then, to which the man said that he would let them in, but they shouldn't cause any trouble. Gritting her teeth, Jenna said that they were such idiots, to which he replied that money was more precious to them than their own mother. Before clearing the 10th floor, Nelsa encountered a decline. The enemy penetrated through the inner castle, but there were no signs of battles. A notification appeared that Group 1 was exploring Heimer. The time until return was 47 hours 48 minutes 22 seconds, and the girl asked that they just needed to look around, and Nate clarified what information to look for, to which the hero said that they should do what they thought was right. Jenna asked again in surprise. They widened their eyes, hearing that they had not heard, let them gather information and hang out wherever they wanted. The girls looked in bewilderment, hearing that the master had given them money, let them eat some tasty things and get some fresh air, to which Jenna asked that he was not joking, and Marie clarified that she really could do whatever she wanted. They opened their eyes in delight, hearing that yes, that's what he said, let them have some fun, he would take care of the rest. Looking away, the girl said that she would go out of town, and that he should not stop her. She would go very, very far, to which Sean replied that he hoped. She understood that she was also watching her condition herself until they cleared the 20th floor. There would be no breaks, let him take that into account. Grinning, she asked that she really could go, said that she wanted to look at the ocean, to which he said that of course, I'm sure, as soon as the allotted 2 days were over, he would immediately teleport them to the lobby. Walking forward, the guy said that well, since he himself suggested it, and Jenna said that she was with him, to which the protagonist refused. The hero looked away, hearing that his raid would not work, he thought they would have to call. Frowning, he thought that it was strange, there were a lot of mercenaries here. The protagonist turned his head. He was looking at the notice board. Looking at the notice, Sean thought that this was that girl. After reading the text, he thought that heresy, summoning a demon, insulting the imperial family, murder, arson, robbery, violence, they stupidly listed all the crimes they could think of. Grinning, the protagonist said that her status as a member of the imperial family was cancelled for committing a malicious offense, despite the ruling blood in her veins, to which he was asked that he was also hunting this witch. Looking straight, the guy said that he was dreaming. Nothing will come of it. The best of the best were looking for her, but they were left with nothing. I'm sure he knows if he's a bounty hunter. Gritting his teeth, Sean asked what he called this child a witch, to which he replied that, well, she kind of ripped out the hearts of babies and sacrificed them, and also used forbidden dark magic. Raising his hands up, the guy heard that dark magic, to which he replied that yes, she summoned 4 forbidden creatures. He doesn't know what it means. The protagonist looked at the board and said that he wanted to hear more, to which he replied that he was busy. Giving him a coin, the hero added that he should tell him more, to which the guy replied that he had all Nels's time. A building appeared. It was said that her name was Susie. Since she was stripped of her title, she supposed that now she was just Susie, was the heir to the throne. Sitting in front of the guy, Sean asked what he thought. He said that these announcements appeared about a year ago, to which he replied that yes, that was when the decree was issued. Showing the announcement, he asked what he saw. Folding his arms, the protagonist thought about the fact that a year ago, not even a week had passed since they met Susie on the 15th floor. He had seen this seal in other places. The same symbol was on the armor of those he killed then. Putting it all together, it turns out they did it after Susie escaped the city. She is definitely wandering around somewhere nearby, and she managed to survive. Sitting at the table, the protagonist asked that this city was attacked by monsters, to which the guy replied that it seemed like a gang of goblins invaded a couple of years ago. He thinks everything was quickly resolved thanks to the order. Stretching his hand forward, he added that this was just a rumor, but they say that the invasion was initiated by a witch because those monsters do not gather in such groups, to which the protagonist thought that she was seriously slandered. The girl carried food, and Sean asked what else, to which he was told that there was an epidemic. The monsters went wild. Even the weather seemed to have become colder. In his opinion, the most remarkable thing is the dungeons. Gritting his teeth, the hero asked again. An entrance appeared. It was said that somewhere a couple of years ago, the view of the premises opened up, and the guy said that several places similar to historical heritage appeared all over the continent. They began to call them dungeons. People ran into a barrier. It was said that, but they are really very strange. Ordinary people are not able to enter there. Looking at him, the protagonist asked what it means. There are unusual ones who can. Grinning, the guy answered approvingly. Sean frowned, listening to the fact that there is also a rumor that at the end of the dungeon lies a strange stone with which you can get special power, to which he thought that this is probably what he thinks. A glowing stone appeared, and he added that the stone of the Advent, the source of the third skill of the hero, imprinting. Chuck asked in surprise, hearing that there should be one here too. Everything is simple. Sitting at the table, the hero said that gangs of mercenaries are roaming around the area. He smirked and added that empty talk wasn't worth the gold he thought he was worth. Let him lead him, prove he deserved the money. The man who had lost his arm was lying on a stretcher. Chuck looked at him and admitted that that was why he didn't want to go. Sean said that the dungeon should be inside the city. He looked ahead at the temple and assumed that it had appeared right in front of him in the center right after the invasion. An iron fence surrounded the entrance. Chuck noticed that you couldn't pass by such a structure and figured that they wouldn't have posted a guard for no reason. The protagonist thought that the entrance looked ordinary. Several adventurers were talking to the guard. Chuck explained that the dungeon could contain all sorts of treasures, gold, gems, cool equipment, and since there was a crowd of seekers waiting at the entrance, he realized that it was a resource mine, in the process of exploring which, however, you can die. The guard gave the adventurer a square tablet. Chuck explained that the order owned the dungeon entirely, so they made a pretty penny issuing passes, and also took a percentage of the things that were taken out of there, which is why he considered them scammers. The guy turned away, thinking that he had earned his gold, and decided that he could go, after which he told Sean that if he wanted to ask anything else, he should find him. The protagonist asked how he could find out where Chuck was. The guy answered on the run that it was not his problem, but promised bonuses next time. The protagonist was left alone. He looked at the people who had come to the dungeon, and considering the amount of equipment they had brought with them, he thought that they clearly intended to go there for a few days. Sean frowned and decided that he would look at the dungeon another time, because the guys had gone off to rest, but he himself had nothing to do. He noticed that the mercenaries were keeping a wary eye on the area, but no one was entering. Those who could get through the barrier were confronted by those who couldn't, and he figured that only a few were able to. The protagonist watched the adventurers entering the dungeon for about half an hour and roughly estimated that less than a tenth of all those present were able to get in. He also saw that if the leader of the group could get in, then the rest were allowed in. Sean folded his arms over his chest, confident that nothing would stop him. Clouds floated across the sky. The protagonist continued to watch the entrance. Chuck was surprised that he was still there. He was out of breath and trying to catch his breath. Sean was equally surprised that the guy had returned, since he thought he had gone to work. Chuck said that he had run to appraise the protagonist's coin, and it turned out to be much more expensive than he had expected, since it was a coin from ancient times or something like that. The protagonist narrowed his eyes, asked Chuck over his back if he was trying to rob him, and said he wouldn't give him anything else. The guy was indignant since he wasn't going to ask. He followed Sean and asked if he was interested in the extra services he had mentioned earlier, promising that it would be free. The protagonist said he didn't need it. Chuck smiled widely and remembered that the protagonist was worried about the witch, then began to tell him who ordered her slander. Chuck was shocked when Sean interrupted him and said that he knew and didn't need to tell. He complained that he had to try hard to get such information. The protagonist looked up at the rooftops. Chuck offered to give him a tour of the city and show him a couple of places where they had good food, and admitted that he had worked as a tour guide before. Sean repeated once again that he did not need it and asked why the guy kept bothering him. The protagonist winced when Chuck shouted that he reminded him of the younger one. He turned around and asked about the younger one. The guy clenched his fists and mentioned that the protagonist was from the east, after which he said that among the guys he communicated with, there was someone small and very similar to Sean. The protagonist frowned. Chuck said that he had the same black hair and eyes and admitted that he spoke to the protagonist primarily because of his appearance. He put his finger to his lips and noticed that Sean was the first person he had met from that part of the world. Chuck wanted to say his name, but Sean didn't want to listen. He turned away from the surprised guy and urged him to be quiet. The protagonist's face darkened. Chuck said that it was a pretty ordinary name. The protagonist looked at the road ahead and asked to simply take him to the armorer. The room was filled with armor, weapons hung on the walls. In the other corner, there were shields and a barrel with swords. Jenna smiled at Sean and asked who was with him. She showed the protagonist a new bow, and he was surprised by this. The girl reminded him that he had been telling her for a long time to get a longbow. She thought that the bow was enchanted, and besides, it only cost 2 coins. The system told Sean that it was a fancy D-rank bow that looked expensive but was not very practical, and also increased stamina. The protagonist honestly said that it was trash. He pointed to the stones behind him and suggested buying something better for this money. Jenna approached the gem and was amazed, as it was an elemental stone. The protagonist was sure that the master would be pleased if they returned with these stones, as they were necessary for the ascension of the heroes. The girl took the bow in her hand and asked what to do with it. Sean urged her to leave this junk, as he had other things to pay attention to. He looked at the stone with a spiral and thought that this thing, a regenerative stone, was really worth the money. The footage from their past battles seemed to be recorded on film. Such items allow you to re-enter floors that were closed after clearing. In this case, you cannot gain experience, but you can try the mission. Jenna turned to Chuck and again asked who it was. The protagonist asked to forget about him, as they did not know each other. Chuck was indignant and said the opposite. The guy hurried after the two, said that he was a guide, and introduced himself. Sean said that was great and said goodbye. He tossed Chuck another coin, and the guy didn't have time to finish his investment plan. The guide caught the gold. In his palm lay another ancient coin. The protagonist praised him for his excellent work and urged him to go about his business. Chuck beamed with joy and thanked him for the investment. Sean asked if he was planning to start a business. He turned away and walked on. The guy said that all the details were classified, but promised to repay the kindness. The protagonist said that he did not need it. Chuck smiled widely and admitted that he hated being indebted, and asked him to share if there was anything Sean wanted. The protagonist asked the guy in this case to help the witch if the opportunity ever presented itself. Chuck was surprised and thought he misheard. He stopped where he stood. Sean and Jenna were already lost in the crowd. Their boots stomped on the cobblestone road. The girl followed the protagonist and asked him what he meant. The protagonist replied that the girl they saved was a witch, and Jenna guessed that he was talking about the princess. The baker fell asleep behind the counter. Sean noted that they still had plenty of time and allowed the girl to walk around the area if she wanted. The wind lifted fallen leaves over the city. Marie moved her hand to the side and admitted that she had not been able to get to the beach since everything was blocked off. Sean looked at her with disbelief and asked if she had really tried. The girl replied that of course she had. For now, the team had only access to a small area, and the rest were under lock and key. The protagonist deduced that they were forbidden to go beyond the established perimeter, and that every 10 floors a new research dungeon opened, and that they would be able to go anywhere if they cleared all 100 floors. The square by the fountain was busy. Marie noticed a few new faces and asked how many days had passed. Sean said about a week, and the girl was surprised because she thought it had been less. Marie saw people going up and down the stairs and concluded that some of the guys had managed to get to the 2nd floor, after which she asked if they had an assistant in the workshop with equipment. The protagonist looked at the girls, sent them to rest, and announced that they would return to training tomorrow. Marie was clearly unhappy. Jenna suggested that she go take a bath. Nate went up the stairs, and the protagonist asked where he was going. Nate stopped. Sean reminded the guy that he should rest, as he was told, asked him why he did not listen, and said that this way he would ruin his body. Nate turned around and wanted to object, but the protagonist only repeated that training would begin tomorrow and urged the guy to rest. Sean looked at the dark figure of the spearman and thought that there were a few heroes like him in Nilfer, but most of them had met bad ends, so he knew that not everything could be achieved through sheer determination. The protagonist imagined Nate's lone spear stuck in the ground on the battlefield and concluded that if people could not achieve anything with incredible effort, then they simply did not have talent. In his opinion, such people should find another path in life or die on a mission. The city was plunged into the darkness of the night. A protective barrier was visible above it. The sounds of battle were heard from the training grounds. Usher was struggling to fend off attacks. Eddies continued to advance and urged her opponent to move faster. Usher exclaimed that he understood and justified himself by saying that he was simply too tense. Sean crossed his arms over his chest. Jenna found this unexpected, since she did not think that the second group would also be diligently training and with real swords. The protagonist looked at the sight seriously, and when the girl asked if anything had changed, he answered that Tom was not there. Eddies, Usher, and John were here. The protagonist imagined the back of Tom, who had been a member of their group from the very beginning, but was now absent. Archie and Helen's cards appeared, and the system issued a message that the master was excluding these two from Group 3. The building nearby seemed to have grown. Along with this, the system warned about the heroes' relocation and about displaying the plan for settling the heroes by floors, and then, after selecting Archie, began to drag him. She told about the change in the heroes' rights and provided the current list of buildings: Cafeteria Level 2, Bathhouse Level 1, Rest Area Level 1. Sean turned his head and noticed that newcomers had arrived. Archie, putting his hands in his pockets, admitted that it was really gorgeous here, and the difference from the first floor was significant. The protagonist sheathed his sword and said that it was time for replenishment. Jenna asked if she should bring the ones for the lottery, but Sean asked her to wait. He looked at Helen and Archie and assumed that the master was planning on having only one strong group. The protagonist crossed his arms and greeted the two of them on the second floor. He remembered Tom and concluded that he had been banished to the first floor. Tom and his thoughts darkened. This guy was incapable of killing. Eddies tensed up and clenched her teeth. Sean concluded that the second team was now short of people, and since the three of them were incapable of going anywhere, they decided to make the training more intense. The protagonist wished the master would call on more experienced heroes. Eddies placed her palm on her forehead. Sean, however, thought that the master would hardly do that and continued thinking about their group. Archie smiled slyly and asked why he looked like he was going to kill them when he had only come to say hello. Helen said indifferently that she had not come here for that. Sean continued to keep his arms across his chest. The girl thought that she would most likely end up in the first or second group. The protagonist called the question pointless. Archie was shocked when Helen said that in that case she wanted to be in the first group, being sure that she would not become a burden. He clenched his teeth in irritation, called the girl mad, and advised him not to be impudent. Helen looked at him with narrowed eyes and noted that strength is not the only human value, after which she said that she had much more skills than ordinary combat combos. The girl believed that Archie should know if his eyes are in the right place. The protagonist, with everyone else gathered behind him, interrupted the argument and reminded them that it was not up to them to decide. Helen responded that she knew that either the master or the team captains chose. Jenna turned to the protagonist and asked what to do with her and why she wanted to join their group so badly. The protagonist honestly said that he did not know. Helen closed her eyes when Sean asked her about it. She admitted that she thought the rumors were exaggerated. The girl put her hand on her chest and clarified that at first she did not believe the gossip about their group. The protagonist thought about the regeneration stone and assumed that she was convinced by using it. Moments of past fights appeared. This artifact allows you to replay already cleared floors or watch other people's recordings, and it is usually used to replay dungeons, so Sean concluded that NYTNG showed Archie and Helen their fights. The protagonist frowned and asked how much she had seen. The girl looked him in the eye and admitted that she had seen everything, and now believed that the rumors were underestimating how good their group was. Jenna and Nate stood behind Sean. Helen said that it was logical to want to join the strongest for survival, since that was the reason she wanted to be in the first group. Eddies, who was with Usher and John, asked what about the second. Helen said that she preferred the first. Usher was indignant and said that they were just as good. He became flustered and hesitantly told the girl that he really thought so. Usher was angry at the insolent newcomers. Archie did not understand what difference it made whether you were a newcomer or not, since it was the strongest who survived here, not the oldest, and he was disappointed that Usher had been here longer than them. But he still did not understand it. Sean looked at him thoughtfully. Archie also wanted to be in the first group and even guaranteed that he would be more useful than Helen. The girl made a hand gesture and noted that the lottery that the protagonist and the others used was completely dependent on luck, so she believed that another, more effective method was needed. Eddies lowered her head and urged Sean to make a choice, but he was not very willing to do so. She exhaled and declared that she did not need people who did not want to be with her. The protagonist reminded her that she was missing one member and her group was unplayable. Jenna approached Sean. She felt that there would be returns no matter what choice the protagonist made and asked if he had his eye on anyone. The guy admitted that he did not know, but in fact, he would have chosen Archie if he were not so confrontational and nasty. He looked at Helen and Archie and noted that since they did not want to rely on chance or let others decide, they should be able to prove that they are worthy of being in his group. He confidently stated that in that case they should fight. The protagonist pointed to the arena, closed by a cage, and explained that healing does not work in that area. He wanted the newbies to fight until one of them fell, since he could not choose without knowing their abilities, and concluded that he would make a decision after that. Archie opened the door to the arena and admitted that he never refused a fight, and besides, he missed a good sparring, which he had not had for a long time. The guy glared and asked if he could kill Helen. Sean grimly allowed Archie, but only if he could. Archie grinned like a madman. He entered the ring opposite Helen and allowed her to fight as she wished, since he wanted to see what she was worth. The girl took a vial from her bag, clearly not being against such an offer. Archie was dumbfounded and called her crazy. Helen poured purple liquid on the sword and reminded her that she was allowed to fight as she wanted. It was a paralysis poison that caused convulsions throughout the body, and Helen's skills were originally based on poisons. The girl put the weapon in front of her and said that she had tried it on monsters hundreds of times, but this was the first time she used it on a person. Archie pulled the blade out of its sheath and said that Helen would not have a chance to use it, then challenged her to a duel using the system. The system reported that both duelists agreed to the fight. Jenna looked at the opponents and noticed that there was an insane tension between them, and she also had a feeling that someone was going to die today. Sean thought it was quite possible. The system asked whether to start a mutually approved duel. The protagonist slightly tilted his head to the side and gave the start. Archie immediately jumped up. Helen delivered many stabbing blows. Her opponent, smiling creepily, dodged everyone. He went on the attack and the girl was forced to defend herself. Sean and Jenna carefully watched as the newcomers moved around the arena. Usher was shocked to realize that Archie was not the same when he fought him. Eddie's guessed that he was hiding his powers. Jenna and Nate stood on either side of Sean, who urged the two of them to watch closely as they had much to learn from the combatants. Archie made an attack with a smile. Sean thought that they both had level 4 weapon techniques like Usher, but their views differed when it came to combat. Archie's sword hit the wall of the arena near Helen's shoulder. She swung the blade, but her opponent ducked. Marie approached unnoticed, noticed that the newcomers had just arrived, and admitted that they were impressive despite their low level and skill. Sean noticed that Helen was using the environment and asked Marie why she was here, as she was supposed to be researching. Helen had to defend herself. Archie attacked her with the same unchanging grin. Marie pulled out a knife. She turned it over in her hand. Her opponent sensed danger. Helen threw a knife at Archie, and he barely managed to dodge it. It turned out that the girl had hit him in the cheek, and the system warned that Archie was bleeding and would gradually lose health. She added that the guy was hit by poison with a paralysis effect, and now part of his body was not functioning. The girl smiled, believing that she had won. The next second, Archie stabbed her in the stomach. Helen missed the attack with the pommel of the sword. The girl tensed up and broke out in a cold sweat. She crashed hard into the arena fence. The swordsman wiped his wounded cheek and accused his opponent that it was because of her that her body did not move well, after which he declared that he had won. Archie turned his head to Sean, said that the duel was over and asked if there were any objections. The protagonist called this fight a good one. The guy turned to face the main character and asked what now. Sean said that he had made a decision. He frowned. Helen smiled with difficulty when Sean announced that she would join the first group. Archie was furious and did not understand why. Nate was puzzled. Jenna smiled and admitted that Helen was good. Usher was even more puzzled. Eddie's seemed thoughtful. Sean assumed that only Eddie's, John and Jenna understood something. Helen deliberately pretended to be in a lead position so that Archie would lower his guard. The protagonist found this funny. When the girl cut the enemy's cheek with a poisonous dagger, he realized that the double dagger technique before was just a trick needed for one competent attack. Archie then hit Helen with the hilt of his sword, believing in his skills and continuing to advance. Everyone else was carried away by the fight and did not look through these tricks, did not see the true tactics. Archie darkened, did not believe and asked to repeat. Sean frowned and said that he could do this as much as he wanted, then repeated that Helen would be joining the first group. The winner of the fight gritted his teeth in anger and asked for the reason. The protagonist remembered how they fought together with their comrades and believed that Archie should know who they consisted of: a swordsman, a spearman, a mage, and an archer. All members of the group were focused on combat. Helen wiped the blood from her lips. Sean stated that they needed someone like her to better react to any situation. The protagonist looked at Archie through the fence and admitted that he thought he was strong enough to compromise on this issue, but it turned out that he was wrong. The swordsman believed that if his opponent did not use underhanded tricks, he would have dealt with her in less than 5 minutes. Sean, holding his hands on his chest, admitted that the guy in front of him was talented, but explained that their group simply did not need Archie. The protagonist smiled predatorily and offered to fight him, promising to take the guy if he lasted a minute. Archie was shocked. Sean was confident. His interlocutor smiled. He looked at Nate and asked what about the other member of the group. Marie approached the protagonist, who explained that the swordsman and the spearman had different roles, and it was not about strength, but about formation. Archie grinned and agreed that this made sense. Nate was dumbfounded when Archie said that he was not even capable of fulfilling his duties as a spearman. The winner of the fight stood in the hall and watched the fights of the first group. He admitted that he watched them with interest. The swordsman watched the wounded Nate and it seemed to him that he did not fit in, so he asked if the group really needed a spearman so much that they were ready to ignore his weaknesses, after which he concluded that Nate was limiting them. Jenna rushed to Nate and called on Archie to stop his nonsense, as their spearman was doing a great job. The girl's mouth fell open in surprise as Archie stated that, given her talent, she did not know that sometimes consolation only makes things worse. Sean's expression darkened and demanded that everyone be quiet. Archie smiled slyly. The protagonist closed his eyes and agreed that the spearman was not so necessary and would not mind changing the formation if they were joined by a talented swordsman. Jenna was upset. Archie left the arena and healed. Sean asked him if he really thought he could be more useful than Nate, even if he was a better swordsman than he was a spearman, and Archie replied that he would not have mentioned it if he did not think so. The swordsman pointed his blade at Nate and urged him to accept his challenge. Jenna and the others watched silently. Marie seemed indifferent. Helen glanced at the provocateur. Sean's expression darkened and he asked him if he was sure he would stick to his word. The protagonist approached Archie and reminded him that Nate had been here much longer than him, but he was willing to change his mind about the guy if he was challenging the spearman to a fight with such confidence. Archie promised not to protest if he lost and to immediately go to the second group. Nate remained silent. Sean told the spearman that he had to choose and pointed out that he could refuse. The protagonist looked at Nate, who asked for some time to think. The spearman looked up at the sky. Sean knew it was time, because earlier he had noticed that the spearman was pushing himself harder than usual and he knew that it would not end well. Nate squeezed his spear in his palm. Sean believed that he was still much more useful, because they had worked together for a long time, and although he admitted that Nate was lagging behind, he could still fulfill his role. Nate perked up and agreed to do it. The protagonist thought that this was exactly the drive the spearman needed to overcome this situation. Archie was happy to finally get it. The system announced that they both challenged each other to a duel. Nate walked up the stairs to the arena. Sean warned that only the one who won would join the first group. Both duelists grimly confirmed when he asked if they agreed to this condition. The system announced that both duelists agreed to the fight. The ring door closed. Now another opponent stood in front of Archie. The system asked the protagonist again whether to start the mutually approved duel. Nate began to spin his spear. His opponent twirled his sword in his hand. Their eyes were full of confidence. The fight began. Jenna tensed up, because she did not believe that Nate would actually accept the challenge, even though Sean said that it was okay to refuse. The protagonist said that the decision was left to the spearman. Archie attacked fiercely. The archer understood this, but she was afraid to imagine what would happen if he lost, because his opponent was quite strong. Nate hit Archie's defense. The protagonist believed that the spearman had a chance to win if he did it right, like in training. The opponents were on par. Their weapon skills were at level 4, and Archie had a couple of passive skills that Nate did not have. The swordsman rushed to attack. Sean knew that, however, Nate had one advantage. The spearman blocked the blow. He hit his opponent in the chin with the shaft of the spear. His advantage was experience. Archie smiled and admitted that Nate was fast. The spearman got into a fighting stance. Usher was inspired by this attack and wished that Nate would teach the newcomer a lesson. The spearman moved confidently in battle. Sean didn't care who Archie was before he came here, because he only cared about the fact that the swordsman had no experience fighting monsters. Nate was successfully pushing back his opponent. The protagonist thought about how Archie had only recently arrived here, and unlike Nate, who had gone through hundreds of battles, he had never even seen a boss monster and had never fought a spearman like Nate or John before. Besides, in battles between experienced heroes, the spearman's movements become simply incredible. Nate performed a series of stabbing strikes. His opponent dashed to the side. The spear hit him in the back with force. The spearman continued to attack from an offensive position. He hit Archie from above. Usher was even too pleased with this and sent insults to the swordsman, warning that he would be a dishwasher when he joined their group. The drawings on the parchment served as proof that spears had been used since ancient times in hunting and warfare, and through the centuries they had proven their great usefulness. Because of the distance they could cover, they were lengthened even further, making them more effective in battle, but in one-on-one combat they were pretty useless. The average swordsman would always beat the average spearman. The spearman had a long range, but the maximum difference in range between a sword and a spear was no more than a meter. In some cases, this would be a bonus, but the spearman could do nothing to react in time when someone with a shorter weapon attacked. On the table lay weapons that spears were useless against. Spears were no match for dagger attacks and did not have the range advantage of bows and arrows. Nate, on the other hand, was confidently defeating his opponent since they were not ordinary people, but heroes who constantly went beyond human capabilities. He struck Archie with a powerful blow from above. Normal logic does not apply in this case. Usher gave the swordsman a thumbs down and showed how angry he was, then threatened Archie that he would be the dishwasher on their team. The spearman swung his weapon, giving his opponent no time to breathe, and then inflicted damage with a stabbing attack. Nate didn't stop and swung again. Archie was scared. The spearman slashed at his opponent like a scythe, but his opponent managed to jump into the air. The swordsman did a backflip. Sean watched them closely. He thought that even if Archie had been especially talented before coming here, once he became a hero, the rules of the game changed for him. Nate aimed at his opponent. He had sparred with the protagonist hundreds of times, and Sean knew that this guy was used to fighting those stronger than normal people and even monsters. Nate stabbed the air with his weapon. The protagonist understood that the swordsman and the spearman had different fighting tactics. Jenna looked thoughtful and worried. Although she could see that Nate was doing well, she thought it was very unlike him. Marie asked what she was mumbling about and said that if things continued like this, the spearman would win by a large margin. Archie smiled and slid down the spear shaft towards Nate. Jenna urged Marie to look closely. The swordsman had become more confident in his grin. The archer noticed that Nate's effective attacks had decreased. Marie looked closer and agreed. Eddie's crossed her arms and noticed that they had understood too. Archie landed and called the fight boring. Nate tensed up, but continued to attack. Sean admitted that the spearman's attacks were accurate, but they were very simple, and so he thought that Nate's weakness was that such a tactic was easy to read. Archie had a very keen eye, and Sean, given how quickly he learned to see through Helen's attacks, noticed that his observation skills were really high. The swordsman approached his opponent very close. The protagonist believed that Archie would surely soon gain a skill similar to his spiritual eye. The swordsman frowned and asked Nate if this was a joke. The spearman's face was dripping with sweat, but he confidently replied that it was not. The opponents jumped away from each other. Archie stopped at the fence and clarified why Nate was not fighting seriously, thinking that the spearman was underestimating him. Nate frowned, but did not answer. The swordsman aimed his weapon at his opponent and said that he heard that the first group trained with the desire to kill each other, and he knew that this was different. The spearman tensed and darkened when Archie asked why Nate did not attack his weak points. Sean was upset with Nate, who he thought had gone soft. The protagonist watched the spearman's back and thought that his spearmanship was easy to read and that Archie was adapting too quickly. He decided that there was only one thing Nate could do and called his name. The spearman was dumbfounded when the protagonist asked him since when he had started taking his opponent's life into account. The protagonist did not believe that Nate had become so strong that he could fight at less than his full strength. Sean's eyes flashed and urged the spearman to show him everything he could do so as not to disappoint him. Archie smiled as if he had been waiting for these words. Nate looked down but agreed. He spun the weapon and asked his opponent not to hate him if he died. The swordsman crouched, putting one leg forward, and said that this was his plan. The opponents were preparing for the decisive phase. Nate gripped the spear tightly. He charged at Archie, who responded in kind. The tip of the spear flew past the swordsman's nose. Nate swung his weapon like crazy. Archie gritted his teeth and barely parried the next blow. His opponent lunged at him. The swordsman was open to attack. Nate tried to stab him, but he managed to dodge. Then he followed up with a series of quick jabs. Archie, smiling, dodged between them. The spearman raised his weapon behind his back. He swung it through the air. His opponent barely had time to cling to the floor. The spear broke through the ring fence. The sounds of the fight were heard throughout the city. Jenna watched them nervously. Usher could not hide his surprise. The arena seemed to thunder with numerous explosions. Marie looked away. John closed his eyes. The loudest blow was heard. After it, there was silence in the ring and outside it. The arena floor was covered in blood. The wounded Archie admitted that he was slightly sick from the blood loss. Nate was on his knees. The swordsman announced that he had won. Usher was shocked and did not believe that this was possible since Nate had the advantage. He looked at Archie and indignantly suggested that he was using some kind of trick since he thought the man could not fight fairly. The swordsman, however, replied that he had no idea what Usher was talking about. Usher leaned forward and accused Archie of lying, but John stopped him. The system reported that Archie had won the duel. Marie was worried and thought it was strange since she thought Nate would win. Jenna was also nervous, noticing that the spearman had fought well too, but it was all decided by one attack. Sean's face darkened and confirmed her words. The protagonist looked at Archie's back. It was hard to describe, but it seemed that the swordsman had more than just a good sense. He noticed that Archie's keen eye immediately recognized the pattern of Nate's attacks as soon as the fight began. This was an undeniable fact, considering that as the fight went on, he began to defend himself more against his opponent's attacks and easily closed the distance between them. Archie even jumped to the ground and waited to change everything in his favor, no matter how much Nate attacked, and all this for one attack. Archie looked like a madman who knew exactly that he needed only this to win, to exclude any unexpected variables, because in order to catch the best moment for his counterattack, he endured endless blows from Nate. Then, like a mad wolf, Archie rushed to the attack, not missing his chance. The swordsman looked at his recent opponent with a predator's gaze. Sean concluded that his observation skills were cold and logical, and he also had analytical skills to calculate the chances of victory and realized that Archie used methods that were inherent in patience. The swordsman walked past Nate and considered it a great shame, because he thought that it would have been much more fun if the spearman fought with all his might from the very beginning. Nate covered his wounded shoulder with his hand and agreed. Helen crossed her arms and said that she was rather dissatisfied with the results because she felt that Nate was not quite ready. The protagonist's face darkened a little, but he decided to keep his promise since no one else was against it. The swordsman left the arena. The protagonist announced that he would join the first group. Nate, who was left behind Archie, was eliminated. The system warned that Sean was proposing a different composition for Group 1. Spearman was in despair. The new composition of Group 1, Sean, Jenna, Marie, Helen, Archie. The system asked the protagonist if he agreed with Nate being excluded from the group, and the answer was yes. Spearman sat on his knees, disappointed in himself. The protagonist explained that he could not leave him in their group because he somehow lost for his own reasons, and he was sure that Nate understood this perfectly well. Usher could not accept this and believed that Nate was simply trying not to put his team in danger. Sean demanded that they stop making excuses and stated that they were not here to play at being friends. Usher's expression darkened, but he couldn't find anything to say. The protagonist reminded them that they were here to survive and defeat their enemies, and stated that those who did not understand this would die. Jenna turned to Sean, but he interrupted her and sent everyone to rest, as it was already late. Nate was left alone in the arena after being eliminated from Group 1. The system reported that Helen and Archie had joined the group instead of him. The swordsman smiled and thought that it would be fun. The girl said that she would be happy to work with her new colleagues. The protagonist stood in front of them and admitted that he did not understand something, after which he asked if they really thought that life would be easier because they were in Group 1, and warned that it was just the opposite because their business was much more dangerous than in the second group. Archie, still smiling predatorily, replied that he knew it, that's why he came, because he wanted to become stronger. Usher and the girls began to disperse. The protagonist approached the arena and told Nate that nothing would change even if he sat there forever. Spearman admitted that he did not want to leave. Sean climbed the stairs. Nate added that there were no other reasons except that he became weaker. The protagonist asked Nate why he did not hit the enemy's weak points. Spearman rose from the ground. The protagonist noted that Nate had an advantage at the beginning and asked why he gave Archie a chance. Spearman replied that they should not kill their comrades. Sean looked at his back and asked since when did he care about it, because he was sure that he did not raise Nate to be so soft. Spearman lowered his head and explained that in his heart there was a chance, and besides, he did not consider himself particularly talented. Nate, in his battle rage, believed that he could defeat Archie. He was even sure of it, but he was afraid that as time went by, Archie would come back as an even stronger, rabid wolf. The boy's expression darkened because he did not think that he had the right to kill someone who shone brighter than him. Nate seemed to be in darkness. He looked at Helen and Archie and realized that everything he had done so far did not matter, and it did not matter how much time he put into training or how hard he tried if it was due to a lack of talent. Sean looked at the spearman and asked if that was why he gave in to Archie. Nate replied that he could not harm the master because he believed that the two were more important. The spearman was in a fog that refused to dissipate, and he could not see in himself what he saw in Sean and Jenna, and he felt like he was simply standing in one place. The protagonist tilted his head slightly, and it seemed to him that the guy was having an emotional breakdown. Nate's eyes widened when the protagonist mentioned that there was an instructor position. Sean turned his attention to the training grounds and explained that they were training newbies on the first floor, then added that Nate was a great fit for the job, and so was Tom. Instructors only had to watch the newbies' fights from the sidelines and train them in a safe location. The protagonist noted that the competition for this role was usually insane, sometimes dozens for one spot, but he was ready to recommend Nate and Tom for this job. Spearman looked down, thinking about the prospect of training others. The guy's shadows fell on the bloody floor of the arena. Sean asked the interlocutor why he was hesitating and clarified what his goal was, although he knew that Nate did not want to become strong like Archie, because his goal was to return back to his family. Spearman looked into the protagonist's eyes as if he wanted to object to something. He swallowed a lump in his throat. Nate walked past Sean, apologized, and agreed to be his instructor. The protagonist called it stupid. The spearman turned around. Sean said that he shouldn't do something he didn't want to do. He remembered another spearman he knew and said that he knew someone who was as untalented as Nate, but that guy's spearmanship was only second rank. The protagonist glanced at the spearman and asked if he wanted to get stronger. His interlocutor seemed scared. Sean looked away, thinking the answer was no. Nate fell to his knees and exclaimed that he didn't. He began to cry and admitted that he wanted to get stronger because he didn't want to have such pathetic thoughts ever again. But he didn't know if there was a way for someone like him to get stronger. Nate stopped crying when Sean said there was. He wiped his face. The protagonist urged him to wait. There was a gate behind the arena, and he said that they should wait for the moment when it opened. As they approached it, a drawing became visible. The protagonist turned to the exit of the ring and promised to take Nate to Niflheim when that happened. Spearman asked where it was. Sean smiled and assured that it was a very good place. It became quite quiet around. Jenna extended her hand to the newcomers, wanting to meet them, and introduced herself. Helen and Archie looked away. As always, the serious protagonist realized that they were still a little awkward, and remembered that there were some things that newcomers should know. Sean explained that their group was fighting in fire, although he was sure that Archie and Helen knew since they used the regeneration stone, and warned that they would have to get used to it. Helen put her hands behind her back and clarified if he meant fire resistance. The protagonist wanted them to learn this skill as soon as possible and asked if they knew how. Archie replied that you need to grab the flame. Sean smiled when the swordsman called this method stupid, because it was just as effective. Archie folded his arms and said he would learn it in 4 days, confident that Helen would whine that she was scared, but she said that in that case, 3 would be enough for her. The protagonist turned to Jenna and explained that she would take Nate's position. The girl wondered how she could do this with a bow and arrow. Sean turned to Archie and reminded him that they both worked at a short distance, warned his new partner not to take on too much, and urged him to fight at a distance where he could have support. The protagonist said that Archie was not the right fit for them if he wanted to act alone and not in a team. The swordsman smiled and promised to keep this in mind. Sean's eye flashed. He looked at Helen, who had a wide variety of skills. This girl is a swordsman with fast movements, who throws daggers and knows how to handle other weapons. In addition, she has stealth and other movement skills, as well as various sensory skills. As a bonus, she has the ability to use poisons and organize an ambush. Without taking his eyes off Helen, he assumed that before coming here, she was an assassin. The girl confirmed that she had done something similar. Sean frowned, because he believed that in this case, an unusual summoning would probably be required. Because the protagonist believed that she was someone in between all positions, he announced that Helen would mainly be in the central position, but said that depending on the situation, the girl should be ready to fight at close range or protect Marie and Jenna, and also admitted that she could be sent behind enemy lines. Helen closed her eyes and promised to remember everything. Sean added that she would be responsible for collecting information on his orders. The protagonist narrowed his eyes. He knew that people like her could easily agree with words, but if they did not fully accept their role, there was a chance of conflicts arising. And he also thought that Helen might have picked up bad habits due to the environment on the first floor. Marie came up, pointed at herself, and asked what she should do. Sean sent her to just run, and reminded her about the sandbags. Marie left, clearly in despair. Eddie sighed heavily. The protagonist noticed that she was still short of party members. Sean crossed his arms and said that they would always be short of people because the master did not buy Gacha, and then advised the girl to go down to the first floor if she could not find anyone. Eddie's was surprised, as she did not expect the first floor to be mentioned. The protagonist explained that if you look closely, you can find useful ones. The guy said that Tom had decided to work as an instructor on the first floor, and recommended that Eddie's tell him to only pay attention to those who were determined, as he was sure that this was Eddie's only way out until there were new summons. The girl with blue hair was practicing her sword strikes on a dummy. Sean noticed that the free gachas were spinning according to plan, and there were already more than 20 waiting for the first floor, so he hoped that there would be at least one talented one among them. Eddie's put her finger to her chin and decided to follow the guy's advice. The protagonist added that she should act covertly even when she found someone talented, otherwise it would lead to discrimination from the rest. People approached the training girl. Eddie's asked Sean if he meant bullying. 3 guys with nasty smiles approached the girl. The protagonist explained that this environment is full of people who tend to bully those who are doing well without outside help. Closed arena. Sean crossed his arms and said that it would be useful for them to learn each other's strengths and weaknesses. Speaking to Helen and Archie, he announced that there would be no rules and allowed the 2 of them to use real weapons. The swordsman stepped forward and admitted that he liked it. The protagonist asked if he was sure he could handle it alone and also called Helen over, since he thought they wanted to test him to the limit. Archie smiled and asked if it was really okay, then warned that this would not be like a regular training duel. Sean narrowed his eyes and asked the guy if he really wanted to fight one-on-one. Archie's excitement flared and he replied that he would like to do so if possible. The protagonist agreed and drew his sword, and the system reported that he had entered Berserk mode. According to Chloe, a couple of days ago, the heroes from the first floor came to Archie. The group consisted of 3 people who were expelled from the third group after Archie lost the duel. However, soon they were all lying on the ground, some without arms, some without legs. They couldn't even lay a finger on the swordsman. That group continues to walk around and pick on anyone they don't like in the candidates for the second floor. The candidates easily deal with them, so it's not much of a problem, but even so, at the moment there are no heroes who could go upstairs. Archie attacked Sean. He swung his sword, but suddenly jerked. The protagonist thought that his opponent simply had to know something. He knocked the blade out of Archie's hand with his first blow. The sword flew through the air and stuck in the ground some distance away. Sean showed off how strong he was with his whole appearance because he wanted Archie to also understand that there were people stronger than him. Noticing that the swordsman had become too high-minded about himself after defeating the weaklings from the first floor, Archie was still smiling, but not so confidently, and admitted that Sean was very strong. Helen called him impudent, and the result was expected. Archie pulled the weapon out of the ground, said that he was glad that he joined the first group, and said that he would need Helen to fight the protagonist properly. The girl did not mind. She poured poison on the blade, and the protagonist asked if she really would use it. Helen noted that this was what Sean wanted from her. She and Archie got into a fighting stance. The guy thought that now that they were alone, even the protagonist would have a hard time. The protagonist returned to Berserk mode, clearly doubting this. It was quite quiet on the floor. The ring was also calm. Archie and Helen were trying to catch their breath after the defeat. The swordsman thought that together they could handle Sean. The protagonist said that more does not mean stronger, and pointed out that they do not know how to work together. Jenna was taken aback when he said that Helen and Archie had no chance against her alone, admitting that they could only handle Nate or Usher. Jenna came over when Sean called her over and admitted that she was a little scared. The protagonist urged her not to worry and assured her that she was stronger. The archer stood in front of the newcomers. The protagonist demanded that Archie and Helen fight as a team and forget about individual duels, as he wanted them to fight until they defeated Jenna. The swordsman was upset that Sean thought so badly of them and thought that he would not lose to Jenna. The protagonist said that he would soon be convinced. Archie looked at Helen and stated that he did not like that they had to work together because he thought that she would hold him back. The girl thought the same. The protagonist looked at them over the railing and challenged them to prove it instead of talking, then said he would spar with them as much as they wanted if they beat Jenna. Archie hoped Sean would keep his promise and condescendingly told Helen to stay away. The guy stood in front of the archer and said he would do it. Jenna was ready. She launched the first arrow. Archie blocked it in mid-air, but he didn't notice something important. A hail of arrows rained down on him from above. The swordsman jumped back, barely managing to cope with the attack. The archer aimed a special arrow at the enemy while he was dealing with the barrage. The arrow seemed to hit Archie right in the neck. The guy was lucky and it stuck in the wall a few centimeters from him. Sean looked at him and repeated that Jenna was stronger than him. The swordsman smiled and compared himself to a frog in a barrel. The protagonist reminded them that they were supposed to fight together with Helen. The arena was littered with Jenna's arrows. The protagonist wanted the two of them to defeat the archer in 2 days. Sean continued to stand at the bottom of the stairs, certain that Archie knew, having seen records of them fighting countless superior enemies during missions. The protagonist didn't understand why newbies were trying to fight alone, and so far he could see that the two of them didn't even know the basics. Helen frowned and announced that it was her turn. Sean closed his eyes and called them stubborn. Soon, no one was making any noise in the arena. Helen was breathing heavily. The walls were littered with arrows. They literally surrounded the girl. The protagonist concluded with disappointment that neither Helen nor Archie lasted longer than a minute. The two of them were pretty beaten. The swordsman clarified that they really just needed to beat Jenna together, and although he didn't like her, he was willing to try. Helen admitted that this time it would not be easy. They charged together. Sean watched from the same place. He, without changing his expression, only called them pathetic. Helen deflected one wave of arrows, but another was already flying at her. Suddenly, Jenna was in front of her. The archer struck her opponent with a dagger. She ran along the wall and took aim. Archie was in her field of view. Jenna's shots inflicted multiple wounds on the guy. The protagonist looked at the wounded swordsman, not understanding what he was doing, since he was sure that Archie was doing worse than alone. The swordsman cursed. He was angry, but decided to try again. Sean pointed out that swearing would not make things better and threatened to send Archie to the second group, which was much easier to be in. The swordsman walked past Helen and called her useless if she could not hold out for even 10 seconds. The girl thought that this was funny to hear from someone who did not even have time to swing his blade once. Sean frowned as he watched, seeing how their egos had been bruised. Archie was incredibly annoyed. Jenna knocked an arrow. The protagonist knew that she had grown up in the woods and was more used to wild animals than tame pets. Helen and Archie attacked together. Sean knew that you had to learn faster when your enemy was intelligent animals. The archer prepared to attack. She was fighting an aggressive animal. The monster that was Archie and Helen was nothing more than prey when a trained hunter took on the task. Vicious animals like these two newbies would have to learn to hunt in a pack. Again, the second floor. Helen caught an arrow in the chest. Archie caught two. The girl was pinned to the wall. The guy was barely standing. Sean looked at the two of them through the bars, advised them not to waste time, and reminded them that they would automatically regenerate as soon as they left the arena, so he urged them not to be heroic and leave. The newcomers leaned against the wall outside the ring and began to rest. Marie came up and noticed that the two, oddly enough, were a great match. The protagonist did not understand what she was doing there, since she should be training in telekinesis right now. Nate looked at them from the side. The protagonist threatened to tell Chloe everything if Marie did not disappear in 10 seconds, and began the countdown. The girl was indignant, but did not resist and left. Archie felt his muscles and wanted to fight again. Jenna doubted that it was worth it. Sean collected arrows and quivers, gave the order to finish for today and continue trying tomorrow. Helen thought they still had plenty of time. The archer held the flask in frustration. The protagonist said that because the newbies had dueled her more than a dozen times, she had missed her personal training, asked her not to waste other people's time, and warned that he would start looking for other comrades if Archie and Helen could not defeat Jenna by tomorrow. The swordsman was shocked and did not believe that he was serious. Sean assured him that this was not a joke. The protagonist left with the arrows, incidentally allowing them to spar once tomorrow, after which he stated that if Helen and Archie lost, it would be as he said. They were both in despair. The protagonist hoped that they would not disappoint him. Jenna looked back at the newbies and asked the protagonist if he was really sending them away. Sean asked her if he had ever lied. The girl got hit on the head with a quiver when she dared to remember that such a thing had happened, and quite recently. The protagonist walked on proudly and explained that if a person couldn't work in a team, even his exceptional talent would be useless. Jenna couldn't imagine who else could be added to the first group if these two were kicked out, and she thought that Sean wanted Nate back, but he interrupted her and said that was not the case. Archie gripped his sword hilt fiercely. The protagonist could see that their technique was fine, but the problem, in his opinion, was that they didn't trust the ally fighting with them, or they believed in themselves too much. The swordsman looked like he was about to kill someone. The protagonist hoped that these problems of Helen and Archie could be solved. The next morning on the floor, Sean, Marie, and Jenna gathered in the square. The archer asked where the two had disappeared to and suggested that they had escaped before the start. The protagonist replied that they had gone down to the first floor. Marie hopefully thought that today's training was cancelled. Jenna asked why the two of them had gone there. The guy said that they had asked for some time. He smiled and announced that their training would have to be more intense since Helen and Archie were not with them. Marie exclaimed indignantly that she knew it would be like this. Jenna turned around and was surprised. Newbies were walking towards them. Sean frowned and asked if they had prepared thoroughly. They entered through the arch. Helen answered that they had done what they could. Archie confidently announced that he was ready. In front of them was the same arena. The protagonist said that the rules were the same as yesterday. You must use real weapons, and there are no other restrictions, but warned that newbies only have one chance. Helen stood in front of Jenna and said that she knew about it. Archie looked at his opponent and agreed to cooperate, deciding that he had no choice, although it did not quite suit him. The archer took aim and exclaimed. She was surprised. Helen and Archie stood in place. Jenna panicked, not understanding why they weren't attacking, and fired a volley of arrows. The target of this attack was the assassin. The swordsman deflected the arrows flying at her. Helen threw her dagger. The archer jumped to the side and attacked again. Archie happily admitted that he could see everything now. Jenna was surprised. The boy was breaking through her projectiles. He was no longer recklessly advancing. The system announced the awakening of Archie's skill anti-projectile defense. The newcomers rushed towards Jenna. The archer fired again and noticed that they were still far away. Archie, Helen, and the arrows were approaching each other. The boy walked in front and deflected the arrows from the front, while the girl from the back shot down those flying from above. Then the two of them ran to the sides. Jenna was attacked from both the right and left at the same time. She jumped up and Helen and Archie's swords plowed the ground. At that moment, the assassin's dagger flew at her. The archer miraculously managed to jump off the ceiling and land, moving out of its trajectory. But there, it seemed, a wild animal was waiting for her. Jenna turned to him, feeling the thirst for murder. Archie threw his hand with the sword forward, wanting to kill his opponent. The girl barely had time to lean back. She did a somersault and gained distance. Jenna felt something behind her. A dagger was pressed to her throat. Helen was standing behind the archer. The assassin announced that this was the end. The archer grinned and noted that she had lost. Archie smiled and said that it was easy. Sean was also pleased. He pointed out to the newbies that they had suffered all day because they could not see it. The protagonist watched as Helen disappeared behind Archie's screaming murderous intent, and so was not surprised that Jenna had lost sight of her target when the presence of another target had become so overwhelming. Sean looked at Archie and Helen standing in line with Jenna and declared that they had passed anyway, and then advised them to remember this feeling well, as he was sure that the newcomers must have known that the strength of a group becomes greater than individual strength if they had watched their boss fights. Archie grinned and asked if they could defeat Sean this way. The protagonist asked if he wanted to try. The arena was waiting for new people. It was obvious to Sean that he would destroy them both in an instant. First, he would defeat Archie in one blow while in Berserk mode, and crush them if they opened up for even a moment. More than once, Helen and Archie almost died. The gates had not yet opened. The protagonist concluded that they still had some time before they would start climbing again, and ANYTNG was also not eager to send them into battle right away. So Sean assumed that the master had decided to give the new members time to get used to the group and work together. With this composition, the fully equipped group 1 approached this gate. On the second floor, Sean put his sword behind his back and announced that Jenna would participate in duels from the next time. Archie, sitting by the wall, asked what he was talking about. The protagonist explained that they would become a team as two newcomers. Helen and Archie were scared. The protagonist asked them to relax since he did not say that this was the final division into pairs. Sean said that they would mix different combinations since they needed to be able to work with everyone. The swordsman leaned his hand on his leg and admitted that he thought this group mostly fought solo because he noticed that on the 5th, 10th, and 15th floors, the group was mostly saved by the protagonist, and he didn't expect the other members to be so strong. Archie looked at Sean and asked what the point of training in such teams was. The protagonist decided that his eyes were just for show. He imagined past battles and said that he couldn't do anything alone. Sean warned that it was impossible to form a good group with weak solo members, but it also worked the other way around, and explained that the mission would fail if there was no teamwork, no matter how strong each member was individually. The protagonist looked down and admitted that someone very powerful could cover the rest of the members, but he was not sure that their group had such a person, and he did not consider himself capable of such a thing either. Archie stood up from the ground. Sean urged him and Helen to stop whining and promised that he would train them individually as much as they wanted once they mastered teamwork. The swordsman admitted that he was impatient. The newcomers climbed the stairs. The protagonist thought that they were growing very quickly, and now they could practice 2-on-2 duels, which he considered a good result. The arena was almost always occupied. Morning basic training and afternoon weapons training, they spent all their time sparring. This time, Jenna fought alongside Archie against Helen and Sean. Each time the team won, they changed the lineup, and although there was a small side effect in that the team with the protagonist always won, over time everyone learned to work together. A week later, they added Marie to the chessboard to practice formations, thanks to which the team worked on Marie and Jenna's weaknesses and how to fix them, and as a bonus, they got the most out of their strengths. Sean trained Archie and Helen in these two areas. Helen glanced at the protagonist and admitted that the more she learned, the more surprised she was by how accurate each tactic was. The girl sat in the chair opposite Sean and could not even imagine what he did before. The guy noted that he had already said that he was a farmer. Helen thought that he should change this lie to another, more convincing one. The protagonist looked out the window, where a call came from the ferry for the first group to gather in the square on the first floor. Archie leaned on his sword and noticed that they were made to wait for a very long time. Sean asked if he liked to participate in battles. The three of them went down the corridor outside. The swordsman replied that he thought it was better than small fights with wooden dummies. The protagonist called on his colleagues to move forward as he was sure that they knew that they were not going for a walk. Mate came out to them and wished Sean to take care of himself. The protagonist asked him not to worry. The members of the first team went to the same gate. Many people gathered in the square in front of the gate. Helen came up from behind, and when Sean asked who they were, she answered that they were those who were called after the floors were divided. These people from the third generation looked at the protagonist with suspicion. Assassin approached the protagonist, thinking he might not be in the know, and informed him that strange rumors had been spreading around the area. Sean tensed up and said he had suspected as much. Jenna, Eddie's, and he were part of the first generation, while Archie and Helen were part of the second, having been chosen after the protagonist gave the master the guides. When the floors were divided, these people were summoned, called the third generation. Someone in the crowd called Archie an arrogant idiot. The swordsman got angry when he heard a mutt barking, and called on the brave man to come over if he wanted to fight. Sean said he shouldn't. An old man approached the protagonist and loudly introduced himself as Eugene, after which he said that he had arrived here 4 days ago and that he had one request for the guy. The protagonist threw Eugene aside when he complained about having a chronic illness and wished for Sean to transfer him to the second floor. He glared at the old man and said that the healing in the lobby cures everything from a cold to cancer, and asked if Eugene was trying to deceive him. Izel, who was flying in the air, was outraged by the crowd's behavior and demanded not to interfere with the first group since the master was waiting. The protagonist looked at Helen and asked since when they were like this. The girl answered that it began at the moment of the separation of the floors. The gates in front of the team began to dissolve. Marie wondered why people became like this. Sean explained that this was a side effect of the separation, and Marie admitted that they were indeed strange. The protagonist believed that it was not worth thinking about it, because they had a mission and needed to focus on what was important. The system warned about the entrance to the 16th floor of the main dungeon and about the doors opening in 10 seconds. Sean turned around and demanded that they follow his orders in combat, then asked if there were any objections. Archie and Helen confidently said there were none. There was a flash. The group moved to the 16th floor. The system reported that this was a reconnaissance mission, consisting of exploring an unfamiliar location. Archie frowned and admitted that he had never had an exploration mission before. Jenna remembered their walk along the 6th floor where there was a similar mission and told him about it. She smiled at Sean and hoped that it would not be too difficult. The protagonist noted that the exploration on the 16th floor would be different from the 6th floor and was going to look around before jumping to conclusions. The place they found themselves in reminded Sean of a castle, or rather a mansion. Helen tensed up as she did not like this place. The protagonist turned his head to her and asked if she recognized him. The girl was not sure and promised to tell her when she knew for sure. Sean stood in front of the door and decided to explore the area in this case, thinking that there should be an exit to the next floor somewhere. The guy knocked on the door and a grid appeared, but he was not surprised that it was not an exit. Besides, this door was outside the zone. The protagonist moved away from the edge of the zone and sent Helen first, ordering her to look around in stealth mode, then report anything that seemed unusual. The girl understood him and used the skill. Sean took the sword and said that for now they will move in this formation, after which he called for the formation to be in order. Lamps were shining from the walls, statues stood on pedestals. The corridor was long. Archie brought up the rear. Marie thought it was quite creepy here and assumed that this was a haunted mansion, because she did not understand why no one was here. Sean noticed that it was quite clean, which meant that the house was not abandoned, so he thought that they would soon figure everything out. The protagonist poked the door and concluded that they were all inaccessible. Marie looked around in surprise, believing that this was an extremely huge space that seemed endless. Archie noticed that the layout was unusual and the sizes of the halls were absurd, which is why he was sure that it looked rather strange from the outside. Marie smirked and quipped that Archie was smarter than he looked. The swordsman instantly got angry. The girl was scared and decided that she had joked in vain. Sean asked them to be quiet. Jenna looked ahead and opened her eyes wide. There were huge corridors to the right, left, and ahead. The archer was scared. The protagonist explained that this was a labyrinth. He narrowed his eyes and said that this was not an ordinary mansion, because all the paths here were winding, like in a labyrinth. Marie asked where they should go, and Sean replied that for now they would stand here and wait for Helen to return. He leaned against the wall and noticed that they had gotten a rather boring mission. Jenna admitted that she had never been to such a place before and thought that the other missions were much easier, considering that there was no one here and the path was winding. Archie was disappointed and agreed that it was boring. The protagonist looked at him and asked if he really went on missions to have fun. The swordsman did not understand how it was possible not to be bored, because he expected to fight strong enemies. The protagonist closed his eyes and allowed the group to relax, but warned them not to let their guard down, because he was sure that there could not be no monsters here. Sean looked away and said that they were definitely here. Archie was inspired and said that this was wonderful. 5 minutes later, in a corridor with lamps, the protagonist perked up. Helen appeared and said that she went to the middle corridor, but it seemed to her that the fork in the road still led to the same place, so she thought it would be difficult to get confused. The assassin looked away and added that she hadn't encountered any enemies or traps, although there had been some strange things. Sean frowned and clarified what. The girl had stumbled upon a bleeding maid, but she had trouble judging it, so she said that the protagonist would understand when he saw it. The doors to the hall opened. A girl was sitting on the floor. She had her head down. Sitting over the blood, the girl was sobbing. Frowning, Helen said that she wasn't reacting to them and that her condition was strange. Suddenly, the girl spat out blood. The protagonist turned around, hearing that it was somehow suspicious. Wouldn't it be better to just kill her if he didn't want to kill the woman? He would do it, to which he replied that he should leave her. The best solution when something seemed suspicious was not to touch it. Jenna's eyes widened and she said that she looked like she was really suffering. Maybe she was very sick, to which the hero asked what she wanted to help her with or what. Turning around, the girl said that she was not that kind, they would go further. The protagonist frowned. The railings of the building appeared. Raising her hand, Marie said that this was already boring, to which the girl replied that there must be a way somewhere. The guy lowered his head, to which Sean said that he should not whine, something would definitely happen soon. The floors of the room appeared. The thought arose that they had already seen 3 identical vestibules. This labyrinth was not one of the most difficult. In fact, they mostly walked in a straight line. Changes occurred when they tried to go to the 4th corridor, and Helen said about enemies. Looking at her, the hero said that in the next corridor, he believes, to which she replied that there were only 7, armed with swords, spears, and crossbows. Gritting his teeth, Sean said that they would attack as soon as they entered. Jenna and Helen would take on the crossbowmen, the rest would be swordsmen and spearmen. There were guards in the building. The protagonist looked out from behind the door. Raising his hand up, he thought 3, 2. Raising his finger up, he added 1. Suddenly, he clenched his fist. The people suddenly jumped forward. The guy looked away in surprise. The hero appeared before his eyes. Sean abruptly struck. The guard opened his eyes wide and asked who was there. Suddenly, his head was cut off. Archie struck the knight. Blows flew at the guard. The squad stood among the corpses. The protagonist looked away. The whole team raised their heads up. Looking at the stairs, the hero thought that it led up, the doors behind them. Sean frowned. Grabbing the shield, he thought that then. Suddenly, he threw the shield at the barrier. Stretching his hand forward, the hero thought that, as he thought, they could not get to the 2nd floor yet, and then said that Marie should prepare a 1st level magic circle closer to the exit, to which she asked again. The exit from the room appeared. 18 soldiers of the 14th level and 5 soldiers of the 17th were moving forward. Suddenly, the girl used a spell. Flames spread everywhere. Rushing forward, the hero turned to Archie and Helen. They quickly ran after him. The protagonist swung his sword. The guy's eyes lit up. The girl fought with the guards. Jenna fired a bow. The knight in flames screamed. The protagonist swung his hand. The burnt corpse fell down. Swinging his sword, Sean said that it was ready. They were recovering. Standing behind him, the girl asked how he found out, to which he asked again, and she added that there would be more enemies. The shield hit the barrier, and the protagonist said that the barrier to the 2nd floor did not disappear, even though they cleared the room, which means they did not remove everyone. The flame was in the room, and he added that he should look. Now the barrier to the 2nd floor was gone. They will finish the mission when they get there. Climbing the stairs, the hero said that they should still prepare before climbing the 17th, to which the guy replied that he agreed. This one was boring as hell, and Sean asked what his hobby was, destroying everything, to which he said that to be honest, yes. The protagonist took a step forward. He entered the portal. A notification appeared that the floor was cleared. Archie and Helen leveled up. A reward of 50,000 gold, the best player Marie. A view of the lobby opened up. Looking away, Jenna asked what he thought the 17th floor would be the same, to which he replied that it was possible, and she added that she didn't like it. She liked to sort things out quickly. Even the foreman left while they were hanging out. Stretching, the girl said that it was already quite late. She would go soak in the bath, and the hero said that they had done a great job today. Looking at the girl, he asked why she was still here. They had something to talk about. Looking at him, Helen answered that she needed to tell him something about the place they had been today. The protagonist looked away. A view of the building opened up. They were sitting at a table. The protagonist was pouring tea. Pulling the cup forward, he asked, "So what's the matter?" The girl drank the tea. She put the cup on the table. Gritting her teeth, Helen said that the mansion, she knew it. The protagonist narrowed his eyes. Looking straight ahead, she added that she hadn't just recognized it. In fact, she had worked there. Gritting his teeth, Sean asked what she was telling him and why. Putting her hands on the table, the girl answered that it was because she thought he had a chance to live to the end. The coat of arms appeared, and she added that the mansion was called the Golden Manor. It was the home of the Haljan clan, one of the greatest clans. The protagonist smirked and said that he didn't really know anything about it, since he was an ordinary farmer, to which she replied that seriously, no one believed that excuse. From what Helen told him, he learned that the continent of Taunir is ruled by one country, the so-called Empire. 4 clans coexist in it, whose power is comparable to that of the imperial family. The girl sat at the table and said that even the emperor does not dare to treat the 4 clans rudely, to which he asked that the mansion also belongs to the Haljan clan. The blueprints were shown. It was said that it was just her guess. She was not 100% sure. The entrance was the same, but the internal structure was different. She could not figure out the reason and did not know. Helen looked away and said that why they were given such a mission, but strangely felt that they were connected. She was sure of it after looking at the records from the mission. The hero gritted his teeth and asked what she said, that there were 5 floors in the mansion in total, and the bloodline of the 4 clans carried the blood of monsters. The girl looked at him and answered that yes, however, they are not ordinary monsters. She does not vouch for it, but she heard that the blood of dragons flows in their veins. The protagonist raised the cup to his mouth and thought, what does it mean, a dragon? The 20th floor, a serious achievement in Choose Me, and the point that distinguishes beginners from the average class is the passage of the 20th floor, after which players are considered outstanding masters. The reason is that the structure of this level is the same for everyone. Sean looked straight ahead and thought that they would not meet typical monsters like ogres, but some kind of unique special mob for their account. The strength of such monsters is very different from the average opponents. The first threshold in Choose Me is the 5th floor, about a third of the masters fall off on it. The next threshold is reaching the 20th, only half of the users are capable of this. The girl sat in front of him and said that she saw that he saved the Imperial Princess on the 15th. But she still does not understand why the Golden Mansion appeared on the approach to the 20th floor, to which the hero replied that he did not know what she was doing there, but let her tell him now if she wants to leave. The girl smirked and said that she did not plan to. They are all bastards who deserve to die. Helen stood up and said that this is all she knows about that place. She hopes it helped him at least a little. The protagonist closed his eyes. Standing behind the wall, Izel heard that they had finished, asked how long he planned to hide. The fairy smiled and asked that he had noticed after all, to which he asked what and she thought it would pass, too sparkly to disguise herself. Looking away, the hero asked what, well, about what, to which she replied that no, she was just, it was great that they were climbing the tower without incident, but she was a little worried. Sean gritted his teeth and said that this was the real beginning, especially the approaching 20th floor. The game site appeared, and the fairy said that it was true. Even the board with tips on pumping on the official fan group site for the game was filled with complaints about him. Lowering his head, the hero said that yes, it would be a real test for anyone, to which Izel asked that he learned anything useful from Helen. The hero looked down and said that if he combined it with the information he had received earlier, the puzzle would start to come together before his eyes. An announcement appeared, and he added that there was an order that was targeting the main NPC on the 15th floor. Somehow it was connected to the Haljan clan. Because most of the donations the order received were from there, he did not know the whole truth about the order, but judging by what he saw on the 15th, it was somehow connected to the goddess. Izel looked surprised and asked what he meant by there being a connection between these floors, to which the protagonist replied that it was likely. As he left, he added that he had learned two things from his dialogue with Helen. The labyrinth diagrams appeared, and the hero said that firstly, the Golden Estate, which they used as the basis for the labyrinth, had 5 floors. The lines perfectly matched the remaining floors, from the 16th to the 20th. Looking out the window, the protagonist said that those of the clan who live on the 5th floor of the mansion have dragon blood in their veins, to which Izel asked again and said that but that means the same. Sean's eyes lit up and he added that yes, the boss of the 20th will be a dragon. The hero grinned and said that they were insanely strong and had almost no weaknesses. Lucky he wasn't a purebred, to which she replied that it didn't matter, a dragon was a dragon. The protagonist gritted his teeth and said that all they could do was prepare thoroughly. Izel looked at him in fear. Standing in front of the window, the protagonist said that they would complete this quest. She just needed to help him when he asked. The fairy clenched her fists and said that she understood. Buildings appeared outside the window. People were standing in the square. A blue glow appeared. The squad appeared indoors. They were on the 17th floor of the main dungeon. A view of high arches opened up. Looking to the side, Archie said that there were 5 different exits. It was more decent than on the 16th, to which Sean replied that he should temper his will. If this was the same labyrinth, everything would take a couple of days. Gritting her teeth, the girl asked that they wouldn't get lost here or fall asleep from hunger, to which Sean replied that he shouldn't be too scared, everything would be easy if he followed the rules. The hero frowned, thinking that the problem was that the difficulty on this account was abnormal. He looked away. A trap had appeared in front of the girl. They began to fight the guards. A notification appeared that the floor was cleared, a reward of 50,000 gold, the best hero Archie. The whole squad was tired. They walked straight down the corridor. The protagonist drew a diagram on a sheet of paper. The floor was cleared. They reached the 19th floor. The girl suddenly rushed forward. She struck at the guards. The floor was cleared. A huge arch appeared. Jenna smirked and said that getting to the 19th was easier than she expected, asked why he had scared them with starvation and such, to which Helen replied that there were a couple of dangerous places. The same path was repeated many times. Sean froze and said that the reason they were able to easily get through all this. A message appeared about the construction. Let him choose what type of building he wanted to build. He chose the level 1 storage, to which Marie asked what kind of building the master was building, said that it had become quite noisy lately. Looking at her, the protagonist replied that the storage, a place where you need to keep a lot of stuff, to which she asked again that isn't this the same as the warehouse they use. A glow appeared around the building, and the protagonist said that there is a difference. He gritted his teeth and said that it was a tomb. The girl looked at him in surprise and asked again. The construction of the vault was completed. He could look back and see the heroes who had returned to the goddess's embrace. He could view the images and death dates of the heroes who had died in the album. The gate of the vault appeared. The squad was standing in the square. Looking down, the protagonist said that the master had finally brought the second group to the 16th floor. The additional groups also needed to be improved, and the master understood this. Looking at him, the people heard that the third one would also try to pass it soon. I'm sure they all know that they will go to the 20th floor in the near future, right? The girl looked to the side and heard that from now on she would only practice with a tight bow, let her ask the others for other useful weapons, focus on learning the tight bowstring skills. Looking straight ahead, Marie heard that he should increase the level of fire magic to the 4th circle if he could, to which she asked that the 4th, it would not be easy. Helen gritted her teeth and said that she would go to the weekly dungeon. This time she would prepare deadly poisons instead of paralytics, although it would take a decent amount of time. Archie smiled and said that he wanted to spar with him more, with real weapons. Standing in front of him, the hero asked what they would start in the morning, to which he asked that it did not matter what time of day. Smirking, Sean thought that an interesting guy never gives up no matter how much he loses. His mind is different from Nate and the others. Coming closer, the girl said that she also wants to train. Looking at her, the hero heard that why he always leaves her aside, she can fight, to which he replied that she said she did not want to. Marie looked away and said that she changed her mind, she was not eager to go to this ominous vault. The entrance to the vault appeared. There were engravings on the doors. Gritting her teeth, the girl asked about the tomb. Looking at the building, the protagonist said that it looked like the master was preparing for the 20th floor, to which she asked how building a tomb was related to preparation. It sounded creepy, and why it was called a vault. Torches were burning in the room. It was said that it was some kind of crypt. Of course, they can't return the bodies, just a place where things are stored that they used before death. The guy turned his head and asked what a funny structure. It was to have a place to mourn the departed. He would prefer a new training ground. To which Jenna replied that she liked it. It says that the master thinks about them. To which Marie said that's enough. She now thinks that someone will die on the 20th floor. The girl hugged her and said that no, Sean was with them, there would be no problems, just like on the 15th. To which she asked what she was talking about, then they almost kicked the bucket, and Jenna added that she shouldn't worry too much, none of them would die. Grinning, Helen said that she was quite a strong young lady, to which the hero replied that without her type of thinking, Jenna wouldn't have lasted so long, so she kept her nearby. The girl closed her eyes and added that well, the next floor is the 20th, I'm sure the mission will be difficult. Looking away, the protagonist asked why she was scared. Helen told him that of course not, if that were the case, she would have chosen the role of someone from the support and not gone to the group. Looking away, Sean replied that it was not too late. The girl stood silently. She lowered her head down. A fiery attack appeared. Marie was striking. Archie hit the hero's shield. He grinned, the skill was obtained, swordsmanship reached level 5. The protagonist looked at him, his swordsmanship reached level 8. The girl pulled the bowstring. Jenna's eyes lit up. She broke the target with a shot. The girl was surprised. She learned the skill of a tight bow. The protagonist took off the weights. They fell to the floor. Turning his head, he thought that the preparation for passing the 20th floor was going smoothly. The hero's battle card appeared. They got more useful people to the 2nd floor. An apothecary who can create healing potions was sent to the magic hall. Tom, who became an instructor, returned upstairs and then said that thanks for recommending him. With the 20th looming so close in front of them, the support work became extremely important. There were more interns on it. Their blacksmith improved his skills as the demand for weapons increased, and now he can make equipment of rank D+ and above. The 3rd group began to diligently go through the tower because there was a chance that they would be needed to go through the 20th. Apparently, after this raid they would join the 2nd floor as an official group instead of remaining a bunch of potential walkers. The armory appeared. It was replenished with supplies. A view of the house opened up. Sitting at the table, the protagonist thought about how difficult the 20th floor was. ANYTNG should know if you read his notes. He had a hard time on this level too. The groups under his leadership died 3 times, but they did not have a single chance for error. Not on the 20th, nor in future missions. A huge gate appeared. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that they should definitely take care of everything they wanted to do before leaving. Write a will or something. If someone did write one, he would personally tear their last will to shreds if they died. The girl smirked and said that Marie was definitely scribbling. The guy smiled and asked what she was scribbling. The girl angrily replied that it was none of his business. Helen stood still. Walking forward, the protagonist said that they would all survive, asked if he had ever lied to them, to which Marie replied that of course, 1,000 times. A warning appeared that 3 groups were needed to complete this mission, to which the girl asked what this was, a raid on a boss. Not sure, but it sounded like they would only have one enemy. It was said that they could choose when each group would attack. The girl's eyes widened and said that she would give it her all. A hint appeared that subsequent groups could only enter the battle after the previous group reached a certain state or a certain amount of time had passed. Jenna smirked and asked if this was a full-scale war, to which the hero replied that somehow this mission wouldn't need multiple groups, raising the question of who it was. The guy trembled. It was said that the sacrificial lamb, who would go to the 20th floor to get information for them. He would go there all alone, see what was what, and then they would move. This was happening from the 16th floor. didn't she know? Izel furiously shouted that so what, why was he stuck, let him go. The guy didn't last even a couple of minutes. The protagonist grinned and said that it was their turn. A message appeared that he had chosen group 1 as the first. Flying over the guy, the fairy said that he should be attentive and listen to what Sean was saying, to which he replied that she was still a suck-up, asked what he had done to the fairy. Grinning, the girl said that they should go ahead and they would catch up. The protagonist looked at her. The entrance to the main dungeon, the 20th floor, appeared. The portal lit up brightly. The light spread. A message appeared that the mission would be recorded, the recording would be saved. The squad moved to the main dungeon, the 20th floor. The protagonist frowned and said that the mission would begin as soon as they entered these doors, act as they were taught. He opened the doors to the room, warnings appeared. A gloomy square appeared, the mission type was suppression, the task was to destroy enemies. The girl frowned and said that they were in some strange location again. Lowering her head, Marie said a spell. Suddenly, someone laughed. The man furiously shouted that it was all because of them. Looking at him, the hero said that there was fire. Jenna fired sharply. Having used the spell, Marie thought that he would burn. A shot flew at the man. He was completely covered in flames. The protagonist's eyes lit up and he said that they should continue shooting. They would outflank. The squad rushed forward sharply. An eye lit up among the flames. Suddenly, a level 42 half-black dragon appeared. A message appeared that a unique monster had appeared, and the protagonist said that there was no time to be surprised. The girl pulled the bowstring. Red particles were emitted from the bow. Suddenly, she fired. The shot flew at the dragon. The arrow hit the barrier. The dragon looked at them furiously. The girl was surprised. A message appeared that this monster was resistant to physical attacks. Stretching her hands forward, Marie said to burn. Flames spread everywhere. The dragon smiled. A message appeared that this monster was resistant to magical attacks. A thought appeared that it did not care even about the second circle of fire magic. Sean approached the dragon. Suddenly, it struck it. The protagonist gritted his teeth, seeing that it was resistant to physical attacks. Archie's eyes lit up. Helen's eyes glowed blue. They tried to damage it, but it was resistant to attacks. The dragon raised its head up. Looking away, the protagonist shouted for them to get away from him. The dragon curled up into a ball. Suddenly, it fired at them. Sean parried the attacks. He gritted his teeth when he learned that Helen was bleeding and would gradually lose health. The girl began to heal the wound and said that everything was fine, nothing special. Firing her bow, Jenna shouted that she would try to hit the eye. The arrow hit the barrier. She asked, wide-eyed, what was wrong. She doubted that anything would take him at all. Smiling, the guy said that neither swords nor arrows would harm him. Magic didn't seem to work either. His scales were too strong. The protagonist gritted his teeth and said that it wasn't difficult, they just hadn't pierced him yet, to which Archie asked what he was talking about, and he added that no matter how many times they attacked him, it wouldn't do anything. The dragon began to run forward. It was heard that what, then how to kill him, then they will chat, he is coming. Rushing forward, the hero turned to Archie and Helen, to which the guy replied that he knew. The hero extended the shield in front of him. The girl released a fire sphere. She looked forward furiously. Flames began to fly around the monster. It was said that he was resistant to magical attacks. Bending down, the guy asked what they should do. Swinging his sword, the main character said that they should get away from him as far as possible. He would fight him alone. The protagonist struck the dragon. The barrier collapsed. The monster was resistant to physical attacks. Sean opened his eyes wide. Reflecting the blows, he shouted that he was attacking only one enemy. They would waste their strength by attacking in a crowd. The scales were stuck in the ground, and he added that in. Suddenly, smoke began to emit from it. Creatures began to appear. The level 14 greedy shadows appeared. Sean smirked and said that they had enough to do. The guy widened his eyes and asked if they should just get rid of them. Suddenly, the monster struck the hero. Looking through the shield, he said that yes, he was sure there was a way. Rushing forward, Archie said that their attacks were working on them. Now he would chop everyone up. The girl took aim and asked that they just need to hold out until they see an opportunity to attack. She fired sharply. Falling to the ground, Sean thought that resistance to physical and magical attacks, shooting scales, melee attacks, summoning minions, shoots scales, swings claws and summons minions, these are its 3 attacks, nothing complicated. The dragon tried to bite him. The hero struck with his sword. The monster was resistant to attacks, to which he thought that this was very bad. Group 1 appeared. The protagonist's eyes lit up. He slashed at the dragon. The monster threw him aside. Sean began to bleed. He would gradually lose health. The hero picked up the flask. He began to heal. The empty bottle fell to the ground. The protagonist jumped towards the dragon. Cuts appeared on the hero's body. He was wounded. Sean fell to the ground and was bleeding. Looking away, Jenna screamed that Sean was in danger. The protagonist furiously screamed for her to think about herself. Stretching her hand forward, Marie asked what the hell was going on. Her attacks weren't working. These weirdos just kept coming. She wanted them all to die here. The hero struck and screamed that he should hold out for a while. Looking away, Archie asked how much longer. The protagonist jumped aside and thought, damn, he can't think of anything, when will this phase end? The dragon raised its head, and he added that the invulnerable enemy endlessly summoned minions, a hopeless battle. Sean looked at the wound. The guards were standing on the wall. Looking at them, the hero thought that since when were they here, they were watching their battle. Suddenly the dragon hit the ground. Grabbing the spirit, Archie shouted that he felt it when he was watching his battles. This time the mission is very fun. Standing in front of the monster, the protagonist heard that he would definitely be able to kill him, yes, to which he replied that it seemed that his ability to talk nonsense had noticeably increased. A glow appeared around the dragon. The formation of the area was complete. It was said that now it was possible to deploy the rearguard. The tower began to glow. An offer to lend a helping hand to the heroes was received. The selection of the rearguard began. Turning around, the girl asked what in those people. The master chose group 2. They appeared and said that the second group is here. Looking at the protagonist, the girl asked what it was. The boy shouted the hero's name loudly. Gritting his teeth, the man asked why they couldn't go down there, to which the boy replied that it seemed that their role was different from the first group. The guard's eyes lit up. The soldiers, level 18 and 20 people, were moving forward. Particles appeared behind them. The statue began to glow. Frowning, the man asked why they needed to break through these guys and capture it. The hero was fighting a monster, and it seemed that the vanguard was busy with the boss, and the rearguard was capturing the object in this multi-objective mission. Extending his shield forward, Sean wondered if he was counting on them. Hearing her tell him to take out the archers first, the girl replied that she did. Swinging her sword, Eddie shouted that they should hold there. She would get through them in an instant. The second group began to fight. The boy swung his sword. The group rushed forward. Looking away, the protagonist shouted to destroy all the minions before the second group reached the altar to prepare the third circle magic now. The girl looked at him and asked that something would change when they got there. The first group fought. It was heard that she understood. Let her cast a spell. The dragon wheezed from the blow. The monsters rushed forward. Marie used a spell on them. She released flames forward. Stretching out her hand, she shouted to burn. The flames began to spread, and she added about overcoming. Holding out the potion, Jenna said to drink it. The hero lowered his head and thought that they were finally done with the minions. Suddenly, he sharply looked to the side. The protagonist swung his sword. A bright light appeared. Blood splashed on Sean. His sword glowed. The dragon raised its head up. Group 2 has captured the altar. The altar's power is beginning to take effect. The goddess's blessing has been activated. A message appeared asking the master to swipe the screen and grant power, full power. The hero's weapons were enchanted with holy power. The girl looked away. Jenna looked at the weapon in surprise. Archie smiled widely. Grinning, the hero said that it was time to beat this loser to death. Group 1 appeared. A view of the composition of Group 2 opened up. Standing in front of the dragon, Sean said that as they see their attacks are working, let them split up. One subgroup confronts the boss. The rest are engaged in shadows. He is the first subgroup. Archie and Helen are the second. Jenna and Marie are the third unit, supporting the first from the rear. The dragon curled up, and he added that he was getting ready to shower them with scales. Let them get ready. Suddenly, the monster fired scales. The dragon suddenly froze. The protagonist and Archie rushed at him. They began to strike. The guy's eyes lit up. The protagonist swung his sword. The dragon screamed loudly. The scale was stuck in the ground. Smoke began to emit from it. A corrupted level 14 shadow appeared. Looking to the side, the protagonist shouted that the battle with the boss was very intense. Let them replace him when the time comes. He will eliminate the shadows when he heals. The third subgroup will cover him. The girl fired a bow. Shots flew at the shadows. Jenny eliminated monsters. Suddenly, her arrows ran out. The protagonist's eyes widened, thinking that she had run out of arrows for the short bow. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. The protagonist rushed forward. Jenna's eyes widened. She reached for the arrows. The girl grabbed them and fired. Clutching the sword tightly in her hands, the hero shouted that he should shoot the boss with a long bow. He could handle the rest of the shadows on his own. Sean extended his hand forward. Jenna pulled the bowstring. Suddenly she fired a shot. It flew straight at the dragon. Blood dripped onto the floor. The guy stepped in a puddle. His eyes lit up. Suddenly he struck the monster. Swinging his shield, the hero said that the second subgroup should replace him, and upon returning, let them immediately pour in potions. A blade flew at the dragon. The protagonist grabbed the weapon. The monster screamed in pain. He threw the hero off himself. Looking to the side, Eddie screamed that she would not last long. Jumping up, the protagonist thought that the second subgroup could only hold out for a certain and short time. The guards climbed the wall, and he added that they were unable to continue blocking him. At some point the creatures would break through their defenses and the altar would be open. Someone screamed that they should throw down the ladder so that they could not climb up. Sean turned around at the scream. A spear was stabbed into the boy. He began to bleed. The girl turned around and shouted for them to pull him back. Marie stretched her arms out in front of her and asked if it was getting too dangerous. The protagonist gritted his teeth and thought, he knows. The group stood near the altar. A thought came to mind that they had unexpectedly quickly reached their limits. If the altar was taken from them, they would be destroyed. There were 4 people left in the second group, so they would not be able to hold out for more than 5 minutes. Sean looked away in surprise. Eddie's eyes widened in amazement. A blue light appeared around the fortress. The castle gates were filled with particles. The field formation was complete. Now the rearguard could be deployed. Eddie stood in front of the guards. Group 3 was ready to deploy. Group 3 appeared on the battlefield. The hero shouted loudly for them to run. The girl turned her head and asked again. The protagonist's eyes widened and he asked if they were blind or something. Let them quickly climb the tower, let them run now. The crossbow stood on the wall, and it was heard that they were pointing the ballista at that damn lizard. Rushing toward the guard, the guy responded approvingly, to which the hero shouted, hurry. The girl suddenly swung her weapon. Swinging, Archie said that it was time to change, to which Sean replied that he knew. The dragon was hit. Eddie's gritted her teeth and asked what she thought. Would the poison work? To which the protagonist replied that it would work to some extent. The monster gritted his teeth. It was said that he had lost his orientation in space. Let them use it wisely. He would keep that in mind. The girl aimed her bow. She fired at the dragon. Holding out her shield in front of her, Sean asked how many arrows she had left for the longbow, to which she replied that she had 5, and he added that she should use them all. The people were fighting near the altar. The thought came that they should finish this before the second group's defense was broken through. It was heard that let Nate help hold back the climbers, leave the enemies advancing from the front to Dylan. Running up to the crossbow, the girl shouted that here they are, everything will be soon. The thought came that they do not have time. The players spread out around the castle. The thought came that if the altar was taken away, the monster would again become immune to their attacks. This would reduce their chances of winning to less than 1%. The girl looked in surprise. Hearing that one was sitting on the ballista, the rest were barricading the door, to which she asked how to use it. Standing on the battlefield, the hero asked what he and this should teach them, to which she replied that she would shoot, let them hold back the enemy. Looking straight ahead, Eddie shouted that it was faster. The girl shot the bow and shouted that she had fired the last arrow, to which the hero said that now he should eliminate the shadows with daggers and protect Marie. He was going to the front lines. The girl sat down at the ballista. She exclaimed in surprise. Looking down, the girl shouted that this friend was too fast. Group 1 appeared. The members of Group 2 appeared. The view of the third composition opened up. Swinging his sword, the hero turned to Archie and Helen, saying that they should stop him, at least for a moment. Falling to the ground, the girl replied that they would give him a chance. The dragon waved his hand. He threw them aside. The protagonist's eyes lit up. He kicked the monster's paw. The dragon screamed loudly in pain. Sean, opening his eyes wide, said that this is it, let him shoot. Jill, opening her eyes wide, said that she had never been able to control such things. When she came here, she was almost broken. I'm sure she wasn't the only one who felt this way, but only those who adapted quickly could survive in such an absurd situation. She was born into poverty and had limited food and clothing. The only one she could rely on was her older sister, whom she had known since she was little. But even she sold her to the docks as soon as she grew up. She did hard work among people who had done dangerous things all their lives. A doll appeared, crying was heard. Lying on the board, the girl said that her sister should help her. Suddenly, a huge monster appeared. The man looked away and asked what was frozen. Let her shoot, don't be stupid, but shoot. The girl was standing near the cannon. She gritted her teeth when she heard her shoot. Jill closed her eyes. Suddenly she frowned. The girl fired the ballista sharply. The shot flew at the dragon. Looking straight ahead, she said that she stopped it. Jill smirked and thought that she could do anything she wanted. She swung her sword and added that anyone could be strong in this place. She didn't have to humble herself in front of anyone as long as her comrades were with her. The protagonist turned around and shouted that they weren't done yet, that he should pull himself together. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise. Jill had returned to the arms of God. Her fighting spirit would be remembered until the end of time. The archer's eyes widened. The boy screamed. He began to feel fear. The hero screamed furiously that they should get rid of the undead. Someone should take aim. Ronnie had a panic attack, and Isaac was afraid. Sean gritted his teeth and said that these brats, to which Archie replied that things were bad for them. Ronnie and Louis were dead. A scream was heard that quickly, let them destroy him while he was still unconscious. Let them be ready to attack. What should they do with the third group? Let them leave them. Marie, hearing her charge her magic, screamed that she just can't. There are too many of them, and Max and Isaac were dead. Group 3 was completely destroyed, and the protagonist screamed that they should go. He was staying. Usher was on the verge of death. It was heard that he was no longer working for them either, and the guy said that he was a mercenary. The protagonist swung his sword. Rushing forward, he thought that it would get his heart. The arrow was stuck in the dragon, and Sean added that the part where the ballista hit and tore off his scales. From his calculations, it turns out that if he sticks the sword into the hilt, he can reach the heart. Looking away, Eddie shouted for him to stay with her, to hold out a little longer, to which he replied that he should bravely walk around the entire continent. Dylan gritted his teeth. A shout was heard that when he gave the signal, they should storm him. Eddie should just hold out for a minute, Sean should hurry. Suddenly, he was pierced by a sword. The boy began to bleed. The swordsman stood behind him. The boy began to fall down. Looking straight ahead, Usher said it was cold. It was too cold. Where were they? The boy stretched out his hand and shouted for help. Looking to the side, Usher heard that no, he did not want to die. He closed his eyes. A cry for help was heard. The guy rolled his eyes. The guard swung his weapon. Dylan was dead. Throwing the sword over his shoulder, the man told him to focus on the baggage, asked what he was staring at, and the guy said that he should just not say that he wanted to become a mercenary. Grinning, he added that he should not even think about it, asked that he at least knew how to hold a sword, to which the man laughed. Usher lowered his head. Looking at his hand, he said that he knew. He grabbed the weapon tightly. Grinning, the guy added how to hold a sword. The protagonist dodged the attacks. His eyes lit up. Suddenly, he struck the dragon. The hero's sword shattered. The monster was resistant to attacks. Sitting on the ground, the girl apologized. The altar was no longer protected. The goddess's blessing was lifted. Usher was dead. The hero's corpses appeared. The thought arose that the third group had been destroyed. The ballista was completely useless. The soldiers stood near the altar, and he added that the second was in about the same situation. It was unknown how long it would take to recapture the altar. Now it was impossible. The protagonist was breathing heavily and wondering how he could find a solution. Looking at the dragon, he added that in the midst of all this horror, the entire group was wounded. There were 2 dead in the second group. The third group was destroyed. The dragon swung before striking. The hero parried his attack. Sean slid along the ground. Standing behind him, Jenna said that something similar had happened on the 5th floor. What should they do now? Recapture the altar? To which he replied that moving to the second group now would only destroy them. Let them stay where they were. Looking away, Sean asked Archie to give him his sword, to which he asked again. He raised the weapon up. The girl asked again, hearing that she should set it on fire, to which the protagonist asked that she could create sticky flames in her hands. A purple light appeared around her hand. She said that she would try it once with psychokinesis. A glow appeared from the sword. The girl looked down and said that with the blessing of the goddess, psychokinesis flows into the fire, but it is too weak to reforge it into a blade, but she can use a stronger spell, strengthening the blessing, only it will take some time. Smirking, the hero answered that this is enough. Looking away, she asked that the 4th circle will work. Looking at her, the protagonist answered that if he can. Turning around, the guy asked what they should do, to which Sean answered that he should make sure that Marie is not reached. A glow appeared around the hero. He heard that he could, to which he replied that he knew without it. The girl closed her eyes and said a spell. Sean abruptly rushed towards the monster. The dragon's eyes lit up. A thought appeared that he understood that he was hunting for his weak points. The protagonist abruptly jumped up. He struck the monster, but it was stable. The monster's barrier appeared, and the hero thought that it was too little. The blessing was not enough. He simply could not break through its attack nullification. The girl stood near the altar, and he added that he would retake the altar, hit it with a ballista again. The protagonist repelled the attack and thought that he would be able to win if he held out until the moment when he died from bleeding. Unfortunately, despite all the attacks, he was still extremely strong. Sean gritted his teeth, thinking that he could not think of anything but the worst outcome. He threw many punches, thinking that he didn't have any damn time to slowly figure out a strategy to win. He would just try everything until he found a way to kill this bastard. Archie looked away and said that even in this situation, he was as awesome as usual, to which Helen asked that he had enough time to get distracted. The protagonist rushed forward. Suddenly, he looked up in surprise. The dragon was bleeding, and the protagonist thought that he could use the weak spot detection in the wound area since that was the case. He ran under the dragon. Sean threw a sharp punch at the monster. Looking away, the hero thought that as he thought, the invulnerability notification did not appear before the blessing expired, cut his wounds as much as it could and destroyed the creature. The dragon was approaching the protagonist. The hero covered himself with a shield. Suddenly, he struck back. The shield flew to the side. The monster's eyes widened. The girl used magic and he thought, damn, Marie got his attention. Sean's eyes widened. The dragon started to attack. A scream was heard that it was throwing scales to get away from Marie. The protagonist's eyes lit up. He began to cut the scales. The attack flew at him. The protagonist got a wound. Sean began to bleed. Standing behind him, Jenna asked how he was, to which he replied that he should worry about himself, continue to protect Marie while killing the shadows. Flames flew around the girl. A scream was heard for them to not come closer. The dragon screamed loudly. He suddenly entered Berserk mode. Sean also entered Berserk mode. Suddenly, he jumped up. The dragon's eyes lit up. The hero looked straight ahead furiously. A glow appeared between them. The dragon swung its tail. The protagonist slid along the ground. He swung his sword. Cracks appeared on the weapon. The sword shattered into pieces. Looking away, the hero asked Helen for the sword. Throwing the weapon down, she replied that she had it. The protagonist grabbed the weapon. The sword began to glow. The weapon flew through the air. The glow was shining through it. The hero's eyes were glowing red. The blows hit the dragon and he screamed. Looking ahead furiously, Sean thought that he was not familiar with Helen's blade, so it would break easily, and he screamed that they should drop the rest. The dragon was approaching the girl. The thought appeared that this bastard still wanted Marie. The girl threw the sword and screamed that he should catch it. The hero caught the sword. A bright light appeared. Jumping up, he thought that his legs were getting heavy. Looking ahead furiously, the protagonist thought that his head was spinning, his body was screaming for rest. Flames were flying around the girl. The thought appeared that if he gave up all this, if he just let go. The blade split into two. It hit the sword. Sean clenched his teeth. Suddenly, the light flickered. Blue flames appeared. They grew larger and larger. The dragon was approaching Marie. The protagonist swung his sword at it. Group 1 was all wounded. Group 2 had 2 dead. Group 3 was exterminated. The wounds showed. The skill was acquired. Sean learned indomitability. His soul rose after going beyond all limits. The scales were stuck in his body. The Berserk skill increased by 2 levels at once. The protagonist raised the blade above his head. A blue beam appeared. Another one appeared. There were more and more beams. The monster screamed in pain. Gritting his teeth tightly, Archie said, "Damn, there was no end to them." The protagonist struck the dragon. The blade was stuck in the body. The monster was resistant to attacks. Gritting his teeth furiously, Sean said, "Damn." The dragon's eyes glowed red. He screamed furiously. The hero jumped up sharply. Jenna screamed about him. The protagonist landed on the monster. The dragon bit him. The hero kicked him. Blood flowed from the dragon's eye. Light appeared around Sean. He clenched his teeth furiously. The monster had a wound. The hero screamed furiously. The dragon opened its mouth wide. Suddenly, it spat out blood. Sean's eyes were burning. Blood flowed from the monster's body. The dragon fell to the ground. Sean received the Dragon Slayer skill. He grinned slightly. The hero came out of Berserk mode. Sean was in a state of exhaustion. The protagonist began to fall down. The girl abruptly caught him. Grinning, she said that he did a great job. The remaining shadows. The guy shouted loudly that they should gather, not all of them yet. The dragon abruptly hit with his hand. Jenna began to run away. Looking away, Helen shouted that it was impossible. His throat had been cut. How? To which Archie shouted that the blessing had also disappeared. They couldn't do anything more. The protagonist smiled and said that it was enough to be dramatic. The girl looked down. It was said that Marie had finished casting. She cast the spell. Flames rushed forward. Shots flew at the monster. It was completely covered in flames. Fire spread everywhere. The girl opened her eyes wide and thought that this was Marie's 4th circle fire magic, and the protagonist said that he had never seen it in action. Stretching her hands forward, the girl said about unification. A sphere flew at the monster. Its head evaporated. Suddenly, a bright light appeared. The guy looked away in surprise. Helen opened her eyes wide. The people on the wall were watching. Jenna looked in amazement. A devastating explosion thundered. The floor was passed. All players leveled up. The rewards were a dragon heart, bones, scales, claws, and 150,000 gold. The best player was Sean. Portals appeared. A message appeared about clearing the 20th floor. He received the status of an amateur. Let him continue to enjoy the game. The low-level weekly dungeons have been unlocked. The second exploration dungeon, Halsha, has been opened. New buildings have been opened, and there is a hero waiting to ascend. The heroes have appeared, and a message has appeared that the dimensional rift can now be opened. The girl smirked and said that no one died, to which Archie replied that, well, none of them, for starters. Sitting next to the girl, the protagonist said that he should let him go already, to which she responded approvingly. Standing next to him, the guy asked if he was definitely a human, to which the hero clarified that he was talking about what, and Archie added that he had never seen a human slit a dragon's throat one-on-one. Looking at the team, Sean thought that there were 5 from the first group left. The girl looked at him and said that he should forgive them. They did not do their tasks well enough, and he added that 3 from the second group did too. The protagonist gritted his teeth and asked what she was talking about, and said that they got through thanks to them. Looking at the girl, he added that they should take care of their group and not break down because of something like this, to which she replied that it was good. Standing in front of the hero, Helen said that 15 heroes entered inside, but only 8 came out, and Sean said that everyone from the third group died. This is, of course, better than if everyone died, but now they do not have good support. Putting his hands on his hips, he added that they did great, let them rest all day tomorrow, do whatever they want, to which the guy replied that he wanted to duel with him, and the hero said that he should calm down. A blue glow appeared. Izel solemnly handed the protagonist a statue and said that they did a great job with the 20th floor. They were super incredible. Handing over the statue, she added that it was a gift from the master to their dragon slayer, to which he thought that why did he need him. A view of the house opened up. The girl was standing at the door. Eddie sighed heavily. She closed her eyes. Suddenly, she looked forward. Looking at the room, the girl said that she had returned, that she had survived this time too. Eddie sat down on the floor and added that it was only her again. A scream was heard in the house. The first group appeared. 2 people died in the second group. The third group was completely destroyed. Looking away, the protagonist asked that it seemed that he had told everyone to take a day off. What was he doing here? The girl put her hands on her hips and answered that she had been wondering if she should go to the storage room too. Closing her eyes, she added that she was too tired to train, to which he replied that she should go then. The entrance to the storage appeared, and Jenna asked what and where he was going, to which the hero replied that he was a busy man. Many heroes returned to the arms of the Lord because of their last mission. Usher from the second group was a 2-star from birth. Eddie's liked him for his ability to quickly absorb information and great involvement in the result, which cannot be said about 1 stars. I am sure that he and Dylan would have had great synergy, although he was accepted only recently. It is not that Jill from the third and the others were bad heroes. They just did not have enough experience at the boss stage. Their death clearly demonstrated what was missing in the lobby. People were standing in the storage. They froze, lowered their heads. The girl looked down. The lobby appeared. A message appeared that there was a hero available for Ascension, Sean. The player selected the conversion room as an additional one to the synthesis room. The conversion room was built. Now he can convert heroes. The Ascension room is now level 2. The efficiency of synthesis will be higher. The master began the conversion. The conversion tab will now be available. Conversion is the second way to merge a useless hero, and the guy shouted that he should spare him. He does not want to die. The entrance to the building appeared. A bright beam appeared. The transformation was complete. He earned a basic spirit stone. Sitting on the bench, the protagonist thought about how the transformation creates items from heroes. When the advantage of synthesis decreases due to the level difference between the target and the victim, it is already time to use the conversion. Now they have all 3 materials needed for the transformation. Looking straight ahead, he added that that guy was not even worth synthesizing. It was not a pleasant sight. The synthesis of items began. The success rate was 91%. The synthesis method was automatic. Sitting on the bench, the protagonist listened to the sounds. The synthesis was complete. He received a medium exaltation stone. Isle grinned and said congratulations, it is now a 3-star stone. Looking at the stone, Sean asked what was the second time, to which she replied that since there are only 7 stars, he still has to do it 4 more times. The protagonist asked, okay, what's more important, how many intervention points she managed to accumulate, said that she wanted to contact the master again, to which she hesitated. Looking at her, the hero asked what she did she spend everything, to which the fairy said no, YouTube was to blame, she only watched a couple of videos. Isle stretched her hands forward and said okay, she spent everything, but she had no choice, there were too many heroes, she had to work all day long. She thought she would die from overwork, to which he asked how much she had left. He thought she didn't waste everything. The fairy looked away and said that about 30 minutes of use, as she said earlier, if he sends a letter or writes a post, the time will run out. Taking up the weapon, Sean said that this is enough, let him prepare everything he needs. He went to the storage. The hero looked away. There was a stand in the middle. The protagonist put a stone on it. The stone began to glow. The hero covered his face from the glow. He frowned, looking down. The protagonist gritted his teeth and said that this place was like last time. Sean looked away sharply. The boy was sitting on the floor and crying, to which he thought, not again. Reaching out to the barrier, the protagonist thought that the area was blocked, as expected. Touching the barrier, he added that he could not leave through another door like last time. The hero frowned, thinking that he could not do anything now. Crying was heard. The boy gritted his teeth and cried. The hero began to hit the barrier. Sitting on the floor, the boy called for his dad and mom. The protagonist folded his arms. Angrily looking ahead, he thought that he was starting to get on his nerves. The hero's forgotten memories were awakened. Sean successfully passed the Ascension. Now he has 3 stars. The hero took a step forward. The level and skill potential increased. Now he can take another class. Isle was sleeping on the bench. Looking at her, the protagonist asked why he had been gone for so little time and she was already asleep. Sean gritted his teeth and said that there were too many extra eyes here. They would go to his room and talk, to which she replied that they would, and the master began 5 summons one after another. Walking forward, the protagonist thought that he had decided to summon more heroes to compensate for the losses, and then asked if she was sure she didn't need to go anywhere, maybe later, to which the fairy replied that everything was fine, the new selection would only begin tomorrow. A residential building appeared. Candles illuminated the room. It was said that first she would like to know something. Isle closed her eyes and said that she had rustled the internet not only for the sake of games, she really tried to help them, looked through a lot of things that could be useful to them. Taking off his clothes, Sean asked what and what, to which she clarified that he wanted to know what she had dug up. He wanted to know because she had truly mind-blowing information. The fairy extended her hand forward and said that first, ANYTNG subscribed to his channel. The protagonist asked again in surprise. Raising her head up, Izel said that he finally realized his majesty, to which he asked what so ANYTNG joined his fan group, and she answered that yes, his national association, the #1 fan community, a master among masters. The fairy smiled widely and asked what, and he expected less. The test was simply divine. She is so jealous, she also wants something like this, to which he asked what and what second. The hero opened his eyes in surprise, hearing that this was information about Niflheim. The fairy grinned and said that they had posted ads and were recruiting students. The conditions for acceptance were a minimum of 3 stars and level 20, second level heroes who would soon receive a class. Looking to the side, the protagonist asked what the students were and said that he should show them the details. A window appeared in front of the fairy. The recruitment gallery appeared. A view opened on the notification of the educational training service in Niflheim. The letter described the conditions of training. Stretching her hands forward, the fairy asked, "Isn't this funny? Show is right here, how dare they?" Looking at the hero, she asked that he wasn't surprised at all. She thought he would be shocked, to which he replied that he was surfing the internet through her. They were doing the same. Leaning on his shoulder, Izel asked what he was talking about, to which the protagonist replied that the heroes of Niflheim. The letter appeared. The thought arose that he was here, but the author who wrote it was Sean, the only ones who could do this, the heroes of Niflheim. Putting his hand to his face, the hero thought, just think, they were able to interfere with the user's system. He could not even imagine such a thing. It seems that the powers of the Vice Master include more than he expected, and these conditions. The conditions for the second server appeared, above level 20, without a class. The protagonist opened his eyes in surprise and thought that this was it. A building appeared, and he added that it was as if they were calling him. Sean's card appeared. Izel pointed her finger and said that Mike had not posted anything for a long time, and offered to look. The voice said 5 months. The girl answered that yes, 5 months, if in earthly time. She exclaimed that but the real Sean is here. Then who is the author? The hero replied that there are only 2 heroes who could inherit his powers when he disappeared. Kayla, the first in the ranking, and Jessica, next to her. Sean said that it was obviously Jessica's tricks. The service they were talking about allowed people to be accepted from other lobbies for training. They would be trained in the best buildings with the best instructors in Niflheim. He loved doing this, as it was a great way to earn diamonds. Izel asked again how, to which the hero said that it was necessary to register for this. The girl said that the competition was about 100 to 1, and thought the master would allow him. Here the rate was 500 diamonds for the hero. Sean grinned and said that she said, Enik subscribed to him. Then the answer was obvious. It flashed through his mind that then Enik joined his fan club. Then he already realized who sent him the files. The hero asked the fairy to let him send a letter. She agreed. Then she raised her hands and shouted that the power of fairies, a magic computer appeared near her. Izel was shaking with tension, and Sean thought that there was no answer to the last letter, no hello. He simply had nothing to say. There was not a soul on the street. The girl left the building. Eddie's turned around abruptly. The hero was standing next to him and offered to go with him. The windows of the building were lit up. They were sitting at the table, and the hero asked if she had slept, to which Eddie's replied that she didn't know. Sean frowned and thought that it seemed that she was under a lot of stress, and asked how her group members were. Eddie's looked down and replied that the old man was fine. Nate was training harder than before, even now. Then she frowned and continued that the guys from the first floor, in turn, a little. She said that those who wanted to become a warrior changed their minds because the third group died. Some of them said that they would rather eat potatoes for the rest of their lives than go fight. The hero replied that the survival statistics of fighters is really low. The balance between warriors, support heroes, and additional groups is really unstable now. Eddie's asked if there was a way to resolve this. Sean said that he had no idea, proper training and experience. The voice said that the main reason the third group died was because they didn't have enough experience fighting bosses. If they had more reproduction stones they could show them battles, but they don't, and their training center isn't perfect. Sean continued that whatever they decide, it all depends on the master and what he decides to invest in. The girl's eyes widened and asked how he was. The guy mumbled something, and Eddie's continued that nothing, she was just impressed. Then she said that it seemed like he knew everything and his aspirations were always clear. She said that he could make rational decisions and he fought well too. She never imagined for a second that she was going to kill this dragon on her own. She nervously played with her fingers and continued that it felt like she was nothing compared to him. Before it seemed possible to her, but then she felt like she had gone much further than she thought. Sean asked why he suddenly had such thoughts. He had already said earlier, none of this would have happened if he had been alone. Eddie said that for sure and apologized. The guy said that he was going to disappear for a while, about a month in the lobby. Eddie's widened her eyes. She asked what a whole month? He was going on an expedition. The hero answered that no, somewhere far away. He closed his eyes and said that she should take over the management during his absence. There would be a lot to do. Eddie smiled and answered that he was leaving everything to her for the sake of a better future. The hero said that yes, it would be enough if they were not dragged down by excess ballast. The girl asked, but where was he going? Sean said that to another lobby. Eddie's, shocked, asked again about another lobby. It flashed through his mind that excluding him, Eddie's was the most important hero. Neither Jenna nor John had her leadership talent. He continued the thought that she was irreplaceable. Sean clenched his fists and thought about how much he should say. He thought he could tell her enough for now. The huge area was empty. Eddie's exclaimed about 100 million, and that there were 100 million places like this. The hero answered with a smile that the number was approximate. In reality, there were many times more. The girl asked again. The guy said that they would probably only cross paths with 10 or so. She did not need to worry about it. Eddie's asked fearfully, what kind of place was this anyway? Then she exhaled and said okay, it does not matter, she will try to do what he told her. Sean smiled and said that he trusted Eddie's. Footsteps were heard. Berserker leveled up. Indomitability and Dragon Slayer, the stat bonus from the Berserker is about 10. Indomitable slows down negative statuses like bleeding or poisoning. The most useful skill in parallel with Berserk, Dragon Slayer gives him a bonus when he fights a dragon. It is a special skill that can only be learned through achievements, not training. The system gave the merit bonus to him, not to Marie, who finished off the dragon. His luck is truly terrible, but at the same time, he is lucky. Sean looked out the window and said that he thinks it will be very soon. He continued that he will meet face to face with the heroes he raised. The board said that welcome to choose me. Then there was an explanation of what a space-time rift is. The sun was shining on the square. The notification said that if he opens a space-time rift, he can access the community of dimensions on the right side of the screen, and a warning that when he opens a space-time rift, spatial coordinates will be assigned to him. The board said that the space-time rift was opening. Was he sure that by opening it he would not be able to go back? They asked for the last time if he was absolutely sure, yes or no. The hero pressed yes. The fairy crossed her arms and screamed. She screamed for the space-time rift to open, spreading her arms wide. Successfully opened, the space-time rift will be added to the settings, departure added to the menu, or added to the menu, event. Izel looked into the distance and said that she already doubted this decision. Sean replied that but much more can be done with the rift. He thought with a smile that the space-time rift was open. He was getting closer to the goal. Then he continued the thought that Niffler had accepted the registration application for Menet. Izel flew towards the hero and asked, by the way, what did he write to the master then? Sean replied that nothing special, but it was very important. Then he continued that there were 3 parts: open the time and space rift after registration. All comments in the topic are private, so he asked him to add something to the comment that only Niffler knows, so it doesn't matter what kind of competition there is, 100 to 1 or 1,000. He said that the second was a game tip. Izel exclaimed that he had already given him a guide. Sean closed his eyes and replied that it was not enough for the current situation. The hero said that the current and main goal of the lobby is to improve low-ranked heroes, a good choice, but they can't rely solely on that. Fairy said that sometimes there are talented heroes of a very low rank. Sean continued that the truth is that a low-ranked hero gets better when there is a system tailored specifically for him. You can't get a good low-ranked hero just by throwing him into the training center. They still need high-ranked heroes. Izel asked what the third part was then. The guy said the last one. Then said that so that he does not depend entirely on his leadership. The spatial coordinates of the Tanya City lobby were created. The voice said that the lobby leadership must adapt to the situation. At some point Ennick will have to make decisions on his own. Now he can use the dimensional community. Newbie protection notice. Until he reaches level 40, death protection will be applied. Flashed through his mind that opening the space-time rift opens up much more content for him in the game. He can communicate with other players and travel to other lobbies. It also opens up the ability to transport heroes, fight, and participate in events. The guy closed his eyes and thought, however. Then he opened them and continued to think that this also means that he allows other heroes to visit them. He stood in front of the portal. A notification about evacuation in case of invasion appeared. The hero pursed his lips and thought that while he was in Niffler, this was the lobby. He turned around and thought that it would become stronger. The board said that in order to fully enjoy the external content, a flying ship was needed. The shutters on the fence were illuminated by the sun. The gate towered over the stairs. A fierce battle was going on. Archie, with madness in his eyes, swung his weapon. Nate furiously parried his blows. The guy cut the air with a blow again. Nate sharply bent down and bared his teeth. Then he began to strike his opponent with blow after blow. He held his spear tightly. It flew quickly into Archie's eye. He sharply bent back and the weapon missed him. A moment later the tip was near Nate's neck. Archie grinned. He asked what was going on and that they seemed to be resting. Sean called Nate and asked for a word. The man walked around as a black figure. The girl happily shouted that it was the end. Marie grabbed her head. Sean thoughtfully asked that they also had chess here. Jenna turned to them and exclaimed that here they are, and that he knows this game. He and Marie had never met before. The girl exclaimed that she hadn't played. Seriously. Jenna calmly asked where from. She had spent her whole life in the woods. This was the first time he saw it. The hero said that he needed to talk to Nate and Jenna. Since there was no one here, Marie shouted that she was here in fact. The voice said that it was joking and could leave them for a while. It wouldn't take long. Marie came out saying okay. Sean sat down and called Jenna and Nate. Then he said to get ready to leave this place. Jenna and Nate widened their eyes. The sun was peeping through the windows of the house. The door was tightly closed. Jenna asked in surprise that the three of them would go to another lobby. The hero answered that yes, they would train there for about a month and then come back. It would be a great experience. Nate lowered his head and asked if there were no better candidates than him. The protagonist frowned and answered, "Weren't you the one who said he wanted to get stronger?" The guy looked down dejectedly. Then he said that he would pass. Sean said that it made everything easier and asked Jenna if she would give them a minute. Nate called the hero and asked if this was the place he mentioned last time. Sean frowned and answered, "Yes, Nilfer." He continued that for them it would take a month, but not for him. Jenna turned around at the door. Sean continued that he might never come back here. Nate's eyes widened. The guy asked if he understood now what his offer meant. Then he continued that the instructor positions were empty. Tom couldn't handle everything alone. He didn't have to be a fighter, he could choose another path. The guy continued that he would give him more time to think it over. There was no need to go through thorns. Nate began to say something sadly. He clenched his hands tightly into fists. After a moment, he confidently said that he would go. Sean closed his eyes and answered that it was great. Then he said to ask Eddie's. She would allow him to leave the group. His training would take more than a month, or rather, a year. Nate asked what so long, to which the hero said that he thought a month would be enough to become stronger. It would take longer to change fate. But here the wheel of fate turns 3 times faster than in his world. Archie asked in bewilderment why he couldn't go with them. Where were they going? Mary exclaimed, "What about her?" Sean replied that he would send them all when the time came, to which Helen said that she thought the same. Sean said to listen to Eddie's, especially Archie. He said with a smile that he should not worry so much. Helen asked that it was true, given his past. He took another bite and asked if Sean was sure that he would return. He asked what he was talking about. Archie continued that he was asking if he intended to stay there forever. The hero thought that he would not mince his words and said that he had thought about it. Then he continued that he should not worry, he was going to return. Marie looked at him with fear. Notification: Nilfer's flying ship Rangrito 7 is requesting permission to land. Then the board showed that another flying ship of another account had sent a landing request. The flying ship temporarily landed in this lobby. The screen showed that they were opening a rift in time and space for the ship. The captain was requesting trade. The request was 15 diamonds. Sean asked if they were ready. Jenna and Nate answered affirmatively. Eddie's and John were watching them. She asked if they were already leaving. The man answered that it would be boring here without them. Archie said with a smile to have fun there. Marie turned away. Helen said that they would wait for them. Sean said what a touching farewell. Isle called the hero and screamed shrilly that she heard a strange rumor. It was true that he would not return from Nilfer. The hero asked whose handiwork it was. Jenna smiled and said not to worry, she would personally return it back. The fairy screamed not to let it be stolen for anything. She continued that they were a gang of thieves. The guy grabbed her cheek and said that it was his fault. The fairy replied that no, she didn't mean him. They shook hands and the fairy said that in any case, he should definitely come back and promise. Sean said to stop whining already. Isle screamed that he promised, so he had to come back. Nate said with a smile that he was the only one the fairy talked to like that. The guys went towards the portal. Energy was swirling around Sean. The voice said what kind of view? Everyone looked in front of them with inspiration. There was a flying ship in front of them. Jenna was looking at something and admiring it. She was asked about flying ships, but only her father told her about them. The hero also saw them in his life, but could not use them due to lack of nobility. The characters were checked for identity and the ship slowly began to depart. The check was over and now the heroes would belong to Nilfer. Sean understood that this ship was most likely newer and was boarding. They were greeted. It was the guide who would accompany them all the way. Sean did not remember her since he had hundreds of them. Jenna fearfully asked if everything would be okay with them, while some characters were giggling on the side. Sean immediately glanced at them, but they abruptly turned away and shame appeared on their faces. The hero understood that this ship was not only their lobby and they needed to not get lost. The flying ship began to take off and flew into some kind of portal. All the characters were scared except Sean. The ship flew over a rocky area that looked more like a desert. They flew straight out of the glowing portal. The ship ended up in Taun. Jenna and Nate were extremely surprised by the beauty of this dimension, but Sean was hard to surprise what the girl noticed. Sean knew they would be there in about 2 days. A giant tower appeared on the horizon, and below the ship was the beautiful Tanya, but it had already fallen. There were 20 trainees on this ship who had been chosen. Jenna was thoughtfully discussing the strange places they had flown by. She did not understand why Tanya was deserted when other lands were covered in water or fires. Suddenly, an announcement was made to all passengers on the ship. Their journey was coming to an end and they needed to go out on deck. Sean realized that they were almost there, but he did not understand where Nate was. He remembered that the character had talked about an empty warehouse in order to practice. The guides had warned people that it was dangerous to go beyond the protective barrier. Turbulence was possible during the landing, and Jenna and Nate stood in a slight bewilderment. The characters on the deck stood with fear in their eyes. The others were also falling into a state of panic. Sean was calm and had no reaction. Many ships were flying in a place that looked like hell. Nate and Jenna were very surprised and asked the conductor what it was. It turned out to be a giant carrier ship that could carry many warships, and patrol ships were flying next to it. The ship was entering a vortex that looked like a portal. A strong wind was coming out of it and the characters were covering themselves with their hands. The conductor's shoes came out on board. She said that they had finally arrived at their destination. It was Nilfer. The ship was starting to land in a huge building. They landed successfully and were already unfolding the stairs for disembarking. The conductor said goodbye to the characters while they were getting off the ship. Jenna was surprised by the number of people outside the ship. Suddenly, someone recognized them as the 7th stage trainees. Charlie was the advanced instructor in this place and asked them to follow him. Sean remembered him, but in reality he was perceived differently. Nate was surprised at how big this place was, but it was even bigger than it looked. Charlie ordered the heroes to keep in line and enter one at a time. One of the interns was worried about what was coming, but the hero wanted to explain everything later, so he called him names. And the old man immediately knocked out his teeth and blood began to flow from the intern. The guy groaned in pain and fell back. Charlie immediately grabbed his face with his hand. The hero threw back the bloody body. The old man repeated again that they had to approach one at a time. Everyone stood trembling from Charlie's power, and Sean understood that the character was stronger than him. The hero understood that he was very fast and strong. Sean could not see the target status window and understood that they could not defeat this old man. Jenna was surprised that someone was stronger than her partner, but he ordered her to behave decently because of this. Modern devices similar to elevators were descending somewhere. It was the 5th floor, but the elevator went further down to the 4th. Our heroes were standing in it with some characters and looking at the view from it. The view opened up to a beautiful city. Sean understood that he could not remember all the thousands of heroes. The elevator finally ended up on the 2nd level. It was a beautiful training center of Nilfer. Nate and Jenna were surprised by the size of the training field and did not believe it. They were ordered to line up and were told that the Major General would arrive soon. One of the women told Charlie that this was a stupid hobby, but then she was plunged into wild fear and panic. She fell to her knees in front of the hero, and Sean realized that this was an intimidation skill. He stood behind her and watched this. The hero understood that all these people were leaders and force was the best way to control them. Charlie said that the woman should not show off and not cross the line. Our team immediately became scared of what was happening, well, of course, except for Sean. Charlie said that then she would be beaten half to death. The building they were all in was built in a clear hierarchy from top to bottom, but it was unknown what was on the ground floor. One of the trainees wondered if they would really get better if they listened to them. He was told that they would definitely not regret it if they followed orders. They just had to keep in line because they were not expected to produce perfect results. Sean was tense to put up with all this. Suddenly, a woman appeared in front of them and greeted everyone. Joan was in charge of training in this place. She stated that it was their choice to study or not, but if they chose to develop, then everything would be for the best. The heroine said that they were their guests, just like she once was. Joan asked a random man from the crowd how many ships he had in his world, but there were only 2. She said that they had 427 ships. The man angrily shouted that the heroine wanted to ridicule him. Joan said that they were 3,000 times stronger and the masters were waiting for the results of their subordinates. She asked if the trainees were ready to sacrifice their lives for the masters, but Jenna and Sean did not understand what she was talking about. The heroine asked if the newcomers could compare their masters to Loki. Sean finally understood how it all happened and where so many people came from. Joan went on to say that about 90 out of 100 would be of no use. She stated that the trainees would become toys that would simply be thrown away. The heroine said that this place was different and everyone would be rewarded according to their merits. Joan screamed that this was their chance to become a part of Nilfer. The first reason why they recruited newcomers was diamonds. The second reason was to attract more people. Joan continued and said that their master did not care who the character was before because she herself was once an enemy of this place. Sean recalled that he fought her and won her lobby and also brought her to his place because there were not enough people. Jenna did not understand what this woman was talking about, but Sean explained that the 3 best would become part of Nilfer. They realized that in this case, the lobby would change. All those who arrived were favorites of their masters. This place trained them, and those who were higher in rank received an invitation to join. The price usually varied, and with 1,500 you could get at least one hero with 3 stars. This is why Lily was worried. Joan insisted that the trainees think about it, and of course, Nilfer will take responsibility for everything. Charlie wanted to start dividing the heroes into classes. Warriors were given red and bandits blue. Sean explained that by the end of the training, everyone would have classes. Charlie ordered his subordinate to begin. Jenna split up with Sean and Nate because she went to the bandit class. Not far away there was a large beautiful building that looked like a palace. Charlie ordered to line up because now there will be tests to familiarize themselves with the character's skills. Based on the results, the trainees were divided into 4 levels. It was Sean who came up with this system. Nate was given a low rank because he had a low level of spear proficiency. Finally, it was Sean's turn. Charlie was even surprised by his data and considered them excellent. His subordinate looked at the data and was also very surprised. Charlie said that they would need to talk in person and ordered him to stand behind. He also added that the hero could position himself as he liked, but he had already done so. The hero wondered what they would talk about, and Charlie said that the Major General himself would talk to him. Charlie was also born a 5-star like the hero and simply panicked in his first battle. Sean had a strange feeling because the heroes he raised were alive and doing something. Suddenly, the woman said that she had received a report. Joan came in and wondered if he was Sean. The hero grabbed the sword and was sure that she was not here just to talk. The heroine rushed towards him with gigantic speed. She parried his blow and said that she really was not here to talk. Sean had a sword to his throat and he understood that Joan was here for interrogation. She said that the hero was in excellent shape, but he would not stand up to her. Sean himself understood this perfectly well. The heroine asked for some information, but the hero did not understand what she was talking about. Joan asked how the character knew that Master Loki was missing. She, with crazy eyes, forced him to tell everything he knew about the disappearance if he wanted to live. The heroine asked who he was at all. Sean did not find it funny anymore. Suddenly Sean said that someone should come out, and then a large stream of air formed next to them. He understood that whoever there in Nilfer had a really big influence. The girl's feet stepped on the floor. It was Eva in a white robe. Sean looked at her with a little malice. She greeted her master. She was the second in Nilfer. The heroine had as many as 6 stars. The city was incredibly beautiful and surrounded by large walls. Gilbert extended his hand and was very glad to meet. The boy introduced himself as an instructor and extended his hand in response. Gilbert stated that this place was terrible because if he did not adapt, he would die. He was surprised that their instructor looked so young. The hero was from the mountains and assumed that it was normal to learn from a child here. The guy hastened to remind that he came to this place much earlier than all of them. The character also stated that there were different rules here, and if you give yourself to this place you can become stronger than him, but if not. And suddenly he squeezed the man's hand with all his strength. Gilbert immediately screamed in wild pain. The guy continued to squeeze his hand and said that otherwise they would simply die. Suddenly a voice was heard from the side, wondering what was going on. The young man was wondering what brought her here. She wanted someone for the instructor position, and the young man said that there had been a lot of ambitious guys lately. He suggested 2 men and said that the composition of the teams changed often, so the character of the squad also changed. The young man remembered the guys who worked well in a team, although they were quiet. The hero thought that the 3 of them would do well in a team, which made him even a little envious. The character also remembered Raymond, but suddenly a purple light was heard from behind. He realized that it was most likely a call. They realized that the action was taking place on the 2nd floor. The man with crazy eyes believed that someone strong had finally reached them. Suddenly, lion-like legs stepped out of this light. The girl's smile also resembled a lion's fangs. The gigantic structure of this complex literally hovered in the clouds. She also had a lower level, separated from everything else. It was a little different from everything else. Eva greeted her master. Sean, wounded in the neck, told her that she was in no hurry. The heroine apologized and said that she was waiting for his arrival. The hero told Joan that she had wounded the master, but she denied it with panic. Eva was worried about the hero's health, but he thought that Joan needed help more than he did because she was furious. Eva asked to say hello to Master Loki because she had pointed a sword at him and was rude to him. She was very sorry and shed tears. Sean looked at her angrily and asked how she would like to pay for the sin she had committed. Her eyes were filled with fear and panic. The heroine held the sword to her throat, but Sean knew she simply didn't know. Which of the heroes would have thought that the master would end up in this world? Eva said that she could do it. She said that this was not the right place to talk and wanted to go to another. The heroine began to glow purple. Suddenly, they found themselves in a beautiful gazebo outside. There were beautiful golden utensils on the table. Everything around them was decorated with beautiful flowers. Sean realized that they were on the 13th floor. The heroine was serving the character hot tea. He asked her how the heroine knew that it was him. Eva said that there were no leaks and this was the information she had. Sean interrupted her and realized that only she could have this information, but it was not enough. Eva said that as soon as the hero disappeared, she already knew that he was drawn into Mobius. The heroine gave a full list of those who knew about his presence here and offered to see other residents. She could call everyone and she was sure that they would all be grateful. Lisa was on a mission and she was on standby, but the hero was interested in Kayla. Suddenly, Sean understood. They distributed the duties and someone moved the residents outside of this place, but it was strange that Kayla was not there. It was a great honor for the secretary to meet the hero. Sean thought that they hated him and expected that he would simply be cut down. Eva asked if this was the situation where he used her as a pawn. She said that she could not hate him. After all, the hero always gave them a chance and led to victory with his decisions. The heroine said that if it were not for him, this place would have died with all of them long ago. Eva reported that Sean was more than good for them. It was an honor for them to meet him and they had already prepared a mansion for him on the 13th floor. It was Sean's personal mansion right in the center. The hero said that he did not need such luxury. Eva asked with surprise if he wanted to return to the 2nd floor. She had invested a lot in this place and the welcome party, but Sean refused all of it. Eva offered various options for help, but the hero refused everything. He said that he had training and she could come after it. The heroine had already offered to send all the students back, but he refused her with a stone face. She offered to replace the instructors, but Sean did the same. Eva with a crazy face offered various ideas to make the hero more comfortable, but he refused everything. She was completely disappointed. Eva said that he was enveloped in greatness, but Sean confirmed that there was no such thing. The heroine, already with a distraught face, looked at her servant. The character hurried to return and ordered to open a portal so that no one would notice him. Suddenly, a small portal opened in front of the entrance. Sean said that Eva did a great job without him. He asked if she recognized him as her master. Surprise appeared on the heroine's face. She confirmed it and bowed. The hero only smiled in response. Suddenly, a cry about finding a master was heard. It was Charlie and he was breaking the barrier because he wanted to see him more than anything. Eva said that there was little time left because if he dispersed, it would be bad. Sean realized this and stepped towards the portal. The hero slowly walked through it. He found himself among a crowd of ordinary interns. Sean realized that no one noticed that he had changed when suddenly the maid said that his companions were in that direction. He was surprised that she was there too. The hero asked why the girl had gone with him at all, but she answered that it was for safety. The heroine said that no one would touch him with a finger, otherwise she would break all their backs. Sean was illuminated by a faint light. He realized that he wanted to go home quickly. A giant city hung in the sky. The lower level was secured with thin bars. Sean was lying on a bed in a large room. He thought about Eve and knew that she had done a really good job. The hero was in the intern dorm, but he was on the faculty floor. Sean was originally supposed to be on the 4th, but his room had mysteriously caught fire. The hero was getting dressed, tightening his suspenders. Suddenly, a maid came and asked if she could help and offered to move him to the 3rd floor. Sean reported that everything was fine and made sure that no one else had been told who he was. The secretary said that she would follow right behind him. The hero walked down the beautiful stairs of the dorm. Jenna happily greeted the hero along with Nate, who was looking bad. Sean knew that the character had not gotten enough sleep, but he just smiled back. Jenna said that she had already talked to the girls and the place was really beautiful with a lot of strong people. She also heard the fact that Nilfer had never lost. Sean knew they were talking about battles between masters, and this place was great because there was no need to worry about anything. Sean asked his comrades if they wanted to become leaders among the trainees. Jenna said that she would return because their friends were waiting for them. Nate also agreed with her. The hero understood that if they did become the best trainees, they could be sold to Nilfer. However, he had no choice. Charlie stood at the board in a large office. He asked the trainees about what they needed to survive. The hero shouted that this was information. He stated that they should know the rules of this world and what characteristics and skills were. Trainees needed to know a lot of things and prioritize the situation they were in. Jenna said that it all sounded very familiar, but Sean added that he had already explained all this. Charlie imagined the game of chess and was sure that it was also in the lands of the trainees. He stated that everyone should understand that they were chess pieces of the masters. The heroes were just toys and without them it was impossible to survive. In the beautiful garden, leaves and flower petals were falling. Eva said that she understood that she was a pawn and that this was just the hero's entertainment. Sean asked how she knew that he was in this world, but the heroine reminded him of what she said yesterday. The connection between the master and the hero was very deep. She talked about interference points. Eva stated that the higher their rank, the deeper the connection, and 5 of them felt when the hero fell into Mobius. Sean asked if this only applied to those on the 13th floor, but the heroine said that the difference was in the vessels. Joan and Eva were both 5-star, but the difference in their combat performance was gigantic. All this was possible only because the 5 of them put in gigantic efforts. Suddenly, a system appeared in front of them and Sean was shocked that she could control it. Eva explained that with power they get interference points, and the hero realized that they were not just ordinary heroes then. The heroine thought that they were something like 6.5 stars because they had 1 foot in the earthly kingdom, and all this was thanks to the hero's care. Sean did not know that he was so good and asked how he seemed here then. She said that the closer he was to them, the closer they were to him. Sean realized that 7 stars were completely different from ordinary heroes then. Eva immediately said that they were more like half heroes, half masters. The heroine said that when the servers were weakened, she fought a 7-star and his level was stunning. She was sure that the hero could reach 7 stars even without a special item, but Sean said that she was thinking too far. He asked what about Kayla. Eva thought that she did not come out to look for her and just left. Sean realized that he couldn't see the fairy for the same reason, but the heroine said that she had taken over her duties. The character was interested in how much longer Nilfer would last, but Eva understood that he was worried about the automatic deletion of the account due to inactivity for 6 months. She stated that they had enough intervention points and they could hold out for another 10 years. This made Sean quite happy. Eva wanted to say a few words. A wonderful chandelier with candles hung on the high ceiling. There were bulky columns in the hall. This concerned the castle, which was prepared especially for the character. On the wall in front of the hero hung a large painting depicting a battle. Eva was both happy and disappointed when Sean came. She was glad that she would be able to see him. The heroine said that it was finally time for the character to ascend to his rightful throne. Eva asked him to stay in Nilfer. She reported that he had become a hero, but an unusual one, and would be able to act as a master. The heroine, kneeling, reported that she would give up all the reins of power. Eva reported that they needed Sean. The light fell on the hero and the heroine, kneeling before him. A notification appeared in which one could accept the rights of the Vice Master or refuse them. The system notifies that Jessica is transferring the rights of the Vice Master and asks whether he accepts them or not, while the man in the hat kneels before him. Sean discontentedly declares that he is no longer a master. The girl smiles and replies that they will fully support him, and Kate will also receive his patronage and he will not have to worry about it. The brunette grins and asks again if everything is so. He presses the answer no regarding the rights of the Vice Master. The blonde looks puzzled. The guy turns away and listens that if they lack something, they can fix it, but he interrupts her and says that it is not about them. Sean turns around and answers that he is too weak now, to which she says that if he gives there a little time, they will, to which he gives a negative answer because he is going to return to the town. Against the background of the door, he says that this does not mean that he hates them or that he does not like this place and asks again if it is worth explaining this to him. The girl gets up and says that she understood him, but declares that they will not give in to this. She relaxes her expression and asks what he will do when he cannot return to Earth. Sean listens to her silently. He looks at the curtain and says that then he will do as she wishes. A pink glow remains in its place. Sean turns to him. The guy asks her what kind of tricks these are. The girl creates a copy of him and says that she came to the conclusion that it is pointless for the master to undergo training and combine several spells so that even his comrades will not notice the substitution. The brunette frowns and asks again if she is going to use a double because they need to use the time while they are there as efficiently as possible and asks if that is so. He frowns and she continues that they are asking permission to at least use this little, to which he agrees. A corner building. The blonde is beaten and holds a spear. His comrades are surrounded by knights. The guy is taken aback and sweats profusely. Sean asks Nate what he is doing because he must go and kill them. The dark-haired man also shouts that he must hurry because they will not last long. The system reports that Nate, a 2-star character, awakens a hidden power called Awakening. He squeezes the spear in his hand while she continues that all of his stats have been increased by 1000%. The blonde guy delivers a slashing blow to the crowd. His opponents fly off in different directions one by one. Jenna asks in bewilderment when this guy managed to become so strong. Archie grimly remarks that he did not expect him to have such abilities and wonders whether he gave him a break or not. The bearded man says that this is amazing. Someone calls his name and he comes to his senses in horror. Sean smirks and says that he did a good job. The blonde guy cries and calls out to his teacher. Nate opens his eyes lying on the couch. He sits up and realizes that he is in the hospital and wonders if it was just a dream. A man stands near the lectern and broadcasts something. People with suspenders look down thoughtfully. Jenna has fallen asleep and is drooling on a piece of paper. Sean crossed his arms over his chest and sits discontentedly. The blonde guy looks at him thoughtfully. Nate sadly looks away to his desk. He realized something and looked up. There are neon lights in the hallway. The brunette asks people to stay in line. Sean thinks that given the answer from their military uniforms, He can definitely say that they are from the main building, to which the maid interrupts him and says that she asks him to go over there and calls him master. Against the background of the doors with a goat, she explains that only high-ranking members can use the elevator. It is connected to all 13 floors and he will be able to enter Lady Jessica's garden directly from there. Huge rectangular lights in the wall. Against their background, the elevator with the heroes passes. Several roofs cover each other. At the very bottom, there is a building with large domes. Yellow roses grow in the courtyard. The blonde is thinking about sending 1,000,000 diamonds to the city. Sean drinks tea and asks her not to interfere in their affairs in any way. Jessica starts crying and turns away, saying that he's upsetting her because it's so cool that he's trying to get stronger without their help, but he asks if she wants him to stop relying on them or something. The blonde beams with joy as he says that he was just about to ask her for something, to which she asks if that's true. Sean pushes her face away with his hands as she asks what it is that they can do for him, and he says that he feels very uncomfortable and asks her to move away a little. The plot moves to a rocky area. The brunette looks at the rocks and thinks that here it is, black iron, which is many times stronger than steel. He looks at the sharp, jagged edges on the iron. The plot tells him that there is only one guy who can leave such marks on black iron. He continues to examine these cracks. Sean draws his sword and says that the hero has such an amazing talent. Because of this, for some time he thought that he was a bugged character. Sean thinks it's Mike Skysword, to which he says he was waiting for him there while the system announces his name. The scarred man turns around while he thinks that Mike was born a 2-star hero. He is the greatest genius out of the 1,000 he has summoned, while he says that he feels like this is their first meeting. Mike plunges the sword into the ground while he says that just like he made him strong once. The plot continues that the most perfect sword master he knew is standing right in front of him. Mike lowers his head and says that now he will make him stronger and addresses him as a master. Sean realizes that he does not feel his presence and he feels like he is looking at an inanimate object, and you understand that this is precisely the effect of calmness. This is the final evolution of the skill of self-control. Mike looks at his reflection in the blade while he says that another skill of his is the unity of the sword and the body. The brunette asks him to insert it. The scarred man stands up and asks if his training method has changed, to which he states that Jessica should have given him authority that he can look at if he wishes. The system places that Mike is in front of him, a 6-star hero of level 99. His class is a sword master, and his skills such as strength, intelligence, health, and agility are pumped up to 10 points out of 10. And he may have a skill whose description states that it cannot be seen due to the effect of the spirit of the heavenly sword, which is also pumped up to the maximum level. Sean looks at him and thinks that his characteristics are exactly the same as those of an ordinary first-level hero, so he kept his stats at the lower limit while cutting black iron. Sean smirks and says that this is good and that he is convinced of everything, and offers him to start. Mike coldly replies that he will do everything as he wishes. The system notifies that Sean, as a 3-star hero, has entered Berserker mode. The brunette states that they will use all their strength while emitting red energy. The game gives out a card of the hero Sean where it is written that he is a 3-star hero of level 20, His experience is equal to 58 out of 160 possible. His class is called beginner. His strength is equal to 55 out of 45 possible with a boost of 10 points. Also intelligence is 0 out of 10 and minus 10 as a debuff. Endurance is 31 out of 42 and plus 10 on top, and agility is 49 out of 30, 10 and plus 10. And the skills are listed as Basic Sword and Shield Mastery level 8, Insight level 5 with Fire Detection level 3, Pain Threshold level 4, Composure level 5, Berserker level 6, Indomitability level 1, Dragon Slayer level 1, Stealth Movement level 1, Horseback Riding level 1. He strikes with his strength and breaks the ground behind him. The brunette runs into his opponent's sword. Sean makes a spinning blow, but his opponent still stands motionless. The scarred man blocks his blow again. Sean strikes again and misses again. Mike looks emotionlessly at the sparks from the weapon. Sean's opponent destroys his attempts to attack him one by one. Sean is furious, realizing that he is much stronger and faster. Mike fights back again, while he continues that for every 3 steps he takes, his opponent takes only 1. The brunette's eye lights up red. The scarred man points a sword at him, and he thinks that even so, he can't do anything to him. Mike kneels down and apologizes for raising a sword to him, to which he replies that he shouldn't apologize because it irritates him every time. The scarred man closes his eyes and says that of course it's not so. If you were the same level as him, it would be difficult for him to win. To which the brunette replies that this is his limit, asks if it's sad and that he would have made a good sycophant. He says that he was the most talented of his heroes. The man continues that his interlocutor reached the 10th level of basic ball control when he was still at the 7th level with you. Sean says that the only reason he couldn't get past that level 10 was the class ceiling. At first he thought it was bugged, but he replies that he is honored that he has such a high opinion of him. But if talent was all that mattered, then the closest hero to him would have to be someone else. The brunette is cut off and says that he is right. He materializes a shield on his forearm and says that even if he cannot surpass him in other ways, the 5 of them are still equal in strength. Any one of them could win if they fought each other. Sean goes berserk again and asks him to continue because he wants to fight until he is satisfied with this. The girl looks at the people in the cafeteria. She turns to Nate against the background of the food and asks if it seems to him that their brunette friend has begun to act strangely. The blonde chews and asks again about this. She says. He turns away and looks at the people. The man with long hair says that there was no warrior better than him in this place and everyone should be ashamed that he has to train with such idiots, and asks if there is anyone more talented among them. The man with the red mohawk asks if he knows anything at all because no one makes him stop talking and start attacking. Sean took both of them out with his left hand. Nate looks at this spectacle and notes that in his opinion he is even very normal. The girl with the ponytail asks what they are doing and if they want to fly out of here because trainees are forbidden to fight with each other. She looks at the guy and continues that if a conflict arose, they should resolve it in another way. And if they fight even once more, she will not tolerate it. Jenna jumps up and says that she does not know because she does not think that something is wrong with him, to which the blonde asks again what she is getting at. The bald man points at himself and says that this is great because a person's worth can only be determined through a real fight, and offers to attack him because he can handle him with just one finger. Sean defeats him in arm wrestling with one blow, while Nate continues that he has no idea what his red-haired girlfriend is talking about because his friend looks like he always does. The scene moves to a rocky area. The wind changes to a stronger one. Mike pompously awaits a blow. Brunette furiously attacks him from above but blocks his blow. Sean is perplexed why he did not reflect his blow and even changed his technique. He swings his sword and strikes again. Mike blocks the blow while he thinks that objectively speaking, he is in the top 1% of players. He fights his opponent and continues that he already has 10 skills. There are abilities with synergistic potential such as cold-bloodedness, Berserker mode, indomitability. They are highly valued and he would pay more than 5,000 diamonds to hire himself. He gets hit in the temple with a sword and thinks that his opponent's value simply cannot be estimated in money. Mike sternly looks at him, the blade a few centimeters from his neck. He takes the tip in his hands and understands that only a player should know the taste of defeat, and asks him to fight him one more time because he has never lost properly in this city. He goes at him with the ball. The two guys fight while he thinks about his team and understands that even such high-ranking heroes could never defeat him perfectly. O grins because his weapon is knocked out of his hand and continues that he fought only with those who were weaker than him, but now the picture is the opposite. Mike intercepted his sword while he thinks that someone is many times superior to him, and he says that not much time has passed, but he would have already achieved enough and will be able to reach an average level of weapon proficiency with a little more effort. Sean smirks and thinks that his opponent is a monster that he is no match for, and asks what about the power sword because last time he showed him a smooth one and it seems that its characteristics do not limit him at all. Mike throws a spinning sword at him while he asks what he will demonstrate to him this time, and his opponent asks him to guess. The brunette frowns and grabs the handle of the weapon. It cuts the air right in front of him, and I think that it cannot even scratch him despite the fact that the total amount of his 100 is only 40. Mike blocks the blow and replies that just because he is strong does not mean that his sword will be just as strong with the same speed. The scarred man takes the sword back and continues that even if he is cut here with a sword with 10 units of strength, he will not of them. Sean grins and attacks again. The blonde calmly stands and reflects his blows. Sean smiles and asks what is the strength of his sword, to which he replies that it is about 8 units of strength of his stats, and then clarifies about himself and receives in response that it is about 3 times more than his stats. Sean lands, addresses him by name and says that he is as strong as he imagined, and he replies that it is an honor for him to hear that from him. The brunette leads the attack, as does his opponent. His blow is blocked again. The plot again moves to the corner building. A man in gloves knocks on the door. He stops doing so. A silhouette in a cloak looks at the closed door. The girl thinks that he has been gone for several days, but it is difficult for her to personally call a trainee who is in the middle of training, and also because their times do not coincide. She grins and wonders how she could because she was so rude to him, while someone shouts the name of their master. The plot is still in the rocky area. The man with the scars says that even if he trains here for a year, or even half a year, he will become several times stronger than he is now. Sean attacks him in a rage and notes that he is right. The brunette hits him, to which he says that his fighting style is different from his. Mike parries each of his blows and says that excellent basic weapon proficiency supported by other various skills, and he fights more like Surus, and he himself is a universal who can react in any situation. Sean viciously attacks while here already that even if they kill the entire game, they will probably only find a couple of 3-star heroes that suit him. Mike spins the sword and says that if he continues to grow at this rate, he will become the strongest. Sean tries to catch his breath and says that it is as simple as it seems, while he himself thinks that his opponent is the only hero who has a chance to defeat the above described man. The man with the scars looks forward while Sean thinks that he specializes in small-scale combat and also in duels between people, and he can win almost always if the opponent is a person, while he himself says that at the moment his main advantage is that he is able to use Berserk without losing his mind and refer to him as a master because he assumes that this was only possible because, and he says that he is half a hero and half a master, against the background of Furious, but he thinks that, on cold-bloodedness and Berserk, when two skills that cannot coexist inside him work together, and he continues that he is definitely a bugged character distributed the limitation of the system. Mike says that at the moment he is more suitable for a 7-star character, all of them are above level 100. He looks at him and continues that he assumes that the same applies to his abilities because the combination of skills that do not combine or the separation of those that cannot be separated. Sean frowns and says that this will be a violation of the balance and essentially cheating, to which he receives in response that if the number of slots for them is also infinite, then. The man with scars says that judging by what he was able to research, that the 7 stars have another feature, to which he receives a question about what this feature is. Sean listens in amazement that their efficiency is extremely high. He explains that when a hero receives data through synthesis, more than 90% of the information is lost during the transfer process, and therefore even if the user sacrificed a hero with a strength of 100 units, the target hero will only become 10 stronger. The brunette clarifies if everything is different for 7 stars, to which he says that he sees that the guy will receive special training in swordsmanship. He remembers and says that he believes that this did not happen on Earth, where the girl asks if he is a beginner because he is weak, to which he declares that he is here for the first time, and he explains that he sees traces of knightly swordsmanship in his fighting style. Sean realizes that the girl is like a 4-star heroine who was synthesized with him, and that's where the wind is blowing from, while he himself asks if his talent was revealed due to the synthesis with a hero of a higher level, to which he receives in response that if it were only about this, then his mastery of the sword would be completely different, and this of course has a direct influence, but not so much. Mike explains that from what he has seen, his swordsmanship can be assessed as an average level and asks if he can use the sword technique of that hero. Sean takes the hilt of the sword. His opponent is reflected in the tip and he says that he will try. The brunette closes his eyes. The girl in his head says that this is fate and they chose him after all. She smiles and wishes him luck. A flash of light in the distance. It flares up towards the user. Sean opens his eyes. He develops tremendous speed and strikes. Mike does not even move. The system notifies about the awakening of the skill, and more specifically about Sean's basic swordsmanship as a 3-star, and it is now level 9. Sean spins in the air and strikes his opponent in the chest. Mike blocks the blow and replies that it was much better than he did before. He puts the sword in its sheath and continues that this is all because his synthesis is not just the absorption of experience. He looks at the boy and asks him to be careful, as high efficiency is not always an advantage, as there is a risk of negative influence or mixing of his data with that girl. Sean frowned, thinking about overdoing the synthesis, as it leads to the change of information. Mike holds the hilt and says that he thinks that this was the reason why he was unable to learn any defensive skills despite mastering the sword and shield technique, to which he receives in response that it seems that he should be careful in the future, as he wants to achieve the unity of the sword and body. The maid says that it is time for her master to have lunch. She runs with a carrying tray. She sets down a table and chairs and a pile of prepared food with utensils. She bows, saying that everything is ready now and asks them to take a break. The boys turn to look at her. Sean agrees and offers him to eat and then continue, to which he agrees. A dark hall. Because the plot moves to the 18th floor, the mission type is indicated and it is research, and the goal is to inspect the current region. The blonde calls the girls to cover him. They almost unanimously agree to carry out the order. The red-haired girl kills a knight with a spear. He also asks Colt to aim arrows at the knights and cover Theo. The blonde states that the knights use proper sword techniques and she should be careful, to which she replies that she already knows this. Someone gives the command to duck. The team looks in horror in the direction of the scream. Someone cuts everyone with one blow. The blonde grins. The system reports the protection of the floor because 2 members of the team with a 3-star character increase their level and everyone receives 50,000 gold as a reward. Raymond was rated as the best hero. He praises everyone for doing a great job and notes that they no longer get lost even when their enemies are of the human faction, to which she says that she got used to it back on the 12th floor because it is impossible to survive otherwise. Rose praises Nikki for doing a good job, to which she stutters that it is all thanks to her. A dark-haired girl stands on the roof while someone says that he heard that the 3rd group moved to the 2nd floor immediately upon arrival, and another offers to work hard so that they can be transferred there too. And someone else agrees because he is already sick of the taste of the local potatoes. And the last one says that he thinks that their food would be much tastier if they had a different cook. Someone tells us that they heard that Julia has 3 children, and Nikki asks if this means that she is good at cooking, and someone else asks her if she has tried her cooking, because she just throws in all sorts of ingredients and cooks her mush from it. The brunette, against the background of a disgruntled girl, notes that she should give up because she will not get normal food while she is on the same level. The brunette drills them with a look. The plot informs that groups from the 1st to the 3rd are the main raid team. Its key heroes are the lobby, who protect the floors of the tower and are allowed to live on the 2nd floor of this very lobby. Another message says that teams from the 4th to the 5th are responsible for support, and the groups supporting the main raid team are those who have potential. They always join the main raid room, so they do not have permanent members in their composition. Another message about groups with the 6th, this is a temporary reserve group. This is a temporary group created for daily research of the dungeon, analysis, to check the mission on the floor. One hero is used. They are often sent forward before going out to the floor of the main rank and file group. In group number 6 and below, those heroes who cannot show themselves well in groups 4 and 5. The last message says that heroes at risk of synthesis or conversion are a group that does not gather here. These are heroes who are considered unworthy and are either going to synthesis or being converted. There is a playground on the horizon, a building in the middle of the arena. There is something bright in the cage and someone is fighting. The brunette is discontentedly attacking someone. She is beating up the blonde. The gray-haired man is also preparing to attack. The girls scream from the blows. The brunette asks why they are doing this to them. The yellow-eyed girl says that she already said that they need to fight with the intent to kill, otherwise they will end up dead. She asks them not to divide their vigilance just because this is a fight of 5 against 2 and now it turns out that the group destroys only one enemy. The blonde just repeat it again please. A sword flies at him. The girl does not let him hit. The red-haired girl gets hit in the neck, as does the second one. Raymond swings his sword. The girl intercepts and prepares to hit from below. The guy gets a side blow to the lower jaw. The guy attacks from above. The girl understands that she still hesitates when fighting against people. He is not used to fighting to the death when it comes to members of his group and he is still a little short. But this is not as bad as it could be because she has 5 candidates for the second group and she is going to list who she will take. A 3-story house. There is a lot of food on the table. The brunette asks how the food turned out. The team members are happy about the presence of meat. They say that it turned out great and that it is very good. The girl smirks. She declares that they will be members of the second group. Why are they perplexed? She gets up to accept the objections, to which the guy gives her negative answers. It would be an incredible part for him because they will finally be able to live on the second floor. The archer asks him not to dramatize, and the red-haired one says that after moving to the second floor, many dangerous missions await them. She says that she heard that some person also died. The girl continues that she was afraid from the first second as soon as she got there, because to take a place in the second group for a user like her. The dark-haired one offers her to stay on the first floor, which she was taken aback by. The yellow-eyed one sullenly replies that anyway, in the end, she will die, even if she decides to sit on her pants all her life and notes that she has already seen people die. She cuts meat and continues that she can be sent to the floor in a single group for reconnaissance or used as a test subject. Everyone sat down in their seats while she compliments herself, saying that the atmosphere in the lobby has changed with the creation of the third group. They have already closed the 14th floor and she is sure that in a few days you will get to the 18th, and as soon as they are completely rubbed, the possibility of someone getting to the second floor is even less. The girl looks at the sliced steak and insists that she should make a wise choice. Evening has come. People frown with displeasure. Rose crossed her arms over her chest with displeasure. Nikki looks at her worriedly. Someone grabs the blonde by the shoulder. Raymond shows him her congratulations on being transferred to the second floor. People look around while an eyeless warrior sits in the distance. Leaves float in the wind. The system notifies that the master has begun the transformation while a beam of light rushes from the building into the sky. The guy you do not have a hand forward and ask why he is excluded. He would try so hard and says that he told him that he can live if he tries and what he is going to do with them and asks to let him out. Against the background of the beam, he sadly asks to give him another chance and asks for help. The system issues a notification that the transformation was completed and the user received the main spirit stones. There is also a notification that the synthesis of items has begun, because if you combine the main enhancement stone with the main spirit stone, you will get a mid-level enhancement stone. The chance with such an action will be equal to 91%, and the synthesis method is automatic. Someone rejoices over and over again. The system announces that the synthesis was completed and the user received mid-level enhancement stones. Also that the blonde 3-star hero was promoted and now he has 3 stars and a new image is created for him on the card. Also for the brunette that her level has also been promoted by 3 stars and a new image is also created. And the third card that the third team member has successfully promoted his level, now she has 3 stars, her personal new image is created. The man asks where the 3 disappeared to which he receives in response that one day they will finish. To which the second says that but with his skill level he will never be able to go up to the second floor. The blonde gets hit in the solar plexus. The guy flies to the side. The man in the bandage says that wasn't he the one who told him that he would have a better chance of surviving if he becomes stronger than him, because even for him it is not so much time. The guy wipes the blood from his face and says that everything is exactly like that, and he congratulates him because the master will soon add him to the 4th or 5th group. The bearded man grins and asks if she is now a candidate for the 2nd floor, and he has reached the 11th floor only 2 weeks after getting here, and notes his incredible usefulness. He looks away. The man grins even more. The story goes beyond the walls to the 2nd floor. There are no stones left in the rocky terrain. Blades of different colors merge in battle. Mike calmly takes the blows of his master. Sean grins and thinks that once he can reach level 10, he may have to share his skills. He imagines a game of chess, and someone says that if basic weapon proficiency is a battle, then intermediate weapon proficiency can be called a war. The man moves a pawn and adds that this is only if the intermediate level begins. The second pushes forward a knight and says that this is becoming a war of tactics, and that they must protect their own territory such as the enemy's. The opponent moves a pawn and declares that this is the essence of intermediate weapon proficiency. Some areas on the board are highlighted, and he continues that using mastery is just a method by which someone can wage war, and he has already established his territory. He moves the knight again and says that it is not finished yet. The second one places the queen, and Mike says that he must build strong and reliable walls so that no one can invade and get out alive. The queen glows in different directions. The system notifies that the skill of wielding a sword and shield of level 10 has been awakened. Also that the basic mastery of a sword and shield has reached the maximum level, and the skill can be developed further if certain conditions are met. Sean hits his opponent. Mike smiles and says that this is amazing. The man with scars parries it. Sean is stunned. Green energy surrounds him. Against the background of rocks, Mike says that when he reaches the pinnacle of ball mastery, he cuts through the mountains, and he continues that he will not need to touch or swing the blade. Rocks fly in different directions, while he says that all this is not necessary to defeat his opponents. Sean feels a meteor shower and says that he did not intend to reach this point and does not plan to take the expert class. Sean turns to Jessica, to which she responds. Sweat flows from his hand while he says that he has been gone too long, and asks how far he has progressed in her training. He gets dressed and says that she must open a spatial portal to where this person is now by tomorrow evening, to which she clarifies whether he is talking about the dimension 0584. Sean gives an affirmative answer. He thinks about the blonde man and says that he wants to send something there. The narrative of the story shifts to a large aristocratic estate. Someone knocked on the door with his hand. Having received permission to enter from Sean, the maid opened the door and said that her master was already up. Turning back, the boy saw Katrin cleaning up at a great speed and asked if it was really necessary, and she answered that it was the least she could do for the master. Having resigned himself to it, the protagonist pointed to the illusion standing nearby and asked Jessica to remove the illusion because it was no longer needed, and the system asked if he was really going to training. Giving a positive answer, Sean began to disappear and said that he wanted to see how the others were doing. He needed to talk to some people. Although it was only morning, he had plans for the day, while his subordinate understood everything. A moment later, the boy appeared right next to his friends, who immediately noticed. Looking at him with a smile on her face, Jenna noted that today he looked a little different. Coming closer, the protagonist asked how exactly, and the thoughtful girl explained that she could not say for sure. She would then state that it was hard to explain, maybe just a different mood, surprising Nate, while Sean would think that she was smart enough. Stretching, the archer would say that she was starting to get tired of the lessons, feeling like she was getting stiff just sitting and listening to the lectures, and the boy would explain that they were changing topics, so it should get better. As if beaming with joy, Jenna would remark that it was very strange that all the lessons were about what he taught them, comparing him to a fortune teller, and the protagonist could not believe that she was so smart. He would then think that even an idiot would notice that he was different from the usual heroes, considering everything he had done so far, and would turn to the spearman standing next to him, asking him to come to the backyard when they were done with their business, and he, looking at him, immediately agreed. Immediately after this, the narrative of the story shifts to the training hall of the academy. While the armed heroes stood waiting for the battle, an unknown voice declared that today they would replace theory with practice, and they did not work together with their comrades. Their opponents were also ready for the upcoming battle, and the teacher's voice added that if they were attentive in class, they would be able to perform well. When the teacher announced the start of sparring, Sean stood on the stands and watched what was happening, thinking that the speed of her growth was simply incredible for someone who was born with 1 star. Watching how Jenna fired several arrows in an instant, he reasoned that she had all the movement skills that provide her with incredible dexterity. While the two groups of students continued to fight each other, the boy noted that her partners of the same level were no match for her, and if she used one of the team as a shield, she would be able to defeat the entire enemy group on her own. At the same moment, the protagonist turned his attention to Nate, who was also fighting his opponent. Suddenly, the story moved to a long corridor in the academy. Turning back, the spearman asked Sean, who was walking in front, where they were going, and he asked him to just follow him. Suddenly, the hero saw something right in front of him and his mouth opened wide in surprise. Turning back with a smile on his face, the boy stood near the open portal and told his friend to go in. Nate was very dumbfounded by what he saw and stood in place, thinking about it all. After a while, he still followed his leader into the portal, and they found themselves in a garden. Surprised, looking around, the spearman asked where they were, and Katrin, who was walking behind, explained that this was the 13th floor of Nilfheim, the Misty Gardens. Very surprised by her words, Nate wondered if the 13th floor was the one where the strongest people gathered, and the maid with an unperturbed expression confirmed this. Suddenly, an unknown girl in a cloak appeared right in front of them and introduced herself as Jessica, expressing her joy at meeting them. Putting her hand on her chest with a smile on her face, she declared that she was the right hand of their master. Confused by such a statement, Catherine replied that the right hand of the master was Kayla, and the king's eyes looked in her direction with great displeasure. Approaching his friend, Nate asked what was going on, and Jessica was surprised at how he called him, while he himself asked what was up with the portal to Sam, and his subordinate answered that, of course, it was already open. Looking at the girl, who seemed to sparkle with joy, the spearman did not understand what was going on. Turning back with a look full of seriousness, the protagonist asked if he had said that he wanted to become stronger and explained that he was fulfilling his desire. While Nate listened, dumbfounded, Sean added that it was okay if he wanted to refuse, and here he could get lessons on how to become an instructor so that he could then fulfill that role in Tanya. Suddenly, Jessica, with a serious look in her eyes, stated that this was something she personally recommended, and had seen many like him, those who lacked talent and were forced to compensate with work. With his head down, the spearman listened to how he would eventually hit a wall and would never be able to get over it. Well, looking back at his subordinate, the boy asked him not to be too upset, because this is usually the case, and the king's eyes noted that there are always exceptions. Suddenly, the girl stated that there is one idiot who has less talent than him, but he was able to rise to their level, which greatly shocked Nate. Remembering her friend Sam, Jessie explained that no matter who tried to teach him, he was never able to master anything. Very interested in this, the spearman asked how he became like this, and the sorceress used her magic, explaining that he will see everything himself. Opening a portal right next to her, the protagonist's subordinate stated that this door leads to dimensions 584, Luanan. Looking at the terrain in the open portal, Sean thought that Luanan is the place where the global raid took place 2 years ago and where Sam currently lives. Looking straight at the portal that was created, Jessica stated that this dimension was devouring his life force. Suddenly, Catherine would intervene in the conversation, with her eyes closed, explaining that many people who wanted to learn from Sam followed him to this dimension, and the boy would add that they all died, while Nate listened to them in fear. Looking at the portal that opened, the protagonist would state that the chance of survival there was less than 3%, and his subordinate would ask if it was really that dangerous, while he would answer that if they valued their lives, they shouldn't go there. Hearing all this, the spearman would tightly grip the handle of his weapon, wondering if he could survive, then he would become stronger if that was true in that case. Gathering all his strength, with a look full of seriousness, Nate would declare that he would go there. Standing in front of the portal to Luanan, the hero would conclude that he was not going to die, but just wanted to do what he could. Coming closer to him, Jessica explained that time flows differently there, and asked him to remember this. Closing his eyes after hearing this, the spearman wanted to refuse advice. Suddenly stopping, he opened his eyes and finally understood everything for himself. Resolutely heading towards the portal, Nate asked Sean to take care of everything. Seeing him off with his eyes, the boy asked his subordinate how she thought he would survive. She noted that the probability was low, and told Sam about it. Turning his back to her, the protagonist gave the order, if he returned, to immediately send him to Tanya, and the girl stated that he might never return. With a dejected look, Sean noted that everyone knew perfectly well. While Nate was in Luana's dimension, the boy thought that he had set out on his path and was going to do the same. Immediately after this narration, the stories are transferred to the high mountains. Mike used his blade to deflect the sword strike. After receiving the strike, he was pushed back a little. The protagonist standing in front of him asked with heavy breathing if it was good enough, and the king's sword noted that he thought he had achieved his goal. Trying to catch his breath, Sean thought that his level had not increased and was still 20, and his stats had not changed, but some things had changed while the system notification window showed his stats. Deep in thought, imagining his skill icons, he reasoned that his basic sword technique had reached an intermediate level, and he had managed to separate his skills. He had also lost a lot of mastery in shield technique, but his understanding of the sword had become deeper, and his pain threshold, cold-bloodedness, berserk, indomitability, and other passive abilities had also increased in level. presenting the emblem with a shield, blade, and axes. The boy thought that the most important thing was that he received the warrior class and thus earned the right to develop skills, but lost the ability to hidden movements because of the class, but was not disappointed because it did not suit him anyway. Presenting the emblem of the rogue class, the protagonist added that Jenna also received a profession. Remembering her battles using new skills, Sean reasoned that thanks to a series of 37 victories and training duels with other students, she was exempted from group training, and she reached an intermediate level of archery and is now trying to combine weakness detection with rate of fire. Plus, she is going to take lessons from Sarah, 13th place in the ranking of the best archer after Lisa. He also remembered that Jessica held out a legendary rank ring in his direction, evidence of the fall of the heavens, smelted from the star iron of Nilfheim, which is able to cancel any rules. When the protagonist took it, the girl explained that it was to show that he was a master, and if he met other participants, they would immediately recognize him. Activating telepathy with this ring, the king's eyes explained that as long as he wore it, they would be able to communicate with each other no matter how far away they were, and he noted that this was not necessary, examining his new artifact. The sorceress continued to explain that the ring was enchanted with a very high-level information manipulation technique and could manipulate elemental information, as well as stat windows and system logs. And Sean, examining it on his finger, asked how long he could use it, while the system notification window announced that it was a ring of darkness with a very low rank. At the same time, Jessica was saying that the effect would decrease when Master Tanya entered the 50th floor, and the boy sitting at the table right in front of her was noting that it was excellent work and it must be difficult to create such an item on your own, while she replied that she had started working on it before he got there and it was almost finished before he arrived. Suddenly bursting into tears, the girl explained that just the thought of him leaving them again was driving her crazy, and her master, with an imperturbable face, asked her not to dramatize, because they would meet again. Bending sharply towards him with a happy expression on his face, the king's eyes could not believe that this was true. He, a little embarrassed, explained that he was going to look in once before returning to Earth. A little upset, the sorceress noted that this was not what she wanted to hear, and Sean stood up from his seat. Suddenly, he announced that he forgot to take the most important thing, and greatly surprised his subordinate. Imagining the door to the weapon storage, he asked to open it. With a look full of seriousness, the boy looked at Jessica, concluding that he would take the weapon from Nilfheim. The narrative of the story is transferred to the maximum level armory, where Sean entered with his subordinate. Directly in front of them was a rack with a spear and an axe. There was also a rack with a huge number of other weapons on the side. After walking a little through the weapon storage, the boy chose a top-level steel sword, which was made of high-level steel using a special forging method, and examined it, while Jessica, standing behind him, noted that such a primitive weapon did not suit him and asked him to follow her. She led him to where the special equipment was located, walking along the corridor of the armory. After a while, they came to a huge door with a crest in the form of a ram's skull. Stopping right next to him, the king's eyes turned straight towards the gentleman standing behind him. Stretching her hands towards the door, the girl activated the magic circles, explaining that everything there was S rank or higher and that real treasures created by him personally were stored there. At the same time, the huge metal door began to open. Then the guys slowly walked inside. With a look full of seriousness, Sean asked if he was right that there were 132 copies there. Jessica closed her eyes and gave a positive answer, explaining that they were all there. Being in a room in which there were a huge number of shelves with different weapons, she added that these were all items created by his hand. Looking at Mistletoe standing to the side, the king's eyes asked that he would really take it, and it can deal damage even through special protection, so it will be very useful when climbing the tower, and the system notification window showed its description. Taking this dark blade in his hands, the boy examined it, saying that the black dragon appeared on the 20th floor in Tanya. It helped him overcome the dragon's resistance to physical and magical attacks. Putting this sword back, the protagonist noted that it has limited use, so it is better to take something more versatile, and his subordinate pointed in front of her, asking how about this. Right in front of her was the S+ rank Balisard blade, which was made from the horn and scale of the Shadow Demon King, and the sorceress said that the physical penetration feature does not allow the user to establish physical defense, but it was created from him. The Demon King, who hid his physical body in the spiritual dimension, allows you to pierce the strongest armor or scales and make any resilient enemy vulnerable. Touching this immaterial blade, Sean noted that however, it would not work against magical defense. It was a failure because he would not be able to dodge it. Then Jessica offered to examine Gungnir, which was right in front of her, and her master asked if she really recommended it, while she gave a positive answer, explaining that he would not have to learn how to wield a spear to use it. And the boy said that the early model of Brionek was also compatible with it, and he could destroy dozens of enemies from afar by throwing it once. With a smile on her face, looking at her leader, the girl declared that he could take all these weapons with him because in the end, he created them. The protagonist smirked after hearing this, noting that he hadn't done it alone and if they hadn't helped him. The best he could have created was an A rank weapon, and they played a key role, otherwise he would never have gotten something S rank or higher. Looking at the weapons that were in the secret storage, Sean added that most of these weapons were in use, and he couldn't just mindlessly take them all, and he didn't think that the one he wanted was there. After his words, the king's eyes concluded with a smile on his face that the treasures were powerful, but not up to his standards. Immediately after that, the boy turned to his subordinate, and she, sharply looking in his direction, was ready to listen. With a look full of determination, he declared that he needed to make a new weapon. Obeying his order, the sorceress immediately opened a portal to the forge and bowed to her master. Through the portal, lava babbling there was visible. Once inside, the guys found themselves right next to the first blast furnace of the maximum level as the system notified. Looking down seriously, the boy asked to prepare everything, and Jessica, holding his shoulders, agreed with this. A moment later, the protagonist used the verification skill, and everything around was filled with black lightning. They came from that very dark ring, looking at which the girl mentally conveyed that the conjugation of the rites of the Master of Nilfheim was taking place. A moment later, several windows of pink system notifications appeared right in front of him, and notifications that he could now create his own item. At the same moment, the king's eyes mentally asked the master what kind of weapon he wanted to create, and he, choosing the characteristics, declared that for growth, while the system notification window asked if he was sure that he wanted to choose a casting, because the chosen method carries a penalty if it fails. After agreeing on this, the system asked to add ingredients, the list of which is given below, and Sean chose the appropriate materials. Having received approval, the system opened the storage portal and poured all the necessary contents directly into the smelting bowl. While the magma inside was splashing out, the sorceress mentally declared that the preparation of the materials was complete and the preparation of the blast furnace was also completed, so the workers were being summoned. A plump old man came out of the portal she opened and asked Jessica why she had summoned him there. In response, she said that these were all the master's orders, and the blacksmith, surprised by such a statement, did not understand anything, said that the master was not there. Suddenly seeing a person standing above, he immediately realized everything and could not find the right words. There was a boy standing there who understood the system's notification windows. At the same moment, the king's eyes declared that this was an order to summon the first class, and all master blacksmiths of this rank and above must arrive at the site, and the old man, stunned by this fact, immediately agreed. Standing on top of the furnace, the sorceress urged the workers, saying that they should put everything they had into it, while the system notification window announced that this was the highest level equipment workshop and the conditions were perfect, so the best weapon would be created if the right conditions were met. Immediately after that, Jessica announced that it was time to start with the first step of sending ingredients, and a huge amount of materials immediately went into the furnace, and her master asked for instructions, to which she announced the creation process. Activating a huge number of magic circles around herself, the girl said that the enchantment type was a self-developing flow, and it would constantly analyze the master's combat model and adapt to him, and then the opening of the blast furnace and processing plant. At this time, the old blacksmith contacted the master through the system notification window, asking that they were all here, but he didn't think it would be a little difficult to use all 13 types of minerals, and they didn't work well together while the rest of the subordinates were working hard, and the king's eyes asked him to be ready to carry out further instructions. Then the sorceress turned to the master standing in front, asking if he was sure, since according to the calculations, the difficulty of creation was higher than they expected, and he asked how much, while she answered that it was higher than the rank of the gate to hell. With a sly grin on his face, rolling up his sleeves, Sean concluded that this difficulty was comparable to creating 5 divine weapons of divine rank. Continuing to use several magic circles, Jessica noted that it was most likely even higher while he was going to take a look, asking if she was ready to cast spells, while she gave a positive answer. Standing in front of the first blast furnace, the boy thought that it did not work automatically and imagined in his head 8 levels of difficulty when creating artifacts. He also added that in most cases everything works like this, and clicked on the icon with the blast furnace, declaring that he was going to do it. Immediately after that, a notification appeared in the system notification window that everyone who wants to enter the gates of hell must make a sacrifice, and the first blast furnace was activated, and now it was necessary to choose items, and if the choice falls on the offering of the correct rank, a hidden difficulty level can be revealed. Understanding the system notification window, the protagonist said that he chooses the Stormbringer, Balgata, and Azat, and his subordinate asked if these are really the 3, and he answered yes. Accepting his wish, Jessica prepared to lower these very blades into the furnace cauldron. A moment later, she still threw them straight into the hot lava. Immediately after that, the system notification window notified that he had sacrificed worthy items, the gates to hell were open for him, and the difficulty was the highest divine, and Sean, who heard the information about the highest deity, hissed in displeasure. Immediately after that, the system notification window notified about the activation of the difficulty penalty, and the item's effectiveness would be reduced by 33%, as a result of which the probability of success became impossible, and there was no need to do this, asking if he wanted to continue. After that, with a sly grin on his face, the boy looked at his subordinate and stated that it was still telling him to retreat, but he had already made sacrifices, and she noted that there was no turning back. Warming his hand, the protagonist wondered if there was any meaning in this riddle, and Jessica said that, of course, there was. Hearing this, Sean understood everything with complete seriousness in his eyes. A moment later, he clicked on the system notification window. There he agreed to continue what he had started. Immediately after that, the system notification window notified about the preparation of the puzzle, and several options of the difficulty of the supreme deity appeared right in front of him. Then the system notification window asked if he was ready, and the boy with his hands folded on his chest chose the first puzzle with a cube, asking the girl if she was ready. Filled with seriousness, the king's eyes stretched out her hand in front of her and gave a positive answer. The guys were serious about their decision. Suddenly, an unknown club appeared right in front of them, spinning in different directions. The system notification window notified about the beginning of the puzzle with a cube measuring 27 by 27 and the level of hellish plus penalty. At this time, the protagonist stood still and watched the unknown artifact that appeared. Concentrating on solving the puzzle, Sean entered the value through the keyboard in the system notification window. In a state of complete immersion, he quickly moved his gaze to the side, redirecting parts of the cube to the right, then to the left, then up, then down. Suddenly, the system notification window announced that a penalty had been activated and a curse of blindness was being cast on him, and the boy instantly lost his sight. The protagonist, who was left completely unaware, learned that he had 29 minutes left and could not see anything at all. Immediately after that, he began to click the keyboard at a tremendous speed, concluding that he had already calculated the formula, and 3 left, 2 right, 5 up, 4 down, 2 left, 1 right, 2 up, 8 down. After some time, the cube was completely assembled, and the system notification window announced that the test was cleared and the time spent was 14 minutes, and the accuracy percentage was 100%. Then a bright beam of energy shot straight from the artifact into the furnace, and the system notification window announced that the eternal flames of hell had ignited the first blast furnace. At this time, Jessica continued to activate a huge number of magic circles and declared that the transfer of interference points was complete and asked to start the process at the processing plant. Then Sean, with a look full of seriousness, activated the second test, a rhythm game with a difficulty of hellish plus penalty, and immediately after that, the system created a synthesizer on which it was necessary to dial 128 combo, and started the game. Without a second's delay, the boy began to play on it, pressing the keys at the right moment. After a while, the system notification window announced that the test was carried out perfectly and the first blast furnace was being cleaned while magma was pouring out of it. Then the system allowed the third game of Tetris with a difficulty of hellish plus penalty and blindness, and the protagonist immediately began to play, arranging the figures in the correct order. He eventually cleared the trials by collecting a combo of 15, and the system notification window announced that it was great, so the first blast furnace was filled with mana from hell, which came out of a huge red magic circle. The fourth trial was pinball, still the same difficulty, and also triple acceleration was added to it, and Sean quickly completed this game, directing the ball to the right place. In a state of complete concentration, the boy activated the fifth trial solitaire and passed it with a deft movement of his hands. When the notification window and the system announced the launch of the sixth trial spot the differences, the blacksmith watched everything with a dumbfounded look and did not believe that he really returned. At this time, the king's eye used her magic with the help of the grimoire and declared that the fusion was complete, and proceeded to the process of adding and throwing new materials into the furnace. While she was doing this, the protagonist found all the necessary differences in the picture and the system praised him. Immediately after this, the notification window and the system notified about the launch of the seventh test mosaic, which was also quickly completed by Sean, who arranged the elements in the right order. Then the system allowed the eighth test maze, and the boy also completed it. Also, the system notification window notified about the start of the ninth test hidden objects, which the protagonist completed, circling all the necessary points. At the same time, the 10th test minesweeper was activated, where Sean also succeeded, finding all the bombs. With the 11th test puzzle, he also coped with great speed without putting in much effort. The 12th test was a riddle with a password, completing which the boy thought that one small mistake would lead to a mistake in everything. After some time, the system notification window notified about the beginning of the 13th trial. A puzzle made of blocks and several different figures appeared right in front of the protagonist, and he quickly clicked on the keyboard, thinking that he was crazy, and could not believe that he solved such puzzles on the phone. Plunging into a state of concentration, Sean moved his hands forward, reasoning that for a hero who went beyond human limits, this is nothing. Then the system notification window notified about the passage. At this time, the red-hot metal in the furnace seemed to rage, while the blacksmiths did their work and fussed, asking about the materials, and asked to make sure that nothing was mixed up. Standing behind her master, the sorceress distinguished that he cleared all the damn dozen trials in 5 minutes and pumped up a lot, and the boy needing the bones on his fists declared that this was only the beginning. Immediately after this notification, the systems notify about the beginning of the 14th puzzle test, a 35 by 35 cube with a difficulty of hellish plus double penalty, and right in front of the standing protagonist, this huge figure appears. Trying to keep track of the huge number of cube parts that were quickly moving in different directions, Sean thought that this was a secret stage of the highest divine difficulty summoning. At the same time, he began to type combinations of the correct direction left, up, down, and right on the keyboard at great speed, thinking that the rules were the same except for the double penalty. After some time, he managed to assemble the huge cube into one whole, and the system notification window praised him, notifying that the first blast furnace was imbued with the spirit of hell, which descended directly from the geometric figure into the red-hot lava. While the outlines of the sword were being composed from the formed alloy, Jessica announced that the molding was complete and moved on to the next step. Immediately after that, the system notification window announced the start of the 15th labyrinth test, which only had 30 minutes. After a while, the system notification window announced the end of this test and that the first blast furnace in history was imbued with eternal hellfire, and a huge number of magic circles enchanted the created blade for automatic recovery, special mastery, and strengthening. Seeing something in front of him, the protagonist was extremely dumbfounded. Right in front of him were 2 system windows, and it announced that it was launching the 16th and 17th tests, a 100 by 100 mosaic and find the differences, and Sean was surprised by 2 tasks at the same time. Fully concentrating, the boy began to assemble the mosaic at great speed, thinking that this was not created for people. After a while, he managed to complete these 2 tests, and a red lightning burst in the sky above his head. Then several more magic districts appeared next to the sword, enchanting it for self-development, vegetative condemnation, and a strong attack. At the same time, the barely coping protagonist, who was at the peak of his abilities, received a notification from the system about the beginning of the 21st trial of the rhythm game with 7 keys and thought that this was bad because he was already losing concentration. At this time, the handle of the created sword was already beginning to appear, and the system announced that it was immortal, and the first blast furnace in history was imbued with the curse of hell. Jessica, using her grimoire, asked to appear, reveal himself, and manifest himself, enveloping everything around on the pages of the book. Closing her eyes, the girl declared that this was the last, while her master, with an exhausted look, barely stood on his feet. Immediately after that, the system notification window announced the finale, in which all the riddles he had to solve would appear, and they all had to be completed within 5 hours, when suddenly a huge number of system windows appeared right in front of the protagonist. Without a second to waste, he began to click his fingers on several keyboards at once at great speed. After passing several tests, his blade was enveloped in a blue magic circle. Continuing his work, Sean clicked on the keyboard at great speed. As a result, the sword was also enveloped in a green magic circle. Gritting his teeth from fatigue, the boy continued to try hard. After passing another test, his sword was enveloped in an orange magic circle. Dexterously sorting through his fingers, he continued to work the keyboards. The result of his actions was a purple magic circle that appeared near the blade. Gathering all his last strength in one finger, the boy made the last click. Immediately after that, an unknown bright light appeared right out of the darkness. In a moment, it illuminated the surrounding area with its glow. At the same time, the system notification window announced a great success, because the protagonist created a U-rank Bifrost, and he himself fell to the floor exhausted, while Jessica, standing behind him, finished the spell, closing her grimoire. Breathing heavily, Sean looked back and asked if there were any mistakes. With a tired look, the girl smiled, giving a negative answer, and noted that he himself could see. Right in front of him was a black blade Bifrost with an unknown rank, and the system notification window announced that it was a longsword carved from the eternal flames of hell, which has infinite potential, and also described 3 notes. Reading this information, Sean could not understand why he was related to the proof of the fallen heavens. Guiltily turning her gaze away, the king's eyes noted that she was simply worried about his departure. The boy, looking at her dumbfoundedly, assumed that this was why she added something without telling him. Then she explained that this would allow him to make transitions between dimensions and he would be able to summon any weapon from Nilfer. And the protagonist took the sword with a scabbard in his hands, noting that he had never heard of such an enchantment, and called the blade incredibly powerful. The sorceress standing behind him said that he could be excellent in everything, but he could not predict the future when suddenly Sean interrupted her, declaring that he knew. While the boy's cloak lay right on the floor, Jessica asked if he would allow her to leave Nilfer and follow him, because if something happened and he died, she would have no one left. While the protagonist was choosing his new sword for the sheath, she added that when he was in danger, he would summon a weapon from Nilfer and it would not save him only 3 times. Turning back with a menacing look, Sean repeated that he would summon a weapon from his world 3 times and asked about other conditions. Looking at him with a smile on her face, the king's eyes asked for forgiveness, explaining that his capabilities were a little limited during the main missions. Having imagined in her head the scheme of how this skill worked for the blade, the sorceress explained that since the coordinates were too far from them, he could only use this ability once per mission. While those below near the forge furnace looked at the unknown person from above, the boy asked her not to worry, because it would not be enough for anything to report an error or bugs upon seeing this weapon, and he was going to avoid using it if possible. Looking at the weapon he used before lying on the floor, the protagonist would state that he no longer needed it, and his subordinate would ask if it was necessary to get rid of it, receiving a positive answer. Immediately after, she would throw the sword and shield directly into the red-hot mixture. In the blast furnace dimension, Sean would state that he was also beginning to miss his master, after which he would throw his new blade onto his back. Looking back with a smirk on his face, the boy would shock him to the core when he returned. The system notification window showed us the description of the Bifrost blade, a longsword that was carved from the eternal flames of hell and has infinite potential. We also get information about the legendary rank Calcium, the proof of the fallen heavens, which is specially forged from the star iron of Nilfer and can cancel any rules and requires high-level magic to use. The story moves to the training arena. Swinging her leg forward, a black-haired girl flew. Her blow hit the stairs, which reflected this attack with its weapon. The bandit jumped a little to the side when suddenly a spearman appeared from behind her, pointing his weapon forward. At this time, Sean and Jenna stood above and watched the battle. Focusing on the battle of her classmates, the girl said that she wondered what they would learn in the last lesson, but wondered if he saw the same thing and did not understand what was happening, because they were too fast. Immediately after this, the man with the spear, taking a fighting stance, said that those who wield this weapon or another at a distance should keep a decent distance between themselves and the enemy, and you cannot allow the opponent to dominate in a one-on-one team. At that moment, the rogue would intervene, throwing her blade up in the air, explaining that members of this class needed to look for weak points in their opponents, such as their necks, and constantly change their movements so that their opponents could not predict their next moves. Suddenly, the swordswoman began to speak, stating that their instructors would help them overcome their weaknesses through individual training, so they should stand and wait for their turn. After a while, it was the archer's turn to fight her mentor, and she stepped onto the battlefield. At that moment, Jenna rushed forward, preparing to attack. She swung her blade at the black-haired girl, who deftly dodged the attack. With a smile on her face, she dodged her students' blows, thinking that most students, after learning how strong she was, would avoid close combat, but not some brave girl like her. While continuing to dodge every blow from Jenna, the instructor looked away and thought about the man who came from the same lobby with her with a calm expression. At this time, Sean easily threw his mentor away with just one blow of his blade. The other students watching this asked if they saw this, and he was able to carry out a successful attack against his instructor, which cannot be reality. And the swordswoman, looking at him with a dumbfounded look, could not believe that some level 20 could seriously attack her. Realizing this, the girl became very angry and clenched her teeth. A moment later, the system notification window notified that Veselin was entering Berserk mode, and the mentor enveloped herself in thick red energy. Suddenly, someone put a hand on her shoulder and asked her to stop. Feeling this, the swordswoman suddenly came to her senses, and the man behind her noted that she was going too far. Immediately after that, the teacher would change her appearance to her usual self and, shaking herself, apologize to the gentleman, who would step forward with an emotionless expression. Thinking that this was the 7th time they had recruited students from other lobbies and trained them, and he had met more than 1,000 trainees, but he had never seen such talent. Looking at the boy standing in front of him, who was in a fighting stance, the old man knew that Veselin was not trying her best, but no one had been able to hurt their instructors before. At the same time, Jessica, who was watching this whole situation, laughed. Continuing to drink tea with a smile on her face, she suggested that perhaps this was a bit too much. Then the story moved to a huge mechanical island floating in the air. After that, we were thrown to a building in the form of an aristocratic estate. The room inside seemed to be sparkling with cleanliness. Looking at her master with great displeasure, Ketrin asked if he was ready, and he put his blade behind his back with a smile on his face, stating that today was his last day, so he tried to clean up after himself. Then he suddenly remembered the announcement that expressed congratulations on achieving first place, and the boy asked his subordinate about it, thinking that he had done nothing, and she answered that he was the most talented and skilled among hundreds of trainees. Also, the king's eyes noticed that thanks to this, she could give him something, and the protagonist immediately looked at the sword on his back and asked if she was talking about him, and she gave a positive answer, explaining that this was a reward from Nilfheim for first place. Hearing this, Sean asked who was in second place, and the sorceress, picturing Jenna Kearley in her head, concluded that she was first among the bandits and second overall because she was quite talented, while her master noted that she might not even try since he had to bring her back, and she explained that she had already notified the major general. Taking the letter in his hand, the boy remembered Eddie's, who was also there, and asked what she said, that she was hanging around trying to apologize to him, and wrote her a short message to calm her down, so he asked to give it to her. Looking at the maid standing next to him, the protagonist told her that she was also a good girl, and she bowed, saying that it was an honor to serve him. Then the narrative of the story moves to the gazebo in the garden. Sitting at the tea table with a sad expression on her face, Jessica asked the master if he would definitely return to Tanya since he could have stayed here, after which she added in confusion that she was sure that she felt the same, and Sean, sitting opposite her, thanked her for everything. His fight was waiting for him in the path, if not for her. Then he noted that they were all very interesting, which greatly surprised his subordinate. Continuing to sit at the table in the middle of the gazebo, the boy stated that he would feel strong irritation if he were in their place, because he is a master who works with their very essence, sends them into difficult battles, manipulates as soon as he wishes, and at the same time, no one except Kayla has ever rebelled. Continuing to drink tea with a smile on his face, the protagonist would like to reward them for their loyalty, but in fact he can do nothing. Joyfully smiling at him in response, the king's eyes declared that there is no need to say that. If he wants to make them happy, then he just sometimes has to pass on a message. Putting the cup on the saucer, Sean could not understand how to do this, and the sorceress answered that the ring she gave him had a feature that allows communication, and it will not work for long, but once a week is enough for her. While her hair was beautifully fluttering in the wind, Jessica said that she would be glad to know how he was doing and whether he was sick, whether he was experiencing difficulties, because if anything, they would come running to help. Getting up from his place after hearing everything, the boy declared that he would contact once a week. Looking at her leaving master, the girl declared that Mike also wanted to see him and he had advice for him. After this, the protagonist went to say goodbye to the king's sword in the mountains where it lived. Finally, he taught him a few more tricks. Dressed in his full gear, the swordsman declared that he had said everything he had to, and now he only had to show up if he ever called. Immediately after this, the story's drawings shift to a magical flying ship about to depart from the port. Standing in front of the students, the red-haired girl asked if it had really been a month already and if they had managed to learn much, and hoped that their stay in Nilfheim had been useful. She also added that it was dangerous outside, so she asked them not to lean on the railings, and Jenna, looking at the beautiful views, said that they were finally leaving this place and wanted to take a bath immediately upon returning, while Sean, who was next to her, was wondering if the local had really displeased her. With a smile on her face, looking in his direction, the girl noted that the instructors there were really cool and the architecture was beautiful, but this was not a house, and was interested in what had changed during their absence, because they would probably see many new faces. Immediately after that, the instructor asked them to prepare for an interdimensional jump, while the flying ship was approaching a huge yellow portal. Passing through it, the ship found itself in a completely different place. Looking around, the guys were extremely surprised by the area. They were transported to an unknown hell, and streams of deadly flame burst out from under the ground. With a smile on his face, looking at this, the protagonist noted that this was the flame of Levitain, very bright. Looking at Kayla standing below, who had taken her fiery form, he thought that it was not time yet, and if they met again, it would happen when he became much stronger, after which the magical ship continued to fly further through an unknown area. Then the narrative of the story transfers to a cloudy day. These events took place 2 days later when, flying over a deserted desert, the instructor announced to everyone on board that the ship would soon arrive in Tanya. There was no need to go up on deck if this was their stop, while the system notification window announced that this was Dimension 1935, Tanya. Flying up to a high tower, the girl asked two from this dimension to get off board. Approaching the guys who were already prepared for landing, the red-haired girl said that they were the two best trainees, first and second place, and heard the news, noting that it would be better for them to stay in Nilfheim, and Jenna explained that their comrades were waiting for them. Immediately after that, a system notification window appeared that the dispatch was complete and Sean and Jenna safely returned from the trip and are now available again. And after the trip, the hero's status changed, so you need to familiarize yourself with them in the characters tab, while the mentor saw off the students getting off the board, asking them to take care of themselves, and they went down, and the girl was interested in whether anyone would meet them, although it was very quiet there. And the guy walking in front explained that he never told them when they would return, and did not understand how they knew that they needed to be met. At that moment, Izel, crying with joy, appeared right in front of them, flying in their direction and shouting the protagonist's name. Hugging his face, the fairy was glad that he had returned, because she thought it would never happen and he had left forever, and he, looking at her with great displeasure, explained that she herself had told him to return. Flying back a little, she began to wipe the tears from her face with a handkerchief, telling him that Nilfer was much bigger, more magnificent than this place, and asked if the guys from there hadn't asked them to stay, and he answered that they had. Very embarrassed, Izel assumed that he had rejected them for her. Sean, not understanding anything, looked straight at her. Continuing to fly near the boy, the fairy noted that he must be tired and asked him to rest, because the buildings had become much better, and this was no longer the old Tanya, and he asked what else had changed. With a smile on her face, looking straight at him, Izel declared that a lot had changed, and he would be surprised. After hearing this, the protagonist looked in her direction with an interested look. Immediately after this, the story moves to the main city. Looking straight ahead, Sean was stunned that the third floor had appeared. Izel, who was flying next to him, confirmed his words, and the boy was happy about this, saying that he was afraid that the enemies would invade Tanya. Looking at the base from above, the fairy stated that the first floor was full of useless bastards, the second was for the support class and trainees who were not ready yet, and on the third, when suddenly she was interrupted by the protagonist, saying that those who participate in battles are there, and Izel confirmed this, adding that the food has become better, the bed is more comfortable, and there are more entertainments. Thinking about everything he heard, Sean thought that he wondered if editing checked the letter he sent him. Thinking back to the recent past, he reasoned that in the last message, he had given him a couple of pieces of advice. The first was to use the extended summon to compensate for the weak heroes, and the second was to develop their own skills instead of relying too much on him. Looking at the fairy flying next to him, the boy asked how many people were on the third floor, and she answered that there were 15, while he concluded that the number had almost doubled, and then the second and third groups should be filled. Continuing to think about the information received, the protagonist concluded that tomorrow and the day after tomorrow they would train their teamwork skills and then start from the 21st floor. Izel, flying next to him, could not find the words to tell him and asked him not to misunderstand him, but things had changed slightly. When Sean looked intently at her, she added that while he was gone, Tanya. Looking at the teleportation portal, the boy assumed that at this time the others were climbing the tower while they were gone, to which he received a positive answer. Trying to hide her worries, Izel listened to the protagonist's words of misunderstanding. Why she was so nervous? Because he didn't care as long as people weren't dying like flies, and she said that it was true and no one had died. Putting his hands in his pockets, Sean walked on and asked what floor they were on now. At that moment, the fairy said that they were on the 25th floor, which greatly shocked her master. Looking around the expanses of the third floor of the camp, the boy could not believe that they were on the 25th, and not the 24th until Izel once again confirmed it. Very surprised after receiving information, he thought that they were able to pass the floor with the boss, and he should not take this so easily because, as the fairy said, a lot has changed, but he did not expect that so much. Remembering the summoning gate, the protagonist asked when the master did the extended summoning, and Izel answered that it was just a month ago as soon as he left for Nilfheim, while he asked to show him the system logs from that moment. Immediately after that, the fairy showed him all the necessary information through the system notification windows, showing them from all sides. Sean watched the system notification window as the master started the extended summoning for 2,500 diamonds, and others say that he scrolled it 5 times in a row and spent a pretty decent amount of money, and Izel said that he bought the offered pack. Suddenly, the boy saw something among the information he provided. In one of the system notification windows, there was a notification about super rarity, and the master received a hero with 4 stars. The protagonist looked at the system notification with displeasure, thinking that this was Aniding's second 4-star hero, calling him a lucky bastard, because the probability of getting a 4-star hero is only 1%, and he managed to do it twice. Imagining those same heroes in his head, Sean thought that he could have defeated them if they had been summoned recently, due to the difference in levels, but he guessed that they had already grown up enough, and asked if these guys had really cleared the 25th floor, and Izel explained that they had farmed enough recording stones, so if he asked the master, he would be able to watch the recordings from their raids tomorrow. Hearing this, the boy with a smile on his face said that he can't wait to see what they are like. Immediately after this, the narrative of the story shifts to the mannequins in metal armor standing on the training ground. One of them was suddenly hit right away. It was Archie, who was training on him with his blade. Suddenly, he would be distracted by the protagonist, who would come closer and ask what he was doing at such a late hour. The hero would turn away from him menacingly, saying that he had returned after a month, and Sean would point out that he had just returned and ask what had happened, while the protagonist would reply that it was nothing special and that he was just training. Looking at the warrior's bloody hand holding his sword, the boy would state that it looked like he was taking his anger out on a scarecrow. Getting into a fighting stance, about to strike the dummy again, Archie would say that he would be done in a minute and ask if he would spar with him, and the protagonist, standing behind him, would explain that he was going to bed. Sighing heavily, the hero would ask in all seriousness just once. Sean, without giving an answer, simply looked at his protege in silence. The swordsman held his blade straight out in front of him, preparing to strike. Then he suddenly focused, looking straight ahead with a menacing gaze. At the same time, his sword rushed forward at great speed. In an instant, he managed to make several cuts with his blade. From the damage received, the armor on the dummy began to crack. When Archie turned to his leader, saying that he was ready, fragments of broken equipment fell behind him. Looking at the fragments of armor lying on the ground, the warrior said that he did not see it, counting, and asked that he really left it. And the protagonist answered that a lot had happened over the past month. Then the guys entered the building of the training hall. Standing in a fighting stance, looking at his opponent, Archie asked what a strange sword he had that looked so cool. And Sean asked that he was really jealous, while the latter asked if he would give it to him if he said yes, to which he received a negative answer. Immediately after that, the hero rushed into the attack with great speed. He struck with his blade, which the boy parried with his weapon. Then the boys clashed in a fierce battle, striking and parrying each other. Continuing the fight with a smile on his face, the protagonist thought that he had become better and must already be a sword mastery level 9, saying that he fought as if he was angry. Making another swing of his blade, the warrior confirmed his words, while he deftly dodged his lunge. At the same moment, the boy became more serious, swinging his hand. After which, with great speed and a smile on his face, he struck his sword at Archie, who parried it with his blade. From the damage received, the warrior was thrown straight into the wall. The hero coughed from the pain running through his entire body, and the protagonist, standing in place, threw his sword over his shoulder, saying that if he wanted to fight, he should at least wipe the sweat first, because he would not be able to give it his all if he was exhausted. After hearing these words, Archie, who was pressed into the wall, said that he had become much stronger and asked what kind of training he had. While the warrior slowly approached his master, the latter said that it was a commercial secret, and he himself noted that he had already thought that it was not him who was attacking, but some kind of battering ram. Then a voice spread throughout the training hall, declaring that the world was truly unpredictable. Finding himself behind Sean, the hero said that he could not even imagine that he would ever lose so miserably to some boy, which greatly surprised him. Looking back at him with a menacing look, the boy asked again if he really called him a boy. With a smirk on his face, Archie explained that he could not judge a book by its cover, although he was one of those people. Approaching the exit from the training hall, the warrior advised the boy to be careful. Seeing him off with his eyes, he only remained silent. Immediately after this, the story moves to the dormitory building. Inside, Marie, who had eaten her fill, was sleeping right on the table. The protagonist, passing by, seeing this, asked himself with confusion why she was sleeping here and not in her bed. Walking along the corridor of the building, he thought that in the new dormitory there were 5 rooms in each of the 3 corridors, and it seemed that the master divided them into groups. Entering his room, Sean immediately sat down on the bed, after which he decided to lie down on it, throwing his hands behind his head. Lying on his back, the boy thought about the 3rd group. Immediately after this, the story moves to the next day in Tanya. Entering the meeting room, on the ceiling of which hung a chandelier with candles, Sean noted that Anova had not gathered together for a long time. At that moment, the offended girl said that she wanted to meet him because he disappeared for so long, and he agreed with this, asking for forgiveness for not waking her. Then, looking at him, Marie asked why they did not celebrate his return, because now they have the 3rd floor and the food has become better, and he declined the offer, saying that they are starting training. Hearing this, she said that it was cruel, and the boy noted that there would be no fun while Archie was watching them from the side. Immediately after this, folding his arms across his chest, he told the protagonist about the moment when the master logs in. Suddenly, he saw a leg with claws sticking out from under the table. Without thinking twice, the protagonist kicked the table, sending it flying. Everything on the table immediately flew into the air. Sean, with a haughty look and a smile on his face, looked straight ahead, noting that a rat had sneaked in and that it should learn to hide better. Turning around abruptly, the squatting beastman could not believe that she had been caught. Suddenly standing on both feet, she stated with displeasure that then there was no choice. Putting her hands on her hips, the unknown girl declared that her name was Linda from the famous Hurricane tribe and that they were on completely different levels from them, calling everyone else dirty little cowards. While the smug wolf stood in the middle of the room, all the guys there silently looked at her. Suddenly turning back, the girl laughed, asking if they had swallowed their tongues out of fear because they were just some people. A moment later, Sean grabbed her by the scruff of the neck, which scared her very much. While Linda tried to get out of his grip, telling him to let this dirty little man go, the boy asked what kind of monkey it was, and Helen, sitting opposite him, explained that it was a member of the third group and that she had been summoned a month ago. Then the she-wolf called her opponent a coward and noted that she expected nothing less from a human, and he, perplexed, said that she had gotten there herself while she asked him to shut up. Suddenly, she called the one who had been beaten yesterday and asked him to help him right now, and Archie, who heard this, shuddered with displeasure. Immediately after this, he became very angry, unsheathing his blade, and Jenna, sitting next to him, tried to stop him in fear, explaining that she was just a child. In response, the warrior asked if she really wanted him to let this scarecrow off, and Linda, who heard this, turned red with anger. At that moment, the protagonist was very surprised by what he saw. The she-wolf, using her claws, dealt a powerful blow. After that, she hissed in displeasure, looking straight ahead. After her blow, deep scratches remained on the floor, and the girl was unhappy that Sean managed to dodge. Looking at her sharp claws, the boy asked what it was, and he was told that all members of the third group were werewolves, a very rare species that spread to the far east of the empire. Very angry because of their chatter, Linda asked them to appear and attack quickly so that she could destroy them. Suddenly, someone hit her right on the neck from behind. It was Archie, after whose blow the she-wolf fell to the ground, and he said that she yapped too much. Looking at his defeated opponent, the warriors stated that they think differently than them and, apparently, do not like people very much. And Jenna, examining the girl's body, asked what he was going to do with her, such a cutie, while the protagonist answered that he did not know. Looking at Linda lying unconscious on the floor, he added that she was annoying. Immediately after this narration, the stories moved to the hallway of the dorm. Sean, carrying the defeated she-wolf on his shoulder, walked straight to the exit leading to the forest. The girl did not come to her senses while on his shoulder. After a while, they found themselves deep in the forest. Looking around, continuing to carry the enemy with him, the protagonist thought that an entire forest was created for them and it must have cost a lot of money. At some point, he came across small houses standing in the middle of the forest. Noticing them, Sean was surprised that there was no one there, when suddenly an unknown voice asked who he was. Turning around, the boy saw other girls in the trees. Putting the unconscious Lind right on the ground, he thought that they were not so different from people and asked that they sent her to spy on them, but she did not do so well, explaining that she behaved crazy, so he had to calm her down a little. At the same moment, the warriors looked around at each other, thinking that he was that same person. Going down, they asked that his name was really Sean, and he was interested in how they knew his name. Menacingly looking at him, taking the she-wolf with her, the red-haired girl declared that she was waiting. Immediately after that, the two strangers abruptly ran away. The boy watched them go, unable to understand their intentions. Walking forward, he noticed logs hanging on a tree that were unknown to him. Looking in the other direction, the protagonist noticed Training Dummies standing there. Suddenly, a loud laugh echoed around the training camp, and an unknown voice declared that she had been waiting for him. Jumping straight from the tree, Gwen called her name and was happy to meet him. She also said that she had heard a lot about him, calling him the strongest male in this lobby, and Sean looked at her with a dumbfounded look, not understanding what she was talking about. Taking a fighting stance, enveloping herself in yellow energy, the lioness explained that she had the chance to watch his fights with the help of some strange magic. And it was amazing, because never before had she been so excited before a fight with an enemy. Suddenly rushing forward, pushing off the ground, the girl asked the warrior to fight her. Approaching her opponent, Gwen struck him with her claws. Parrying her attack with his sword, Sean was surprised that she was using a fighting technique with claws. At the same moment, the lioness struck again with her leg. The boy managed to dodge this attack, which destroyed the ground under his feet. With a smile on his face, watching his opponent, he did not understand what kind of power this was and how a child could be so strong, and asked that she really expected a fight with him. Gwen looked at him, noting that of course she was waiting, and there was nothing more fun than fighting a strong warrior. She charged again, saying that she didn't care if it was a human or one of her kind. Striking straight at the protagonist, who parried it with her blade, the lioness destroyed the lands around her. With a smile on his face, looking at his opponent, Sean thought about Gwen from the third group. As she struck again with her claws, he realized that it was true that they cleared the 25th floor. Then the plot showed us the status window of Gwen's 4-star character. Also, the system notification window showed the description of the seal slot, which said that the heir to the Werewolf King somehow inherited the blood of the Werewolf King, who once fought for power over the entire continent and empire, a kind of warrior who knows no fear. The protagonist was under attack. He grinned, thinking that Gwen was from the third group, so it was true that they had cleared the 25th floor. The player card appeared. It was written about the seal slot skill. A view of the dark forest opened up. The protagonist swung his sword. Gwen parried his blow. She flew back. The girl was rapidly gaining speed. Suddenly, she slid along the ground. Gwen smiled widely. The protagonist looked at the wound and thought that she surpassed him in all characteristics. The girl raised her hand and said that he was different. She did not expect that he would be so good. Gwen smiled. Her characteristics appeared, and he thought that she surpassed him in all the basics, and she already had all the good skills. She even had a seal. Sean gritted his teeth and thought that, in other words, she was one of the best even among the 4 stars. More like a 5-star if you consider only her stats. It would be much harder for him if he hadn't mastered the unity of body and sword. Looking at him, Izel asked what the two of them were doing, to which he replied that he should leave them alone. They weren't going to kill each other, they were just greeting each other, right? The girl laughed and said that he was right. It was a conversation between their bodies, a ritual that strengthened their friendship. Rushing forward, she added that he was human, but she liked him, to which the protagonist replied that he was glad to hear it. Gripping his weapon tightly, the protagonist mused that he would not focus on the small details. Instead, he would focus on the mass, attack with more force. He was not talented enough to master all forms of swordsmanship like Mike. The weapon was shining, and he added that he had no choice but to comprehend one well. Swinging the sword, the hero thought that he could learn the unity of the sword and body only by realizing it. Sliding on the ground, Gwen said that it was cool. She deftly dodged his attacks. Suddenly, she swung her leg. The girl dealt a crushing blow to the protagonist. Gritting his teeth, Sean thought that she was not fighting with full force and then said that he was up to his neck in work. It was time to wrap up, after which he entered Berserker mode. Smiling widely, Gwen asked what he said, "What a pity." Suddenly, she opened her eyes in surprise. The protagonist frowned, seeing that she was transforming. A huge explosive dome appeared. The foliage on the trees was burned. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist asked that this was her true form. Exclusive skill in printing B+, the heir of the werewolf king. Now he understands why they are called werewolves. Suddenly, a beast flew out at him. The guards stood still. Suddenly, an attack flew at them. Archie stood in front of the mannequin. Walking next to him, Helen asked why he was early. He was still training, to which the guy replied that it was none of her business. Closing her eyes, she added that his ego must have suffered greatly from the title of a weakling. Archie angrily clenched his teeth and said that he didn't care what they said about him. A bright glow appeared. Looking down, the girl said that just a day after the call, they passed the 4th floor and returned alive, to which Archie asked that then the guys from the 3rd group would go straight to the 2nd, said that he thought that according to the local rules, everyone first suffers on the 1st floor. Looking at them, Eddie said that Tom cannot train werewolves, there is no point in them staying below. Walking forward, the guy said that well, if that was the master's decision, then he had nothing to say, to which he was told that they were not yet stronger than them, but would soon catch up. Looking to the side, he added that he was not interested in them, since they were still weak and would begin training. A few weeks later, names were heard for them to gather in the square on the 1st floor. People looked ahead in surprise. The werewolves walked straight ahead. It sounded like they really had returned from the 25th. It was already surprising that they were sent to the 21st, but just think, they had passed the 25th. It was understandable that the 1st and 2nd groups were missing participants. It couldn't be. They were so strong. The situation had changed radically. Looking to the side, the guy turned to Eddie's, to which she said that she did not expect them to clear the 25th. How could she explain it to Sean when he returned? With his arms folded, the man asked, "So that's how strong you have to be to move to the 2nd floor? I'm curious." Grinning, the fairy said that everyone should go to the storage room now. The view of the lobby opened up. The glow appeared. It reached the 3rd level. Looking to the side, Archie asked that a whole separate forest was created for the 3rd group, not fat, to which Helen answered that he likes to complain about everything. Why not whine to Izel instead of her? Although, who knows what she will do to him for this. Looking down, the girl said that she came to see how people live, but looks miserable, asked what they like in such a place. She smiled. A question was heard, what with this girl, to which she asked that he was the strongest here. Archie silently looked at her. Grinning, he asked what at the moment. He said that yes. Linda was lying on the ground. Dory took her on her shoulder. The guy smiled widely. Suddenly, his eyes opened in surprise. Archie clenched his teeth tightly. Taking a step forward, Gwen asked what he meant. He wasn't the strongest of the people living here, said that it was understandable. She heard the black-haired man was the strongest. Flames flew near her hair, and she added that it was not bad, but not good enough. Standing in front of the guy, Gwen said that he was not allowed here. A blow flew at the dummy. The guy was standing in front of him. Putting his hand to his face, Archie thought about how he thought he could withstand a fight against monsters when time passed. The creature grabbed the monster, and he added that but, having come face to face, he can say for sure. The beast appeared. The thought arose that he would never defeat them. The guy tightly clutched the weapon, thinking that in this state he would not defeat them. The current him is not good enough. He looked away angrily. The protagonist jumped up. It was heard that they must be in the middle of it. The protagonist smiled. It was said that if the dragon slayer who killed the real monster. The beast opened his mouth. It was said that the monster itself would fight. Archie angrily clenched his teeth and said that he could defeat any of them one day. Sean pulled his sword forward and asked what the beast was. The beast's eyes lit up. Raising his weapon, he added, "Well, it looks like he needs to be tamed." The composition of the group appeared. The assault on the forest was created. Trees appeared. Loud laughter was heard. Crouching down, the girl said that she had not enjoyed the battle so much for a long time, but coming here was worth it. The protagonist closed his eyes, hearing that he was okay, to which he replied that it did not matter, as if he had not received injuries before, and he was told that of course, he was an experienced warrior. The hero looked away and thought that if they had fought for 10 seconds longer, most likely, his torso would have been torn off or Gwen's head would have rolled on the ground, but it was more likely that he would have fallen. He was lucky. The girl stretched her hand forward. A thought arose that her personal fighting skills were excellent. She could even transform. Although she was a strange character, Gwen was not one to be ignored. Putting her hand to her face, she said that it was stupid to send Linda to invite him. She forgot that she hated people. Because of them she lost her parents. Looking away, Sean said that it looked like she was fighting Archie. Standing by the tree, the girl said that she was just curious. He seemed strong, and Gwen said that they do not like people in general, but they are not going to take revenge on everyone and everyone. She apologizes if it was unpleasant, and is always happy to have another battle. Peeking out from behind a tree, the girl said how could she bring a man to their house, a traitor, to which the hero thought how restless. Sitting on the ground, Gwen asked that she liked meat. There was plenty of game in the area. They had just gotten a bunch of fresh meat. Raw meat appeared. The protagonist looked at her and heard that he did not want it, to which he replied that he was not hungry. Grinning, Sean said that he hoped for their cooperation in the next missions. Climbing the tower would be much easier with them. Looking straight, the girl asked if there was a need to discuss this, said that they came here primarily on a contract. She was going to offer them the same. Looking at her, the hero asked what the contract was. Licking her fingers, Gwen said that the end of the world, when their homeland began to be covered in darkness and disappear, they heard a voice. It said that it would save them. She knelt and said that she accepted the offer. Pointing at the guy, the girl said that but the others said they didn't remember anything like that. That was weird. Putting her hand on her knee, she added that anyway, they were going to do missions. She thought the people here were all stupid, glad to see that there was a real warrior among them. Gwen raised her hand up and said that she should tell the others to leave their territory alone. They don't forgive trespassers. She pointed her finger forward and added that he could come here anytime. A dark forest appeared. The next day, they began training and checking all the changes in the lobby. The biggest change was that each side got their own training center. It seemed that this would help get rid of the discomfort that comes with using one, and Anyting finally logged in. The house appeared. A notification appeared that there was one unread message. The training results appeared. It said that he received a high-level spirit stone, also earned 2 high-level exaltation stones. He gets another 300,000 gold. The players received some prizes. Izel looked at her in surprise and said that the master was giving him a gift again. The protagonist looked at her in confusion. He was disappointed. The protagonist looked at the fairy and said that he should tell her to stop sending him these things, to which she replied that she thought he liked them, and he added that it would be better if he received something edible, to which the fairy said that it was fine and he should wait a minute. A tip on the affection level appeared, that if his protagonist didn't like the gift, he should just try giving him another one. A statue of a white horse appeared, and a message appeared that Sean was very disappointed with the statue of a white war horse. The protagonist threw it aside, and it was destroyed. The fragments lay on the ground, and the protagonist said that there were about 100 people in the lobby now, but he still controlled them well, and that she should let him watch the mission recordings from the 25th floor with the replay stone, to which Izel responded approvingly. Sean requested to watch a replay from the 25th floor. The protagonist stood in the middle of the building, and a notification appeared that he wanted to use the replay stone on Sean. The protagonist began to watch the replay. He closed his eyes. Suddenly he opened them back up. The protagonist was standing on a cliff ledge. Looking straight ahead, he thought it was a desert. The mission type was still unknown. Gwen's group had cleared it out. A city appeared, and he added that he thought he could tell what kind of mission it was if he looked around. People rushed forward and shouted to catch the bastard. The man shouted loudly for them to block all the exits, make sure not even an ant could get through. Looking away, the man said to get a wanted poster, I'm sure, to which the guy replied that he thought so. The people cornered her against the wall. The girl asked fearfully if they could just let her go, said she needed to find something, she wouldn't bother them. Pulling out his sword, the guy asked what she didn't bother them, said his son had been infected with her disease, now he was dying at home. Looking at them, the protagonist heard that this was not all, it was her fault that all the monsters went crazy, to which she replied that she did not do it, and they said so that she would shut up. The girl opened her eyes wide, hearing that she was a traitor. Susie turned around. Folding her arms, the protagonist thought that she was no longer a child, and the man asked what to shoot an arrow, to which he was told that he was told they will pay even for a dead one, let him kill her. The people suddenly took out their crossbows. The girl looked at him in fear. The arrows rushed forward. Susie squinted from them. Suddenly the arrows broke. The girl smiled widely and said that she smelled dirty people. Yes, there are a lot of them here. Rushing forward, she added that she can kill everyone here, right? Swinging her hand, Gwen said that besides her, they need to protect this one, let the rest be torn apart. The guy looked at her with fear and shouted that this woman was the most wanted criminal in the Empire. Raising his head, he added that if they tried to protect her. Suddenly, he was hit. Susie looked at him in surprise. A notification appeared that Floor 25, Mission Type Escape, Objective Escape from a Restricted Area, Special Objective Protection of NPC Susie. The composition of the group was shown. The guy looked forward and asked where they came from. With wide eyes, he shouted that they should listen. They do not want to fight them, they are only trying to catch this witch. Suddenly, an attack flew at him. Stretching her hand forward, the girl said that this is why she does not like people, asked why she would talk to someone she was going to kill. Looking down, Gwen said that he should follow her, to which Susie asked that they were werewolves, said that she thought there were none on this continent. Looking away, the girl said that she heard something strange and smelled blood, asked what could check what was going on there, to which Molly responded approvingly. Looking at the window, she said that the goal of the mission is an escape, you need to get out of a certain area. With the NPC, and Susie said that they really are. With wide eyes, she asked that they are heroes, the same as those who once saved her. Looking away, Gwen asked what she was talking about, and Nana said that she was too loud, asked that maybe she would quiet down if she ripped off her arm. Looking at them, the girl asked that among them there is a man named Sean, he has black hair and eyes. Looking at her, the girls heard that he is taller than her by a head, uses a shield and a sword, to which Nana said, what the hell is she talking about? She is muttering about that warrior. Smiling, Susie said that since they knew each other, she wanted to know how he was doing. Pointing ahead, she added that if they came from the same place as Sean, to which Gwen replied that he was there. But not anymore. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist heard what she meant. He did not. He went to some strange place called Nilf something, maybe even died, to which he thought that why was she talking like he passed away. The girl jumped up and screamed. Landing, she said that there were monsters leaving the city, she thought they would be here soon, to which Gwen replied that now it was clear why no one was in a hurry here, despite all the noise they made here. Leaving, she added that they were getting out of here, let him go with them, and Linda said that she looked pretty good for a human. Looking away, Susie said that she was not sure if that was true. The monster screamed loudly. Hostility formed. The lizards began to attack the soldiers. The people ran fast. Looking at Susie, Linda asked that she could run faster, to which she replied that she could not run faster than that. Looking away, Gwen said that they had no choice, suggested slowing down. Then she shouted about Dory. She jumped from building to building. Suddenly, she landed in front of them. Looking away, Dory said that she was here, to which she asked what the situation was. Gritting her teeth, she said that there were 3 exits in the west, east and north. The monsters are going through the west, the people are evacuating through the east, the north is less crowded. The people were leading camels, it was said that means, and the rest are also heading east. All the monsters will be here soon, thinks it is too late for these people. The monsters were walking around the area. He heard, well, they'll have to go north. How many monsters were there? When he checked, there were about 30. Gwen turned around, hearing that he should wait, she had something to say. The girl was breathing heavily and asked that they could save those people. Raising her head, she said that only 5 minutes. They would have time to get out of there if they had at least 5 more minutes, if they bought them a little time. Looking at her, Gwen heard that she knew she was in no position to ask for a favor. After all, they were the ones who saved her, but they were just innocent villagers. Linda grabbed her and asked that what did she care if they died or not, they were the ones who destroyed them, to which the girl said that they did. Gritting her teeth, she said that they just had to which Gwen said that was enough. She grabbed Linda's hand and told her not to hurt her, she should have just said no. Looking straight at her, Gwen said she was sorry, but they couldn't do that. Looking at her, Susie asked if she would change her mind. The people stood still, and she said no. The girl clenched her teeth. She looked down. Susie took off her hood. Gwen opened her eyes in surprise. A notification appeared that a conflict had been created. A special NPC Susie was asking for help. She clenched her fist tightly. A branching side quest had been activated. The target citizens had to evacuate. The master could order the heroes to complete quests. The hero's current attitude towards the side quest was shown. The girl closed her eyes. Looking at her, Gwen told her to open her eyes. The quest was rejected, and the girl heard that she was sorry, but the risk was too high for them. Gwen's eyes lit up and she said that she refused to lose her kind to protect the humans. Experience gold and bonus price, Gwen refused the rare opportunity. and Susie said that she was still so helpless since the third group was made up of such a rare species. If one of them died, it would be extremely difficult to replace them. Stepping forward, she said that they would be here soon. Smoke spread throughout the city. The monsters suddenly rushed forward. The girl smiled widely. She struck at them. Susie ran among the corpses. She clenched her teeth tightly. Walking forward, the protagonist thought that it was nothing difficult. He supposed this mission was some kind of break. They just needed to escape with the NPC. They were not even attacked by 100 lizardmen, no boss monster. From observation, he could tell that the 25th floor was as difficult as the other floors. Looking to the side, the protagonist thought that however, the floor was cleared, the most valuable player Gwen. The protagonist stood in the room. A notification about the end of the recording appeared. He received the experience of the 25th floor. Looking at the screen, Sean thought that the quest was a branching type. Thanks to this, he could re-enter the floor with the boss, which would not have happened before. Looking straight ahead, he added that the reward for the side quest was experience and gold, as well as improving relations with NPCs and a bonus price. It didn't matter whether the experience and gold would go to another hero or Anyting would get them, the latter was the main thing. The protagonist paused, thinking about the 25th floor being an important step to get to the 30th. The bonus prize should give them information about the next floor. Smirking, he said that this was the mission. Looking away, he added that he would be the one to complete it. The night sky enveloped the city. Crossing his arms, Sean said that tomorrow they were going to the 25th floor. Holding a dumbbell in his hands, Archie asked if they would be training all night tonight, noting that he didn't think a few hours of training would get him back into shape. Marie looked back and stated that she didn't mind, but she had a feeling that the protagonist had changed, even stopped using his shield. She asked if they were changing the dynamics of their group and if it was too early to go. Sean stood in front of his comrades and asked them not to worry, noting that their roles would not change much. They would train with the second group to get back into shape, but they should not overdo it so that they would be in adequate condition tomorrow. Archie closed his eyes and said that he saw that the second group had brought a couple of children to fill the gaps and he was not sure that they would be able to train effectively with such newcomers. Sean stared at him and thought about the children. The crowd was standing in the square. Eddie's pointed at the guys and said that they were Theo, Nikki, and Colt. The guy excitedly shouted that he had heard a lot about the main character, and also saw what he did and how he defeated that dragon was cool. The embarrassed girl folded her fingers and said that she was Nikki. Colt with a serious look noted that he had heard about Sean's abilities and was glad to meet him. Theo laughed and said that Colt was cold from the outside, but it was quite the opposite. Eddie's turned around and told that they joined the group 2 weeks ago. They were quite ambitious and doing well. Eddie's, with a smile on her face, emphasized the fact that they would be useful in future missions. The protagonist stood silently with a calm look. Looking at the guys, Sean asked her not to get too attached to them, because otherwise it would only be more difficult in the future. Clenching her hand into a fist, Eddie's replied that everything was fine and this time she would not let them die. The protagonist closed his eyes and said that in that case, they begin. The windows of the building glowed purple. Eddie's group got into a fighting stance. Sean and his comrades were ready to fight. Theo was suddenly taken aback. The protagonist dealt him a powerful attack. Sean, waving his blade, asked if training with real swords opens your eyes after playing with toy ones. Theo, looking furious, covered himself with his shield and listened as the protagonist said that he just needed to attack them as if he intended to kill them. Sean cut an arrow flying at him. Looking at Colt, who pulled another arrow, the protagonist noted that he liked that he caught it on the fly. Nikki made an unsuccessful lunge with a spear. A wolf appeared behind her, who said that they had not seen each other for a long time and he was impressed that such a coward was able to prove herself there. Archie dealt Nikki many attacks. He crouched down with a smirk on his face and dodged Eddie's attacks. The protagonist, looking satisfied, asked if he knew her. Archie said that Nikki was there for him in his first battle and he thought that she would be stuck on the first floor, but somehow she managed. Helen dealt attacks to Nikki and said that her own personality was just holding her back, but otherwise she was very talented, considering the way she moved. Eddie's looked at Sean with a smile on her face and asked him not to feel sorry for them, because they needed a lesson. The dumbfounded newbies were tired of such an onslaught. The protagonist and his comrades looked at the guys with a crazy look and said that they could do whatever they wanted with them, except kill them. Eddie's held her face and suggested that she should have kept quiet. The night sky enveloped the building. There were many potions on the table. Looking at the bottles with a yellow potion, Sean received many messages that he had created a heat-resistant item. Izel examined the potions and asked if the protagonist was able to create such things, noting that the master would find it suspicious. She looked at Sean's ring with delight and asked where he got it, and the protagonist replied that he received it from an acquaintance in Nilfer. Looking at the potions, Sean reasoned that even if the 25th floor was not as difficult as the others, he still needed to prepare thoroughly, thanks to Marie. They all had fire resistance, but this skill would not help to calm the desert heat. The mission would not last long, but he did not want to lose energy because of something as trivial as heat. The settlement was shrouded in darkness. Morning came. A notification popped up that the leader of the first group, Sean, had a proposal, a request to raid the 25th floor. The space-time gate suddenly opened. The screen said that this was the main dungeon and they needed to climb the tower. A bright light came from the portal. Susie suddenly appeared, kneeling down. She gritted her teeth, then opened her eyes. Taken aback, Susie asked how Sean got there. Standing in front of her, the protagonist asked how her life was. Susie looked around and asked where the werewolves that were there had gone. Sean told her that they were sleeping at home and there was no need to worry about them. The protagonist's comrades assumed that the woman wanted to ask them for something. A dumbfounded Susie asked if it was magic. Sean took up his blade and said that now was not the time to chat, but rather to get rid of the fools in that direction. A dumbfounded Susie asked if he meant that he would do what she asked. The protagonist and his comrades began to drink potions and leave, after which he said that they were already moving, and Jenna asked if they just needed to buy some time for those people, noting that it was a good mission. Surprised, Susie received a message that the leader of the first group offered to complete a side quest. She closed her eyes and began to tremble. Susie, with a smile on her face, began to cry. The lizardmen were killing many people. They suddenly turned around. Sean had killed the monster. The lizardman's head lay beneath his feet. The enraged monsters turned their attention to the protagonist. He and his comrades stood surrounded by lizardmen and reported that there were only 17 of them. Sean drew his blade and ordered them to be eliminated in 10 seconds. Jenna fired numerous arrows at the monsters. The lizardmen were killed. Helen pierced the monster's body with her blade. The crowd of lizardmen ran towards Marie. She released a powerful stream of flame at them. Holding her hands in front of her, Marie declared that the weather was not helping them at all and there would have been trouble if Sean had not given them a potion. Archie cut the monsters with a satisfied look. The frightened man grabbed his head and asked if they were ghosts. Sean fought the lizardmen and asked if people could still see them, and Jenna replied that it did not look like those people were going to run away from there anytime soon. Archie pierced the monster's body and said that in that case they would simply die. The dumbfounded guy looked at the pool of blood on the ground and asked about the ghosts. Shifting his gaze, the protagonist came to the conclusion that they only see the traces that they leave. Susie approached the people and said that if they stayed there, they would die and they needed to go to the eastern gate. She said with a serious look that they were being protected and that she was the only one who could see them. The people asked her if these were the monsters that she controlled. Shifting her gaze, Susie said that she had no such power and that she simply asked for help. The enraged man pointed his finger at her and screamed that he knew who she was, that she was a traitor to the Fria's empire who sold her soul to summon a demon. The woman hit him in the back and said that he was talking too much for someone who only helped nobles get out. She held a shovel in her hands and said that she didn't care who saved them. The boys began to run through the gate and noted that they would not forget what they had done for them. Smiling, Susie assumed that everything had worked out. Sean, looking serious, stated that they were not finished yet and the side quest was still ongoing. Susie, dumbfounded, asked if there were too many of them. The protagonist looked at the huge horde of monsters and said that if they managed to block their advance, they would not have to worry about being hit from behind. It was easier than on the 5th floor, where they had to fight on 3 fronts. They needed to stand farther apart. The lizardmen began to pound the drums. The chieftain, looking furious, asked why they were defying the laws of nature. An explosion suddenly tore the lizardman's head off, who screamed that he would bring punishment to these unholy lands. Jenna, holding a bow in her hands, asked if she should just kill assholes like him. Susie stood behind and clarified if Sean was sure everything would be okay, since there were too many. The protagonist replied that there were 100 of them and each of them only needed to take 20. Sean began to go into battle and asked Susie to just stand there and watch. Marie stretched out her hands, from which flames came. Powerful gusts of flame destroyed many monsters. Jenna began to shoot arrows at lightning speed. The bodies of the lizardmen exploded from the arrows. Jenna brought her hand to the empty quiver. A glow began to come from the quiver, after which arrows appeared in it. A notification popped up that this was a mana increase quiver, a magical equipment that increases the maximum capacity of arrows to 100. An orange crosshair appeared in front of Jenna's eye. Many arrows flew at the monsters. The protagonist ran into battle. He swung his blade and cut off the lizardman's head. A lot of blood splashed around him. Sean ran across the battlefield. A message popped up that the protagonist received the skill Powerful Blow, after which he cut off the monster's arm. Archie pounced on the lizardmen. He killed several monsters in one blow and received a notification that he had reached the maximum level of basic swordsmanship. Helen seriously said that this sucks. A dumbfounded Susie said that they had become incredibly strong. Looking at the protagonist, who had put the blade behind his back, she asked what had happened, noting that they were on a completely different level than the last time she had seen them. Smiling, Susie pointed out the fact that Sean looked the same as he did 3 years ago, to which he replied that she had changed a lot. Standing in front of the boys, Susie thanked them and asked about the two with the spear and daggers. The protagonist replied that Eddie's and Nate were alive, just in a different place. A crowd of lizardmen ran towards them, shouting that they saw people. Looking at the army of monsters, Sean saw a message that there were 31 lizardmen of level 22. The monsters came across the corpses of their brethren. The lizardmen suddenly stopped. They began to flee from the battlefield. Confused, Archie asked why they were running, and the protagonist replied that they knew fear. Looking at the corpses, Archie said that it was not difficult at all. Inspecting the settlement, Sean asked Helen to comb the area and assumed that the situation was resolved. Marie waved her hand in front of her face and said that the weather was terrible and even the potion did not help. Jenna began to lead her away and called Archie with them. The protagonist stood quietly and watched them go. Looking back, he thought that there was no need to do this. Susie walked towards him and asked how he was doing. Sitting on the ground, she said that she thought Sean was dead, but they met again. A smile appeared on her face, and her cheeks turned slightly red. Looking at the evening sky, Susie asked how he was doing. Sean closed his eyes and replied that everything was fine. Sitting with her legs tucked up, she said that she thought she was going to die. The protagonist folded his arms and said that the werewolves had recently joined them, and that they didn't really know each other since they were new. Sean grinned and noted that she had managed to stay undetected, and Susie replied that she was lucky. Susie looked up at the tower and noted that everything had turned out that way because he had helped her. She presented the golden crest and said that the Haljan, one of the 4 great clans, had been the most active in searching for her, and without their help, they wouldn't have lasted long, and it was a bit of a surprise that the entire area had been abandoned. The protagonist listened to her in silence. He remembered walking down the hallway with his group and thinking that according to Helen's story, the Haljans were connected to the order that was her enemy, and the 20th floor was also somehow connected to it, but he still couldn't figure out the strange atmosphere that reigned inside that mansion. The evening sky enveloped the desert. Sean asked why they were there, to which Susie replied that she was there looking for something. Standing in front of her, the protagonist asked what she was looking for, and Susie told him what she had seen in her dreams. Smiling, she said that she was looking for a key. Sean narrowed his eyes and asked what she planned to do with it. Susie said that she would save the continent. Susie looked at him and said that she didn't know for sure what this key was, it was just a feeling she had and she thought she would understand when she collected enough. The protagonist stood next to her and noted that she kept speaking in riddles, because when they first met, she also kept talking about dreams about the end of the world. Looking at Susie's face, Sean reasoned that she had appeared in the main missions twice already. Even the missions in which she does not appear could have a connection to her. He imagined a map of the village and thought that there were 3 exits in this settlement. The evacuees were heading to the eastern gate, but Susie was going to go north. Smiling, the protagonist mentally assumed that they would meet again. After the time had elapsed, a portal began to open. A message appeared that the quest was completed. Taken aback, Susie asked what it was, and Sean asked not to take it to heart. Watching as the corpses began to disappear, the protagonist suggested that they start moving. Susie followed him and said that every time she was with him, inexplicable things happened. Sean imagined her image and noted that she had died at least once. Memories of the guys from the other group surfaced in his head, and the protagonist noted that the third group, which was called For Money, tried to cope on the 15th floor, but they all died. Then the newly formed group of werewolves successfully cleared this place, the 25th floor. Susie ran next to the werewolves. Watching her, Sean noted that in other words, she was living her third life there. Looking back, the protagonist reasoned that if you take into account the single groups that were sent to assess the difficulty of the stage, then there were many more deaths. The evening sky enveloped the towers. Standing at the exit, Susie asked if they would see each other again. Crossing his arms, Sean said that they would meet on another floor. Smiling, she agreed with him. She began to leave and said that she would not give up and would survive for their expectations. Messages appeared that the quest was completed, all the guys were leveled up, the reward was 10,000 gold, and the most valuable player was Jenna. The guys teleported out of the desert. Standing in front of the gate, Sean read that he could pass the bonus stage in the Rift of Time and Space, but the limitation was that only one attempt could be made and only one person could go. Holding a fan in front of her face, Marie stated that it was ominous and from experience, when the beginning is easy, the end is always terrible. Turning around, she asked what the protagonist thought about it, to which he replied that he agreed with her. He began to walk away from the boys and asked them to go ahead. The confused girls began to assume that Sean was going to farm materials or was going to rest because there was a nice view there. The protagonist stood in front of the gate. He He calmly thought that the bonus stage was a quest intended for one. He could not ignore it. Sean entered the portal. He appeared in a dark room. Looking around the room, the protagonist reasoned that the map was a maze, the paths were complex and with many branches, but there were no monsters or traps. Sean moved along the corridor. The plot takes us an hour later. A notification popped up that the bonus stage was completed. Holding his chin, the protagonist mentally noted that he thought he had failed. Looking at the drawing in his notebook, Sean added that in any case, he had solved the problem on the 25th floor. Tomorrow they would start immediately at the 26th. The gate opened, and the protagonist reasoned that if his assumptions were correct, then the mission on the 25th floor was nothing more than a warm-up. Smiling, he thought about what Marie said, that if the beginning is easy, the end will be terrible, and she knows this game well. We are transferred to the next day. Sunlight enveloped the sky. Susie walked alone through the desert. Looking at her exhausted face, Sean asked if she was still alive. The protagonist and his comrades stood in front of her. An exhausted Susie replied that she thought she was well prepared, but it was difficult. Sean handed over the bag and said that there were heat resistance potions, water and food. Smiling, Susie emphasized the fact that she was only doing so much to get help from them. Archie looked at Sean and asked what kind of mission this was, to which he replied that it was simple, they needed to follow Susie and protect her. Pointing her finger, Susie said that she had seen this in her dreams many times and she just needed to follow the signs. Looking around the desert, the protagonist wondered what signs she was talking about. He was suddenly taken aback. Sean noticed a horde of lizards. The enraged monsters rushed into battle. The guys grabbed their weapons and said that they were better armed than last time. They must be elite and this is perfect for a good workout after eating. Blood began to splatter in all directions. Frightened, Susie said that she did not think that even the royal guard in the palace was so strong. Sean and his comrades began to disappear and with a smirk on their face said that they would see each other on the next floor. She looked at him and agreed with him. Notifications popped up that the floor was cleared. As a reward they received 50,000 gold and desert essence, and the most valuable player is the protagonist. Standing surrounded by his accomplices, Archie stated that he did not understand the point of such missions and asked if they were not just keeping an eye on some girl. Sean ordered him to watch his language. Archie smirked and asked how important she was that he should watch his language and if she was a princess of the empire, to which he answered in the affirmative. Taken aback, Archie asked again. Crossing her arms, Helen explained that he should have known if he had seen the scene on the 15th floor. Archie introduced the settlements and said that he did not completely understand this place. The moon was shining brightly in the sky. An enraged lizard swung a blade and shouted that those who break the laws of nature die. Archie cut it in half and asked what kind of nonsense it was muttering. Susie passed by the corpses and said that they did not have much time and they needed to hurry. Looking up, she noted that if her dreams were true, there were only 10 years left until the end of the world. Putting the blade behind her back, Sean asked how she was going to collect all the keys when she didn't know what they were for. Placing her hand on her chest, Susie replied that it was some kind of evidence. The keys were objects that were only mentioned in the legends of the creation of the Empire. She stood next to the protagonist and declared that if she could find them, they would grant her their powers. Susie presented a blue crest and said that she was talking about the Ascension's house, one of the 4 great families and the most powerful force in the Empire. Following Sean, Susie told them that she had promised to prove her worth to them, and to do so, she would have to do the impossible. Frowning, the protagonist asked if she was saying that the impossible was collecting the keys. Susie looked at him and asked why Sean was helping her. She folded her arms and said that she had nothing to offer him and that all she had at the moment was her body. Confused, Susie heard that the protagonist did not want anything from her. Sean walked away from her and noted that it was a coincidence that this was his mission. Susie thanked him with a smile on her face while Jenna and Marie whispered behind her that they were thinking the same thing. They watched them go and discussed how Her Imperial Highness and a knight were like in the novels they had read. The protagonist appeared behind them and asked what they were talking about. Furious, Sean grabbed Marie by the cheek and asked her to remember that he liked misunderstandings the most. A message appeared that the floor had been cleared. Turning around, Susie asked if she and the protagonist would see each other on the next floor. Sean clenched his hand into a fist and replied that no one knew because they were not the only ones. Susie was confused. Isle noticed the guys who came out of the portal and was surprised. The protagonist imagined a huge dragon and thought that on the 30th floor, several groups were also needed to complete the mission, so it would not work out that one group would be sent to all the missions before him. During the raid on the 20th floor, the entire attack squad was endangered due to another group's mistake, and he is sure that anything saw what happened. If he did not learn a lesson from this, then he is just an idiot. The plot shows us the settlements and says that the next evening, the 3rd group was sent to the next floor. Looking at the werewolves, Sean noted that they would lead Susie instead of them. Their characters are disgusting, but Gwen knows her job. Looking at the tall building, the protagonist reasoned that while he was in Nilfer, a training complex was built, the level of its capabilities is still low, so now there are only basic lessons, but for editing it was a good decision. Looking at Archie and Helen, Sean emphasized the fact that they were already a 3-star warrior and thief. Reflecting their attacks, the protagonist stated that they were getting stronger every day. Eddie's and her comrades were stained with blood, and the story told us that the third group completed the raid on the 28th floor. The next day, the second group was sent to the 29th floor. They successfully completed the mission, but the 3 newcomers were overwhelmed. Standing in front of the gate, Sean reasoned that the next stage awaited them on the 30th floor, the boss scene. They expected it to be very difficult considering how easy it was on the 25th floor. The protagonist introduced all 3 groups and their members and thought that all 15 people from the 3rd floor, including him, were underleveled for this stage. To attempt the 30th floor, everyone was recommended to be at least level 30. Sean imagined a tower and stated that they would be replaying the 28th floor for his promotion. The other floors were closed due to related quests. Editing would send them to the 28th floor after the second group. While fighting monsters, the protagonist told us that Susie did not appear on the 28th floor. They were earning experience by killing lizardmen. The mission was to kill all the monsters that lived beyond the desert hills, but then something happened. The night sky enveloped the settlement. Looking at the various maps, Sean noticed that several people on the 1st floor had conspired to steal the loot from the weekly dungeons. They did not put their loot through the inventory dimensional portal, but kept it in their pockets. A purple glow emanated from the building. The protagonist told us that half of them were immediately sent to the synthesis chamber, and the other half were imprisoned in places not so distant, awaiting their fate. The gate began to open. The warriors walked through the portal, and we were told that the next night, Editing sent thieves to the 30th floor to gather more information. The frightened warriors appeared on the floor. A message popped up warning that this mission requires 5 parties. If there are not enough heroes, they can be summoned for free or for an appropriate fee to fill the empty spaces. Looking at the gate, the plot tells us that they all died in less than 5 minutes, which made one thing clear. The protagonist imagined the tower and concluded that the 30th floor would be a difficult mission for Tanya. It requires 5 parties, which is why Editing sent 5 there, 1 leader per group. The night sky enveloped the building. Susie's voice came from Sean's ring, calling out to him. She said that she thought he would contact her immediately upon arrival, but she was wrong and was very upset. The protagonist stared at his ring. His face was serious. Sean closed his eyes and said that such jokes were bad for the heart. Sitting at the table, the protagonist said that he would soon go to the floor with the boss and decided to let him know just in case. Susie asked if he wanted to say that he could die there. Looking at the notes in the notebook, Sean replied that it was possible. Susie asked him to use the ring without delay if he was in danger. The protagonist looked at the ring with a smile and accepted her request. Continuing to take notes, he listened to her offer that if he allowed it, she could send Tanya Lisa. Sean replied that this could not be done. Susie, with a satisfied look, said that he should be careful because his life did not belong to him alone. Susie was sitting at the table in the gazebo and heard the protagonist say that they would talk later. Looking at the table, she asked him not to die at any cost. Sean replied that he would let her know when he got back so she wouldn't be upset anymore, at which point Susie closed her eyes and remarked that she was glad to hear that. The protagonist touched the ring. He raised his head and sighed. Sean looked at his notes. Looking over the papers, he reasoned that it was hard to predict what the 30th floor would be like if it was a normal account. He would have assumed that they would be raiding, scouting, or escaping, but Tanya's missions were always the opposite of his expectations. The protagonist looked at the layout of the labyrinth and stated that the labyrinth he saw in the bonus stage would appear anyway. Everyone needed to memorize its passages. With a pen in his hand, Sean crossed out the notes on the groups and noted that the information they got from synthesizing those 5 thieves indicated that they needed 25 people for this mission. The protagonist accidentally jerked his hand and turned over the ink bottle. He stared at them. Sean imagined drops of ink falling on the people. The blue sky was covered with clouds. Gwen smiled evilly and raised her hand. She kicked and pierced the opponent's body. Molly ran with her ally, smiling. The girl ran forward surrounded by monsters. Frowning, the guys looked forward in surprise. They waved their hands and cut down the monsters. The protagonist imagined many corpses and told us that ending progressed quickly. He made the third group repeatedly go through the 28th floor to level up. Sean recalled how the guy struck in anger and told us that now all that was left was to level up the rest of the groups. Because of this, the 4th and 5th groups were called much more often. Imagining blood flowing down the sword, he said that they were sent to the desert map to improve their combat skills. Sean remembered the evil girl signing the papers and said that outside of battles, preparations were also in full swing. Marie was exiled to the magic hall to solve problems for 18 hours a day until she could finally master the high-speed research. She was still the only one in Tanya who could research. The guy introduced the Night City and told us that the lobby hero's reaction level was level 3. There were 5 groups in total. For the reaction research level to be effective, the reaction level must be at least level 5. He remembered the joyful, tired Marie and said that after 3 days and nights of hard work, she was released. A window appeared with a card and information that the hero's reaction research is now level 5. The goddess blessed the lobby. The system reported that a new communication function was opened. They could easily communicate with the groups. The protagonist stood by the wall with his arms crossed and mentally said that now they can stay in touch over long distances. Smiling at the surprised girl, he said over the radio that due to the low reaction level of the heroes there are still many restrictions. The longest distance for communication is 1 kilometer. Only group leaders can communicate. Closing her eyes, Eddie's put her fingers to her temple and listened that they will need it on the 30th floor. She must pass it on to other groups. Jenna stood in front of the guy, putting her hand on her hip and said that she had not seen him for a long time. He was overloaded with work. Sean looked at the fighting guys and said that they had been fighting since the morning. They had a feeling that they would soon learn something new. The main character looked at the furious Archie and told his friend that he was impressed. He tries even harder than Nate. He really risks his life, and not just trains. This was felt during their sparring. Jenna looked at the fighting guys and said that they are training, and from his words it turns out that they do not give it their all during classes. Gritting her teeth, Helen swung her sword. The weapon spun in the air. The sword stuck in the ground behind her opponent. Archie frowned and told her to pick it up. The girl was sweating and wiping her chin. Sean crossed his arms and looked ahead seriously and thought about how his sword's path was changing. This was the requirement for the intermediate weapon mastery that Mike mentioned. It looked like he would level up soon. He looked at Helen swinging her sword and thought about how she had trained hard too, but she specialized more in support skills such as getting information and finding traps. The protagonist watched as her eyes reflected her opponent and thought about how there was a clear gap between her and Archie when it came to combat. Sean jumped in front of the girl and parried the blow. Swinging his sword, he told the girl to retreat. He himself would train with him. Archie stood in front of the guy and said that he was late. He had been waiting for him all day. The guy smiled madly and said that he was glad to get into the first group. He would not have been able to experience this in the second. The protagonist grinned, pulled out his sword and asked since when he chatted so much. A window with the guy's characteristics appeared. Archie frowned and smiled. He quickly ran forward. Sean put his sword out, blocking the attack. The protagonist waved his hand and reflected the opponent's blow. He ran quickly and looked forward seriously. The protagonist looked at the running opponent and thought that he loved fighting. Smiling, Sean dodged the attack and told us that no matter how many times he falls, he will still get up and return to the fight. He never loses heart, even if he sees that the enemy is stronger. The guy smiled and picked up the sword and thought that if he were not like that, he could leave Nate in their group. The guys fought each other dynamically. Archie smiled, pulled out his sword, and the system reported that he had achieved intermediate sword skills. Sean smirked as he swung his weapon and reached the intermediate sword mastery of the 3rd level. We see a night city under a dome. Lights were on in the windows of the building. The protagonist stood in the office in front of the guys. He crossed his arms and said that for the first time all 5 groups gathered together. Eddie smiled and put her hand on her waist and replied that she did not expect the 3rd group to join. Gwen sat on the windowsill and smiled as she said that they were also part of this mission. She did not intend to neglect their duties. The girl was not as trained as a warrior, but still polite, unlike other people. Raymond extended his hand and introduced himself, adding that he had heard a lot about Sean. Leaning on the back of the sofa, Gilbert said his name and said that he was glad to meet him. Eddie stood next to the guy, pointing at him with her hand, and said that she called them all, not him. She just wants to decide on the control system for the 30th floor and beyond. The guy added that there were as many as 25 of them. They needed a leader. Gwen laughed, raising her leg, and said that if they meant a military leader, then everything was clear. Wouldn't it be easier to just choose the strongest one? Eddie's pointed her hand at Sean and said that she recommended him. He had the most experience in carrying out missions. Besides, he assessed the situation well. Anyone who fought with him would also agree that he was a strong warrior. Gwen, smiling, squatted on the table and said that she would not mind if the Dragon Slayer became the leader, but they would not fight together since they did not like to fight together. Eddie's clenched her fist and anxiously replied that in that case the point of choosing a leader was lost. The main character, frowning, said that they fought differently. It would be ineffective to force them to change their strategy. Gwen put her hand to her cheek and raised an eyebrow, replied that he was smart. They knew what teamwork was. She would listen to his opinion on the mission. Sean crossed his arms and looked at the man and said that he would only give basic instructions. Everything else would be up to them. Eddie's looked at the window in the room and said that he looked angry, but inside he was a kind person. The protagonist closed his eyes and said that they should not be afraid, no matter what happened. The first one to tremble is the first to die. There is always a solution to every problem. Let them just remember that. He stepped on the girl's foot. Raymond looked at the guy in surprise. The protagonist glared at the guys and said that if they were not going to give everything in this battle, then they should stay away. The man was sweating in fear. He clenched his fist and said that he worked hard to get there and was not going to relax. Sean frowned and looked at him and thought that they would still check this. Gilbert stood in front of the guy and asked if he could ask for a favor. He turned around and said that he didn't mind him leading. Anyway, everyone said that he was the leader of this place. The man looked forward seriously and said that the 4th and 5th groups had worked hard to get to the 2nd floor. As soon as they did, the 3rd floor was built. He asked if the guy could transfer them up if they did well in this mission. The protagonist looked away and said that it was up to the master to decide, but he could send a request. He held up sheets of diagrams and said that they should definitely memorize this map before the mission. It was a labyrinth that would most likely appear on the 30th floor. Gilbert sat on the couch and thought about how he was so young and already the leader. They had gathered here to choose the leader, but they had all already decided who it would be. If this was for the sake of demonstrating the gap between the 2nd and 3rd floors, then they were nothing more than minions. He smiled and decided that he would be patient for now. Grinning, he thought about how very soon he would be the leader of this place. We see the city. The building was illuminated by the sun. The protagonist took the sword out of its sheath and asked if everyone was ready. Helen took the hilt and agreed. Marie adjusted the bracelet and asked if they had written the will. Archie took the sword and asked if she had written it. Jenna held the quiver and said that in the end, they were not going to die. Sean would lead them to victory again. The guy walked ahead and said that they relied on him too much. The guys confidently walked forward through the city. Eddie stood seriously in front of her group. Gwen stood smiling in front of the team. Frowning, Raymond stood at the head of the group. Gilbert's team stood outside with weapons in hand. A window appeared with information that an attack unit of 5 groups was being formed. A crowd of guys stood in front of the entrance to the dungeon and the system reported that there were 25 heroes in total. The recommended leader of the attack unit was Sean. Eddie's looked at the guy and said that this time she should be more useful than she was on the 20th floor. Marie stood behind him, worried, and said that it felt like each new boss level required more and more people. At this rate, soon there would be 100 people chasing missions. She looked at the silent guy in front of her. The girl looked at Sean and thought about what was happening, but he was pretending not to hear her. Izel smiled, put her hand on her hip and said that this was the 30th floor, let them be on their guard and not get under Sean's feet. Archie looked at his ally with a smile and said that he was apparently popular, even jealous. The portal began to open. The game said that the gate would open in 10 seconds. A notification appeared on the portal that they had passed 29 floors. They needed to climb the tower and save the world. Turning around, Jenna smiled and said that everything would go well if they were careful. A bright light appeared from the portal. The gate was emitting energy. The sun was breaking through the clouds. The space was filled with sand. The guys moved to a destroyed city. Marie held the hood and asked if they were in the city. Sean looked around and thought that he looked quite old. He frowned and asked Eddie's through the connection about their location. The girl answered that it was some kind of strange city. There was a lot of sand everywhere and it was very hot. The main character and his team were standing in the middle of the city and he said that they had the same thing. They needed to gather together, let them come to the center. He didn't need to explain where it was. The guys were walking down the street and the guy told Raymond that they should also go to the center and let them try to contact other groups. It was too far from them. Sean walked behind the girls, frowning and thinking that this was not good. They were all separated. The protagonist pulled his collar down over his face and said that they would go to the center and join the others and let Helen lead them. He asked them to keep an eye out for Susie, she might be here. The girl ran ahead and said that she understood everything. The guy walked ahead of the team and said that Helen would report what she saw, but that they should not relax. The guys walked along the street through a sandstorm. Jenna looked ahead seriously and said that she was a little worried when it was so quiet at first. The protagonist frowned and called the leaders of the 2nd and 4th groups over the radio. He looked at the statue of angels and said that they would meet at the large building in the center of the city. The guy looked at the silhouette of the girls in the sand and listened as Raymond contacted the other groups and told them everything. Sean's team took out their weapons. Helen appeared in the middle of the sand with Susie on her shoulders and said that she found the princess. She was lying unconscious in the middle of the road. The protagonist stood next to the girl and asked what the chances were that it was a trap. Marie frowned and her eyes began to glow. She scanned the princess's body and answered that there was no chance. The guy opened the flask with the potion and asked what she was doing there. He brought the vessel to the girl's lips. Susie drank the elixir. She opened her eyes and called the guy. Sean was holding the bottle in his hands and said that it would help with the heat. The girl was lying on Helen, holding the flask and saying that she just wanted to find the keys. Sean looked at her tensely and clarified if they were here. The girl looked at the building with the statue and answered that she was sure it was the same place she saw in her dreams. She looked down worriedly and said that the keys were here. A window appeared with information that on the 30th floor it was necessary for NPC Susie to survive. The guy frowned and looked ahead. The protagonist was walking away from the girls and saying that they should stay close to Jenna. If something happened, let her hide. He put his fingers to his temple and asked Eddie's over the comm if she saw the window with the mission that was supposed to appear. The girl replied that she saw information about reconnaissance and NPC survival. Sean looked at the buildings and told her that Susie was with them. There was no need to look for her. Let her inform the other groups about this and move towards them. Turning around, Marie looked displeasedly at the sand on her clothes and said that it pissed her off. The guy looked at the tall building and asked if she was sure that it was there. A sand whirlwind enveloped the statue on the roof. Sean stood in front of the building seriously, looking up. The man remembered how as a child he stood in front of the door and thought about how he grew up in a completely ordinary family. Gilbert imagined himself standing outside in the city and thinking about how he had grown up to be an ordinary man. He remembered standing in front of the fortress in armor and thinking about how he had joined the guards with the little knowledge of fencing that he had. The man imagined a monster with its mouth open and decided that his life had gotten twisted. Gilbert remembered how many monsters ran forward quickly and thought about how the previously safe world was starting to turn into a living hell. The guard imagined a lot of arrows flying. He remembered how he screamed when a projectile pierced his eye. The man imagined himself sitting surrounded by orcs. The monster licked its lips bloodthirstily. The warrior looked at the enemy with tears in his eyes. He remembered how he quickly rushed forward and thought about how he was scared, so he ran away. The orcs ran after the boy, shooting many arrows. The man imagined sitting by a tree in the forest and thinking that he was wandering, not knowing where to go, but there was no place for a deserter. Gilbert remembered the three boys finding him by the tree and thought that he had later come across good people. He imagined sleeping with them by the fire and thinking that they had shared their food and even talked to him, but every second he was afraid that they would take him by surprise. The man remembered the sword piercing the body and thinking that it was impossible to know whether they were really good people or bandits. The guard imagined standing over the corpse with the sword and telling us that he had killed them. He remembered the boy on his knees begging for mercy and thought that his own fear was no longer his, but caused by him. The man laughed madly and knew that he had known ecstasy. The plot moves us to the Sand City, where Raymond reported over the radio that the first group had the target and asked if the third and fifth groups could see the building with the domed roof. Gwen stood in front of the team on the street and replied that they had excellent vision. If he meant that huge castle in the center of the city, then they were heading towards it. Gilbert put his fingers to his ear and said that they could not see the building from their position, but they would head towards it as soon as they saw it. We see a map of the city with the locations of all the groups. The first and second groups were approaching a large building. The statue of angels was covered in sand. The guys were looking at the roof of the castle. All the teams gathered in the square near the building. The main character stood next to the princess and frowned, saying that she was their target, who must be protected in this mission. The girl looked at Raymond and introduced herself. He looked at the embarrassed girl and asked if she was a member of the royal family. The man imagined Susie as a child and thought that she was the same girl from the recordings, but she had grown older. Gilbert crossed his arms and thought that this was the one they were supposed to protect. He couldn't understand the point of this mission. The protagonist looked at the building and said that the only notable part of the city was this temple. The first group would go inside, the rest would stay outside. Eddie's looked at the guy and said that they had no idea what could be waiting inside. Was he really sure of his words? Turning around, Raymond said that they would scout in the south for now. Gilbert looked at the guys and said that they would be in the west. Helen approached the entrance to the temple. She put her hand on the door and said that it seemed there were no traps. The doors swung open. The guys went inside. Susie looked ahead in shock. She looked at the object on the stand with delight and said that this was it. A dagger was hovering in front of them, emitting energy. Helen lowered her collar and frowned, saying that she still could not sense any enemies. The protagonist examined the glowing dagger and said that it was begging him to come and take it, but that it was too easy. The girl extended her hand to the object. Susie looked at the dagger in her hands in surprise, and the system reported that they had reached the first part of the goal. The key of emptiness had been obtained. Putting her hands on her hips, Marie looked at her and said that nothing was happening. She lowered her head in fear, feeling a tremor. A warning window appeared. Sean frowned and put his hand to his head, listening to Eddie say over the comm that they had to leave immediately. The sky above the temple turned blue. The guy stood behind the girl, looking up and asking if the sandstorm had really ended. The ground beneath the guys began to shake. The guys were standing at the exit of the temple and Helen was saying that the closest exit was to the southwest. She would lead everyone. Sean anxiously put his finger to his ear and said that they were leaving the city. Let the rest run. The guys quickly ran forward and Raymond asked what happened. They were running in the middle of a collapsing city. The protagonist turned around in fear. Gwen and her allies were flying over the city. Marie looked away in surprise. Archie smiled and said that something did happen. The guys ran in fear from the sand catching up with them. Frowning, Eddie's turned around and shouted that everyone should speed up. Raymond looked back anxiously and asked what the hell was going on. Gilbert looked away in fear. Sean turned to Jenna and Susie and held out his hand, asking the girl not to leave her under any circumstances. He ran fast and shouted for the others to run. They had 5 minutes to the exit. The guy said that everyone who was whole should help the wounded. They couldn't lose anyone. Jedi grabbed Gilbert's arm in fear and asked him not to leave him. The man threw his ally back and told him to fuck off. The guy clenched his teeth and fell to the ground. Jedi screamed in fear through his tears. He was being sucked into the sandstorm behind the running guys. A notification appeared saying that the guy was back in the arms of God. His fighting spirit will be remembered until the end of time. Waves of sand covered the city, and Gilbert said that the guys were nothing more than tools on the way to his goal. He looked ahead angrily and said that he would get out of there alive and achieve his goal. The storm quickly moved through the city. Sean jumped over the wall and reported over the comm that there was 1 minute until the exit. Frowning, he looked ahead and thought about how lucky they were. There were no more monsters. The guy looked at the city and shouted that the guys should not stop running, even after they got out of the city. Sand waves covered the buildings. All the groups gathered behind the fortress. Susie sadly lowered her head and asked if all this was because of her. The protagonist held a bottle and, looking at it, answered that it would not do anyone any good if they started looking for someone to blame now. Mary closed her eyes and raised her hand and said that in any case, they did it, although it was pretty close. Sean looked ahead worriedly and asked what it looked like. Jenna looked at him in surprise and sighed. The girl looked at the shaking fortress and said that it was an earthquake. The protagonist put his fingers to his ear and called everyone to gather. Raymond asked over the comm if they had completed the mission. The guy walked on the shaking ground and answered that he may not be funny, this is just the beginning. He looked at the surprised princess and said that she should get her weapon out and be ready. The sky above the boys was covered in energy and warnings appeared. Sand filled the city. Whirlwinds enveloped the buildings. The city rose on a huge mountain of sand. The boys stood behind the fortress and looked at the rising buildings. The monster gritted his teeth through the sand. The protagonist looked up in alarm and asked if this was in the girl's dreams. Susie looked at the sky in fear and answered that she had never seen anything like this. The system reported that the mission had been changed. The monster raised his paw over the house. He opened his eyes in rage. The monster stood inside the fortress, and the game reported that the goal was now to destroy their enemies and protect Susie. The boys looked at the evil ancient statue. The princess looked at the enemy in fear. Sean frowned and sweat ran down his cheek. Eddie's looked ahead in shock. Gwen crossed her arms and smiled. Raymond stood next to his ally, gritting his teeth. Gilbert looked up in fear, his mouth open. He was sweating and asking what it was. The monster walked forward, sweeping away buildings in its path. The man smiled. Gilbert looked up and laughed. He looked forward desperately and said that this was the real battle. The man smiled and added that this was too much. Gilbert smiled madly and asked if he had saved him, only to have him come close to death again. He imagined the smoke. The man remembered the burning forest and thought about the murders, rapes, arson, and robbery. Gilbert imagined himself sitting in front of a mountain of gold and thinking about how it was all on his hands. He raised his hand with the coins and thought about how he needed more. Flames enveloped the trees and the boy shouted that he saw knights. Turning around, the man was riding a horse and shouting that someone had leaked them. They needed to run faster. The horse tripped over a rock. The man and his horse fell off the cliff. The boys stood over the wounded captain and discussed how he was in terrible condition. They would be finished at this rate. They should leave him. He would only be a burden. The boy looked at his severed hand in shock and screamed. Gilbert remembered sitting on the ground with a sword and screaming at the boys. He raised his weapon in rage and asked how they dared to treat him like a cripple. Let them try to do it at least once more. The man imagined the palace and told us that this was his last memory. He stood in the square, looking at his hands and thinking that his spine, which he had broken before getting there, was fine. Gilbert lifted the bandage, under which there was no eye, and thought that in this place all diseases were healed. Old injuries remained, but there were no other health problems. The man stood in front of the mirror, bending over, thinking that those who lived on the second floor and above knew more about this place. He could also gain knowledge if he went up to the second floor. Gilbert smiled evilly and thought that it was undeniable that he was born with 2 stars, which meant that he was of a higher rank than the rest of the local fools. This was his chance to rise higher in this society. He remembered sitting in front of the protagonist and thinking about how he was told that the leader was a man named Sean, being born with 1 star. He was a farmer. The man sat on the couch in front of the guy and thought about how there were no obstacles that he could not become stronger than him. The monster stepped on the ground furiously. Gilbert raised his hands and looked at it in fear. A notification appeared that the man was experiencing fear. All stats were lowered by 30%. He looked down in fear and said that he never had a chance. Gilbert looked at the walking statue and thought that everything was exactly the same as it was when the knights attacked them. There was no chance of winning. They had to get out of there. The guys looked ahead in fear and screamed, and the system reported that their characteristics were lowered by 30%. The game said that all members of the 4th and 5th groups were afraid. Looking away, Raymond was sweating and asked what kind of submission, shouldn't they run away? Gilbert turned around and screamed in fear that an ant couldn't kill a giant, even if he was armed. Archie smiled and asked what kind of dog was yapping there. Crossing his arms, he said with a grin that the man wasn't even a dog, he shouldn't have insulted dogs, he was more of an insect. The guy looked at the angry man with a smile and asked what was wrong with his face. Archie smirked, taking out his sword behind Sean and said that he would beat him. Gilbert looked at the guy in fear and raised his hand asking what they should do, how they could escape. The protagonist looked at the statue in the city and said that it seemed like he had forgotten how to read. They would not get out of there until they killed this thing. He held the sword in front of him and told everyone to prepare for battle. The man looked forward in shock. Gilbert was sweating and thinking that this fool had completely lost his mind. He looked at the formidable monster and thought that he was feeling fear, horror and insane despair that he thought he had managed to forget, and the guy actually wanted to fight in the middle of all this in such a situation. Sean raised his hand, holding the sword, and told him to prepare for battle. Gilbert pointed his finger forward and shouted in shock that this was absurd. The system reported that he was experiencing a panic attack. All stats were reduced by 50%. The man looked at the boy in a frenzy and asked if he wanted them to defeat this giant. Did he really think it was possible? The man's severed arm flew forward. He looked at it in shock. Archie stood next to Sean and asked why he stopped him if he was going to do the same. A notification appeared that Gilbert was bleeding out and would gradually lose health. The protagonist looked at the trembling Patrick and asked his name. He looked at the severed arm on the ground and said that he was now in charge of the 5th group. The system reported that the leader of the attack unit was proposing a change in leadership from Gilbert to Patrick. The guy looked ahead in shock, hearing that he must choose, die or fight. Turning around, Sean said that while he was in this place, he needed to kill any enemies. No matter what they were, he needed to move if he wanted to live. Marie put her hand to her head and closed her eyes, saying that she knew it would not be easy. Smiling, Jenna held up her fist and said they would do it because they always had and would continue to do it. Archie smiled, throwing his sword over his shoulder. Helen turned around and closed her eyes. Patrick looked ahead, confused. He frowned and looked down. The guy raised his sword and shouted that they could fight too. Susie looked at him worriedly and asked if he was sure. Patrick held the sword in confusion and asked how they could kill this thing. Jenna looked at the guy with a smile and said that she was taught to observe the development of events in such situations. Only then would they find an answer. She thought about the fact that the first thing to do when meeting the boss was to analyze his attacks. The girl looked at the huge statue and thought about the fact that the enemy was more than 300 meters high, and she couldn't even estimate his weight. He was made of something like stone. They were like ants against an elephant. Raymond spread his hands and looked at him in surprise and asked what they should do. Let him say something already. Sean stood in front of the boys and answered that they needed to hold out until they gathered enough data on him, but it was impossible to get away. The man put his hand to his face and closed his eyes, asking what to do. Behind him, the silhouettes of an army were visible. Susie turned around and looked back in fear. A crowd of monsters were approaching through the pink fog. Many bloodthirsty lizards were running forward. The system announced that the first round of monster wave had been declared. Sean stood with his sword drawn and said that they would be here soon. He looked at the second army of lizards and thought about them moving from the west. A notification appeared that this was the second round of monster wave. Eddie's covered her face with her hand from the whirlwind. Gwen ran in front of her team and laughed, saying that they would deal with these little ones. Sean looked at Raymond and Eddie's and said that they should not pay attention to the third group. The second would be in front, the fourth and fifth groups behind. He introduced the guys and himself in front of the monster and said that they must protect the target while looking for a way to defeat the giant, and the guys must get rid of the monsters and make sure they do not reach them. The guy looked at the angry statue and said that everything is fine. It is obvious who he is here for. He is pursuing the target with the key. He will ignore them as long as they are far away from them. All the groups lined up in a row, hearing that they should take positions. Raymond stood in front of the team, holding a sword and calling out to Sean. He looked at the running army of monsters and said that they are attacking from the east. The system reported that this is the third round of the monster wave. The protagonist imagined the attack pattern of the monsters and thought that this floor really wants to bury them. Jenna turned around worriedly and called out to the guy. The guys looked at the foot of the monster above them. The statue stepped on the ground. A lot of sand flew up. The guys quickly ran away from the sand, catching up with them. Sean frowned, put his fingers to his ear and said over the radio that the other groups should keep a distance between them so that the giant would not attack them too. He ran in front of the girls and shouted at Susie not to get lost. Eddie said over the radio that there were too many monsters. Some were heading their way. Many furious lizards were running forward. The protagonist frowned and cut down the monster, saying that everything was fine. He expected this. The girl should focus on the group. In the distance, the silhouettes of enemies were visible again, and the game announced the fourth round. The riders quickly galloped on the lizards and the fifth round of the monster wave began. Jenna fired many arrows using the Sidewinder. The attack pierced the heads of the lizards. Frowning, Marie extended her hand and created a flame. The fiery whirlwind threw the monsters into the air. Susie stood in fear, spreading her arms out to the sides. Turning around, Sean held out his hand and yelled at her that she should run. The girl looked ahead in fear. The monster approached Susie with its fist. She looked at it in alarm. The opponent hit the ground and the guy called out to the girl. Susie covered her face with her hands in fear. The protagonist pushed her away and asked if she was okay. Sean looked at the face of the statue and said that he was quite strong. The protagonist saw a crowd of lizard men and began to discuss in correspondence with Eddies that they were holding out for now, but it would be hard if they kept coming. A message popped up that the next wave of monsters was coming. Running around the statue, the protagonist thought that the material it was made of was very durable. The surface was smooth, there were few cracks that he could use as handles to lift, and he did not see anything else. Jenna ran next to him and asked what Sean was planning to do. He turned his gaze to the monster and stated that they would either go inside or climb on top of it. Marie, dumbfounded, ran after them and asked if he was serious. The protagonist noticed the pink flames and noted that they would not last long and that everything would soon turn into a sea of fire. Archie smirked and said that he was saying that there was only one place they could escape and asked how he planned to climb, to which he replied that they needed to be at the right angle. Putting his finger to his ear, Sean asked if anyone had seen the goddess statue and asked them not to worry about the flames and just concentrate on what was in front of them. When asked if he was talking about the strangely carved figure of a woman, the protagonist's face turned serious. The statue was sticking out of the sand. Turning around, Sean ordered his comrades to move to the west of the desert and for Susie to get the key. She was taken aback by what he heard. Susie held the key in her hands and thought that there was no reaction and they still couldn't use it. Running through the desert, the protagonist asked Gwen to put her hand on the goddess statue. Sean ran away from the statue and heard that nothing changed from touching. Another wave of monsters came, after which the lizardmen ran out to them. Stunned, Raymond screamed that the fourth group should retreat and move towards the first group. Patrick frowned and said that the other groups were moving and they should follow them. He was suddenly taken aback. Looking at Gilbert, who was running away from there, Patrick asked him to come back. Scared, Gilbert was healing his hand and reasoned that he didn't even notice his sword and this couldn't be. Furious, Gilbert remembered the words of the guy who said that when they enter the floor, you can't be afraid or panic. Oddly enough, if someone panics, their abilities will be confused. Stanley ran after him and asked to take him with them. The monsters watched as the guys ran towards the fire. Theo, dumbfounded, cried out in pain. Eddie stood next to him and asked him not to freak out, to pull himself together and drink the potion she gave him. John said with a serious expression that there were 2 members of the 5th group left. At this rate they would be destroyed because 2 had escaped. Eddie's looked at John and said that she recognized the look in this madman's eyes. He had the same look as her previous allies. The warrior picked up the wounded guy and asked him to pull himself together. The guy suddenly became scared. He saw the body of his comrade, who was impaled on a spear. Moving through the desert, Sean thought that they were already at the limit. He imagined a map of the battlefield and began to reason that the ring of flame continued to reduce the area where they could act. The army of lizardmen was still being replenished. In such chaos there was simply no formation. Moving towards the wall of fire, the protagonist announced that only Susie would go with him, and the rest should help the other groups. Grinning, Sean emphasized the fact that giant monsters are his specialty. Looking at the statue of the goddess, the protagonist noticed that it was located above the palace where the key was kept. However, when this monster appeared, it was swept away along with the entire city. The werewolves defended the statue, and the protagonist came to the conclusion that the second statue of the goddess was located in the place where Gwen fought with the enemies, and it was clearly not by chance that she was there. After another announcement about a wave of monsters, the lizardmen appeared on the battlefield. Dory was in the air. She was flying at the monsters. Dory dealt a crushing blow to the ground, which scattered the lizardmen. The monster's hands were enveloped in a red aura. The werewolves ran to him with great speed. They tore the leader of the lizardmen to shreds. Gwen received a message from Sean that they had brought the stone blockhead and that they needed to take the third group and retreat, and then she turned her gaze. She saw the protagonist running towards her. The monster swung its arm. Gwen started to run away and said that they had had enough fun and needed to leave. Holding Susie and continuing to run, the protagonist remarked that she could use some training. The monster was preparing for a powerful attack. Its fist was flying towards Sean. The statue was watching them closely. The golem dealt a powerful blow to the ground. Clouds of dust rose. A yellow aura surrounded Susie and Sean. They were lying on the ground next to the statue. A bright glow emanated from the angels. An explosion was heard. A message popped up that the object's effect had been activated and the goddess's power was binding the ancient statue. The energy was holding the statue's arm. The glow began to spread along the monster's arm. The warriors were fighting behind the monster. Surprised, Raymond asked if the giant statue had stopped. Sean climbed onto the monster and asked all the groups to listen to him. Pointing his finger up, the protagonist said that they would climb it now. A system window began to appear near the tall tower, asking the group leader who would climb first. Closing her eyes, Marie put her hands forward, starting to create magic. Because of the girl's magic, flames of fire began to advance across the entire territory. Continuing to fight, a group of people standing on the tower shouted for everyone to hurry. Eddie thanked the hero for giving her a hand and then began to climb to the top floor of the tower. Looking at the tired girl, Nate asked her where John was now and heard that he had gone to help the fifth group. The weapon sank into the monster's face. The frightened guy leaned on his sword and, thanks to the man, heard how he answered to maintain formation and then retreat. John quickly swung his weapon in different directions, using his strength. Patrick looked at it all in surprise and replied that it was incredible. The hero looked ahead confidently, without answering. Remembering his first days, the man replied that for him it was already like a vacation. Sitting with a smile on his face, Patrick held a weapon and replied that his dream was to travel the continent as a mercenary so he could pretend that it had come true. John lowered his head and listened to the guy who replied that he still had a long way to go until he really became a good mercenary. The man calmly told Patrick that he was already a good warrior. The guy looked at John with incomprehension. After a few seconds, the hero's head dropped, starting to silently look at the floor. Someone began to slowly approach the guys, answering that he was with them now too. Dylan, confidently looking at the guys, answered that he wanted to return home much stronger, no matter what. John looked askance at the guy and said that he was still young. A memory arose in his head, how Dylan began to fall to the ground in fear. The hero began to confidently look ahead, showing his sly smile. The guy's hand was reaching forward, trying to do at least something, not losing hope. A few seconds later, the hero's dead body and spears lay on the wall. The hand was holding the sword tightly, quickly starting to pull it out. Quickly flying forward and holding the sword tightly with both hands, the hero cut the hands of the warriors who were running to fight. The guy opened his mouth wide, starting to make a loud cry of fear. Patrick, wiping his mouth, began to ask about Gilbert. But Eddie's, looking askance at the hero, answered that he was unlikely to die, but he could not cope on his own. Standing at the top of the tower, the guys saw monsters and a system window that told everyone to go up. Looking at each other with confidence and a smile, the heroes responded to attack. A few seconds later, only dust remained from the guys. Quickly starting to run, the heroes looked at each other and with a smile on their faces answered that they had been waiting for this command. The group, with quick movements and using different methods, began to quickly climb up the tower. The building began to change. Suddenly a system window appeared, which said that the stone statue's defense system was starting to activate. Everything in the tower began to spin. At the very top, a hatch was shown, from which something sharp was looking out. A few seconds later, the hatch was opened and a huge number of monsters began to jump out of it. Robots quickly came out of the top of the building, starting to descend to the guys. On the very top floor, a sharp shiny spear was visible, which was shown in the sun. Flying forward incredibly fast, the spear had a mission to kill all the invaders. Two guys confidently dodged the spear in a jump, continuing on their way. The leg stood on the edge of the tower. The weapon began to become sharper and stronger. Nate, using force, began to hit the heavy sword, breaking it into several pieces. Monsters running out of different parts of the tower looked at the hero, who was approaching them. Nate confidently looked forward, ran at the robots, holding a piece of a heavy sword in his hands. The monsters' heads began to fly off in different directions, splattering blood. The armed group of people continued to run quickly, not seeing any obstacles in front of them. The heroine and the man, running side by side, simultaneously thrust their spear forward, killing the monsters. Two guys from the group, gritting their teeth, ran forward, preparing for battle. Several different magics and powers from the heroes quickly rushed forward towards the robots. The girl opened her mouth wide, loudly shouting that the second group was breaking through and they needed to attack. Her hands held the sword tightly, starting to swing it. A huge amount of magic from the guys destroyed everything in its path, spreading to all the monsters. Turning back, one of the men shouted loudly that the fourth group was holding on to the second and everyone should follow him. Running quickly forward, Nate confidently looked into the distance, realizing that they had restored the formation and now they just had to make progress in this raid. In the very center, a huge shaman monster appeared out of nowhere. The shaman began to control the other monsters so that they all fell into a rage. One of the parts of the magic began to enter the hero's body. Magic passed through all parts of the body. The guy's eyes changed color, showing aggression. The system window began to show that the hero was going into berserk mode. Quickly killing all the monsters, the guy confidently stood aside, holding a bloody sword in his hand. Monsters continued to emerge from the hatch, looking at the dead heads of their charges. Quickly cutting everyone's heads, the hero looked at his guys, shouting at them to attack from the inside. Gwen looked ahead with a mad smile, shouting that she would go first. One of the hands began to shove a map of the monster's entrails to the girl to look into it if necessary. Looking at Susie, the hero replied that she would also go inside. Looking at how the monsters did not finish climbing out of the hatch, the hero answered Susie that it was more dangerous outside. From below, the monsters also continued to walk towards the guys along the tower. Standing with all the guys at the top of the tower, Khan replied that the first group was not going inside. Starting to confidently look forward, the protagonist held his weapon tightly and shouted to the first group that they would stay and accept this fight. The hero began to look at Gwen, who was ready for battle, telling her to destroy everything as soon as she was inside. The heroine's body continued to radiate fire and power. The system window began to show that the activation of the exclusive transformation skill was ending. Her legs stood confidently on the ground. A huge tiger with a fiery flame stood on the top floor of the tower. The tiger's mouth began to carefully grab the frightened Susie by the clothes. A few seconds later, the monster quickly jumped into the hatch with the rest of the guys. Eddies began to look out of the hatch and looking at Khan asked him to be careful. Dissatisfied Mary looked into the distance, answering Khan that their group always gets the most difficult job, and then the girl asked the hero what they should do next. Looking at the entire tower, the hero shouted for everyone to climb up the arm and destroy all suspicious devices that they find. Looking into the hatch, the heroine answered that everyone, including the fifth group, went inside. To the side, the girl began to see something, looking carefully to the side. Out of nowhere, a sharp spear appeared from above the tower again, which quickly headed forward towards the group of guys. One of the magics appeared in the sky. Khan began to envelop the spear with a flowing blade so that it stopped for a while. A few seconds later, with the help of the power of the blade, the spear fell apart into several small fragments. The girl's arm was straightened in front, emitting a fiery flame. A few seconds later, a huge flame appeared, which began to advance across the entire territory, destroying everything in its path. The monsters quickly ran forward, opening their mouths wide and not afraid of anything. Jenna began to set targets on the monsters with her bow, quickly directing arrows at them. Meanwhile, the heroes continued to fight, quickly killing all the monsters in their path. The tower master clenched his teeth in anger, starting to look at the groups of people. Khan looked up at the master, starting to look at him with a smile on his face. The building stood on its feet, on the territory. On one of the parts of the tower there was a man. Gilbert, tightly gripping the tower with his sword, lowered his head. His mouth was wide open from fatigue, starting to make various sounds. Exhaling, Gilbert confidently looked forward, continuing to hold on tightly to the sword despite his fatigue. Looking up, the man understood that he had nowhere else to run, since the result was the same. Wherever he went, it would be full of flames and lizards. Looking at the master's face, Gilbert lowered his head, thinking how he could get there in such a distance. The heroes continued to fight all the monsters, believing that they could do all this. Thinking about the guys, Gilbert replied that they got there while he was running. Laboratory. The heroine and Susie quickly walked inside the laboratory, seeing various devices and thinking that they just needed to destroy it all. The building began to improve, more and more weapons appeared, and the system window responded that the self-defense system of the stone statue was increasing to the second level. The heroine emitted a fiery flame and loudly began to shout at the girl to get ready. A hurricane of fire began to pass through the entire territory of the tower, which began to carry away everything in its path. The lizardmen looked at everything that was happening with surprise and slight fear, not understanding what to start doing. Confidently looking forward, Marie began to create a collapse. A strong magical flame from the heroine filled the entire territory, killing all the monsters. Suddenly, someone's big foot stood on the building. A huge ogre came out of the tower. Several spears immediately pierced the monster's eye. Khan began to watch this entire battle, seeing that the system window responded that everyone had also figured out the second device. A few seconds later, the dead head of the ogre fell from the tower along with the separate body of the ogre. With a confused look in his eyes, Khan looked into the distance, hearing Gwen answer that she had found the third one, but with some problems. Standing at the top of the tower, the hero heard the girl answer with confusion that the device was simply running away. Looking at the crystal and the glass stopper, Khan heard Gwen answer that the device was near them and they would take care of it, so they could continue moving. The two heroes with smiles on their faces heard Khan shouting at them to destroy one thing. The monsters screamed loudly, opening their mouths wide, not letting anyone pass. Using their magic, the two heroes quickly made their way to the crystal that the monsters guarded so reverently. With a smile on his face, the hero ran closer and closer to it, looking at it confidently. Having thrust his sword into the glass, the crystal flew in different directions with fragments. The master looked at the heroes more and more aggressively. The system window began to respond that the self-defense system of the stone statue was increasing to the third level. The master's eyes began to emit sparks. After a few seconds, they began to glow brightly, blinding everything around. The heroes began to look up carefully, wondering what was happening. Every time the crystal began to break, its defense system was activated. The guys thought that they would have to destroy all the crystals inside it to defeat this thing. Everyone understood that on the first level there were ballistas and lizardmen guardians. After a while, ogres were added to the ballistas on the second level. With a smile on his face, Khan looked into the distance, starting to think about the third level. A huge stream of magic from the master began to quickly fly at the heroes from the very top of the tower. The system window began to respond that the ancient stone statue was activating laser beams. The stream of laser beams covered the entire territory. Half of the tower was completely broken into two parts. The statue began to confidently look to the side. A frightened group of guys stood on the broken part. Jenna answered that she did not expect this, but Khan told everyone that they were not much left to the head. One of the ogres began to scream loudly, opening its mouth. Gwen's group, fighting the ogres, heard Khan shouting at them to stop breaking the devices and start caring about the monsters in time. The man confidently looked away, saying nothing. The two heroes screamed loudly in fear, opening their mouths wide. Dodging the lasers, Khan heard Eddie's answer that everyone began to use some strange magic, near which laser beams appeared. Quickly killing the monsters, the man listened to Eddie's, realizing that the attacks inside were also increasing. Holding his spear tightly, Khan began to run, thinking to destroy the device that emits the laser. Continuing to emit his magic and quickly run forward, the hero began to understand that the traps inside would also have to stop. A huge stream of power was directed forward to one of the places on the tower. Destroying the device with a spear, Eddie's answered that everything had stopped for them and now they could move on. Looking at the tower, Gwen screamed that they had finished off the fourth. In one of the lasers were two silhouettes. Two angels were looking up, hugging each other. A few seconds later, the spell was lifted and the angels were no longer standing in the lasers. The hand of the tower dropped them to the ground. The system window screamed that the ancient statue no longer had the powers of a goddess and the effect was removed from the object. Trying to stay in place, Jenna looked into the distance in fear, screaming that they had no time at all. The heroine began to quickly run away, hearing Khan screaming at her that he would catch her, so she should not be afraid. One of the heroines, looking into the distance at the monsters, answered that she was also going up since there was no time at all. Jenna and Marie looked at Khan, who was fighting the monsters, and shouted at him to climb up to them quickly. The main character, waving his weapon, killed the monsters and shouted to the girls that he was coming. The tower continued to emit flames. The two boys, climbing up the tower, looked at each other and shouted that it was too unreliable. Jenna held out her hand, shouting for the Khan to grab it quickly. The hero quickly ran forward. With dexterous and fast jumps, the guy rushed towards the heroines. Jenna looked at the Khan with admiration, continuing to hold out her hand. Gritting his teeth, the hero tried to grab it as quickly as possible. His hand almost touched the heroine's hand, but after a few seconds, the Khan's hand began to fall down. The hero's eyes began to radiate misunderstanding and fear. Jenna looked at the Khan with fear, not knowing what to do. Seeing how the hero was falling, the girl simply screamed after him, not understanding what to do. Calmly falling down, the Khan answered that this was a bad place and there was nothing to even grab onto when you were falling. Starting to create a ball of magic, the hero clenched his teeth, realizing that he would have to finish him off in one blow. The force with a huge flow began to rush into the wall. Firmly grasping the wall with his sword, the hero began to quickly move down it, slowly destroying it. Half of the tower broke exactly into two parts. Tired Khan continued to hang, holding on to the sword, beginning to sigh from fatigue. Looking ahead with incomprehension, the hero saw that the system window responded that a screenshot was taken, due to which the image was saved in the gallery. Jenna looked at Khan from above the building, hearing the man answer that he was not dead and everything was fine with him. Beginning to look at the guy in fear, Jenna screamed for him to wait and for them to go down for him. Holding his hand on the spear, Khan shouted to the girl that he was okay and the crystal should appear as soon as possible. Continuing to hang, the guy looked to the side where the entrances with flames were. Looking at the secret entrances, the hero began to understand that he had no choice but to go there if he wanted to survive. Holding his sword with his hand, the hero looked to the side. Khan was watching something in the other direction, not noticing Gilbert behind him, also holding his sword with his hand. The man looked tiredly at the guy, his mouth wide open. Khan's hand continued to hold onto the weapon, but not with such great force. Raising his head, Khan looked up in confusion. Behind the man, holding onto Khan's hair, was Gilbert. Holding tightly to the hero, Gilbert answered with a smile on his face that he would survive and be able to climb up. Thinking about his plans, Gilbert smiled, realizing that he needed to jump inside this statue. Looking askance to the side, the hero thought about what was happening. After a few seconds, his gaze looked forward. Closing his eyes, Nate changed his appearance and came out of Berserker mode. Gilbert looked up in fear. His hands were tightly holding onto the Berserker's hair. With incomprehension and fear, the hero held his hands on the hair that had fallen off Nate, so Gilbert began to fall into the abyss. The body began to move away from the hero further and further. After a few seconds, it was almost hidden in the flames. After a while, Gilbert disappeared from sight, and the system window showed that the guy returned to the arms of the Lord. Nate looked askance to the side. After a few seconds, his gaze began to look forward into the distance, thinking what to do. With the help of dexterous movements, the guy confidently jumped on his sword with his whole body. Bouncing off from it, Nate immediately fell into the territory with secret entrances. Looking into the distance, the main character saw how the sword began to fall down from the tower. Stretching his arms forward, the guy quickly ordered to return. The weapon began to spin in the guy's magic without falling. Starting to spin, the sword boomeranged back into Nate's hands. Walking into one of the buildings, the hero looked to the side, asking the group leaders to report the situation. Someone's legs appeared near the hero. Nate began to look away confidently. Entering the building, the guy was surrounded by a huge number of armed monsters. One of the lizardmen began to shout loudly that he was the best. With quick movements of the sword, the monster's head flew to the side. Seeing the flying spear, the hero understood that he had already been in these places during the bonus scene, and unlike other participants who had to remember the layout of this place with the help of a map, the guy has an advantage due to which he will not get lost, so he can easily get to the top if he simply ignores the traps and the monsters themselves. Dodging a huge number of spears, Khan asked the group leader where they were. Running forward with magic, the hero heard the girl answer that they were now in some strange round room, where there were a bunch of strange mechanisms. Listening to all this, Khan answered her that he would destroy everything that was in her way and the mechanisms themselves. Near the glass test tube with the crystal, the heroine began to scream that she did not have the fifth device. Marie and Jenna confidently stood aside. Everyone looked at the head of the statue, noticing that there was also a crystal on his other shoulder, but they would not be able to shoot it since his head was in the way. A few seconds later, the building began to change. The system window responded that the stone statue's defense system had been upgraded to level 4. A new door from the tower began to open. A huge golem mage began to appear from the open door. The monster's hands were completely in sharp swords. The monster's body began to quickly accelerate and run at the guys. The head of the statue began to spin. Starting to create something new, the statue directed new activated beams at the guys. Starting to create magic, Marie decided to stop the spell. The sharp blades of the monster suddenly appeared very close to the girl's eye. Saving Marie, Nate quickly jumped with a weapon on the monster, not letting her do anything. The golem began to spin with anger. Having knocked the monster to the floor, the guy began to point his sword at it, trying to thrust it as hard as possible into the golem's body. The hero's weapon began to emit new magic and power. Huge and powerful streams of Nate's power began to be directed at the golem. Running in different directions, the guy continued to put his hand forward, creating power. One of Nate's hands with all his might pierced the monster's body, starting to get something. The head of the statue continued to open its mouth wide with quick movements, directing laser beams. Confidently looking at the master, Nate said to show him what he can do. Out of nowhere, the hero's sword began to fill with a special power, starting to emit sparks. A stream of laser beams began to quickly shoot out of the statue's mouth, destroying everything in its path. Jumping high up, Nate confidently continued to look up. Suddenly, the power of the hero's sword came into contact with the stream of laser beams from the statue. All this magic destroyed parts of the tower along with Nate, who decided not to retreat. Gritting his teeth, the hero continued to confidently hold the sword, not allowing the power of the statue to move forward. His legs rushed back on their own from such a stream of magic. After a few seconds, Nate began to try to move forward, spreading his legs. The two forces began to touch, and then mix with each other. After some time, the hero's power finally gained the upper hand and began to quickly move forward towards the statue. The heroes standing behind Nate watched as everything collapsed and broke behind him. The guy looked at the main character with a smile on his face, answering that he was late and they were tired of waiting for him. Marie, with fear and anger, shouted at Nate not to scare her like that because she thought the guy was dead. Looking askance at the guys, the hero with a smile on his face answered that they needed to create less drama since he was the only one who almost died. Everyone looking at the guy's powerful sword answered that they wanted one too. Marie at the same second began to quickly carry fire magic into the distance. The fiery stream destroyed all the crystals in the traffic jam. Shaking her hands, Marie watched Nate, answering that he was just a madman and no one in his place could survive, but Khan decided not to listen to the girl, so he took the weapon and shouted to the heroine to follow him. The heroine looked at the open mouth of the statue, asking the guy if they really needed to go there. A group of people, quickly running away from the huge hand, ran forward. The statue hit itself on the shoulder with its hand, trying to catch the heroes. People immediately continued to run quickly, already near the head of the statue. The gears in the building began to work again. An armed golem mage began to emerge from one place. Spears and various explosions began to hit the monster's body. Jenna ran in different directions with quick movements, hitting the monster above the shoulder, in the sides and stomach. With a smile on her face, the girl was glad that she was able to do this, but Khan shouted at her to keep running. Jumping into the hole in the mouth of the statue, Jenna shouted that she was going. Meanwhile, the other leaders of the group shouted to Khan that they had strong resistance here, but they still could not stop them. Looking into the hole, Khan answered the girl that they would soon find themselves in a dead end, so they should prepare to escape along the map, where he marked possible evacuation routes. The building is inside. With dexterous and quick movements, Nate jumped inside. The heroes began to slowly move forward. Looking around in fear, Jenna answered that this was a very strange place. Her hand was holding tightly to the floor. With her mouth wide open in fear, Jenna heard the system window respond that the stone statue's defense system had been raised to the maximum level. Khan explained that it was not her fault. An aggressive golem mage began to appear again from one place. A new armed golem was coming out of another wall of the room. The strongest golem mage with a sword in his hands was shown from the very center. Voices began to appear from somewhere above, where the guys were told that they had ended up in a testing room. The monsters slowly approached the guys, and the voice itself told them to be guinea pigs for his creation. Needles appeared in one of the monster's hands. Some robot bodies began to unite, creating something new. Carefully examining these monsters, Jenna asked the guy what their weak points were, but the problem was that Khan himself did not know. Showing a new monster, the voice answered that it was a level 46 high golem mage, which would be much stronger than any other. The golem mage took a step forward, and the protagonist thought that level 46, he supposed he would be stronger than that halfling dragon. The gate suddenly opened. The protagonist looked straight ahead. He rushed forward sharply. The weapon flew between the doors. Standing next to them, the golem asked what they were trying to do. Ridiculous, such small living organisms like them, very easy. Looking at the girl, Sean said that he should go, and Jenna said that it was nice to see her. The golem shouted for them to stop, to which the hero replied that they would meet again, to wait for them. The ammunition magazine opened, glowing cheerleader sticks appeared. The girl raised her head and asked what kind of light it was, to which the protagonist replied that he should not pay attention. The beams flew forward. Someone shouted that the seventh, ancient statue had suffered serious damage. Gwen looked to the side and said that they were at a dead end. It seemed they could not go any further, to which Sean replied that they should go up the stairs. Then turn right. If they take the forks in the middle, they will see the exit. They should just wait for them there. The protagonist walked along the corridor, and the girl asked what he would do, to which he replied that they would destroy the head before leaving, and she added that he took all the difficult work upon himself. Turning around, Jenna said that she thought something was following them. Looking at her, the protagonist said that it must have broken through the door. The golem suddenly shouted. Stretching his arms forward, he said that they should not dare to underestimate his masterpiece. Suddenly, he began to shoot. Archie clenched his teeth. Arrows were flying at him. The guy smirked and said he would meet him here, to which Marie asked what he was talking about, said they should fight together. A notification appeared that Colt was bleeding out, and Eddie's wrote that there were suddenly a lot more enemies, to which Sean asked how many there were, and she replied that there were more than 1,000. She was trying to get to the exit, but putting his hand to his head, the protagonist said that he understood, even if he had to hold out for a little while, and under no circumstances would he let Susie die, to which Eddie's replied that she would give it her all. Turning around, Helen said that 3 would be enough, let them go further. If 2 blocked the passage, and she used her magic, that should be enough. Sean gritted his teeth and said they would go, asked that she did not believe in them, to which she objected. Looking away, the protagonist said that they should get out if the opportunity arose, no casualties. As he ran, he shouted for them not to die, to which Marie replied that it was easy. Running forward, Jenna asked that he would be fine, yes, to which Sean replied that he should trust them, they had not trained for nothing. The people began to fight the golem. The thought arose that it would be better for him to just hurry. A blow flew at the monster. Looking to the side, the man shouted for her to hold on, to which the girl replied that her head hurt, to stop screaming. Raymond grinned and said that the mission would be over soon. He thought it was impossible, but they were almost done, and they would all come back alive if she held on a little longer. Rose looked at him and asked that they would come back alive. The monster's eyes lit up. A question was heard, that even if so, this hell will ever end. Archie started bleeding and Rose died, to which the hero thought that it was painful. A huge monster appeared. The thought arose that choose me is so difficult that only a few will withstand such a level and continue playing. it will seem to them as if the developers never wanted them to pass it. The protagonist gritted his teeth and thought that the same thing happened to his account, and the girl turned to him, to which he replied that he should not worry, they will clear the floor anyway. A steel door appeared. Suddenly, someone knocked down the door. Someone was sitting on a chair and said that stupid people. The protagonist frowned. The creature turned around on the chair. Sitting in front of the hero, he said that he finally got there. The monster smiled and asked that he at least knew what the girl he was trying to protect wanted to do, said that this little girl was trying to go against the laws of the universe itself. The protagonist threw the blade, hearing that he was making a mistake. The girl shot her bow sharply. An attack flew at the monster. Looking at him, Sean asked what he was yapping about. The monster was lying on the floor, and the hero said that he should destroy all the strange devices here and not miss a single one, to which the girl responded approvingly. The golem's eyes lit up. Archie and Helen dodged the attacks. The guy gritted his teeth and thought that not only was he too fast, he also did not open himself to attacks, too durable. The golem dealt attacks, and he added that and how he could destroy something like that. Archie smiled and thought that if he could not overcome something like that, how was he going to defeat the dragon? The hero entered the room. He looked straight ahead angrily. In front of him stood a huge crystal. Swinging his sword, the protagonist thought that it was the last one. Suddenly he hit the crystal. There were no marks left on the crystal. Suddenly cracks appeared. The fragments flew everywhere. A notification appeared that the ancient statue could not withstand. The mission type had been changed. The mission type was escape. The goal was to escape from the current region. The special goal was the survival of the NPC Susie. Looking at Jenna, Sean said that this place was finished. It was time to get out of here, to which she asked what about the others, and he replied that they would meet them on the way, let her go with him. The statue began to smoke, and the hero wrote that they should listen. He had just destroyed the last crystal. Now all the doors should be open. The fire should also disappear, so let them look for exit. And Eddie's replied that they had found it. They were leaving here, asked what was going on with them, to which the protagonist replied that they were fine, they would get out themselves. Turning around, the guy asked what was shaking. The first group coped, to which the man replied that the mission type had changed. They needed to leave. The monster grabbed the girl's corpse. It was heard that with Rose, they can't drag the corpse, they just don't have time. Gwen smirked and said that it was time to go, offered to pave the way, let them just watch. Eddie's asked Nikki to help Theo and asked Colt if he could run, to which he replied that yes, he could. Rushing forward, the guy said that he should run as fast as he could. They would leave him if he was too slow, to which he replied that it was okay. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that this was the last part of the mission, let them survive. The entire Group 1 was wounded. Group 2 was bleeding. In Group 3, everyone was wounded. In Group 4, there were 2 corpses. 3 people from Group 5 were dead. A view of the room opened up. Archie looked away angrily. Looking at the protagonist, he said that they had been delayed longer than he expected. They had been waiting for them for too long. An image of a golem appeared, and someone asked what was wrong with the golem, to which he was told that he was going to destroy it, but it stopped moving itself, asked what his handiwork was. Looking to the side, Sean said that this place was about to collapse. They would talk about everything later, let them follow him. He frowned. There was a wound on the guy's leg. Looking straight ahead, Archie said that he shouldn't worry about it, it was nonsense. Suddenly, someone hit him in the back. Grabbing him, Helen said that his stubbornness would lead to nothing good, she would carry him. The pipes in the room were broken. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought that the way out was more difficult. They would all have died if they had not memorized the map. A passage appeared in the distance. The squad was standing on top of the statue. Looking down, Jenna asked how they could get down. They were too high, maybe they could do something with their telekinesis, to which Marie replied that this magic was not a lifesaver for her in every situation, and the protagonist said that he should prepare the ropes. The rope stretched down. It was heard that he wanted them to go down there one rope at a time. She had already done this, it was much higher here. Standing at the ledge, Sean said that the length was not enough, they would have to go down a little. There was no time, so let them move, to which Helen replied that she would go first. Gwen quickly ran along the corridor. Looking at the passage, she said that here was the exit. They were jumping, to which she was answered approvingly. The squad jumped down. The girl raised her hand up. The group slid along the wall. Looking straight ahead, the guy said that the guys from the third group, he has no words, to which Eddie's replied that everyone should get ready to descend, grab their ropes. The statue began to crumble. People began to fall down. Rocks rained down to the ground. Jenna was breathing heavily. Sitting on the ground, Helen said that they did it. Several groups were standing below. Grinning, Eddie said that great work, to which the hero asked how their condition was. Standing in front of him, she replied that it was passable, several died, but people were sitting on the ground, and she added that everyone in their group was safe. The protagonist looked away. The girl grinned slightly. The man closed his eyes. He exhaled and grinned. Raising his head up, Raymond said that he was incredible, asked what he did before all this, he could learn from him. To which the guy replied that he had already seen how awesome he was, but he turned out to be even cooler than they could have imagined. Lying on the ground, Jenna said that after breaking up with them, he did everything even cooler, to which the man said that he was still too young for that. The girl took a step forward and said that she felt uneasy, did not know how many people died because of her. Looking down, she added that if her need to collect the keys was associated with such risks for all of them. Looking at the hero, Susie asked what the hell was that, to which he clarified that it meant that she would stop collecting them if he said so. Standing behind him, the girl said that well, to which Sean said that she should just not think about it if she felt bad. Grinning, she replied that she understood. Blue particles appeared around the heroes. They looked away in surprise. The man was holding a sword in his hands. The guy grinned slightly. A bright blue light appeared. The floor was cleared. All players had leveled up. Rewards were shown. The best player was Sean. All squads appeared from the lobby. The hero closed his eyes and thought that it was finally over. Looking straight ahead, he added that the main goal of the mission was to find the keys. An image of a girl appeared. A thought appeared that she said that there were only 3 of them, and while she could only get one, getting the rest would be a real problem. Stretching her arms forward, the fairy turned to the protagonist. Hugging him, she said that he was incredible, simply a king, an emperor, a generalissimo, to which he replied that she made his ears hurt. Grinning, Izel said that here was a gift from the master. It was a statue of a war horse. Sean froze, looking at the statue. He took it in his hands. The hero grinned slightly. He thought that he had lost. He felt joy from the gift he had received. The connection with the master was increasing. The squad lists were shown. A view of the lobby opened up. There was hot food on the table. The man grinned and said that he was in heaven. Looking at the guy, he said that when he first arrived here, he thought that this place was pure hell, but everything was not so bad. He asked that it was not much different from the work of a mercenary. Let him say it, to which he replied that he agreed. People were dying left and right in any place. Loud laughter was heard, and Marie said that it was indecent. Sitting at the table, the man said that you only live once, you have to do it the way you want, to which Eddie's replied that he was right, it was better to be indecent than a coward. Lowering her head, the girl said that so many people died. The girl brought the mug to her mouth. Closing her eyes, she said that it was a pity, of course, but they should move forward. Eddie smirked and said that they would mourn the fallen, but they also needed to celebrate the victory. That was the way of mercenaries, to which she was told that she understood. She smirked, looking away. The guy gritted his teeth and asked when they were wrapping up, said that he wanted to get back to training. Looking at him, the girl said that they had worked so hard on the preparations, asked what he didn't like at all, to which he replied that it wasn't that, it was just. Chewing food, Helen said that he was embarrassed, to which Archie asked that she wanted to die. A party to boost morale and relieve stress. This is something he never forgot in Nilfer. Although the scale here is not the same, it should still work. Looking directly, the protagonist thought that he did not expect that someone would prepare something like this without his prompting. He began to cope better. The food was on the table. It was heard that, by the way, isn't he the protagonist of today's party? What did he do before coming here? To which the protagonist replied that he was a farmer, to which they laughed and said that now he lives to the brim. Sighing, Sean thought that he was annoying, but he can't just up and leave, to which the girl said that they came here about a month ago. Suddenly, Izel shouted about important news. Suddenly, she turned to the hero, to which he asked what, said that she was too noisy, it was enough to call once. Grabbing his clothes, the fairy said that she needed to tell him something. Frowning, the man asked what was going on. Another battle? To which the fairy replied that they should mind their own business, they would die from intoxication. She said that if it weren't for Sean, they would have all, to which he hit her. Looking away, the men heard that she would come back, and the fairy said that her wings were so sensitive, she should be gentler, and the protagonist told her to shut up. A view of the building opened up. Standing in front of the fairy, he asked what was there, to which she replied that he would be shocked. A website appeared, and she added about the power of fairies. Putting his hand to his face, the protagonist said that it looked like ANYTING shared a recording of the raid on the 30th floor. It got a lot of views, to which the fairy responded approvingly. A video of the raid appeared. Looking at the comments, the hero thought that the reactions were very similar to those when he posted a video for Niflare. He read the messages and thought that the times he threw them away didn't count. Grinning, the fairy asked how he was feeling, said that he was now a star, both as a master and as a hero, to which the protagonist replied that he was so happy. A monthly limited pack was purchased, 4,500 diamonds, 300,000 gold. He would receive 150 diamonds and 10,000 gold every day. And all this for only 50,000 won, to which Sean thought that a NYTING was spending that kind of money. Raising his head, the protagonist said that it was brave of him. He had never transferred so much before, to which Izel replied that well, they still collected more than 50,000 views, and he added that he also spent donations from videos on the game, and she said that it was a good use for them. A notification appeared that there were 3 unread messages, and Sean frowned, thinking that it seemed like his account name had been exposed. Well, he could ignore the PMs, nothing would happen as long as their coordinates were unknown. The lobby appeared, and he added that but if that happened, other players would invade Tanya. Looking down, Izel asked him if he was in a bad mood, to which he asked what she was assuming, and she added that she didn't seem particularly happy. The window disappeared. It said that he was in no mood at all, which was interesting. Because of the recording, they got a lot of attention from other players, but he was nothing more than a hero who was talented beyond his level. Real Choose Me rankers don't care about that, except that they can see right through you. That's all. The hero put his hands in his pockets and said to let him know when the next video comes out, to which she replied that it was fine, she wouldn't forget. The man grinned and said that he had been gone for a long time, asked what had happened, to which Sean replied that nothing, they had just chatted for a while. Putting the mug on the table, Raymond said that he should take it, he would like to shake with him. While drinking the drink, the protagonist thought that he did not like to drink, but this was a special occasion. From tomorrow they would be up to their ears in business. The lobby appeared, a notification about additional content appeared. Congratulations on passing the 30th floor. New weekday dungeons were opened, Israelta Mine, Kendred Forest, Sinmul Plateau. The third research dungeon Kaya was opened, new buildings were opened. The Tanya lobby was changed. The Master's sector changes every 10 floors. This is how they maintain the balance so that the low and high levels do not meet each other in the same sector. Of course, new content is available every time he increases the sector level on the 30th floor. Ancient ruins are opened. If they send a group there to explore on a flying ship, they can return with rewards. There was an inscription that ancient ruins are special regions where they can find various types of rare materials and jewelry that cannot be found in weekly dungeons. But to build a flying ship, you need a little material, a high level of research, a lot of money and time, as well as specialists. You also need a magic engineer with at least 4 stars. In the near future, ANYTING will not be able to afford a flying ship. As a result, the situation is no different from when they opened the dimension window. Looking up, the protagonist thought, what a pity. ANYTING began to look for the possibility of renting flying ships. Of course, this option is not very viable. The rental prices are ridiculous, and if there is any damage, you will have to pay extra. Holding the sword in his hands, the protagonist thought that the flying ship, to which the guy asked what he was looking at, said that he thought he would train with it. Taking a step forward, Sean thought that it would be nice to have it. But there was no hurry, they would get it anyway, and then called the guy. Suddenly, he opened his eyes in surprise. A notification appeared that there was an unread channel chat. Looking away, the protagonist thought that it seemed that he did not even check it before leaving, and there was no particular need for this, and Archie said that at this rate the day would end before they began training. The light was on in the building. Rubbing her eyes, Izel asked what was wrong. Looking at her, the hero said that he needed temporary master rights, to which she asked again. Frowning, he added that he wanted to check the messages that they received. Taking off her pajamas, the fairy said that if he wants. She stretched her arms up and spoke about the power of fairies. The protagonist began to read the unread channel chat. Looking at the messages, the protagonist thought that he believed that he was online now. They were neighbors from the same sector. Looking at the fairy, the protagonist said that she should show him his location on the map, to which she responded approvingly. A view of the map opened, and Sean said that everything was gray, to which Izel said that the gray areas showed the zones of masters who had not logged in for a long time. At least 100 people should be assigned to each sector. There are too few active lobbies. The player wrote that he was alone here. He hoped he would not quit playing like others. He wanted to help him. He is engaged in farming, so he has a lot of spare materials, to which the protagonist thought that he was getting straight to the point. The player asked for coordinates to send supplies, to which the protagonist replied that he should wait, and Izel said that he should wait. This guy, to which he said that he knew. Sean smirked and said that this guy was a hunter. They are also called idiot hunters. They pretend to want to help and then rob them. Users who have not played the game for long are easily fooled. The fairy gritted her teeth when she heard that if there were a lot of gray accounts in the area, it means that he has been doing this for a long time, to which she replied that he should ignore him. He is not even worthy of an answer. The protagonist put his hand to his face, and she turned to him. The player asked what he would answer, to which the protagonist replied that he would now, and the fairy asked why he was talking to him. He could invade them if he gave their coordinates, and the protagonist added that even if he did not, it did not guarantee their safety. Looking down, he said that hunting on the 30th floor is rare, to which Izel asked that he was only on the 30th floor, but he already had a flying ship. To which he replied that he was either lucky or spent a lot of money on the game. Maybe he even had a high-level friend as an assistant. Messages from the player appeared, and the hero said that it would be annoying either way. The protagonist replied that he should be sorry. He was told to be careful, to which he was told that there was no need to worry, and he added that he also wanted a flying ship, to which the player said that it was difficult to understand the blueprints. He had several of them, he needed them, and the fairy asked what he was, to which Sean said that he should delete all the dialogue when he was done with this guy. With wide eyes, the fairy said that he should wait. Wouldn't it be better to do it when the master was online? The master was not here right now, to which the hero replied that it was better without him. She looked at him in surprise and added that but still, and the protagonist replied that he was calm. He grinned and said that it reminded him of the good old days. He never lost in a street fight. There are countless masters who gave up in the middle of the game. They usually fall into two categories: those who simply stopped trying to climb the tower and socialized, and those who became PvPers. Usually, no one from the latter category misses the hunt. There is only one solution against them. The protagonist, with his head down, said that they should get ready, they are coming, to which he was asked what the hell he was talking about. It was the middle of the night. Standing next to the protagonist, Helen asked what this was an invasion, to which he replied that he was glad that she was catching on quickly, asked that he knew what to do, right, and she replied that she would call all the group leaders. Looking away, Jenna heard that he should tell those who were not fighting to stay in their rooms, to which she replied that it was okay. Marie frowned and asked what was going on, to which the hero replied that he had already told them that the guys from other lobbies could invade them. Putting her hand to her face, the girl asked what was happening right now, said that she had hoped for a break. The protagonist grinned, hearing that if they lose here, to which he asked that she was joking. Looking out the window, Sean thought that he wanted a flying ship. His eyes lit up and he added that he would get one, a very good one. A view of the lobby opened up. People were sitting at a table. It was heard that it must have been the banquet on the second floor had already ended, terribly loud. Standing by the wall, the man said that they could be heard even from here, to which he was told that he believed that the loud laughter belonged to Raymond. And the man asked how he could laugh so loudly when his comrades were dead. He was a mercenary. The man folded his arms and said that he heard that half of teams 4 and 5 had died, to which the man with the beard asked if that wasn't good news for them, and he was told that idiot, Gilbert, had died too. The men sat at the table. It sounded like a monster like him had died. They were nothing to those teams. He was right, they might get all the perks, but who knew when they would die? The man walked straight and said that yes, Gilbert was definitely an idiot, trying so hard to get to the second floor, and in the end he died. Mark smirked and asked if they weren't tired of this boring, miserable life. Was that life? The man pointed at him and asked what that was. Alcohol. Holding a sausage in his hands, he said that how to show the master that they were in business, how to steal meat and alcohol, now he knew. The men looked surprised, hearing that he could show them too. If they helped him, what would they say? Suddenly, a scream was heard for everyone to evacuate inside. Running forward, the guy yelled that they should hide. They were being invaded. Looking to the side, the man asked again, and Mark asked what kind of invasion, to which he was told that everyone should go inside. Do not go outside. This is an urgent order from the third floor. The guy opened his eyes wide and shouted that they were being invaded from another lobby. Mark opened his eyes wide and asked again. People were standing in the room. Standing by the wall, Raymond asked if it was true that they were being invaded by another lobby. He couldn't believe it, and Eddie said that she thought he called them here because he had a plan. Grinning, the protagonist replied that they would defeat them. Sitting on the shelf, Gwen asked what kind of war, to which the protagonist replied that they should leave it to them. They should be ready, they would come when he gave the signal. Frowning, the guy asked that the 5 of them would be enough, and he was given an ambiguous answer. Archie smiled broadly and said that he was just getting bored, they were just in time, to which Sean said that he should not rush to use it, and the guy asked what if not now. The protagonist grinned and said that he should not kill them, they still have a lot of things to do. Killing them is just an alternative plan. There is a system of protecting heroes up to the 40th floor. There will simply be a penalty if the hero dies during PvP. In fact, they will remain alive. However, the lethal penalty leads to a permanent decrease in characteristics and skills, so death causes a lot of damage. Even a hero with great potential can become useless. A blue portal appeared. A flying ship flew out of it. A notification appeared that the flying ship illegally invaded the lobby. It is landing. The ship landed on the ground. It was written that there was no security system. His heroes could not detect the intrusion. The intrusion could cause great damage. The ladder was put up. The protagonist looked out from behind the corner. People got off the ship. It was heard that there was no one to greet them. How boring. Based on his experience, the warehouse should be on the first floor. Let them rob them well, take all the gold. Grinning, the girl said that in the witnesses, they know what to do with them. Looking at her, the man asked what to bring here half dead. So, folding her arms, she added what exactly, they will force them to join them. People with resources entered the portal. The girl looked straight. She yawned, raising her head. Suddenly she fell back. The man took a step forward. The protagonist stood behind the guy. Frowning, he asked what he was so busy with. Turning around, he shouted furiously. The hero grabbed his hand. The guy fell to the floor and wheezed. Sean kicked him in the face. His eyes lit up and he asked that there were only 7 of them. The guy looked at him and said that he didn't know. The protagonist squeezed his hand tighter and said that he better tell me before he breaks his hand. Spitting out blood, the guy said that yes, there are 7 of them. Looking down, the hero thought that 4 were on the suction, 1 was the leader, 2 including this guy were on the flying ship, none of them were magical engineers, and then asked what time they were leaving, to which he was told that in 10 minutes according to the plan, but he could cut it down to 5. The guy fell to the ground. Sitting on the floor, the hero wrote that it was him, Sean, to which Eddie's asked how things were, and he replied that he took care of everything, they needed to wait 10 minutes, then they would go back to bed. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist wrote that they should not wait for them, to which he was asked what he meant. The control system was prohibited, and he thought that everything was launched automatically. It was annoying, he could not do anything. The tied-up people were sitting near the barrels. A notification appeared that the enemies were trying to raid their warehouse, the items were removed, and the protagonist thought that they were dragging everything that was expensive. Suddenly he looked away. The man smiled broadly and said that they had made a great profit today, to which he was told that with such an amount they would have enough for women and a drink, and there was not even anyone here. What a bunch of idiots. Standing behind the wall, the hero heard that where is this? Where is he? Is he already asleep or something? He thought they could trust him to stand guard. A flying ship appeared. It was said that today they were leaving earlier than usual. Does it matter? The earlier the better. A notification appeared that a flying ship was leaving with his things. A bright glow appeared. The ship was flying in the air. It was heard that it was jumping between dimensions. The protagonist looked away. Archie was standing behind the door. The ship was moving towards the clouds. It was flying straight ahead at a rapid pace. The ship was arriving in another dimension. Looking up, the guy said that the master had not been like this before. Yes, the world had changed. Then he added that wasn't that right, when suddenly he was hit. He flew sharply overboard. The protagonist walked along the ship. He grabbed the door handle. A beaten guy flew out of the room. Archie raised his eyebrows and asked what kind of weakling was he? Was he good for anything at all? Would they have to hide here? He almost suffocated there. Standing in front of him, the hero asked how things were going, to which the guy replied that this was the last one, and the enemy said that they should stop. Do not kill him. If they kill him, they will face the consequences. He shouted loudly that if they didn't want to die. The guy stuck his sword in him and said that there were only weaklings here. Holding the blade in her hands, Jenna said that they were done too. Looking straight at him, she said that they were even worse than they thought. Obviously the bastards had done this countless times, and Marie said that she was still worried about it. What a disappointment. Raising her hand up, the girl asked that his plan was to ambush them, but there were only 5 of them, he was sure, and Helen said that there would be several dozen of them. Gritting her teeth, she added that she asked them and it seemed that they could return to their lobby, offered to go back, recuperate. To which Sean replied that no, that would ruin the whole ambush plan. He was sure that they would notice that something was wrong if the ship was late. He lowered his gaze and added that they were going to their base without any return. They would finish everything in one go. Archie's eyes lit up and he said that he could kill a cartload of such weaklings in one go, like 2 fingers. The reason they were all weak, despite their level, was simple. They hadn't been trained properly. It sounded like they were really weak. It didn't make any sense when he had already refused to climb the tower, and the protagonist said that they should loot everything and then burn it, make it so that they couldn't recover. A glow appeared around the group. The thought appeared that they would be completely destroyed until they left the game. The hero looked to the side. A notification appeared that the authority to keep system logs was cancelled. He frowned and thought that keeping logs meant he could see system messages outside their lobby. It was said that the flying ship was returning. The lobby appeared. A message appeared that heroes from another dimension had invaded. Standing in front of the ship, the man said that they returned early this time, asked that they brought at least something useful. Grinning, he added that they had not had good loot for a long time. I am sure the master will be. Looking to the side, the man exclaimed in surprise. The protagonist hit them with a sword. Death protection was activated. The souls of the players were lost. The healing effect in the lobby does not work during PvP. The men lay on the ground. A red light appeared around the lobby. It was said that it was in danger. Looking at the hero, Jenna said that it seemed like they were caught, to which he replied that this was just the beginning. A lobby from another dimension appeared. The hero and the girl rushed forward. Looking at them, the guy asked what was going on, and the man shouted. Pointing at the hero, the man said that it was him, the intruder, and the guy asked who he thought he was. They would tear him to pieces. They looked at the barrel in surprise. Liquid was pouring out onto the ground. It was spreading right up to them. Throwing a match, the protagonist asked what they liked about fireworks. The people asked again in surprise. Flames flared up. A message appeared that there was a fire in the area of the 2nd floor. The girl opened her eyes wide and cast a spell. Flames spread everywhere. 3 players were dead. Rushing, the protagonist thought that they would deal with everyone before they even realized that something was happening, and then told them to kill everyone. Jenna fired a bow. Sean kicked the door down. People looked at him in fear. The hero threw a barrel at them. The girl released a flame, and a notification appeared that there was a fire in the dorm on the second floor. Running after the hero, the girl said that she felt like a real villain, to which Sean replied that there were only two options in life, to be a villain or to be a victim. Looking at him, Marie heard that if they had come to them with their full force, they would probably have lost a few people too, to which she replied that but he did not allow them, and he added that well, the basis of an ambush is an attack on enemies while they are sleeping or while there is no guard. The buildings in the lobby were burning. The idea arose that they would take advantage of this situation to have the upper hand. It was said that they were heading to the first floor. Extending her weapon forward, Grace shouted that they would not go further. Stopping in front of her, the hero thought about how fast they were. He did not expect that they would have time to gather together by this time, and she asked that he was already running away. Grinning, the protagonist said that he forgot to fry the warehouse on the second floor. The girl asked again in surprise. Running away, Sean said that he would go and do it, to which she called him a name. The protagonist entered the warehouse. Suddenly, someone appeared behind him. The girl swung a frying pan. Dodging, the hero asked what the warehouse worker was. The flames began to spread. A notification about a fire in the warehouse on the second floor appeared. Looking away, Jenna asked if it was okay for them to burn everything down like that, to which the protagonist replied that it was stupid if they were here to loot, but that was not what they were there for. He turned his head and said that they should burn all the buildings with supplies, to which Helen responded approvingly, and Marie said that she really felt like a villain. The building was burning. The dorm level dropped from 5 to 3. Standing in front of the hero, the girl asked what the hell they were doing. Grace furiously screamed that she would kill them, tell them to come already. Archie smirked, asking that she wanted to die or something, and Sean said that he should kill him. Archie grinned widely. They rushed towards each other. The people began to fight. The girl clenched her teeth tightly. Suddenly, they swung at each other. The guy's eyes lit up. Grace exclaimed happily. Archie smiled and said that yes, she was begging for death. Suddenly, the girl's hand was cut off. Looking at Jenna, she said that she was. Grace's eyes widened and said that he was cheating. Suddenly, the guy chopped her head off. The guy cried out in fear. A shot flew into his head. 2 of the lobby were dead, and the girl asked if that was enough, said that it looked like a good half of here was on fire. They were bad guys, but some of them were innocent. The equipment workshop was burning, and the hero turned his head and said that they were not finished yet, to which Jenna objected, and he added that she should not worry, they would not kill anymore, they would just destroy their buildings even more. Most of the main fighters were dead, items and equipment were lost. Warehouses were burned, the weapons workshop was on fire. The square was engulfed in flames. The dorm was half destroyed. The equipment workshop was inoperative. Flames appeared. The thought arose that they would burn everything. The entire lobby caught fire, and he added that it was so intense that the game master would want to quit the game. A notification appeared, and the hero said to send him. The man exclaimed in fear. Clenching his fist, he said not to come near him. If they fought with all their might, they could win, to which Sean replied that he had a question, he would live if he answered it. The man stood in front of him. Falling to his knees, he said that he could ask anything. Standing in front of him, the protagonist asked where their magic engineer was, to which he replied that he was in that magic hall, and the protagonist thanked him. A small castle appeared. Sean extended his hand to the door. The fairy in front of him shouted loudly that no. Clenching her fists, she added that why couldn't he just stop stealing things? Why did he have to set everything on fire? Who the hell heard of morality and ethics? The hero gritted his teeth and told her to leave, to which she replied no, no way. Suddenly he threw her aside. Sitting on the ground, the fairy asked if he took her. How would she support herself? Said that his dreams of becoming the king of thieves. Looking away, the fairy said that half a year had passed since she was assigned to this bad master. They somehow reached at least this level, asked that everything burn like this. He did not feel sorry for her at all. Entering the hall, the protagonist said no. There were potions on the table. The girl in front of him was lying on the table. Putting his hand on her shoulder, he thought that the magic engineer, the most important part in managing the flying ship, and then said that he was really sleeping despite all the noise around. Rubbing her eyes, she asked who dared to interrupt her sweet sleep, said that she worked like a wolf for 3 days and 3 nights. Suddenly the protagonist tied her up. Sean was carrying her on his shoulder, and she was moaning. The fairy turned to him in surprise, and he asked what was wrong, said that he was taking her. Standing in the middle of the flames, the hero said that they should better get out of here, stay in their dorms if they wanted to survive, to which the people replied that they understood. Holding onto the cart, Jenna said that this was a girl, to which the hero replied that she was their most important prey. Let him not let her escape, to which she asked if this was not a kidnapping, and he added that it was. Sean gritted his teeth and said that he should take her to the flying ship. He would finish here himself, to which the girl replied that it was fine, let him not linger. The fairy screamed furiously that why was he doing this, killing, setting fires, kidnapping people, how was he different from a demon, to which he replied that he could call it whatever he wanted. The fairy asked him why, to which the protagonist replied that there was no negotiation. When he first raided the hunter, they were so desperate that he even left them a few things. And a month later, he attacked him, and then again, the same thing happened the next time. The result does not change even if the person and the situation are different. He was able to understand this rule after countless experiences, and then the hero thought that bastards never change. Clenching her fist tightly, the fairy asked him what he thought. What? Stretching her hand forward, she added that she could leave like this easily. Walking straight, the protagonist said that fairies have two conditions for self-defense. The first is to obey the master's order, the second is if the hero attacks her with the intent to kill, let her just surrender already. Everything around was covered in flames. People were sitting on the ground. The protagonist carried a torch in his hands. Grabbing his hat, the fairy said that if he did such a thing, the master, to which Sean said that he must have quit the game. Tears appeared in her eyes and she asked what he did all this knowing. What should they do then? Turning around, the hero said that he did not care. The man walked out of the portal. The flying ship flew out after him. Walking to the girl, the protagonist thought what a terrible name, to which Helen said that he returned, and he asked how the ship was doing. He thought he would be able to fly. Holding the bags in her hands, the girl said that nothing was working yet. She thought they needed to confirm their identity or something to launch it, to which Sean asked where the girl was, and she replied that they tied her up. The tied-up girl was trying to say something. Removing the rope, the hero thought that he could not understand what she was trying to say. The girl furiously screamed that he should let her go right now or she would kill him. At least he knew who she was. The protagonist gritted his teeth and said that she was a magical engineer, to which she screamed that she was Clyde. A third-rate magician shuddered at the mere mention of her name. Standing in front of her, Sean said that he wanted the flying ship to leave, asked how he could do this, to which she asked what she thought. She would tell him. Hearing that she would boil him alive, the guy pulled out his sword and said that he was being too arrogant. Asked what he thought, she would confess faster if they cut off a couple of her fingers. The hero closed his eyes and said no, if he did that, he would feel like a real villain. To which the girl screamed that they were villains, and he added that oh my god, it seems like there was a misunderstanding. Gritting her teeth, she asked what misunderstanding, said that he should take his sword away from her. The protagonist extended his hand to the side and said that he should move away. But if she tried to cast a spell, then he should immediately cut off her hand, to which Archie replied that it was okay. Looking at the girl, Sean said that they would sort out the misunderstanding later. They needed to go back to where they came from. He needed her help with this, he understood, to which she asked again. Holding the rope in his hands, he said that they can't stay here, to which she replied that it was his doing. Looking away, the hero said that it shouldn't be too difficult, just let him move the ship to where it was before. Clyde started crying and said that she was just a researcher, to which Archie said that he should stop whining. Because of this he wanted to kill her, and the hero thought that this guy has no heart. The true value of a magical engineer is shown through all types of support magic. One of them is the ability to easily put out fires. If she had done at least something, this place would not be in such a terrible state now, and the girl said that she was ready. Turning around, she asked that he would let her go now, to which he asked what she was talking about. Let her go with them. Ordered to tie her up again. Suddenly the engineer was tied up, and she screamed. Sean stood still. The fairy angrily shouted that they really just took everything, let them take it, choke on it, have a safe trip, a bottle of rum up their asses, to which the protagonist replied that he had never heard such a parting word. The hero looked at her, hearing that he thought they would get away with it, and at least he knew who supported them. He would be surprised. Stretching out her hand, the fairy shouted that this was the infamous Solidarity Association, a super elite guild consisting of 30 rankers. The skills of the current master are poor, but they have connections with their leader. Suddenly, he opened his eyes in surprise. Putting a finger to his face, Sean thought about what? He had never heard of such a thing. To which Lily said that he should rejoice while he can, but in the future he should not expect any mercy, even if he begs. The hero grinned. Hearing that her name was Captain Lily, let him remember, asked what his name was, to which he asked again. The protagonist's eyes lit up and he said that his name was Sean. A burning lobby appeared. The fairy choked on what she heard. Stretching her finger up, she said that yes, of course, asked that she wanted to die. A ship appeared, and the fairy added that she would not forget this and would definitely take revenge. Sean looked away and thought that revenge, is a very annoying thing. Suddenly, he heard a question that he had fun. The girl grinned, hearing that she was peeping, to which she replied that he should forgive her. It was too interesting, it was impossible not to look. The hero was embarrassed to hear that it added another page to her album of memories. His name is Sean, to which he replied that he should stop, it embarrasses him. The ship flew among the clouds, and the protagonist asked, by the way, did she know anything about this Solidarity Association? To which Susie replied that no, she also heard about them for the first time. She will look for information. Closing her eyes, the girl said that she asks to just give her an order. She will find out where their base is and destroy everyone. The fleet has not gone anywhere for a long time. They all want to do something. Leaning against the side, the protagonist said that there is no need, let them be alone until they do something to them themselves, to which she replied that if they dare. The protagonist smiled and said that if they dare, he will give her the freedom to choose what to do with them. The girl's eyes lit up and she said that she is looking forward to it. The view of the lobby opened up. Stretching, Marie asked what time it was, to which Jenna replied that she thought it was morning, to which Sean said that they did a great job. Walking straight, the girl asked that he wouldn't make them train during the day, to which the hero replied that of course not. She had a day off today, and Archie asked what to do with the change, to which he replied that he would do it, not to worry about it. The view of the building opened up. A tied-up guy was lying on the bed. Looking at him, the protagonist thought about how he could sleep in such a situation, and then asked what and how long he was going to sleep. Suddenly the guy woke up. He screamed in fear where he was, to which he replied that he was in his room. Putting his hand on the chair, Sean heard that why he dragged him here, let him return back, to which he replied that he refused. Sitting down on the chair, he said that he was now responsible for the flying ship. Clyde looked surprised when he heard that in addition to this he would be doing research and creating spells. He also knows how to use support magic, so then he could become part of the group on missions. It would be good to have 2 mages. The guy furiously shouted that he was kidnapping him, and now he wanted him to work. He thought he would obey, let him go to hell, to which Sean thought that was his name, Clyde. Suddenly, a voice was heard behind the door, that it was her. It seems he still hadn't eaten, to which the hero replied that he should come in. The girl brought food and said that the boy was the same one from yesterday, to which the protagonist said that now he would fight with them together, let her be nice to him. Bringing food, Jenna said that he must be hungry, let him eat. Handing over the food, he said that it would be impossible to escape on an empty stomach, to which the guy replied that he couldn't eat with his hands tied. Looking at him, the girl asked if he was sure, to which Sean replied that everything was fine. He couldn't do anything on his own anyway, to which she said no, that's not what she was talking about, she made it for him. Grabbing the sandwich, Clyde said that they couldn't tempt him with food, he wouldn't cooperate with villains who burned houses and enslaved people. Sitting on a chair, the hero asked what villains, did he even know what his master had done? The guy trembled, hearing that he wouldn't get away with it, he knew if he had even a drop of conscience. Sitting in front of him, the hero said that he was his accomplice, to which Clyde shouted that he was simply ordered, and he added that he would be ordered to do the same if he came back. The food was lying on the floor, and the guy said that the master, he's not like that, he was better, now he's just lost. With his head down, Clyde said that he trusted the master, to which he asked again. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that he was mired in illusions, asked what he thought, would he change? The guy frowned, hearing that he should think about it, wouldn't it be better to freely explore the potential here, or toil to death there? The girl looked at him and said that the poor thing, their master at least listened to them, to which Sean said that he guaranteed him his master was not like that. Watching the guy, the protagonist thought about how he didn't know how hard they made him work, but he was not even able to do anything in an emergency. If he wasn't so tired and driven, he would kill them all right there. Smirking, he added that maybe he could convince him if he pressed him a little more, and then said that if he agreed to work for them, he promised him this. Marie looked surprised when she heard that the first was a life without overtime. The girl tried to say something, and the protagonist said that they swear that people here have a balance between work and rest. He can do whatever he wants during non-working hours. Folding his arms, he added that the second was that they do not attack other people's lobbies, to which the guy said that they only recently attacked. Looking at him, Sean said that because his master was the first to attack them, he knew this, he could look in the ship's records, asked what or wanted to argue. Clyde lowered his head, listening to the fact that they are a raid team that lives up to their name, focused on their missions and do not allow themselves to be distracted by such things. Sitting on the bed, the guy said that there was no point in the missions here, this was not his home, to which he asked that he had a special attachment to that place, did he have family left or? The hero grinned, hearing that no, but still, to which he asked that like that, it was even more convenient. The room appeared. It was heard that the third thing was that no one would discriminate against him because of his place of birth, to which the guy asked that he was some kind of captain here. Raising his fingers up, the hero said that he was not a captain, but he had influence, rest was guaranteed, missions were their priority, no discrimination. These were 3 things he could promise him. Clyde frowned and asked that he was absolutely sure that he would not have to work overtime. The protagonist grinned, looking at him. There are many other uses for a magic engineer besides flying a flying ship. They can help the party with high-performance support magic on the floors, as well as casting enchantments. These guys are capable of creating high-level potions and conducting research. They are treated like 5 stars. Looking at the protagonist, Marie said that he practically kissed his ass. Why does he treat him so much better than her if she is also a mage? To which he replied that it is because he does not work for them yet, and she added that since she is already working hard, there is no need to be nice to her. Looking away, the protagonist asked what is worrying her so much, to which she replied that she is not worried at all. Walking forward, Sean said that in any case, They cannot let him go, to which the girl asked what if he refuses, and he added that of course he will force him if necessary. Looking away, Marie said that so what if she does not like him? Gritting his teeth, the hero asked if she wanted to return him to where they got him from, to which she replied that she didn't think so. Folding her arms, she added that okay, they'll see how he's doing, to which Sean thought that she had complained so much that she didn't want to work alone. Waving his hand, the hero said that he was going to take a nap, let them wake him up if something happened, he could give him a tour, to which Marie asked what she was doing. Turning around, he asked what he should ask Jenna, to which she replied that she was doing it herself. Putting his hands in his pockets, the protagonist said that they still had a lot of things to do, so let them rest. When they were done with the tour, they would have to visit their lobby again, to which the girl asked what again. A flying ship appeared. It was said that the last nail in the coffin lid had to be driven. People were cleaning up after the battle. It was heard that they probably had mechanics left since there was a flying ship. The cart was rolling straight. The girl was rolling it, and the hero said that he would take them too. The prisoner and flying ship cart appeared. The lobby view opened. An update appeared that detailed skill characteristics were now displayed. Sean's existing skills were shown. A notification appeared that a flying ship had appeared. It was said that it was a vehicle needed to move between dimensions. The guy was sitting on the bed. It was said that a new hero had joined, Clyde, the mage class. A notification appeared that there were 14 collected items, to which Izel said that it seemed that the master was very surprised, to which the hero said that a lot had happened in just one day. Walking away from the window, the protagonist said that it takes more than a week to build a flying ship and requires a ton of precious materials and diamonds. He brought the master a flying ship and a mage, so, no doubt, he is in shock, to which Izel said that if she estimated the cost of everything they brought yesterday, it would be about 7.8 million gold. Everything is recorded. He will not be able to hide that it was them. The guy looked to the side. A notification appeared that the hero Sean has an offer, a request to accept Clyde. Entering the room, the protagonist asked what he wants, to which he replied that nothing will tempt him. Looking at the hero, Clyde said that he admits that this place is a little better than Harra, but he will not give in to its temptations. The protagonist froze. Then he lowered his head. The guy trembled. Hearing that, well, then he has no choice but to synthesize it. Looking away, Sean said that it was a pretty good deal since he had 4 stars, to which he got nervous, and the hero added that he couldn't support slackers. Clyde clenched his teeth. Grinning, the protagonist said that he was joking. He had already guaranteed him 3 conditions. Let him say if he wanted anything else. Closing his eyes, the guy said that he should give him the March issue of Lumagenie. He would never be able to get it. This magazine is printed only in Harra. A notification appeared that Sean wanted Lumagenie. He would give it to him. Holding it out, the protagonist asked what else. Grinning, Clyde said an ermine scarf, to which the hero asked what else. Clyde opened his eyes in surprise and asked where and how he got all these things, to which the protagonist thought that it looked like he had never received gifts before. Looking at the hero, the guy said that then the last one. Sean grinned when he heard this. As he was leaving, he said he would be back, to which he was asked where he was going. The hero looked away and said that he was going for what he wanted. The lobby appeared. A notification appeared that Sean had requested an expedition. The destination was Harra. The goal was robbery and kidnapping people. He accepts. Pulling out a shovel, the fairy shouted what the hell was going on here again. Hitting the barrier, she added that she should get out of here, not come back. Folding his arms, the hero said that he had brought her. They would also make a contract with her and from now on she would work with them, and the girl said that she should forgive him. Gritting his teeth, Clyde asked how he had convinced her, to which Jessie replied that she had agreed herself. Looking at the guy, she said that she was tired of working in that place. The master never cared whether they died or not, to which Clyde objected. Looking at the protagonist, Marie asked what he thought. Would he agree? To which he replied that he should think already. I'm sure he'll make a decision today. Sean started to leave, and the girl asked what would be added to wear the mage, to which he replied that he didn't know yet. He needed to find out. The girl lowered her head. A view of the dormitory building opened up. Sitting at the table, the protagonist heard that she had finished collecting information about the Solidarity Association, reporting the result. Raising her head up, the girl said that it was founded about 6 months ago. She thinks this guild moved here from another popular mobile game called L. Apparently they were strong enough to dominate the entire server in L. I think they were called the Blood Alliance there. Sean gritted his teeth when he heard that the entry requirements were extremely strange. Only men over 30 years old were allowed to join, and a minimum of 10 million won per month was required, to which he asked what he meant, and she added that they required their members to spend at least 10 million won per month on the game. The hero looked down and thought that the war was with a guild that spent an incredible amount of money on the game. Apparently, their name comes from the corresponding greeting to each other in the game. The reason for the creation of this association is to dominate and control the entire Z server. They are constantly growing and robbing nearby accounts, making them their vassals and sucking out money. Sean gritted his teeth when he heard that the Free Masters united to fight back, but to which he asked what was not working. Yes, and she added that it seemed like they had too much financial power. Players appeared and the hero asked what about military power, to which he was told that they had 73 natural 5-star heroes and 318 flying ships, most likely more hidden. The girl closed her eyes and said that she was asking him to tell her what to do. She would attack them preemptively if he ordered, to which he replied that he should leave them until they touched them first. The protagonist sighed, hearing that it was probably them, to which he replied that it was. The girl grinned and said that before it was the Dragon Knights and the Ouroboros, and now the Solidarity Association. History repeats itself. Sitting by the window, Sean asked him what about those guys who said they would dominate the entire server, said that they said Nilfer was some kind of symbol for server 2. But those guys don't exist anymore. I'm sure those guys know what they need to do, unless they're stupid, of course. The guy looked up. Sitting in front of him, Clyde asked him that he wasn't lying, really, said that he really wasn't going to drag him into some basement and lock him there, to which he replied that of course not. The guy picked up the pen. A purple flame appeared. A notification appeared that Sean had successfully recruited Clyde. Now he could be controlled. A view of the building opened up. Stretching her hand forward, the fairy addressed the hero. Looking at her, he said to keep it quiet. Her ears were withering, to which she said that the master wanted to give him a gift, asked what he wanted. Raising her hands up, Izel said that she thought he wanted him to say himself if he needed something, to which the protagonist replied that he had studied the game in depth. Now he could even choose. He looked away. Sean looked at the statues and thought that they were still not enough to form a division. A notification appeared that he wanted a statue of a war horse, 10 of them. It would cost 50,000 gold. The statues began to fall down. Sean took one of them in his hand. Looking at them, he smiled. The hero put the statues out and said that he would collect 1,000. The cards of new participants appeared. A view of the dormitory opened up. The guy furiously asked what they were looking at. Were they having fun here or something? Archie glared and said that he was so well-mannered, it seemed like he needed to be taught a lesson, to which the protagonist said that he shouldn't scare him too much. I'm sure he just needed some time to adapt. The guy trembled, and Archie added that he was sure that he would be useful. He didn't think he could help them with such an attitude, to which Marie asked why he even brought him here when they had other groups. Frowning, the girl said that they were all without a mage. Why should they be the ones to deal with him? Several groups showed up. It was said that the second group refused him, saying that they had enough people. The third group did not have a normal composition at all. Groups 4 and 5 had a lot of empty positions. If they sent him to one of these groups and they failed the mission, they would lose a very valuable hero. The squad looked away. Sean frowned. Standing in front of the girl, the hero thought that if they were at the initial stage of forming their group, they would be happy to have 2 mages, since everyone knows that this gives a high level of dynamics. But they have been working in this composition for quite a long time, and then said that they will just see what comes of it. It will be much easier to see how he behaves in a real situation than to have empty discussions. Looking to the side, Marie said that but there are 5 of them, to which Helen said that she will not go. They have not been in the weekly dungeons on weekdays for a long time. She needs ingredients for potions. She looked to the side. Marie looked down. The guy raised his hand and said what he thinks, to which the protagonist asked that he does not want to fight, and he answered that no, he just has not been on missions for a long time. Clyde looked away. The thought occurred to him that despite his master's account being above the 30th floor, he was only on the 28th level. He probably hadn't gone on a mission since the master had given up climbing the tower. Izel smirked and asked what about the journal. Looking at Sean, the guy said that he didn't know they could go on missions without a master, asked why he didn't tell him, to which he clarified that he wanted to do the tasks on his own, and he replied that yes, it would do to relieve boredom, and the hero said that he shouldn't abuse it. The master didn't like that. They were standing in the main dungeon on the 28th floor, and Jenna asked what their formation would be, to which he replied that he was covering for Helen. He could handle it, to which the girl replied that she would try. It was still a little different from what she was used to. A message appeared that the gate would be opened in 10 seconds, and the protagonist said that he should try, to which the guy responded approvingly. They found themselves on the 28th floor. The mission type is subordination. The goal is to destroy enemies. Chameleon looked away. Walking forward, Sean thought that he could enter right away, but he wants to see what he will do. Beams appeared around his hands. The guy put his hand on the other. He spread them out to the sides. Then he locked his hands. Particles were flying around Clyde. The girl looked at him in surprise and said that he was using a seal. The guy clenched his fist tightly. A dimensional portal was created. He can summon equipment and weapons from the storage through the portal. Turning around, Jenna said that she felt like she had seen something like this in everyday dungeons, asked what it was called, to which the hero replied that a dimensional portal, and she added that it was definitely it. A portal appeared. It was said that with this they can take more arrows or potions, then he can use as many arrows as he wants. If there is a magic engineer in the team, then there is infinite access to all items in the storage. Since limited supplies are the biggest problem in battle, this ability becomes a huge plus. The girl opened her eyes wide and said that such a high-level spatial magic, and Sean said that he can close the dimensional portal, they will not need it here. Suddenly, lizardmen began to run at them, and one of them shouted that they should die. The monster shouted furiously. Swinging his sword, the protagonist said that they fight as usual. The whole squad killed monsters. The guy looked down and said that he did not expect this. Then he activated the elemental attribute. The monster with the weapon rushed forward. A glowing stone flew up. Stones began to appear around it. Suddenly, a monster appeared. He struck the lizardmen. Clyde used the spread of the elemental attribute. He filled the entire party with one element. The entire party's endurance increased. The guy used teleport. Then he activated telekinesis. Stretching his hand forward, Clyde used a protective barrier. Magic interference was used, and the monster asked why his powers. Archie abruptly cut off his head. A fire typhoon appeared behind him. Looking at Marie, the guy said that there was no need to drink it. She looked surprised and asked what this mana transfer was. Clyde's player card appeared. The guy's eyes lit up. Dead monsters lay on the ground. Standing among them, the girl asked how many different spells he used, and the hero clarified that why didn't she ask him herself, to which he was told that it was very cool. She thought that magicians only shoot fire and lightning. Marie grinned and said that it was traditional magic. Elemental magic had a long history, to which the guy said that it was a relic of the past, and she replied that yes, it was a relic of the past. Clenching her fist tightly, she shouted that no, nothing like that, and Archie said that he didn't feel any difference at all. He thought that a female mage was still better, and Sean said that it was because they couldn't see the consequences from the outside. Standing still, Clyde said that he didn't know how they fought, so it was hard for him to argue with them. Throwing a weapon at the monster, the hero asked what was going on, got motivated. The floor was cleared, and the guy said that even if they fought here, the girl watched them and heard that he should think about it, he had time. Marie looked down. Clyde's card and his skills appeared. Sunlight enveloped the settlement. The guy was writing threats to Sean in the chat. Looking at the messages, the protagonist asked if the guy had left yet, noting that leaving the game would be a normal reaction. He imagined a burning island and thought about his main characters being dead, the magic engineer and ship captured. All the main buildings burned down, their level was reduced. He expected the guy to be fully focused on recovery. Sean pointed out that this player was acting too confident. Holding a cup of coffee in front of his mouth, the protagonist turned to Bree. She was sitting at the table and said that she understood the situation, noting that if he gave the order, she would immediately send their fleet. Sipping coffee, Sean replied that this was Tanya, not Niflare, so they would do without a fleet. Putting the cup on the table, the protagonist asked not to worry, because they themselves will solve all the problems. The plot takes us a few days later. The ship was standing in a huge room. A blue glow was coming from it. The girl was repairing it. Sean stood behind her and asked how long it would take, to which he received the answer that she was short of workers, so at least a week was needed. Clyde turned around and asked what the protagonist was doing there and whether he was trying to return to Harura. The protagonist approached Clyde and asked if he could do it. Taken aback, Clyde turned his attention to the voice. A girl's voice was heard from the ship's screen, saying that it was Captain Lily, the one who would become the king of the bandits. Approaching the screen, Clyde assumed that the communication device had connected. Lily screamed that he was a traitor who had repaid them this way for feeding and clothing him. Lily stuck out her tongue and said that she hoped everyone had washed their necks because the day of reckoning was near, noting that she was not afraid of storms and hurricanes. She was the king of bandits, reborn again and again. Sean, with a stone face, asked if she needed anything. Putting his finger on the button, the protagonist announced that he was turning it off, after which Lily screamed that she would tell everything. She said with a disgruntled look that she was there to declare war. Lily showed off many ships, adding that the Golden Fleet was gathering under her command. Confused, Sean asked if she came to brag. Lily said that she contacted them to give them a chance. Frowning, the protagonist asked again about the chance. Smirking, Lily said that this was a special chance to join the Invincible Fleet, because after their bombardment, only a sea of fire would remain where they were. Lily raised her fist to her mouth, remarking that she was impressed by Sean's antics. He was a conqueror of giants and desert winds, who deserved to enjoy glory by her side. The protagonist mentally assumed that she watched the video of them clearing the 30th floor that editing uploaded. Lily crossed her arms and said that she would fight them, after which Clyde interrupted her and asked again what she would do. Standing behind Sean, he asked him not to pay attention to her behavior, noting that it simply would not and she had quite successful battles. Lily flew around the hangar and said that their preparation was already complete. They also received all the necessary support. If they joined them, then she would exceptionally ask the master to stop the battle. The protagonist with a serious look clarified if they were ready. He pressed the shutdown button and said that he would be there now. Turning around, Sean asked the stunned Jessie to prepare the ship for takeoff. She replied that she was still doing maintenance. In addition, the outer hull was damaged, so the slightest hit would turn it into a pile of scrap metal, to which she heard that she just needed to deliver the protagonist there. Closing her eyes, Jessie said that she needed 10 minutes, adding that it was possible, she just needed to go back to where he was originally. The sun's rays enveloped the veranda. Bree took a cup of tea. Closing her eyes, she noted that Sean wanted to use it. Descending the stairs, the protagonist asked when he would get another chance like this. Looking at the sky, he said that the master had recently passed out and it was just in time. Sean put on his jacket. Eddies looked at him and asked where he was going, to which the protagonist replied that he was going for a walk. He went through the portal. Jessie and Clyde met him. Holding her head, Jessie said that she had somehow finished and set the destination, and Clyde said that it was a stupid move and the ship would fall if even one arrow hit the wrong place. Sean patted Clyde on the head and thanked him. Smiling, the protagonist asked to keep this a secret and not tell anyone. The ship began to take off. Looking at the screen, Sean heard that the transition was approved. The autopilot mode was turned on. The flying ship flew out of the portal. The protagonist pressed the red button. Looking at the dumbfounded Lily, Sean asked if her master was online now. Closing his eyes, the protagonist asked her to simply answer, after which he heard that the master was offline. Opening his eyes, Sean said that it was good. The protagonist said to tell everyone to prepare to die. Many Sununu ships were flying through the air. Enraged, Lily screamed that Sean was an impudent fool and she said that she was not a merciful fairy, she would not offer a second time. After examining the protagonist's ship, Lily asked what was wrong with his ship and whether he would be able to fight in such a state. Turning his attention to Sean, Lily clarified why he came alone. She was flying next to the cannon, which was preparing to fire, and said that the protagonist did not have to answer, because he was finished anyway and she would not let him leave, even if he begged on his knees. Taking off his glove, Sean asked Bree how the connection between the proof of the existence of other heavens and the Bifrost was going, to which he received an answer that there was no problem. Bree smirked and said that he could summon as many weapons as his mana allowed in one use and it would not affect the second and third uses. Streams of red energy began to flow from Sean's ring. The protagonist began to create a weapon. A yellow glow emanated from his hand. A blade began to form in front of him. Sean took the sword in his hands. The cannon fired a projectile of blue mana at him. The protagonist's face was serious. A powerful beam flew out of the cannon. It flew straight at Sean's ship. Gusts of wind enveloped the protagonist. He swung his blade. Swinging his sword, Sean cut the beam flying at him. The blade began to absorb the reflected attack. Lily was shocked by what she saw. Holding his hand with the ring in front of him, the protagonist summoned another weapon. A cloud of purple energy appeared in his hand and a notification popped up that a special option had been activated. The Eye of Argos had been used. Sean touched his face with his hand. His eye was enveloped in purple energy. He saw all the vulnerabilities in the enemy fleet. The enemy ships began to fire projectiles at him. Swinging his sword, the protagonist repelled all the attacks. Pulling his hand back, Sean summoned weapon number 11. Lightning struck next to him. A huge spear appeared in the protagonist's hand. Gusts of wind enveloped the sword and a notification appeared that Fragrak had completed charging and entered automatic defense mode. Sean's eye glowed brightly. He aimed at all the enemy ships. Holding the spear in his hand, the protagonist asked if they knew what it was like to have an overgear. Taken aback, Lily asked again. Grinning, Sean swung the spear and said that he would show her. He threw the spear with great force. It flew at the enemy ship. The spear flew into the blue core. The spear pierced it through. The blue sphere began to spark. The ship suddenly exploded. Lily was shocked by what she saw. The spear returned to Sean's hand. Smiling, the protagonist noted that they would not be able to use them even if they took them home, and he destroyed everything especially for them. Stunned, Lily screamed that it was impossible for a low-level hero to destroy a flying ship with just one blow. The blade flew around Sean at an incredible speed. It reflected all the attacks of the opponents. The sword was near the protagonist. Lily clutched her head and asked if this was possible. Sean prepared for another spear throw. The protagonist threw the spear, which changed its flight path many times. It flew between the ships and exploded them. Lily watched what was happening and asked Sean to stop. Lily saw another explosion of a ship from her fleet. Catching the spear, the protagonist mentally noted that there were only 2 flying ships left. Lily began to fly away and said that they surrendered. They had no idea who he was, but he could take anything he wanted from them. The ship from which the voice came exploded. Holding the spear in his hands, Sean said that there was only one left. The protagonist flew towards the enemy ship. They were moving towards each other. The ships collided. Sean jumped onto the enemy ship. The guy ran up to him and called out. The protagonist punched him in the face. Standing over the guy, Sean said that it was a mistake and the guy scared him. People came out on deck and called the protagonist a great general. The guys knelt down and cried out that they had committed a great sin by not recognizing a hero like him. They begged to spare their lives. The guys knelt in front of the entrance. The scared man grabbed Sean by the leg and asked him to take him with him, noting that they would be synthesized if they came back like that and it was no different from death. The protagonist kicked the guy in the face and asked him to stop nagging him. Sean opened the door. He entered the room where Lily was. She was eating a lollipop and said that it was the last candy she would ever have. The protagonist approached her and asked her to bring oil. Lily, dumbfounded, asked again. She was flying in front of him and screaming that she had already told him to leave because he had done enough damage. Sean said that his ship was running low on fuel and that he had not let her live to show her mercy. A tearful Lily said that the protagonist had already done everything he wanted. They had lost all of their ships and countless heroes. Sean looked at her with a serious expression and asked if she was giving up. Lily threw a lollipop at him and said that they thought they had survived after just recovering, and now he had destroyed everything with this strange weapon. The lollipop hit the main character, after which she added that all the ships were borrowed. They would not be able to pay them back even if they worked their whole lives. Lily's hands began to shake and she asked if Sean thought she had a great desire there. He threw his hat on the floor, saying that the king of bandits Lily could die. She said with a sad look that she wanted to meet a master as cool as Loki and share his glory and did not want to become a thief, but wanted to be a hero. Pointing her finger, Lily said that inside the ship, in the second room along the left corridor, oil was stored. Taking papers from her bosom, she noted that if this disgusting owner changed his mind, they could return to the tower. She was even ready for this. The protagonist caught the papers that she threw away. As Sean studied the documents, he reasoned that this was one of the strategy guides he had created in the past. Lily put her hat back on her head and said that she would not go out in a pitiful manner like her sisters, but would go out in a blaze of glory. She put her hands on her hips and cried out that she had already told him the location. He could just go and destroy their lobby again. As Sean watched the fairy take out another lollipop, he thought that each account had its own fairy and they were deleted when the account was closed, which is why they worked so hard to keep the lobby running. The protagonist remembered Izel crying and saying that the master had not logged in for several days. Sean stood in front of Lily and wondered what would happen to her master without her and if the lobby would be able to function if she disappeared. Looking at Lily, the protagonist reasoned that fairies transmit the master's orders and control everything. If they disappear, it will be difficult for the game to function. There is no fairy in Niflheim, but Bree took on this role. Sean sent a message and asked if Izel was still present. Watching many tornadoes, Bree replied that Izel sometimes sends news from Surus, but she is generally not there. She noted that according to her calculations, the efficiency of the lobby without a fairy will decrease by 87%, the account will be bugged, and it will be very difficult to give even basic orders there. The protagonist said with a serious look that everything is clear to him. Holding the staff on his shoulder, Sean asked Lily to go to Niflheim because there is a vacant place there. The fairy was taken aback by what she heard. Frightened, Lily screamed that if she leaves the lobby, the leadership from the headquarters will come for her. A portal opened near the protagonist and brooches fell from it. The fairy examined the jewelry and heard Bree's voice, who said that they had already killed 13 managers. A huge ship was flying in the sky and Bree said that she thought that there was an accident and could not calm down. Coming out onto the deck, Sean asked how many people were on the ship, to which he received an answer that there were only 2. Lily was shocked by what she saw. The guys were scared when they saw a huge ship. The frightened fairy looked at Sean and noted that he was Loki. The protagonist threw her into the ship. Standing on the deck, Sean ordered to take from the lobby everyone who was more or less useful, except for those who took part in the raids. The protagonist asked if Bree could intervene in this battle. Bree looked at Lily with a smile on her face and replied that with the help of the fairy it was possible. Since she was still a part of Harura, she would try. Sean raised his head and said to do it if he could, but if he couldn't, it was okay. The guy bowed his head and shouted that he was the greatest hero of them all. The protagonist's weapon began to disappear and he noted that he now only had 2 summons left. Light enveloped the settlement. Purple light was visible from the windows of the building. An enraged Clyde ran after Sean and asked him what he had done. He chased him and said that he was there when the attack was being prepared in Harura. They gathered a bunch of ships for the invasion. The protagonist ran away in a barely flying wreck and returned as if nothing had happened. Turning around, Sean told him to shut up and run, noting that he would not let him live with weak stamina even though he was a mage. Pulling an arrow onto the bowstring, Jenna said that she felt like they had been playing for a week and they still hadn't been sent anywhere. She hit the target with her arrows right in the center. Standing in front of the dummy, Archie asked her if she knew why Sean was holding off. Lifting his shirt, the protagonist wiped the sweat from his face. Releasing a cloud of fire mana, Marie assumed that the master was thinking about the composition of the groups. Archie stood behind and noted that this meant that he was thinking about who to remove from the first group. Smirking, he asked why Marie was angry. Watching Marie leave, Jenna said that she should not tease her too much because it was impossible to imagine that the master would remove her since she was so important to their group. Jenna turned her gaze to Sean and clarified if he thought the same thing, to which she heard that Archie was right. She looked after Marie and noted that Archie was only partly right, and also asked if he would remove her from the group and if someone else would bring the same benefit. Archie smiled and asked if it was all up to Sean to decide. Wiping sweat from his face, the protagonist replied that it wasn't. He could only give the master recommendations, and the master would make the decision anyway. Sean imagined his team on the chessboard and thought that they had all pumped up their fire resistance to make it easier to work with Marie's magic, and had trained to build around her. If they removed her at this stage, the entire formation would collapse, and if anything gave such an order, he would reject it. Jenna calmly asked if it was true that their 5 had clearly defined roles, and if they were ineffective, they would have already been replaced. Looking at the out-of-breath Clyde, she came to the conclusion that the master was not thinking about changing the composition of the first group, but it could be about Clyde joining one of the other teams. The night sky enveloped the building. The girl put the vial on the table and screamed that they had successfully created a medium healing potion. The happy girl said that it was all thanks to Marie's help. It was different from the medicines she made before coming there, so it took some work, but she was starting to get the hang of it. The plot introduces us to a pharmacist named Tilda. She raised her fist to her mouth and said that the low success rate and high material consumption were still a problem, since the space in the pouch was limited. They would have to carry medium potions. She didn't know if they would be able to make enough before they were sent on a mission. Marie was taking notes and said that if this mage joined the first group, there would be no such limitation. They would be able to replenish their potions directly through the interdimensional portal. Tilda was surprised by what she heard. Smiling, she said that in that case they would need to make even more. Marie was taken aback by what she heard. Tilda stood by the cauldron and continued brewing. Clyde was disappointed and thought that Sean had lied to him when he promised that he wouldn't have to work at night, and it would be quite tiring if he asked him to concoct high-level potions while climbing the tower. Isle stood in front of the gate and called the first group there. Putting her hand on her chest, Marie declared that elemental magic was the best. Crossing her arms, she asked to send this schoolboy mage to work on the flying ship while she would work on missions. Sean asked to continue their mating games later. Smiling, Jenna said that she hoped they would end up in a nicer place than a desert or a labyrinth. Looking at the gate, she said that she wanted to go to a flower garden. The boys walked through the door. A bright light came from the teleporter. Clouds surrounded the blue sky. Marie was surprised by what she saw. Her gaze fell on the sea. The boys found themselves on a ship in the middle of the sea. They looked around with a surprised expression and discussed the fact that they had ended up in the legendary ocean. Turning around, the protagonist ordered to first check what was there, noting that there should be something useful there. The guys started to inspect the hold and saw that there was food, water, and a compass. Waving her hand, Marie declared that it was absurd that they had been thrown out in the middle of the ocean on an exploratory mission. Sean looked at the compass and said that they were there because there was an exit and would move in the direction the compass pointed. Shifting his gaze, the protagonist asked if the guys could swim. His comrades ignored him. Sean's face was displeased. Crossing his arms, the protagonist declared that everyone except Marie would row in shifts. She came up to him and said that she could row too. Sean replied that there were only 2 rows and they did not match. He didn't just divide the work between the warriors and the mercenaries for nothing. Standing in the middle of the ship, the protagonist asked her to just sit still, and if she didn't want to become fish food, she shouldn't use fire magic. Marie was shocked by what he said. Sean stood in front of her and said that Marie would find the answer herself if she thought about it. They were in the middle of the ocean, and the boat was made of wood and they would be finished if it burned down. Marie was surprised by what he said. She lowered her head and replied that she understood everything. The sails fluttered in the wind. Bubbles appeared in the water. Many monsters suddenly started swimming towards the boat. Sean took off his glove and thought that they would die if the boat capsized. He took out his blade and cut his hand. The protagonist jumped into the water and asked Jenna to cover him. He dove underwater. Sean swam among many monsters. Looking at the sharks, the protagonist noted that he would lure them with the smell of blood. The sharks started swimming towards him. Jenna aimed at their fins. She started shooting them. The sharks were killed. The monsters noticed Sean in the water. Dodging the attacks, the protagonist killed the monsters. He raised his head and mentally noted that he needed to take a breath of air. He was suddenly taken aback. Looking down, Sean saw the monster holding his leg. Jenna, dumbfounded, cried out that she couldn't see the main character. Archie looked at Marie and said that she couldn't help, but if she was going to burn their only support to hell, she could start casting a spell. Closing her eyes, Helen noted that they would just wait for orders. They saw blood in the water. Sean surfaced. Jenna helped him onto the ship and said that he was very difficult because she was scared. She sat next to him and thought that he had thrown himself into the ocean teeming with monsters. Putting her hand on her chest, Marie sighed in relief. Looking at the corpses, Sean said that they needed to move. Evening came. While killing the merman that had climbed onto the deck, the protagonist noted that these guys were able to sneak onto the boat, so they had to be wary of intrusion, and it would be nice if they remembered that. Marie sat quietly on the floor. Archie sat down next to her and asked why she didn't use this as an opportunity to learn another attribute, since she had been so confident when she said she would control the boat with telekinesis. Archie smirked and said that if she found it difficult, she should give up, adding that he wanted to return quickly to continue training. A notification popped up that there was a chance that the search would be long and the quest would continue even if the master logged out. The sky above the ship changed many times. A message appeared that the floor had been cleared and that Sean was the best hero. As the protagonist left the portal, he looked at Marie. She walked up to him and called out. Smiling, Marie suggested that wind magic could. Suddenly, notifications appeared that Marie had been replaced by Clyde. She was shocked by what she saw. Sunlight enveloped the estate. The man placed his hand on little Marie's head and informed her that tomorrow she would go to the Sternbergs to learn magic. He looked at her and told her that there would be others around her, but she should not pay attention to them, but simply focus all her efforts on returning the glory of their family. Smiling, Marie accepted his request. She created a cloud of fire in the cauldron. The woman watched her and suggested that the element of fire suited her. Joyfully, Marie cried out that she wanted to learn the next spell of any element. Marie listened with interest that this would not be possible now, because elemental mages focus on only one element and mages belonging to 2 or more elements are extremely rare. Standing in front of the cauldron with fire, Marie thought that she was the pride of the family and should become even better. As she watched the children walk down the hallway, she thought that many of them had already learned all the basic spells and that she was lagging behind. Standing in front of the desk with the documents, Marie noted that she had to surpass them and did not want to lose. The purple crest hung on the wall. The teacher sat at the desk and said that they had invited children from all sorts of families, as ordered, but they were all not capable enough. They suddenly turned around at the sound of a fire. Flames engulfed the school hallway. Turning around, Marie called out to the mistress. The woman approached her and asked if Marie had done this, to which she replied that she just wanted to practice a little. Fersen looked at her silently. She extended her hand, engulfed in energy, and began to laugh. The woman released streams of green mana. The fire was suddenly consumed. Fersen looked at Marie and guessed that they had a rather gifted witch on their hands. She said with a happy expression that she was looking forward to Mary's success in the future. She was happy with the teacher's words. Isle started spinning around with a smile on her face and shouted about the surprise. She danced around Mary. Looking at her, Isle said that from today on, she was excluded from the first group and could rest until the master called her again. Mary turned around and asked how long she would be on vacation. The dumbfounded witch heard that she would be resting until the 35th or 40th floor. She shouted with an angry expression that it was too long and that she would be out of practice, to which she received the answer that it was the master's order and they had no reason to disobey it. Smiling, Mary asked again if there was no reason. Sean looked at her and said that he was against changing the dynamics of the team, but he was sure that she herself knew why everything happened. Looking at the upset girl, the protagonist asked why she had such a reaction if she always said that she wanted to rest. Standing in front of her, Sean asked her not to worry, adding that he would ask to call her if the situation required it. Enraged, Marie went into the portal and screamed that she was going to study another element. Crossing his arms, the protagonist noted that he would ask the master to cook her a special dish or something. Marie opened the door to the room. She was upset about what happened. The ship was parked under the open sky. Clyde was wiping his face with a rag and asked if the protagonist wanted him to go with them. Sean began to drag him along. They came to the gate of space and time. Standing in front of the team, the protagonist said that Clyde would be a temporary member of the first group and he could not say earlier because the guy slept all day. Frightened, Clyde screamed that he went to bed late because he was working on the flying ship. Stunned, Clyde said that the topic was closed. An angry Archie stood over him and asked what he was looking at. Clyde started running away from him and said that he wasn't looking anywhere. Smiling, Jenna asked if they would come back. The guys moved to a ship in the ocean. Standing on the deck, Sean told Clyde that they needed to take the ship to where the compass was pointing. The monsters would attack, so they needed to stay alert. Stretching out his hand, shrouded in mana, Clyde noted that rowing was a waste of energy. He created a propeller on the ship. They began to sail at great speed. Clyde calmly said that he made a regular engine with mana. Grinning, Archie said that he felt stupid for wasting so much energy before and suggested throwing the oars overboard. Sean, with a stony face, asked to leave the oars in the corner. Sharks began to pursue the ship. Taking off his glove, the main character said that they would act according to the previous tactics. He would lure the monsters, and Jenna would cover him. Clyde put his hand in the water. He directed electricity at the sharks. The monsters suddenly stopped. The shark corpses floated to the surface belly up. Shaking the water off his hand, Clyde said that he simply used a magnetic field to pull them in, since sharks are sensitive to electricity. Archie, dumbfounded, said that they should have taken Clyde with them last time. Watching Clyde go to bed, the protagonist thought that as far as he remembered, he was a magical engineer. but he needed to check what else he could do. The guys were sailing on a boat. Clyde stood on the water and turned around and said that he could control surface tension. Sean, crossing his arms, looked at him from the boat and said that if he were with them on the 30th floor, a lot would have turned out differently. They could run on vertical walls, they wouldn't have to risk climbing the statue's hand. Jenna clenched her fist in displeasure and said that Marie could do a lot of things too. She promised to learn everything. Closing his eyes, Clyde climbed into the boat and said that an elemental mage couldn't do that. Her mana characteristics were too different. The protagonist looked at the guy seriously and thought that they would still see about that. A ship was visible in the distance. Sean looked at the compass and said that it also pointed to the ship. They needed to get closer. The ship was cutting through the waves. Susie looked ahead and sighed. Her hair was fluttering in the wind. The girl was standing on board, adjusting her hair. She looked ahead in surprise, hearing her name being called. Susie looked at the guys in the boat and asked what they were doing there. She lowered the rope from the side and said that they surprised her every time. Helen covered the mouth of a laughing Clyde and said that they would go inside and rest. The boys watched as Sean talked to the girl and discussed that maybe she was against their presence. It could be a burden for the princess if they crowded here. The main character stood in front of the girl with displeasure. He bowed his head and asked if they could go inside because he wanted to sleep. Susie clenched her fists and smiled and said that she had a lot of questions for him. For example, how he ended up on that boat, how he found them, what his current goal was. Turning away, Sean frowned and replied that this was their current mission. Let her not look at him like that. He did not have the answers that she so desired. He stood in front of the confused girl and said that when they first met, she offered them money and begged for help, but now she changed her mind. Putting her hand under her chest, the girl sadly said that then she did not know that this journey would be so dangerous. Many of his friends died. The guy looked at her with displeasure and replied that he already told her not to worry about it. Susie hung her head in disappointment and said that it was easy to say that. The protagonist stood in front of her, arms crossed. The girl looked at him and told him that they were in the ocean off the southeastern coast of the continent, called the Endless Sea. The guy asked if she was really here for the key this time. Susie held her hand in embarrassment. She lowered her head and replied that it was true. The protagonist stood in front of the girl and said that first the desert, and now the ocean. She had already been everywhere. The princess noted that she had also gotten some money and was going to take mercenaries from the nearest island. She looked at the sailor with the rope and said that she could find the key without their help. Frowning, the guy asked if he really would even run into a monster like last time. Sean looked at the coughing girl and said that there would be no mercenaries, it would only increase the number of corpses, they would do everything for them, and she would just show the way. The princess closed her eyes and smiled and replied that he was as stubborn as ever. She put her hand on her chest and looked at him worriedly and asked what would happen if their mission was to kill her. The protagonist looked at her seriously and replied that he would have to do that too if he didn't want to die in her place. The girl looked at the guy with fear. She grabbed the pouch on her belt and agreed with him. Susie took out a bag of gold and said that it was all she had, she would hire them. Sean turned around with displeasure and replied that she should keep it for herself. A notification appeared that he had received 10,000 gold from a special NPC, Susie. The protagonist took a coin out of the bag and thought that it could only buy 2 warhorse statues. The girl shook the guy's hand and said that she would rely on them this time too. She could call her Susie. She looked at her friend and said that she needed to tell him something about the key. The princess looked at him with concern and said that when she collected them all, she would be able to open the gate to the higher dimension. Sean turned around and looked at her in surprise. He looked at the frightened girl and asked why she wanted to do this and how the higher dimension would help the continent. The guy covered his face with his hand and said that a dream is a dream, it doesn't explain much. The protagonist told us that in a dream, Susie saw them fighting in a future in which the continent would meet its end, so she wants to save it. He remembered how the girl sat and said that she had been having strange dreams for about a year. They were very ominous. In a dream, everything had come to an end. The guy introduced the princess with a dagger and told us that she needed the keys for this purpose, but they were supposedly used to open the higher dimension. All the missions of this game are connected with it, which is quite strange. Sean stood in front of the girl on the deck and saying that he was just thinking, asked her to tell him more about that dream. A window appeared informing that the floor was cleared. The system reported that Clyde was recognized as the best hero. The protagonist looked at his hand smiling and said that it seemed like it was time to go back to where they came from. He would fulfill his mercenary mission next time. He looked at the upset Susie and said goodbye to her. The gate began to glow. Archie stood with the guys in the room with his arms crossed and said that they needed a different formation, because this guy would join their training that would start tomorrow. Clyde looked at Sean in shock, raising his hand and saying that the training would be overtime. Something completely different was written in the contract. The protagonist looked at the roaring guy and said that he had to do it. When it was all over, he would give him double leave. Archie smiled behind the scared guy and said that he liked it. The plot moves us to the city to the fountain. The guy was walking down the street and heard a girl call him. Marie crossed her arms, closed her eyes and said that she was just walking and decided to stop for a while and rest. Sean looked at her worriedly. The girl turned away and frowned, saying that she could do whatever she wanted, it was none of his business. Smiling, she raised her hand with energy and said that while they were on a mission, she was practicing. Marie controlled the energy in her hand and said that she would succeed soon. The protagonist looked at Izel and asked how many recording stones were left in the warehouse, asked to give her one and write down what he took. The guy put the stone in the girl's hand and said that she might not have used it before, but it allows you to watch recordings of past missions. With its help you can learn about the mage. Marie sadly lowered her eyes. The girl stood in front of a glowing portal. Clyde stretched out his hand and released energy. The boat quickly cut through the waves. Many electric sharks swam after the guys. The guy stood on the water surface, smiling. Marie looked at Clyde through the screen. We see the closed gate. Izel was flying above the sitting Sean and asking if he was going to sleep because it was not a child's time. Frowning, the fairy crossed her arms and said that the only good thing about her spells was their power, but otherwise she was useless. She thought that the boy engineer was much better. This woman was also arrogant. Evaporating into the air above the guy, she said that the girl deserved it. The protagonist was sitting on a bench, crossing his legs in front of the gate. The portal began to open. He looked seriously to the side and asked what she thought. Marie walked with her hands in her pockets and said that he was really still here. She didn't even look at the acceleration. It probably took several hours. She looked down and said with a smile that he was good, even though he was so young. At his age she couldn't do anything at all. Life really is unfair. The girl sat down on the bench next to the guy and, closing her eyes, said that he was still a child. She would have studied harder if she had known that this would happen. Sean looked away and said that if he wanted, he could join another group. Marie frowned and replied that she had not given up yet. The guy crossed his arms and looked at her silently. Sean told us that the same thing happened with Nate, but they all wanted to stay in the first group. He remembered how the guy cried and said that he wanted to become stronger, never wanted to be visited by such pathetic thoughts again, but now he was powerless. The girl got up from the bench and, lowering her head, said that tomorrow at 7 o'clock in the morning she would still have a chance, they would see each other. The guy sat on the bench, crossed his legs and looked after her. The sun rose over the city. We can see the walls of the room. Jesse wrote on the tablet and said that there were no problems with the lift, the fuel efficiency was high, there was no damage, it was quite possible to use it on missions. Clyde looked at the screens and said that until the objects on board were built and the weapons were installed, they hadn't even checked if it flew. The girl wrote down the information and said that since the mission's destination was the ocean, it would fly anyway, but she wouldn't mind if you wanted to work on the ship even harder. A notification appeared that the flying ship capitalism was completed, now they could use it for missions. However, this was not allowed in all zones. The guys were standing in the room in front of the ship. Clyde was kneeling and roaring, screaming that he was deceived, cheated. Here he had to work even harder than in Harura. The system reported that the guy was complaining and was given a statue of a war horse. The engineer looked at the statue in shock. He threw it aside and frowned and asked how many more of these things he was going to give him. He didn't need them. A message popped up saying that he wasn't thrilled with the gift. Loyalty was down. Sean stood over the guy, holding the statue and saying that he had done a good job, could now rest, and since the horse had no owner, he would take it for himself. He looked at Jessie and asked her to find some ancient ruins in their sector when she had some free time. It would get better from the 40th floor. The protagonist turned to the lying engineer and asked if there were any problems with the flying ship now. The guy stood in front of the mechanism and listened to it flutter like a butterfly. It shouldn't fall, it would also go on water, but there were no weapons or equipment on the ship. It would take more time to install it. Clyde lay on the floor and asked why this sorceress woman kept hanging around here, because the group consisted of 5. He remembered Marie training and said that she was always with them, practicing nearby, and now she was practicing wind magic on the training field, despite the fact that she is a fire mage. At best, all she can do is a light breeze. She is strange. With his eyes closed, he lay in front of Sean and said that elemental mages are usually able to handle only one element. It is unlikely that she is one of those rare mages who master more. The protagonist sadly lowered his gaze. We see the entire city. The portal began to open. The system reported that this is the main dungeon. In 10 seconds the doors will open. A message appeared on the portal that they must climb the tower and save the world. They can use a flying ship. The gate emitted a bright light. We see a taut sail. The guys looked at the ocean. The game said that they were on the 33rd floor. They needed to explore the specified area. Turning around, Susie fixed her hair and said with a smile that they were back. A message popped up saying that the route had been changed and an additional quest had been created. The girl looked at the guys in surprise. The system said that the guys needed to summon a flying ship on an additional quest. Jenna stood with the guys and asked what kind of additional quest. Wasn't they doing the same thing in the desert? Sean looked seriously at the princess and said that she wouldn't understand anything anyway. The ship was moving along the waves. The game asked the guy if he wanted to know the hero's opinion. A window appeared with information that most of the guys were neutral about it. Putting his fist to his lips, Sean looked down and thought about the sudden quest that had appeared, and the goal was to summon a flying ship. He had completed countless tasks, but he had never seen anything like this. He took her hand and, looking away from her, asked her how long ago she had left the mainland. The guy looked at the ocean and thought that since a month had already passed, they must be very far from the shore. Clyde raised an eyebrow, hearing Isil mentally call him. She informed the surprised engineer that the master ordered him to call a flying ship. He knew what would happen if he refused. Sean closed his eyes and shook his head. A notification appeared that the leader of the first group suggested abandoning the mission. Jenna looked at the guy with alarm and asked if the ship was ready for use. The system asked if she would listen to his offer. The ship was sailing on the ocean. The protagonist imagined a ship on the water and told us that small monsters like mermaids and sharks cannot harm such a large ship, so this mission is something like a mini vacation. Imagining a castle at the bottom of the ocean, he thought about what Susie had told them about the destination. Supposedly at the end of the endless sea there was a temple of an ancient dragon. She said that in her dream she had seen a shining key in this temple. Jenna was lying in a hammock next to Sean and said that this mission was quite pleasant. It was a pity that Marie was not with them. Putting her hands under her head, she smiled and asked what he was thinking about. The girl closed her eyes with a smile and said that he needed to relax and not think about the mission. Nothing would happen anyway. It was an additional quest. Frowning, she smiled and said that they had not encountered any danger so far. A notification appeared that the group had entered a special field, a forbidden zone. The protagonist looked at the dark sky and said that he had a bad feeling. It was better to turn the ship around. Susie said that they had stepped on their territory with their dirty feet, and now they just wanted to go back. The girl stood in front of the guys and the monster spoke through her that they were fake heroes. The princess looked angrily and said that they would not be prey like the other guardians, but would become hunters themselves. They would pay for trampling the laws of nature. Sean frowned and asked who she was. Susie looked at him calmly. She smiled creepily. The girl smiled angrily and said that the hunt had begun. The possessed Susie stood in front of the guys with a smile. The princess suddenly fell, stretching out her hand. The protagonist caught the girl's body. The system was sending alarm signals. She put her hand to her head and asked what was happening. Sean helped his friend up. Turning around, Jenna frowned and called the guy. A huge wave lifted the ship. Tentacles with spikes appeared from the water. A giant kraken grabbed the ship. The main character pulled out a sword and, frowning, shouted that the guys should cut everything that was sucked onto the boat. He looked forward in surprise. The monster let go of the ship and screamed. Sean watched as the tentacles sank into the water and screamed that he himself did not know what to do. The monster was suddenly sucked into the water. Dark spots appeared under the ship and the guys decided that something was happening there. The main character stood on the edge and turned around, asking Susie to grab the steering wheel and turn the ship. A terrible laugh was heard. The princess quickly ran to the steering wheel and screamed that she understood him. A wave rose behind the guy again. A kraken corpse appeared from the water. Jenna looked up in shock. Sean raised his head in fear. Helen stood with the guys in fear and said that it was impossible. The monster rose from the water and the system reported danger. A water dragon with a kraken corpse in its mouth appeared in front of the ship. The protagonist looked at the monster and asked how the boss could appear. They were on the 33rd floor. It looked like half of what was on the 20th floor. A window appeared with information that the mission type had been changed. It was now an escape. They needed to get out of the danger zone and protect Susie. Sean waved his hand and screamed in fear that the mission had changed. This was not submission. Fighting was useless. They needed to run as quickly as possible. The guys looked at the diving dragon and asked if it was possible. The wind direction was bad. How could they get out? Barrels and boxes began to fall. The guy fell in tears, stretching out his hand and screaming. The dragon turned the ship over and growled. The system reported that the water dragon was roaring. Divine protection had been applied. The protagonist thought that even if this was some kind of crazy mission, there was always a way to complete it. Sean stuck his sword into the deck and anxiously asked Susie if there were any special devices on the ship. Clyde squatted behind the girl and said that yes, he searched the ship. He took hold of the base of the steering wheel and said that it looked like a decommissioned airship converted into a ship. It was possible for a moment. The guy pressed the button and activated high-speed sailing. The ship rushed forward and the game reported that the Nautilus high-speed navigation system was working. Frowning, Clyde looked at the happy girl and said that it would not last long. They needed to find another way. The dragon cried over the ocean and the system reported that the climate was changing rapidly. Sean looked up at the rain and decided that he even controlled the climate. Turning to the engineer, he said that they would buy some time and let him prepare to call the airship and asked how long it would take. A notification popped up that the group leader was offering to call the airship. The protagonist looked away in fear and thought that 10 minutes in such a situation was too much. The system reported that the portal was 3% complete. Frowning, Clyde closed his fingers and manipulated the energy. The monster looked at the ship and shouted that they couldn't escape, let them try to go crazy. A notification popped up that the dragon was using a storm wave. The dragon's babies rushed across the water and the monster said that a great hunt was about to begin. Many monsters jumped out of the water. The dragons landed on the deck. They held weapons and called out to the people. Archie smiled as he took out his sword and said that finally there was something to do. Susie held the wheel with a smile and said that her steering skills came in handy. The dragon swam underwater behind the ship and the guy asked how to attack it. It looked like it would attack from the water. A danger notification appeared. The sailor looked at the hole in the ship and reported it to everyone. Sean, gritting his teeth, fought the monsters and thought that it was a trap from the very beginning. He thought about the fact that the moment the special field appeared, he had to immediately turn the ship around. In the next test, and it would definitely use this. The guy swung his sword and frowned, shouted that everyone should be careful and protect the portal. They can't let them get to him. He looked at the portal being created and decided that there was no future for it. The dragon grabbed the body of the screaming guy. Many corpses lay on the deck and the system reported that the high-speed navigation of the Nautilus was stopped. The protagonist stood behind the frightened Susie and said that if he was going to stay with them any longer, he should get used to such things. The guys looked ahead in surprise. Clyde clenched his hands furiously and asked the portal door to open. A notification appeared that a portal had been created and that vehicles, equipment, and supplies could be called through it on the battlefield. A portal appeared in front of the ship. The system asked if they wanted to call the Capitalism airship. The engineer looked at the airship that had appeared and gave permission for access. Turning around, he frowned and shouted that he would go first and prepare everything. Sean ran along the deck, holding Susie in his arms and shouting that the ship was about to sink and that everyone should get on the airship. The dragon rushed forward. It quickly rose out of the water. The monster smashed the ship and shouted that it would kill everyone. The guy dived under the water and raised his hand. An airship appeared over the remains of the ship. The dragon glared at the boys and asked if they really thought calling another ship would change anything. The protagonist raised his middle finger with a smile and said that it was not a ship, but an airship. He looked at the airship's turbines and the system reported that the Capitalism ship's high-speed navigation system was activated. A notification appeared that they had completed the subquest and the hidden beast hunt scene was open. The ship was quickly sailing away from the monster. Sean held the frightened Susie and thought that after all, an airship is an airship. The basic characteristics are different from ordinary people. Jenna stood anxiously on the deck and asked what kind of long monster it was. Helen ran up to the girl and frowned and said that she had heard of monsters that looked like this. This is an ancient deep-sea species called the sea god. Turning away, Sean listened that he was born from dragons in the early days of the Empire. The guy put his hand on the side and thought that this time they deceived him, although it did not bring results, but they learned the basic characteristics of the boss on the 35th floor. If they prepare well, they can win when they return to the waiting room. He will need time, and underwater combat training will not hurt. A message popped up saying that the level was completed and 150,000 gold was obtained. Turning around, Helen took off her hood and told her friend that she needed to prepare, so they would need time. The game reported that the hidden stage was opened. The sacred water dragon requires prey. Sean frowned and looked down. A window appeared with information that they were going to hunt for a water deity tonight. The protagonist looked in shock at the messages that returning to the room was impossible. They could not escape from the water deity zone. The Capitalism airship was created as a temporary base. The mission will start automatically. The game announced that on the 34th floor, either they would be hunted or hunted. The guy looked up in fear and said that he had never seen anything like this before. He put his hand on his head, closed his eyes and said that there was a plan. If you analyze the rules of the game and everything that had happened so far, then a way would be found. The airship was hovering over the ocean. The protagonist looked at the waves and told us that he reported their current situation when they completed the subquest. They were drawn into a hidden mission. Even its rules were different from the usual ones. Jenna stretched out her hand and asked the guys what kind of hidden something was there, because of which they were trapped. The guy told the group that Jenna had to take the princess to the cabin and Clyde was calling them. The engineer looked at the map of the territory and said that you need to complete the mission in accordance with these rules. The black dots are the places where the hidden objects are. The red circle indicates the detection zone of the sacred water dragon. Sean looked at the screen and said that in the waiting room he was developing strategies for missions. Most likely they have an advantage in obtaining information about the boss. A notification popped up that Capitalism has become a temporary mission base. There are no amenities on board. It needs to be expanded. The protagonist looked at the system screen and read that he needs to select the type of object he wants to build. He turned around to look at the portal behind him. Isil appeared from it and smiled and winked. The fairy put her finger to her cheek and closed her eyes and said that everything was as expected. Crossing her arms, she happily said that in any case, since this is a temporary base, she can be here too. She plans to help with the airship until the mission is over. Izel raised her hand and looked at the engineer and said that he should open a portal to Area B7 on the second floor. Things for the living quarters should be delivered. The rooms are empty. Is he really not going to help the people? A hint appeared that the construction of structures on the airship required materials other than the waiting room. For the first level of living quarters you need 50 gems, a bed, a table, a low-level chair, and a buff. The system asked the guy if he wanted to build a living quarters. A table, a chair, and books appeared from the portal. The game reported that a living quarters had been created in the B7 capitalism zone. The hero's rest efficiency increases. Beds and a chest of drawers appeared in the room. A notification popped up that a training center had been created in the C2 capitalism zone. A building appeared on the street. A crossbow with arrows suddenly appeared and the game said that an arsenal had been created in the C5 zone. Sofas with a table were created in the room and the system reported that a bridgehead had been created in the B1 zone. The protagonist imagined the airship above the water and thought that now it would become a forward base serving as a waiting room. Sean crossed his arms and frowned and said that after the basic preparations were done, they would go outside and capture the bases. There was not much work to do, so they should move out tomorrow. Archie stood among the boys, crossed his arms and asked if there would be any benefit from capturing. The protagonist presented a bottle underwater and said that he did not know the other benefits, but he could guess what the items were, something that was impossible to create at the current stage, for example, the tears of the merman. He presented a card of the sparkling forest and said that this item allows you to breathe underwater, but you need to wait a few days to enter the dungeon on the day when you can get the materials for crafting. Archie looked at the boy worriedly and asked what kind of tears of the merman, can you really breathe underwater with them? Sean looked at the upset boys and said that while the airship was moving, they would practice underwater combat. He stood in front of the disgruntled group and said that as they saw with that anchovy, water attacks are not easy at all. Since it does not get out of the water, they will have to dive. The upset guys listened that this time they will not have to set themselves on fire. The main character walked down the corridor, putting his hands in his pockets and calling Izel. He looked at the happy fairy and said that he wanted to talk to the people in the waiting room. Is it possible? Izel looked at the guy with confusion and answered that it could be problematic, because the flow of time is different, but she will try. Moonlight illuminated the sail. Sean was surprised to hear Eddie's call him over the comm. The girl asked if they were on a mission and what they were doing there. The guy put his hand on the side and replied that they were camping. He needed to tell her something. The girl caught the flying dagger. She raised the blade and asked if they needed to learn underwater combat. The protagonist told her that she needed to get used to fighting on the water, not underwater. He looked away and said that after the materials and the base were ready, the master would build the pool and asked her to tell the others. Leaning on the side, Sean looked at the fairy and said that there was one person left. She looked at the guy with displeasure and asked if that was all. Izel stretched out her arms and, closing her eyes, screamed, using the power of the fairy. The plot moves us to the Night City. Tilda was stirring the potion in the cauldron. Mary poured the ingredients into the cauldron and looking at the book said that 3 days had passed since they left for the mission and she did not know what happened to them. She was surprised to hear Sean ask if the training was going well. Tilda held the stick in shock, listening to what he was saying from the mission. Mary smirked and said that he should wait a little longer. In a week he would see what she was capable of. The protagonist asked to get rid of wind magic. The girl listened, upset that it was useless to master other attributes. She looked at the bottle with the potion and asked if it would be needed, because they were now preparing a mid-level potion. Sean said through the connection that she should stop this too. Clyde could create a complex restoration potion. The girls listened in shock as he said that they only needed to create a magic hall at their temporary base. Mary put her hand on the notebook and agreed with him. The protagonist placed his hands on the side and asked that when they were done, he pass it through Clyde and praised the pharmacist. She was also good. The guy looked at the ocean and said that they should do what they used on the 20th floor, flame magic that explodes inside the enemy. Marie looked down in disappointment when he heard that she should learn how to create it in 30 seconds or increase her firepower. Sean looked into the distance at the ocean and said that that was not all. The girl was surprised to hear that she should learn how to swim. The guy looked at the moon and listened as the girl asked if this was a joke. Did a spot open up? The protagonist stood near the side and said that such things are not to be trifled with. He looked at the ocean and listened as the girl said that he should wait. She would get ready and come back. Marie smiled sheepishly and thanked him. Sean closed his eyes and agreed with a smile. Turning around, he told Izel that it was a great job. The protagonist stood in front of the ferry and said that only the first group was involved now, but that the others would need help later. Izel looked at the guy desperately. Sean imagined a sleeping Clyde and said that a mage could not control the airship and use auxiliary magic at the same time. If an engineer controlled the airship, he would become useless in close combat and leave an empty spot in the first group. Izel put her finger to her lips and said that even while controlling, you can fight. She looked at the guy in surprise and raised an eyebrow. Turning around, Sean put his hand in his pocket and said that he forgot something. Let her call Eddie's again. The plot moves us to the Night City. We see the doors of the castle. John looked at the mug on the table. He remembered how the guy made a cup and said that working as a porter leaves a lot of free time, and sculptures are his hobby. Eddie's put her hand on her hip and told the man that a message had come from Sean. He would not have time to remember his comrades in arms in the warehouse. John looked down sadly. He clenched his fist and replied that he understood her and was leaving. There was a training dummy standing outside. Tom looked at the guys in surprise and asked what kind of instructor training they were talking about. Eddie stood outside, her hand outstretched, and said that they wanted to select and train guys in every specialty as much as possible. In times like these, the quality of training had to be improved. She looked at the guy and said that only a small part of the people were training on the first floor, but even their number had already exceeded 100, he could no longer cope alone. Tom tensed up when he heard that he would now go on a mission with them. He looked at the guys with displeasure and shouted that he could not kill people. The girl replied that she knew this. In order to move to the second floor, they only needed to cope with him. A drop of sweat ran down the guy's cheek when he heard that she knew how he was beaten by a guy named Gilbert. Eddie's frowned and said that he was weak. If he wanted to control people, he needed to level up, but he couldn't do that without synthesis or participating in missions. Someone would be killed anyway. Turning away, the girl looked at Tom and said that she and John would actively fight, and he would just cover when the floor got higher and the lizards appeared. Let him fight them too. Frowning, Eddie's went ahead and said that there was no time. They had to make it before the pool was built. It wouldn't take much time, so later he could do the same with the rest of the trainees. The guy was surprised to hear that he didn't have to worry. John turned around seriously and said that he wouldn't die. Tom looked at the man in confusion. He quickly ran after the guys and agreed. Meanwhile, the airship was hovering over the ocean. We can see the ship's turbines. The pool was visible through the window. Jenna was aiming her bow underwater. She frowned and pulled the bow. The projectile was flying towards the main character. Sean held his sword in front of him and looked at the arrow. The guys emerged from the water and closed their eyes. Jenna put her hand on her head and closed her eye and said that it didn't work in the water at all. It was hard to take a position and the arrows weren't flying out. She couldn't possibly fight like that. Archie frowned and swam and asked if they could use that magician. He was giving up this dog's life. He dove, letting go of the board, and said that he already knew that, but he was hopeless in the water. The guy emerged to Sean and asked why he couldn't just use underwater movement magic. Archie put his head in the water with displeasure and said that burning his hands was probably even better. The protagonist looked ahead and thought about how Jenna's arrows were incredibly slow in the water and his sword's speed wasn't any better, and said that they should try another way. The guys looked at the weapons on the floor. Sean stood next to Jenna and frowned, saying that they would start by modifying the weapon. When the master connected, they would return it through the portal and leave it at the factory. Let them reduce the size of the tip and fletching. He took the sword handle. The guy swung the saber. Sean stood holding the new weapon and said that they needed something like this. They were switching to a streamlined shape that created less resistance. Jenna looked at the guy in surprise and said that it was a great weapon. A notification appeared that the download was complete. You can enter the game. The system reported that the first group was completing a long-term mission on the 34th floor. The protagonist looked ahead and thought that he had finally entered. A message popped up saying that the group leader was offering to modify the equipment. Sean watched as Izel threw the weapon into the portal and said that underwater combat armor would also be produced. They would train with weapons from the training center until they were delivered and continue training. The airship flew over the water. A notification popped up saying that Jenna had mastered the underwater combat skill. The girl frowned and fired an arrow. The game announced that Sean had reached the second level of the Divine Sword Union skill. The protagonist swung his sword and cut the arrows. He swam in front of the girl and deflected the arrows. A message appeared saying that the guy had mastered the underwater combat skill. Sean glanced at the arrow flying past and told us that thanks to the skills he had acquired on the second day of the mission, his movement in the water had improved, but it was only the first level, so he wouldn't be able to move quickly right away. He introduced Eddie's with the guys by the pool and said that in the meantime, in the training center on the third floor of the waiting room, the pool was finished. The second group and Marie started training after Eddie's, who already knew how to swim. The guy introduced the happy team of Raymond in swimming trunks and told us that this mission would probably be big, so everyone had to learn to swim. There was no pool on the second floor, so the 4th and 5th groups also started training on the 3rd floor. Sean looked at the information screen and thought about the fact that the pool itself was small, but nothing could be done about it, unlike in cases where the level of objects was low. Various materials, time, and specialists were required for construction. Although the construction speed could be increased with the help of gems, it took time to deliver the building materials. The sun was rising over the ocean. Clyde stood on the deck, pointing forward with his hand and saying that they had arrived at the first base. A notification popped up saying that capitalism had reached the first base. They could get the first item. The guy pointed his finger at the island. The boys were looking at the box in the cave and discussing that it was a trap. Maybe a water dragon was wandering around nearby. Sean looked at the engineer and said that this overgrown worm should have noticed them by now. Their goal was the item. He jumped over the side of the ship and said that he would quickly get off alone, let them launch the airship so that it could take off at any time. The protagonist ran across the water to the cave. Sean looked at the box and thought whether to get the item and take the risk or to refuse it and not risk it. The guy kicked the box and decided that the answer was clear. The system reported that he had received the lowest level of water dragon tears. The protagonist took out the filled vials. Putting the bottles in his bag, Sean frowned when he heard that the trigger was activated. He looked at the dragon rising in the distance and the game said that divine protection was applied. The guy clenched his teeth and looked ahead in fear, thinking that he knew it. A window appeared with information that the tears of the waterman are a magic potion that allows the hero to breathe underwater. The protagonist rushed forward. The girl threw him a rope and he told her to jump. The hero climbed up. The ship's high-speed navigation system was activated. The ship began to swim rapidly. The monster looked at him. Looking away, Sean thought that the speed was higher than last time. Looking at him, Jenna asked what the emergency signal was. The monster had already appeared, to which he asked where the girl was, to which she replied that she told her to stay in the room. The monster inhaled and said that he would tear off their limbs. Looking at Clyde, the protagonist shouted that it was to the left, to which he replied that he knew. The dragon suddenly launched a hydraulic shock. A notification appeared that the group was currently fighting alone, to which the hero thought that NTHNG, the bastard, had finally entered, and the guy shouted that the distance was not increasing. The monster launched another hydraulic shock. A notification appeared that the group was in danger. It was recommended to summon a weapon. A mage was needed to summon it, and Izzle said that the master had requested a weapon, to which Clyde asked again and said that he was currently dead busy. The protagonist loudly shouted that everything was fine, let him do it. Looking down, the guy said that when the high-speed system was activated, only he could touch it without him. A message appeared asking if he wanted to activate manual control, and instructions for control appeared. The monster inhaled air. An icon appeared on the ship. Suddenly, it spread its wings. The monster struck the ship, the acceleration scale was filling, and someone said that it was an excellent drift. The creature's eyes lit up and he said that they were pathetic tadpoles. Suddenly, he struck a triple hydraulic blow, the acceleration scale was filling, the boost was ready. The protagonist looked in surprise. The ship rushed forward, the thought appeared that it was excellent. The flying ship slowly moved forward. Closing his eyes, the protagonist thought that the first passed, and Clyde asked how the master managed to control it so well, to which he said that he should use auxiliary magic on the deck. Izzle smiled and said that she did not know that the master was such a good driver. Thanks to this it was possible to unload the magician, asked that he should be left alone in the group forever. The hero put his hand to his face and thought. The guy was surprised to hear that he could create advanced potions. Let him do something here, in the magic hall, to which he replied that it was impossible, he hadn't even rested. Standing by the door, he added that there were no ingredients. They needed to be collected in the daily dungeon, to which Sean said that a few from the warehouse would be enough. Let Izzle tell the collectors to focus on finding advanced ingredients for potions, to which she replied that she understood. Looking straight ahead, he thought that there were 3 locations left. Holding the flask in his hands, the hero thought that now, at the first point, he had received the Tears of the Waterman, a key item for underwater combat, allowing you to breathe underwater, but this was not enough. Closing his eyes, he added that they were the lowest level, the effect would last no longer than 10 minutes, it remained to be hoped that there would be something useful in other locations. The protagonist turned his head, thinking that if the master was so good, I think they could collect all 4 items. The ship flew straight, and he added that no, they had to collect them. Meanwhile, in the daily dungeon, the collection of materials for making advanced recovery potions began. Clyde's work intensity increased because he needed to prepare enough of them that would be enough for 5 groups. Thanks to the master's help, 6 bottles of potions were obtained in the mid-level minigame. Clyde almost passed out from the strain, but made a few more in secret from him. Looking away, Gwen screamed. Leaning down, she said that she was crazy fighting in such conditions, to which Linda said that she thought she would die. Turning her head, Eddie's asked that the beastmen were really so unsuited to water, to which the guy asked that it might be better to exclude Group 3. Closing her eyes, the girl said that if she failed the mission due to swimming, no one would be able to get out from behind her. Looking down, the girl asked what Marie had been up to lately, to which Eddie's replied that she shouldn't be disturbed. It seemed that she was training to use magic underwater. Marie stretched out her hands forward, and it was heard that it was possible. Since Sean told her to do it, then it was possible. The girl frowned. Suddenly, she surfaced, and Eddie said that there was another failure. Looking straight ahead, she asked, "By the way, how was the selection of people for groups 4 and 5 going?" To which the man replied that no one wanted to participate in the main mission. Putting her hand to her face, she said that she didn't know how the rumors had reached the lower floors, but the whole problem was the low survival rate. And the guy said that the rooms on the first floor were already so crowded that they lived several people to a room. The inconvenience of overcrowding must be significant, but it was strange that even this did not motivate them. A view of the building opened up. Tom's promotion was complete. He now had 3 stars, the level and skill thresholds had been increased, and the hero could now change his occupation. Clenching his fist, the man asked if everything was really okay. Hadn't this bastard already been fed to 5 people? And the guy said that he had heard that the master was trying to control the first floor by improving this kid, to which Mark said that it was okay. They would watch for a little while longer. The guy stood still, and it was heard that if they continued to do what they were doing now, the master would never send them to synthesize. What was this guy doing alone on the first floor? Didn't those who were raised so lovingly end up being sent to the highest floor for isolation? Smiling broadly, the man asked that he now wanted to gather his colleagues, said that he should try to ask to find candidates for instructors. The monster opened his mouth wide. Jenna shot at him with a bow. The arrows flew along the barrier. It was said that the divine protection was activated. The monster was conditionally invulnerable. The girl held her hand out and asked how that was possible, said that the attacks were ineffective, and the protagonist thought that he was conditionally invulnerable. Standing behind her, he added that more information was needed, and then said that the next time he saw him, he should shoot an arrow into the water, to which the girl asked again. The monster was swimming underwater, and Sean said that she had seen it. He was invulnerable. They needed to find a way. He would tie himself with a rope and jump into the water. When he was done, let her pick him up right away. Archie looked at him and said that he could carry him out. Jenna grinned and asked that with a strong rope, shouldn't it work? Said that it seemed worth checking. Since the longbow was sent for modification, she would take the short one. The protagonist gritted his teeth and said that they were both growing slowly. Let them not go out on deck when he appeared, let them just train at the training ground, to which the guy replied that it sounded sad. The monster looked at the ship. A thought appeared that in order to reduce the risks, it was better to work in full force. But if this continues, then the tour of locations will end quickly. You need to study underwater combat so much that you can use these skills. The ship dodged. The acceleration scale was filling. Suddenly, the boost charged and the ship became faster, and the monster shouted that they were so fast. Grinning, Sean thought that very good. The eye icon appeared, and he objected. The monster looked straight. A thought appeared, what if this anchovy crawls out when ANTHNG is not with them? The water dragon began to roar. Divine protection was activated, and he said that this time they will not escape. The master activated manual control. He deftly controlled the ship. The dragon shouted loudly for them to wait, and the super boost was activated. The protagonist opened the chest. There was a figurine of a sea sailboat. He looked to the side. The dragon's eyes widened. In the chest was a B+ oxygen supply system. Jenna fired her bow. The arrow flew past the monster's face. The girl smirked and said that attacks in the water work, to which Sean asked what it meant. Divine protection ends at the border with water, and she asked what was inside. A spatial summoning stone appeared, and he thought that this was how they collected all 4 items. A notification appeared that the hunt was starting. Contrary to fears, when the water dragon appeared, ANTHNG logged in and took control every time. Unlike before, he only logged in the evenings. Now it seems that the master turned on game notifications on his phone. Thanks to this, they are half ready to face the boss. Sitting at the table, the girl asked that most of them require divine protection. Right said that when the mission starts, they will need to immediately find the goddess statue, like when they caught that giant one. Sitting in front of her, the protagonist thought that she almost understood the rules of this game. She would be good as a leader too, and she asked that then they are going to fight them. To which he replied that they are almost ready, but not yet completely. The master does not seem to be going to accept the challenge yet. The protagonist gritted his teeth and said that when the battle with the boss begins, Clyde will have to deal with the airship. To which Jenna said that even then they will have to deal with the enemy themselves, but frankly, it will be difficult for 4 people to do this. He then said that perhaps this mission will involve calling other groups and dividing the roles. The defense team will guard the goddess statue until the attack team reaches the goal. The guy yawned, listening to the fact that since the number of tiers of the water is limited, only their group will attack one. Holding the spatial summoning stone, Sean said that so, tomorrow, when the master connects, they will use this. Looking straight ahead, the girl heard that for now it is impossible to summon someone. Only replace, so he is going to temporarily change Marie with one of them until they get to the 35th floor. Helen looked to the side. It was heard that Marie, of course, her magic can be used underwater. It will be effective, he just voiced it for now. Waving her hand, the girl said that she will go to the waiting room. Looking at her, the hero asked that she does not mind, and she said that yes, she needs to do something. Archie looked at her. A view of the lobby opened. Raising his hand, the man asked that he found someone who can win. Standing behind Raymond, he said that he tried his best but no one had caught his eye in the training center despite their abilities, to which he replied that it was the same in the living quarters. He didn't even know what to do with the remaining space. Looking away, Raymond said that he heard that the recruitment of instructors was also currently limited to only 3. The atmosphere on the first floor was too demotivated, as if they thought that they would not be allowed to synthesize. Turning around, the man asked that Team 5 should be busy recruiting new members right now, so where are they? To which Carter replied that they said they wanted to find a woman for the team, so they were probably flirting somewhere quiet. Houses appeared. It was heard that they were serious. They wanted to join their group. Looking away, the girl said that yes, it seemed dangerous to stay on the first floor, to which the guy laughed and replied that for sure, he never knew when the master would send her to synthesize. Gritting her teeth, she said that it was not that. What people were doing here lately was dangerous in itself. The man smirked. It was heard that everyone was uniting under Mark's leadership in a bad way. The boys looked at each other. The ship sailed forward. The fan rose up. It was heard that she knew it. Of course, it had to be like that. Smirking, Marie said that she was just resting for a while. The brilliant return of a genius magician, she was sure they realized how important she was. Standing in front of her, the hero asked that she had learned to swim, and she asked again. The protagonist's eyes lit up and he said that she had not only learned to swim, yes, she had also learned 4th level fire magic, as he had mentioned, right, internal explosion. It seemed that it could be used underwater, and in an underwater battle magic was not without consequences. He had also said that, exactly, and the girl said that no, that was it, she had been studying hard, a lot. Turning around, he said that he would send her back then, and Marie shouted that he should wait and give her just a day. The protagonist looked at her and said that it was a joke. A statue appeared, and Sean said that when the mission began, they would board the airship and look for the goddess statue as soon as possible, to which the girl asked that they would activate divine protection. Right, and he added that yes, they would not be able to hold out for long with the current number of people. The longer they delayed, the more disadvantageous they would be. The battle plan was shown, and he added that they only had 5 bottles of water tiers. In any case, Group 1 takes the role of the attacking team, which directly fights this anchovy. All the other groups will be responsible for the defense of the statue. Archie raised his hand and asked that he could fight in the water, said that it was not easy, and the hero asked that she could use 4th level fire magic underwater. Lowering her head, the girl said that firstly, on land she could barely hold out for 30 seconds, underwater, well. Standing in front of her, the hero said that she should say it for sure, to which she replied that she could. Folding his arms, Sean said that Archie and Helen should join him on the front lines, take on the attacks of the anchovy. Jenna takes care of everything that might be near the boss, is responsible for holding back. The girl asked again in surprise, hearing that she was finally attacking. Putting his hand on his side, the protagonist said that their attacks are weak in the water. When they create a breakthrough, she will use magic. Mary raised an eyebrow, hearing that she can, to which she replied that she understood. The duration of training is about 20 hours a day. If this was a waiting room, the time could be adjusted, but now they are on a mission. Mary seemed to have learned the basics of swimming, but lowering her head, the girl said that she cannot pronounce a spell underwater. She must keep her mouth closed. The difficulty of using elemental magic increases several times if the previous stages have not been completed. Suddenly, she looked surprised. Closing her eyes, Mary shouted that she is not saying that it is impossible. She is saying that she needs time to learn to pronounce the spell to herself. Warming up, the girl said that she studied all the theory. Only practice remains. She can do it. Frowning, Sean thought that for now it remains only to wait. The dragon appeared, and he added that there is not much time. The ship was sailing towards the dragon. It was a secret mission to hunt a water deity. The group compositions appeared. Particles were flying around Marie. The ship was flying over the water. Suddenly it stopped. A pool appeared outside the window. The protagonist and the girl were underwater. Jenna increased her underwater combat to level 4. The protagonist also pumped up the skill. After increasing the skill level, diving to a depth of 100 meters takes only 40 seconds. The time of possible stay underwater increased to 10 minutes. They trained underwater combat until late at night, and at dawn they practiced with weapons on land, but there was one problem. The moon appeared in the sky. A sword swing appeared. The hero hit the ground with his sword. Frowning, he thought that the skills do not combine, it is impossible, there is no error in the calculations. His card and skills appeared. There were 12 of them in total, although he has many skills, but they are all used independently of each other. When two skills are perfectly coordinated with each other, the performance increases more than twice, at least 3 times. If there is a synergy, it can increase 10 times. This is called breaking the limit. Breaking the limit is an important process for low-level heroes, with insufficient basic growth ability to surpass stronger players, and Jenna asked that it is possible to cut the sea with a sword. Looking at her, the hero said that he doubts it. She is not sleeping, to which she replied that she could not sleep, decided to train more, and to which he said that he trains as he sees. Smiling broadly, Jenna asked that is not enough for him, said that he is already like a walking weapon. Raising her hand up, she said that she takes out ballistas, tears thick pieces of iron, cuts the sea, who, if not a walking weapon, to which he replied that he does not cut the sea. Looking at him, the girl asked how strong he would become, let him think about them, about those who followed him, to which he replied that this was their job. The ship sailed forward. It was heard that it seemed that something was bothering him, let him tell, to which the protagonist replied that he was too weak, that's all, and she added that well, he was a deceiver, he understood Nate's feelings. The hero's eyes widened, and he thought, wait a minute. Looking at the girl, he added that Jenna had not learned peripheral vision in Nilera, which combines rapid shooting and identifying a weak spot, a high-level archery technique that corrects the trajectory of an arrow towards the enemy and inflicts penetrating damage. The girl looked at him in bewilderment, and the hero thought that this technique showed the high level of Jenna's abilities. The ship sailed straight. Stretching, the girl asked that the problem was that they did not unite. Yawning, she added that perhaps it was much simpler. Jenna raised her head and said that she had received a fusion in a situation similar to receiving a skill, asked why he shouldn't try it too, to which he asked again. Looking up, she asked that it was so, on the 5th floor it was. The protagonist looked at the monsters. He swung at them furiously. Looking straight ahead, the girl said that he was downright crazy then, it was something like they would check who would die. Clenching his fist, the protagonist said that it was so, to which she replied that but now she doesn't feel it, and he added that it is because he has gained experience and technique. Pointing to the side, Jenna said that if before it seemed cruel, now it looks more like a strategy, calm and composure in any situation, asked that since it is a psychological skill, it will not affect. Grinning, Sean wondered if this means that the crisis situation will have to be created physically, and then said that a difficult question. Looking at him, the girl asked why she helped him, to which he replied that it was not that she did not help at all, but there was not much use in it. Putting his hand to his face, the protagonist thought about the fact that the environment in which the skill was obtained could also affect his further awakening. A pool of water appeared. The girl stretched her hands forward. A dummy stood in front of her. Suddenly, an attack flew at it. The dummy exploded sharply. Grinning, Marie asked how he liked it. It was perfect even in water. Looking at her, the protagonist asked that it seemed that the firepower was not enough, to which she replied that she had specially adjusted it because the target was small, in practice it was different, and he asked about the effectiveness. Raising her hand up, Marie said that she could up to 3 times, after which she needed to drink a potion, to which Sean thought that it was weaker than he expected. The fire magic he saw on the 20th floor was different. The girl widened her eyes and asked if she would go with them too. Sean smirked and said he would drag her even if he didn't want to, so don't worry. Their ship appeared. Standing by the wall, the protagonist asked what was going on. Looking straight ahead, he heard that their group was fine, but group 3 had problems, to which he asked what he was talking about Gwen's beastmen, and she added that they seemed to be getting seasick a lot and hadn't been able to learn to swim at all. The hero sighed when he heard that she had heard that this was a feature of their race, to which he said that it was a feature of the race. They had to show physical abilities that were superior to humans, and then this was coming from the other side. Putting her hand to her face, Eddie said that no matter how much she taught them, they couldn't master the base. Although Gwen had finally learned to swim like a dog, it would be hard in real conditions. Gritting his teeth, the hero said that it would be better to help them get used to seasickness then, and she replied that she was already doing that. They built a raft. Lowering her head, the girl said that in fact, only Group 2 was ready. Groups 4 and 5 were having trouble recruiting new members. Raising his hand, the man asked what he was, said that he was a slug hanging out in the muddy water. Mark held his hand out and said that it seemed like there was a misunderstanding, he was only telling the truth. The man asked that everyone who wanted to reach the top died. Didn't the same thing happen to him? Did they really think that participating in the raid was worth it? To which Carter replied that then he should stay here and continue to eat only potatoes like a pig. The man's eyes widened, hearing that who knows which of them will actually end up as a corpse sooner or later. Suddenly, he hit him and said that he was an idiot. Looking at them, Izel asked what they were doing. Don't they know that conflicts between heroes are forbidden? Carter gritted his teeth and said, damn. The girl closed her eyes and said that due to the delay in recruiting new members, groups 4 and 5 were not complete, and all the new members were only at the 2-star level so far. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that there was nothing to be done, there was no more time, he would clean up the first floor after completing the mission. The dragon appeared. It was said that soon they would have to fight a giant water dragon in the middle of the ocean, and since it could not be damaged above water, underwater combat became a necessity. Everyone except the third group should at least gain the underwater combat skill. Eddie smirked and asked what it was like on the 20th floor, stop the enemy's invasion, so said that they were attacking, to which Sean replied that it was possible. Looking straight ahead, the girl said that this time it would be different from then, they trained a lot. The protagonist closed his eyes. Opening them, he said that it was an accident. Standing by the wall, Sean said that he was going, to which Eddie's responded approvingly. Isle sighed heavily, and the hero said that she had worked hard. Looking at him, the fairy said that it was nothing special, asked that he would be able to complete this mission on the first try, to which he clarified that she was also asking if he could not, he would die, to which she replied that well, yes. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. The protagonist opened the door. A girl stood in front of him. Smirking, she asked if he was busy. The man, holding a bottle in his hands, heard that he was sure that it was possible to provoke the members of the raid group so easily. Looking at the guys, Mark asked what was left, when they had already caught him by the tail, said that as long as Sean did nothing, there was no great danger. Or were they afraid that their actions could somehow reach the ears of the master? Even if so, he did not think that he would suddenly decide to get rid of them. After all, they were able to hone their skills enough to go up to the second floor. The man opened his eyes wide and said that they would die on this mission anyway. The guy looked surprised, hearing that hadn't they heard this from the collectors, Group 1 had been hanging around on the 34th floor for several days, and for some reason the other groups were also training and learning to swim. It seemed that a mission had begun in which they would all be involved. Grinning, Mark asked that only half of the raid group had returned from the 30th floor, so how many of them would survive this time, to which he was told that the premises of the first floor had already turned into a garbage dump. The man's eyes widened and he said that the door was locked, and Mark asked what and who it was, why the third floor inhabitant had come down to this wretched place. The girl unbuttoned her clothes and said that she had some questions for them. The man grinned and said that wow, he was taking off his clothes. Suddenly, he opened his eyes in surprise. Mark shouted loudly that everyone should come out. Get out of here. Having buttoned up, the girl asked that it looked like he knew what it was. The man clenched his teeth angrily and asked what she was talking about. Gritting his teeth, she said that she thought she knew enough about such scum as they were, because she had encountered them many times, but she did not understand his outstanding qualities. Helen looked down and added that she was the one asking the questions, asked who he was. It was dark outside. The protagonist was sitting at the table with the girl. Looking straight ahead, he said that the end goal of the mission was not to defeat the monster, but to find the key, and the dragon was just preventing it. It seemed that they would have to stay on the ship the whole time. Looking at him, the girl said that she had heard this 100 times, to which Sean said that he should just tell her what the key looked like and where it was, and they would bring it. Susie lowered her head down. Frowning, she said that she understood, she would trust him this time too. The guy slowly began to fall asleep. Marie suddenly turned to him, and he said that he should just let him rest. Looking straight ahead, the girl said that he should forgive her if she disturbed him. Clyde looked surprised, hearing that he could spare him a little time. Pop-up windows appeared, and he asked that he was asking to teach him magic. The guy closed his eyes and said that he uses the magic of beastmen. He is not an elementalist. These are different fields of knowledge. So why is she asking him about this? To which Marie replied that she is not asking to teach her this, but to tell her about the tricks. Clenching her fist, the girl said that she knows that he is a genius, so let him help her. Clyde looked at her. He was looking at the magazine, and the guy said that Clyde really is a genius. It is clear even at first glance, to which he replied that he just hates useless work. If you do not do it right at once, then you will have to repeat it several more times. That's what geniuses say. The guy thought, putting his hand on his head. Marie opened her eyes wide, hearing that only 10 minutes. Meanwhile, a large-scale synthesis was taking place in the waiting room. There were more than 200 people in the waiting room, although there were more than 130 people on the first floor. Only about 40 of them were training. It was necessary to send the heroes who were muddying the waters for synthesis, create soul stones, and train groups 4 and 5 with reserve instructors. About 50 heroes disappeared. There was also the unexpected news that the blacksmith's assistant from the second floor became a mid-level soul stone. The unspoken rule that going to the second floor guarantees safety was broken. This was proof that a NTHNG was starting to lose patience. There was an acute shortage of materials to upgrade all members of the 4th and 5th groups to 3 stars. But even at such a time, Mark and his accomplices managed to avoid synthesis. The connection to the game server was in progress. An update appeared. The update was complete. The ship was sailing on the water. The squad appeared, and the main character asked if everyone was ready. Leaning over, Jenna asked that they did everything they could, right? To which Marie replied that of course, there was nothing to regret. Looking away, she added that she probably did. Archie grinned and said that if she wasn't confident, she could leave, to which the girl said that she should shut up, and the protagonist said that they should take the tears of the water dragon and drink them when he gave the signal. Potions appeared above the participants. A view of the groups opened up, and it was said that one should form a raid squad. The master started the next mission. There was a transition to a new level, loading, and choosing a field. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist said that it had begun, and Jenna said that they would cope and return alive, to which Marie responded approvingly. The water dragon began to roar and asked how long they would run away from him. His eyes lit up and he added that the real hunt was beginning. Danger notifications appeared. A message appeared that floor 35, mission type capture, target unknown, special target NPC Susie survival, and the protagonist shouted that everyone was in place. Archie rushed forward. The hero was approaching the cannon. Both grabbed their weapons. The monster war began, round 1. The ship began to fly up. Looking straight ahead, Sean shouted for them to hold on tight. A huge wave rose in front of him. The monster extended its sword forward. Firing the cannon, the protagonist shouted for him to stay as far away from them as possible, starting with the search for the status of the goddess. Frowning, Clyde replied that he was going to anyway, wondering how the hell the master even controlled this. The acceleration bar filled up. The ship moved faster. The girl jumped up. She grabbed the rope tightly. Firing the gun, the guy heard that they should ignore the water ones, they will start with the dragons, to which he replied that they had planned. Suddenly, a monster appeared near the ship. Archie looked down in surprise. The protagonist's eyes widened. Suddenly, the dragon began to attack. The group's composition appeared. The monster's eyes lit up. Archie looked down. The hero turned to the guy. Releasing the attack, the dragon said that this place would become their grave. Clyde's eyes widened. The acceleration scale began to fill. A shot flew at the dragon. Standing behind the weapon, the protagonist wondered where she was and then said that he should look carefully. The mission had begun. There should be a statue somewhere nearby. Looking at the ship, the monster said that this was his territory. The acceleration scale was rapidly filling. Gritting his teeth, Clyde asked what and why he was so attached to the airship, said that the controls. The acceleration scale began to fall. Screams were heard. Jenna looked away in surprise. Sean clenched his teeth tightly. Archie was amazed, looking away. The monster appeared near the ship. Shooting from the weapon, the hero shouted about the master. It was written that he was offering him to take control of the airship. A notification appeared that the airship capitalism was setting sail. An icon appeared on the sail. Inhaling, the water dragon said that they could not defeat it. Suddenly, he released an attack. The ship dodged the attacks. The ship began to move faster. The dragon looked at him. The monster was approaching him. The airship was rapidly flying away from him. Suddenly, it accelerated. The water dragon clenched his teeth. The super boost was activated. The ship began to move even faster. Susie grabbed her head and asked what was going on outside. Falling to the floor, the guy said that the controls, let the master deal with it. He was scared. He would never take it up again. Pointing to the side, the girl shouted what was there. A bright light appeared ahead. The statue of the goddess was floating on the waves. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist thought that this was a joke. They only escaped from the covering wave, and the statue of the goddess was hidden in it. Looking at the statue, the protagonist said that he would bring it, to which he was asked that he was alone. The ship was rapidly sailing forward. It was heard that she did not notice that they were being pursued. Let her cover him. Grinning, Archie said that so many had already been removed, and there were only more of them, to which the protagonist said that he never wanted to kill a dragon, even though it was only a small fish, but still, and he added that he was telling him to take care of the fish. Clyde ran out, hearing that he should go out on deck and provide cover, to which he replied that he understood. The guy looked to the side and said that he would kill them all, and the number of dragons he exterminated would be greater than his. The protagonist looked at her and said that good luck there. Particles began to fly around the guy, and he said that he made it so that he could control the surface tension of the body. He could jump into the water, to which the hero said that he would be back soon. He abruptly rushed forward. Sean was approaching the statue. The hero slid deftly through the water. The monster extended his hand and screamed. The protagonist's eyes lit up. He cut the monster in half. The monsters swam underwater. Jenna took aim with her bow. She began to lock onto the target. The arrow adjusted its trajectory. The shots flew at the monsters. The arrow flew right through the monsters. Sean's eyes widened, thinking that with his peripheral vision, Jenna's arrows, charged with penetrating power, were as powerful as ballistic attacks, and if used underwater, she could even deal a fatal blow to an anchovy. He grabbed the statue. The protagonist began to run forward. The protagonist looked away in surprise. The dragon attacked and said that it was just as he wanted. Sean watched the explosion and thought that if it had hit, his head would have been blown off. The ship said that he had returned and that he should come here quickly. He grabbed the ladder. Archie looked at him and asked what he had brought, to which the protagonist replied that here it was, and he added that it looked cool. The rain was pouring down on the statue, and they said that they should take a closer look at the statue of the goddess. What was that? What was that strange outfit? Not the clothes. Then they said that the goddess had a twin, but now she was alone. The ship rushed forward. It was said that they did not know the reason, but perhaps another statue was hidden there. It would be good if they found it, but there was no point in specifically looking for it. The goal had been achieved, so they would quickly get out. The statue of the goddess was tied up. The monsters attacked the ship. An idea came up that they would present it as a rectangle. It made sense to install it somewhere at the top. If you put it in the center, you would have to protect it from all sides. Sean suggested canceling manual control of capitalism, and then thought that it seemed that he had raised him well since he was listening. Looking away, he said that he would control the airship again and monitor it, to which Clyde asked what he was doing again, and the hero added that the master could not objectively assess the malfunctions. The ship was sailing quickly. It was heard that no matter how well he controlled it, if he continued to treat the airship like this, he would completely destroy it. Let him move the airship to the far corner of the map, they would install a statue of the goddess there. A huge monster appeared in the distance. The protagonist began to shoot and thought that if they could not cause damage, they should at least break away from the pursuit. Looking straight ahead, the dragon laughed and said that didn't he say that they could not escape? The divine protection was activated. The monster was immune to attacks. The ship ran into the barrier. It was heard that they were in place. The dragon was rapidly approaching the ship. Gritting her teeth, the girl said that she could. She stretched her hand forward. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.